Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1 Lazy Admiral. The Navy headquarters, Marine Ford, stood solemn and majestic, the ultimate bastion of justice that struck fear into the hearts of countless pirates. However, at the highest point of this grand Navy fortress, there lay a young man wearing beach shorts and a floral shirt, lounging on a beach chair and basking in the sun. The young man had messy black hair, thin bangs, and a face that seemed far too youthful. Compared to the stern atmosphere of Marine Ford, his appearance was undeniably out of place. As he gazed at the clear blue sky, the young man unknowingly drifted into his memories. It had been decades since he transmigrated into this world, becoming a younger version of Borsalino, Kizaru. Even without a cheat ability, years of training and battles had elevated him to the level of an admiral. In terms of mastery over his devil fruit powers, physical prowess, and hockey, he was undoubtedly on par with, if not stronger than, the original Kizaru. Moreover, after decades of painstakingly practicing life return, he had managed to freeze his youthful appearance at the age he was when he first arrived. He could even pass off as one of Garp's grandsons without looking out of place. Thanks to this retained youthful appearance, he earned the nickname, the Ageless Admiral, and managed to avoid becoming a template for a middle-aged creep. In his younger days, Borsalino had once been full of ambition. But reality proved he wasn't cut out for that kind of life. In this world where individual strength determined everything, even the most beautiful aspirations and lofty ideals couldn't withstand the storms of reality. What's more, due to the existence of devil fruits and the high upper limits of individual power, social mobility in this world wasn't as rigid as it might seem. With enough talent, effort, and a little luck, anyone could climb to the top. But power breeds ambition, and those with great abilities rarely chose to serve others. After several failures, some of which nearly cost him his life, Borsalino abandoned his ideals and resigned himself to being a lazy, paycheck-collecting transmigrator. Of course, even a lazy man occasionally makes a splash. For instance, 10 years ago, he made a trip to the East Blue. There, he saved a former female Marine. A few years later, he gained a greedy little cat burglar as a result. Now, that same cat burglar had become his adjutant and treasurer. Many anonymous critics had expressed disapproval of Admiral Kizaru appointing a young girl in her prime as his adjutant. But honestly, isn't a radiant young beauty far more pleasing to the eye than a burly, pot-bellied man in a belly band? Anyone with complaints was welcome to discuss them with his aim no Murakumo sword. At worst, they'd lose an arm or a leg. Borsalino strongly suspected that these people were simply jealous. In recent years, Borsalino had mellowed out a bit. But if it had been a decade or so ago, things would have been quite different. Back then, during the World Council, he had a conflict with a certain less-than-sane celestial dragon. The result? Borsalino snatched away 3 slaves from that celestial dragon right on the spot. Not long after this conflict between a celestial dragon and a Navy admiral, a fisherman named Fisher Tiger climbed up to Mary Geos, caused a massive commotion, freed countless slaves, and even killed one of the noble celestial dragons. And wouldn't you know it, it was the very same celestial dragon who had previously clashed with Borsalino. In fact, that celestial dragon was the only casualty of the riot. The world government, understandably, had its suspicions. After all, it wasn't long ago that this particular celestial dragon had a run-in with a Navy admiral. But the evidence was conclusive. Fisher Tiger had killed the celestial dragon, with both witnesses and physical proof to back it up. Even Tiger himself confessed to the act. With no choice, the matter was quietly swept under the rug. As for Borsalino, he had a rock-solid alibi. Unless the Gorosei were willing to risk reducing the trio of admirals to a duo, or face a fractured relationship between the Navy and the world government, they had no choice but to let it slide. That said, a transparent ceiling was placed above Borsalino's career. The positions of Fleet Admiral or even Supreme Commander of all 3 branches were now completely out of his reach. Yet, for someone like Borsalino, whose only goal in life was to muddle through and live idly, this kind of punishment had zero effect. Borsalino-san. Just as Borsalino lazily reached for the iced drink next to him, a somewhat cute yet slightly fierce voice snapped him out of his reminiscing. Striding toward him briskly was a charming girl with long orange hair and a well-proportioned figure. Though she wore the Navy's sleek, official uniform symbolizing justice, she somehow managed to exude an oddly seductive allure. This was none other than Nami, his current adjutant and treasurer, affectionately nicknamed the Navy Fairy by some. After all, what else could you call someone capable of charming a Navy admiral? Wearing her little boots, Nami stomped her way up to the rooftop. When she saw Borsalino still lounging on the beach chair and sipping his drink, her frustration skyrocketed. She had scoured the entire headquarters looking for him, only to find the esteemed Navy Admiral sunbathing. "Yo, Nami-chan, don't be mad," Borsellino drawled lazily. His life philosophy, honed over many years as a Navy Admiral, was simple: slack off when you can, and if you can't, just go through the motions. "You've got some nerve saying that. You're late for every meeting. At this rate, people are going to start calling you the tardy Admiral." Nami tried her best to pull Borsellino up from the beach chair. She had once joined the Navy out of admiration for him, but it didn't take long for her to realize how misplaced her idolization was. Late for meetings, slacking off on the job, and dodging any tasks he could, whatever work couldn't be avoided would inevitably be dumped on her as his adjutant. It was downright infuriating. Meanwhile, in the headquarters conference room, everyone was already seated, from the fleet admiral to the 2 other admirals, as well as many of the headquarters vice admirals. They were all just waiting for Admiral Kizaru to arrive. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed outside the room. Borsellino, still wearing his beach shorts, was unceremoniously pushed into the conference room by Nami. The Navy High Command was already used to this kind of spectacle. Even Admiral Akainu, who despised Borsellino's laziness the most, had to admit that Major Nami's presence was a blessing. At the very least, she was able to rein in Kizaru to some extent. "Well, now that everyone is here, let's begin the meeting." Fleet Admiral Sengoku didn't bother wasting words on the lazy man and went straight to the point. "Headquarters has received a report from Branch 37. A pirate, Blackbeard, who defected from the Whitebeard Pirates, is proposing to exchange Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, for a position as one of the 7 warlords of the sea." Borsellino raised an eyebrow slightly. So Blackbeard was making his move, huh? That meant the Summit War was just around the corner. Still, what did that have to do with him, a shameless salary thief? The Gorosei couldn't seriously expect him to risk his life fighting Whitebeard for the meager wages they paid him, right? Just as he was about to settle into his usual routine of slacking off, a pleasant voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Would you like to accept the invitation to join the Dimensional Chat Group? Accept/decline. Chapter 2, Dimensional Chat Group. Huh. Borsellino froze. A Dimensional Chat Group? Could this be the long overdue cheat finally arriving after decades? So he did have a cheat ability all along, it just showed up a few decades late. As he thought back to all the hard work he had poured into getting stronger, along with the repeated blows of harsh reality, Borsellino couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. This feeling, it was like walking into an open book exam completely unaware it was open book, only to be told after the test was over. And worse, it was the college entrance exam. Borsellino's emotions were incredibly mixed at the moment. He thought about how he'd been forced by the world's cruelty to abandon his ambitions and resign himself to becoming a lazy man, drifting aimlessly through life. Yes, it was all the world's fault, not because his own personality leaned toward slacking off. With these complicated feelings in mind, Borsellino chose to accept. Ding. Welcome, Borsellino, to the Dimensional Chat Group. Borsellino has joined the chat. Kobayashi, welcome, welcome. Oh my, another newcomer has joined the group. AI Hybera, a newcomer. Judging by the name, it looks like a foreigner. Hopefully not from some strange, incomprehensible world. Orochimaru, a new world. How intriguing. Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails, holy crap. Kizaru. Kobayashi, eh. Do you know the newcomer, Random-san? AI Hybera, very suspicious. Every time someone new joins the group, this guy always recognizes them. And he even changed his username to hide his identity. Could he actually be some kind of mastermind? Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails, that's slander. I'm just an ordinary transmigrator, how could I possibly be a mastermind? At Zhang Sanfeng, Master Zhang, back me up here. Kobayashi, now that you mention it, everyone in this group, including the newcomer, Borsellino-san, seems to come from entirely different worlds. Zhang Sanfeng, indeed, I arrived here before Random-san, but I was not the earliest to join this chat group either. Orochimaru, the first to join, and someone who rarely speaks. Certainly suspicious. Isn't that right, Jotaro? Jotaro Kujo, enough already. Stop with the pointless probing. Kobayashi, Random-san, since you seem to recognize the newcomer, why don't you introduce our group to Borsellino-san? AI Hybera, Kobayashi loves playing the mediator, huh? Honestly, letting them argue wouldn't be such a bad thing. Zhang Sanfeng, harmony is precious. Kobayashi understands this principle well. Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails, sure thing. At Borsellino Admiral Kizaru, can you see what I'm saying? Borsellino, who had been silently observing this so-called dimensional chat group, raised his head. He glanced at Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who was currently delivering a lengthy speech, and began pondering how to send a message in the group. Before he even figured it out, the group automatically displayed what he wanted to say. Borsalino, I can. Seems like you know me, little guy. Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails, let me confirm something first. Is it currently the age of the sea circle? Wait, never mind, let's simplify this. Has Pirate King Roger been executed yet? Has the Summit War started? Is the fleet Admiral Sengoku or Akainu? Borsalino, Pirate King Roger was publicly executed many years ago. The Summit War hasn't started yet, and Sengoku is still alive, so naturally, Sakazuki hasn't become Fleet Admiral. As Borsalino read through the chat group messages, a curious smile spread across his face. Who would have thought he'd encounter a fellow Earthling after his transmigration? A pity they weren't in the same world. Meanwhile, several branch vice admirals attending the meeting noticed the sudden smile on Admiral Kizaru's face and couldn't help but grow nervous. Did the generic remark Sengoku had just made contain some critical decisions that had already been agreed upon by the High Command? Otherwise, why would Kizaru suddenly smile? Could it be the part about the increased activity of pirates in the New World? Was headquarters planning a major crackdown on New World pirates? Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails, what the hell? You're not Kizaru? No, wait. Are you a transmigrator too? Borsalino, is a transmigrator like a prophet? Speaking of which, there was a pirate I killed before who claimed to be a transmigrator. He said some very strange things before he died. Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails, damn, which unlucky fellow was that? Did they transmigrate only to immediately fall into the hands of someone as powerful as you? That's way too tragic. Kobayashi, it sounds like Borsalino-san is quite an extraordinary person. The one who died, was he an acquaintance of yours, Random-san? This Kobayashi seemed to be trying to defuse any potential tension, clearly worried a conflict might arise. Borsalino hesitated for a moment, wondering if this Kobayashi was the one he was thinking of. Given his current role as the proper Admiral Kizaru, he figured it wasn't appropriate to ask directly. Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails, no, we're both transmigrators, but we had nothing to do with each other. I was just lamenting how unlucky that guy must have been, probably didn't have a cheat, which is why he died so miserably. Seeing that response, Borsalino couldn't agree more. If he hadn't transmigrated into the young Kizaru, he might have already died in some unknown sea by now. Kobayashi, I see. That's good, then. But we still don't know Borsalino-san's identity. Random-san, could you introduce him to us? Oh, right, let me introduce myself first. I'm Kobayashi, an utterly ordinary programmer. My hobby? Adorable maids. That's all. Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails, sure, I can do that, but Admiral Kizaru, you don't mind, do you? Oh, I should introduce myself too. I'm just an utterly ordinary small fry transmigrator, with no cheat or amazing family background. My dream is to cling to the protagonist Luo Feng's thigh in the Swallowed Star universe. Zhang Sanfeng, young friend, there's no need to belittle yourself. I am Zhang Sanfeng, the humble head of the Wudong sect. Borsalino waited for a while but didn't see the other three members introduce themselves. After thinking about their personalities, though, it made sense. Even so, the dynamic where most of the others were being transparent while he alone was hiding behind a mask was oddly entertaining. Borsalino, I don't mind. But what did you mean earlier when you mentioned people coming from different worlds? Since he had decided to stay incognito for now, he figured it was best to stick to his current persona. While there didn't seem to be any immediate need for this disguise, it might come in handy one day, perhaps to deliver a pleasant surprise to anyone with ulterior motives. Kobayashi, oh, it's just as it sounds. Including Borsalino-san, everyone in this group seems to come from a different world or even a different time period. For instance, Grandpa Zhang Sanfeng seems to be an ancient person from hundreds of years ago. I even found his name online once. Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails, no. It's purely different worlds. How could you mix a world of magic with one of martial arts? That makes no sense. Kobayashi, even though Random-san insists on that, there's no magic in my world. Running into a dragon or something sounds like a fairy tale. Orochimaru, hey, Kobayashi-kun, if you ever come across a dragon, do let me know. I have a keen interest in unique creatures. Chapter 3, New Update. Kobayashi, I feel like Orochimaru-san is like one of those mad scientists from the movies. That said, instead of stumbling across a legendary dragon, I'd much prefer to find an adorable maid. Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails, don't worry, you'll have both, a dragon and a maid. After all, you're destined to encounter a dragon maid. Hybra AI, don't take everything he says seriously. He claims to know everything, yet he can't even figure out what the organization's next target is. Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails. Hey, that's not my fault. Detective Conan has been serialized for so long, how can anyone remember every single plotline? Hybra AI, you're the one who said only half a year has passed in this world. I even told you today is Christmas, yet you still can't recall what's coming next. Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails. Oh, come on. From what I remember, you guys have celebrated at least 10 or 20 Christmases in the past 6 months. Orochimaru, intriguing. Your world is becoming more and more fascinating to me. Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails. Orochimaru-sama would definitely dominate in the Detective Conan world, but things would get dicey in my world. Too many overpowered figures in Swallowed Star. Orochimaru, the more dangerous a place, the greater the opportunities it holds. Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails. Respect, Orochimaru-sama. I wish you could come to my world, I'd finally have a shot at clinging to a big shot. It's really tough being a weakling without a cheat. Jotaro Kujo, at random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails. Since you've seen everyone else's futures, do you know where Dio Brando is? Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails. I do, but, wait a second. I think I've stumbled upon something incredible. Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails uploaded JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 3. Kobayashi, whoa. What's this? So we can do that too. Hybra AI, This so-called chat group is turning out to be more interesting than I thought. Orochimaru, uploading one's memories for others to view. What an audacious and reckless act. Zhang Sanfeng, young friend random is merely sincere and pure-hearted. Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails. Haha. You're too kind, Master Zhang. Hybra AI, idiot. Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails. That's uncalled for. Just because you're a sharp-tongued loli doesn't mean you can insult people whenever you want. Borsalino, random Kuan, what they mean is that it's best to ask for others' consent before uploading something related to them. Borsalino kindly reminded him while browsing through the newly uploaded content in his mind. The so-called dimensional chat group had truly given Borsalino quite the surprise. While the group hadn't yet provided him with any tangible benefits, the possibilities it opened up for the future were intriguing and exciting. Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails. At Jotaro Kujo, sorry. I uploaded the plot involving you without asking for permission. Jotaro Kujo, it doesn't matter. Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails. Phew, that's a relief. By the way, Jotaro, your current abilities are already impressive, but Dio Brando, is an exceptionally cunning opponent. If things go too smoothly while you're searching for him, he might flee early. Jotaro Kujo, no problem. Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails. Well, I'm not sure if knowing the outcome in advance is good or bad. Honestly, I don't have the expertise to judge. You'll just have to be extra cautious, okay? Jotaro Kujo, I understand. Orochimaru, what an interesting world, these mysterious stands and the ability to stop time. Jotaro Kuan, I'm starting to feel like I'd like to study you personally. Jotaro Kujo, you're welcome to try. Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails. Guys, don't fight, please. Oh, by the way, speaking of powerful abilities, Admiral Kizaru here has the glint fruit powers. He's basically the natural counter to vampires. If Kizaru could go to Jotaro's world, he'd obliterate Dio Brando in no time. Hybra AI, what's the glint fruit? The passage of time in Conan's world was significantly different from that of the other worlds. While the chat group was still discussing, Hybra AI had already finished reading JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 3, which had just been uploaded. This truly was a classic work, even Hybra AI found herself somewhat engrossed. Before she could ask for the other parts of the series, however, something in the conversation caught her attention. That Dio Brando was no ordinary vampire who would be taken down with nails and a hammer. Hybra couldn't imagine what kind of ability could effectively counter such a monster. Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails. Admiral Kizaru, can I explain it? Borsalino, If it's for AI-chan, then it's fine. Hybra AI. Who just casually calls a stranger AI-chan. Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails. Well, if it's Admiral Kizaru, it's kind of normal. Anyway, Admiral Kizaru's glint fruit ability can basically be understood as him turning into light. He can attack with light beams or his light-transformed body, move at the speed of light, and is immune to physical attacks, among other abilities. Hybra AI. Are you joking? Do you even know what the speed of light means? Or does light speed not equal 300,000 kilometers per second in your world? Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails. No jokes here. Admiral Kizaru is one of the Navy's top officers, part of the strongest combat force in their world. He's essentially our group's power ceiling, no offense to other big shots here. I'm just a weakling hanging around at the bottom of the combat rankings. Please don't get mad at me. Kobayashi, well, random guy, are you forgetting me? If we're competing for the weakest, I won't hand over my crown without a fight. Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails, you're a popular protagonist soon to find a dragon and live with a maid. Don't go overboard trying to act weak. Hybra AI, even if you two are weaklings, you're still adults. Surely no one thinks they'd lose to an underage girl, right? While Borsellino amused himself by watching this group of weaklings squabble over who was the weakest, a pleasant sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Dimensional chat group update complete. New feature added, dimensional travel. Members can now issue tasks and invite other members to their respective worlds. Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails, holy. At Jotaro Kujo Jotaro, you can now ask Admiral Kizaru to help you. Borsellino, I wouldn't mind, but it's still up to Jotaro's decision. In the Jojo world, the usually stoic Jotaro Kujo fell into deep thought. With his personality, he wouldn't hesitate to face an enemy as formidable as Dio Brando, and he wouldn't involve unrelated strangers in his battles. But defeating Dio was crucial to saving his mother's life. No matter how indifferent he appeared, Jotaro couldn't turn down an ally as powerful as Borsellino. Chapter 4, Prelude to Summit War. Jotaro Kujo, you can call me Jojo. At Borsellino, can you help me when the time comes? I'm willing to offer any reward you want. Given Jotaro Kujo's personality, under normal circumstances, he would never rashly seek help from a stranger, even when facing a powerful enemy like Dio Brando. But this battle was tied to his mother's life. To completely break the curse, he had to eliminate Dio Brando. Although the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 3 uploaded to the group showed him defeating Dio in the end, why refuse a safer approach if it's available? Borsellino, of course. After all, I'm a Marine who bears the name of justice. As for the reward, I'll settle for keeping the spoils of battle. Jotaro Kujo, deal. When can you come? Borsellino, when you arrive in Egypt, just post the task in the group, and I'll be there. In the One Piece world, Borsellino, who had been slacking off throughout the meeting, yawned. He glanced back slightly at Nami, who was furiously scribbling notes behind him, and couldn't help but look forward to the prospect. Having the chance to travel to Jojo's Bizarre Adventure and beat Dio Brando to a pulp sounded far more exciting than dealing with strange pirates. Of course, the main point was that defeating pirates only earned a bounty. For Borsellino, that wasn't particularly motivating. Orochimaru, at Borsellino Kizaru, if you capture Dio Brando, could you leave me part of his flesh and body tissues before completely destroying him? In exchange, I'll offer suitable compensation. Borsellino, sure, just have your payment ready. Borsellino wasn't worried about Orochimaru failing to provide something valuable. Although he didn't know which point in time this Orochimaru was from, as long as it wasn't his childhood version, he was sure Orochimaru had plenty of treasures. At worst, he could wait until Orochimaru acquired something valuable and then demand the compensation. Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails, this is perfect. With Admiral Kizaru helping, there's no way Dio can escape no matter how cunning he is. Hybra AI, are you really that confident? Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails, let me put it this way, if Admiral Kizaru came to your world, as long as he wanted to, he could turn Tokyo into a pile of rubble in the time it takes you to enjoy afternoon tea. Hybra AI, you make it sound like he's one of those alien kaiju from fiction. Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails, in a way, compared to Admiral Kizaru, most kaiju would pale in comparison. What followed was a series of praises for Admiral Kizaru. Even though Borsellino himself had hardly said a word, his status in the hearts of the group members kept rising. In truth, random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails wasn't merely being a fanboy or blindly praising Kizaru. He had his reasons. In his mind, hyping up Admiral Kizaru now would make it harder for the Admiral to turn him down if he were in danger later. Even in a late game, high-power world like Swallowed Star, Admiral Kizaru could dominate during the early stages. If he could latch onto someone this powerful, his survival would be much more secure. But alas, this Borsellino wasn't the real Admiral Kizaru. If it had been the actual Kizaru, perhaps he might have begrudgingly offered a helping hand out of politeness. However, this version of Borsellino wasn't so easily moved. While Borsellino was slacking off and multitasking between conversations, the meeting at Marine headquarters started getting to the main topic. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, is it truly wise to risk war with the Whitebeard pirates over someone like Fire Fist Ace? A Marine Vice Admiral seated not far from Admiral Akiji raised this question. Not all Marines were like Admiral Akainu, who was hellbent on eradicating pirates at any cost. Even within Marine headquarters, an organization that claimed to represent justice, there were clear divides between those with hawkish and dovish stances on pirates. The hawkish Marines believed all pirates were irredeemable scum and advocated for the harshest measures to exterminate them, even if it meant civilian casualties. In contrast, the dovish Marines argued that the Navy's duty was to protect the populace and uphold justice. Sacrificing civilian lives in the pursuit of eliminating pirates was, to them, an irresponsible and unjustifiable act. The Hawks were led by Admiral Akainu, while the Doves were represented by Admiral Akiji. Those who sided with neither group and preferred neutrality had Admiral Kizaru as their figurehead. Privately, or at least in Nami's presence, Borsalino jokingly referred to his faction as the Slacker faction. At this moment, the Vice Admiral who spoke was part of the Doves. They weren't against taking action against pirates, but in their view, provoking an all-out war with the Whitebeard pirates over Fire Fist Ace was unwise. With the Whitebeard pirates' strength, what would happen if they launched a full-scale retaliation in the New World against the Navy? Even if the New World naval branches could withstand the Whitebeard pirates, what guarantee was there that other pirate crews wouldn't seize the opportunity to create further chaos and trouble for the Navy? This is exactly what we're here to discuss next. Fleet Admiral Sengoku took a deep breath. Even though over 10 years had passed, his voice instinctively grew serious as he brought up that man's name once again. The true name of Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, is Gold Ace. He is the descendant of the Pirate King, Gold Roger. The blood of sin flows through his veins. The moment his words fell, the previously quiet meeting room exploded into chaos. Even Akainu and Kazan displayed expressions of shock. The Pirate King, Gold Roger. Even after more than a decade, the men who single-handedly ignited the Great Pirate Era remained a taboo-like presence in the minds of many Marines. And now, Fleet Admiral Sengoku revealed that Fire Fist Ace was Roger's own bloodline. Coupled with the fact that Whitebeard, once both a rival and ally to Roger, now had Ace as his 2nd Division commander, it was impossible not to let imaginations run wild. The Pirate King, huh? Even Borsalino felt a twinge of emotion. He hadn't expected Vice Admiral Garp's long-kept secret to finally be exposed. Mr. Borsalino, do you think Fire Fist Ace knows where the Pirate King's treasure is hidden? While the Marine officers were busy murmuring among themselves, Nami cautiously leaned closer to Borsalino. Her large, sparkling eyes had somehow already turned into treasure-shaped symbols. I don't think he knows, Borsalino replied, the corner of his mouth twitching. Internally, he made a note to keep a close eye on this greedy little thief. Chapter 5, Task. Even though Roger, the Pirate King, had been dead for more than a decade, his influence over the Navy's top brass remained as strong as ever. Previously, many Marine officers, including those aligned with the pacifist faction, opposed rashly provoking the Whitebeard pirates. However, once Fleet Admiral Sengoku revealed Ace's true lineage and the so-called sinful bloodline of the Pirate King that ran through his veins, even Kazan offered no objections to Sengoku's plan to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace. What followed was naturally the formulation of the Marine-Forward War Plan, which targeted the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku, ever the ambitious strategist, sought to seize this opportunity to completely annihilate Whitebeard and his crew. Although the Whitebeard pirates weren't the most violent of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard's unmatched strength and influence had cemented his position as the Navy's greatest threat. The world's strongest man was, without question, a thorn in their side. But what did any of this have to do with someone like Borsalino? When the time came for the battle at Marine Ford, he would just fire off a few pew-pew-pew light beams here and there, enough to earn his paycheck. Ideally, he'd find a suitable punching bag to engage, throwing in lines like, "This one is terrifying. If left unchecked, they'll surely become a grave threat." That way, no one could accuse him of slacking off. Hey, Borsalino. Borsalino. What Borsalino didn't expect, however, was that just as he was mentally preparing himself for a lazy mode participation in the war, and even thinking about taking a vacation with Nami afterward, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, his heartless boss, had already set his sights on him. Even among the eccentric admirals, the so-called ageless admiral Borsalino stood out as the quirkiest. He didn't uphold his sense of justice as fervently as Akainu or Kazan, nor did he share Vice Admiral Garp's free-spirited disregard for authority. Well, to be fair, Borsalino had also ignored orders from the world government more than once. Still, most of the time, he showed a certain level of respect for the 5 elders and the government's authority. If there was one term to best describe Borsalino, it was likely his own favorite, salary thief. No matter the mission, he'd always put in just enough effort, never more, never less. Despite his power, which many believed was slightly above that of the other 2 admirals, no one had ever seen him fight at full strength. The thought of watching Borsalino half-ass his way through the battlefield again made Sengoku feel a pang of frustration. After exchanging a glance with Vice Admiral Tsuru, Sengoku steeled his resolve and called out to the retreating Borsalino. You need something, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Despite his laziness, Borsellino held a degree of respect for Sengoku. After all, the man was shouldering the burdens of the Navy as its leader, even going so far as to secretly dye his graying hair black to avoid appearing old and frail in the eyes of the troops. The Marineford War will require summoning the 7 warlords of the sea. Given how unruly and difficult those pirates are, we'll need someone of sufficient stature to personally recruit them. Sengoku could barely contain the upward curve tugging at the corners of his mouth. Every time others worked hard at the front lines, that bastard Borsellino would be slacking off in the background. Finally, Sengoku had caught him and found the perfect chance to make him pay for it. The 7 warlords of the sea guarded the 7 main routes of the Grand Line. To gather them all in one place would ideally require traversing almost the entire first half of the Grand Line. With his understanding of Borsellino, Sengoku knew that this task was perfectly calibrated to hit the Admiral's sweet spot of frustration. If the task were harder or more troublesome, Borsellino would certainly find ways to shift it onto someone else or simply delay it. This. As expected, the task of recruiting the warlords left Borsellino feeling deeply conflicted. Just as he was about to come up with an excuse to wriggle out of it, he realized Sengoku had already walked off, leaving no room for negotiation. Damn it. I'm swapping Sengoku's hair dye with green next time. Borsellino-san, the meeting is over. Isn't it time to start working now? Nami pulled out a thick stack of schedules, filled with tasks that required Borsellino's personal attention as a Navy admiral. From small tasks like meeting with outstanding subordinates to major issues like quelling a mutiny in one of the Navy branches, the sheer volume of responsibilities made Borsellino's head spin. It almost triggered his fear of densely packed lists. This is way too much. Nami, could you make me a short list first? Let me handle the urgent ones first. Borsellino rubbed his forehead. Even as a self-proclaimed salary thief, he couldn't shirk every responsibility. Fine, he thought, I'll do some of it, if only for the sake of Sengoku's precious hair dye. But this is the short list. Nami's expression darkened as she responded. If Borsellino hadn't been so lazy and unmotivated, the workload wouldn't have piled up to this extent in the first place. Hearing her words, Borsellino froze. With years of experience in slacking off, he estimated it would take at least half a month to clear this backlog of work. Nami, can I really trust you with this? Borsellino suddenly placed his hands on Nami's shoulders. His unblinking gaze locked onto her eyes, as if he were trying to discern something deep within their reflection. Even though she had been by Borsellino's side for nearly 2 years, this was the first time Nami had seen the so-called ageless admiral look this serious. Who would have thought that the Navy senior who developed life return would never imagine it being used by someone so shameless, not for combat or training, but to make himself more attractive and flirt with girls? Faced with Borsellino's unapologetic stare for the first time, Nami wasn't sure what to think. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she instinctively pushed him away. Stay calm. Don't let this guy fool you. Sure, he saved Belmere, and yes, he's handsome, but don't forget he's just a middle-aged man in his 50s. In that moment, it felt like 2 little Namis popped up on her shoulders. The one on the left, with angel wings, kept listing Borsellino's good qualities. The one on the right, with devil horns, urged her to stay rational. Of course, you can. Nami took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing thoughts. This was no time to lose composure. She couldn't forget where she was, this was Navy headquarters. She couldn't let this guy say something outrageous. Good, then I'll leave it to you. These tasks are all in your capable hands while I handle the mission Sengoku gave me. With a satisfied smile, Borsellino handed the thick stack of schedules to Nami. After all, where else would you find a superior as dedicated to developing subordinates as him? If anyone doubted him, they could go ask Akainu's adjutant. His only tasks were probably limited to cleaning the office. Chapter 6, Dumping the Work. Having successfully shirked his responsibilities, Borsellino swiftly made his escape. The speed at which he disappeared was worthy of his title as the Navy's fastest, leaving Nami standing in the wind, clutching a thick stack of schedules in utter disarray. While avoiding being buried in work was certainly a relief, recruiting the 7 warlords of the sea was no easy task. Pirates, by nature, are a rebellious bunch, and the 7 warlords, being pirates specifically used to counter other pirates, are even more arrogant and unruly than the average rogue. Even though Borsellino could easily overpower them with his sheer strength, the restrictions on using lethal force meant that any mishandling might leave him with more trouble than it was worth. As he brooded over this predicament, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the distance, directing Marines as they loaded supplies onto a warship. Strawberry. At the sight of that distinctive tall hat, Borsellino's eyes lit up immediately. Strawberry was a staunch member of the Navy's hawkish faction and had previously served under Borsellino during their time at the G1 fortress. The two had a good relationship. Notably, Strawberry's hat concealed a comically high skull underneath. Admiral Kizaru. Upon seeing his former superior, Strawberry instinctively straightened up. Where are you headed? Borsellino smiled, patting Strawberry on the shoulder. While this vice admiral wasn't considered a nice guy by most, particularly given his willingness to employ underhanded methods against pirates, he was undeniably a competent marine. Strawberry's dedication to eradicating pirates made him highly regarded by Akainu. "I've been ordered to hunt down the pirate blood demon Locke," Strawberry replied honestly, producing a bounty poster. The pirate captain's bounty was listed at 80 million berries. Compared to the powerhouses abundant in the New World, pirates in the first half of the Grand Line were far fewer in number, especially those with bounties exceeding 100 million berries. An 80 million bounty was already considered significant, usually indicating either formidable strength and potential or heinous crimes. "This guy's been sighted near the comm belt?" Borsellino asked. Borsellino casually flipped through the intelligence attached to the bounty notice, and an amused smile crept across his face. "Yes, Blood Demon Locke is extremely cunning. His pirate ship has been modified into a paddle-driven vessel, allowing him to escape into the comm belt whenever he encounters a Navy warship. The Marines from Branch 117 have tried capturing him several times but have always failed," Strawberry said with a cold snort. No matter how sly a pirate was, they could never escape the Navy's pursuit. This time, the Navy had dispatched a main battleship capable of traversing the comm belt, along with a headquarters vice admiral like him. No matter how cunning Blood Demon Locke might be, his fate was sealed. "Ahem, put the pirate hunt on hold for now. I have another arrangement for you, a much more important task." Borsellino nonchalantly stuffed Locke's bounty poster into his pocket and gave Strawberry a benevolent smile. As an admiral, Borsellino wasn't merely a high-ranking fighter for the Navy. In theory, he had the authority to command any vice admiral or even the main fleet stationed at headquarters. Large-scale military operations like a buster call were prime examples of the power admirals wielded. Thus, before Strawberry could fully grasp what was happening, Borsellino successfully dumped the task of recruiting the 7 warlords of the sea onto him. The good news? Admiral Kizaru, in a rare show of conscience, decided to personally handle recruiting Boa Hancock, saving Strawberry a trip to Amazon Lily. The bad news? Apart from Crocodile, who had recently been defeated by Straw Hat Luffy, there were still 5 other warlords to deal with. Each had a vastly different personality and temperament, but they shared one thing in common: they were all a major headache. To make matters worse, even Strawberry's fully resupplied warship was requisitioned by Admiral Kizaru under the pretext of saving time. The Marines aboard were just as bewildered as their vice admiral as they found themselves setting sail under Borsellino's orders, leaving Strawberry behind on shore. The last time I went to Amazon Lily was a few months ago. I wonder if Hancock's still on the island. Moshi Moshi, can you hear me?" On the deck, Borsellino set up his beloved beach chair and dialed Amazon Lily's Den Mushi. Fleet Admiral Sengoku wished every high-ranking officer in the Navy could embrace the 996 work culture like him. To make matters worse, Sakazuki, Akainu, was an absolute workaholic who seemed intent on crushing his colleagues under a relentless 007 schedule. With the Summit War drawing near, it wasn't hard to imagine how hectic things at Marineford would soon become. Staying there any longer meant no chance for Borsellino to enjoy his laid-back lifestyle. Especially since he'd just dumped a mountain of work onto Nami, loafing around in front of her now might actually prick his conscience. Better to lay low elsewhere. The scenic Amazon Lily seemed like a perfect retreat. "Lord Borsellino. Is it really you, Lord Borsellino?" On the other end of the Den Mushi came an unusually excited female voice. Even through the device, Borsellino could feel her enthusiasm, which was almost overwhelming even for him. "Ahem, yes, it's me, Hancock. I've just left headquarters and am heading to Amazon Lily." Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a loud squeal from the other end, followed by what sounded like utter chaos. It was a while before someone else picked up the Den Mushi, and this time, it wasn't Hancock. "Lord Borsellino, my elder sister wanted to sail out to greet you personally. It took a lot of effort to persuade her otherwise." This voice belonged to Hancock's younger sister, Sandersonia, and it wasn't hard to detect the helplessness in her tone. "Sister, your clothes." If one listened closely, they could faintly hear the voice of Hancock's other sister, Marigold, in the background. "Please help me convince Hancock to wait. I'll be arriving at Amazon Lily soon, there's no need for her to come meet me halfway," Borsellino replied with a sigh, then hung up. He leaned back and let out another sigh. If being too charming were a crime, then surely he'd be the most guilty criminal in history. To think that the pirate empress herself had turned into a love-struck fool because of him, it truly felt like he was committing a sin. Ding. Jotaro Kujo has issued a specific task: invite at Borsellino to join his world. Do you accept? Accept/decline. As Borsellino was silently lamenting his predicament, a notification from the dimensional chat group suddenly echoed in his mind. Time flowed differently in each world. While only a few hours had passed in the One Piece world, Jotaro Kujo's world was already heading into the final confrontation with Dio Brando. Borsalino made his way back to his cabin, instructed the Marines on watch not to disturb him, and then accepted Jotaro Kujo's invitation. Chapter 7 Kizaru's Bizarre Adventures. Borsalino had mentally prepared himself for some dramatic effect when crossing into another dimension. However, when he accepted the invitation, he experienced nothing more than a brief flash before finding himself in an entirely different world. The surroundings resembled a hotel room. Jotaro Kujo, armed with his knowledge of the plot and Dio's abilities, appeared far more composed than one would expect before such a crucial battle. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Borsalino," Jotaro said calmly as he observed the men who had suddenly appeared before him. His expression betrayed no emotion. But Borsalino, with his top-tier observation haki, could sense that Jotaro's mood had relaxed ever so slightly. Despite knowing every detail of the enemy, Dio was a terrifying adversary, and it never hurt to exercise the utmost caution. "Yo, Jotaro-kun. So, this is Egypt." Borsalino glanced out the window, taking in the exotic scenery. Instead of focusing on the upcoming battle, his mind wandered to whether this world might have a domino city, where a certain pharaoh could suddenly show up with the 3 Egyptian god cards. The thought was so absurd it almost made him laugh. "Yes. We've located Dio's hideout. The next step is to destroy him," Jotaro replied flatly. Even when speaking about the enemy he loathed, his face remained expressionless. Just then, a knock came from the door. Borsalino raised an eyebrow, already aware of who it was. "It's time to move out, Jotaro." The door opened to reveal an older man wearing a cowboy hat, Joseph Joestar, Jotaro's grandfather. Stand, Hermit Purple. Other than its A-ranked endurance, its stats were laughably low. Of course, everyone knows there's no such thing as a weak stand, only the invincible Star Platinum and the utterly useless Hermit Purple. This is... Joseph's gaze quickly landed on Borsalino. Jotaro had mentioned introducing them to a new ally, but judging by the Hawaiian shirt and beach shorts, the man looked more like a tourist passing through than someone ready to fight Dio. Borsalino, a champion of justice. Borsalino introduced himself with a casual smile before Jotaro could explain. Jotaro. Joseph frowned in concern. Their target was none other than the monster Dio. Bringing an outsider into this conflict seemed reckless. No matter how strong this man might be, a mere human would stand no chance against a monster like Dio. He would only add to the body count. "Don't worry, Grandpa. Mr. Borsalino is incredibly powerful." Jotaro reassured him, showing no intention of elaborating further. Joseph would understand once he witnessed Borsalino's strength for himself. "Mr. Joestar, is there something wrong?" Standing at the door with his bucket-like hairstyle was Jean-Pierre Polnareff. Seeing him, Joseph Joestar decided it would be best not to keep arguing, temporarily accepting Borsalino as part of their team to face Dio. Borsalino was soon introduced to Jotaro's companions. Mohammed Abdul, a curly-haired man whose stand, Magician's Red, allowed him to manipulate fire. Noriaki Kakyoin, who had sacrificed himself in the original timeline to uncover Dio's time-stopping ability. His stand, Hierophant Green, had powers that vaguely resembled the Gomu Gomu no Mi from Borsalino's world. A dog named Iggy, whose stand, the Fool, could control sand. It could be thought of as a less versatile version of the Suna Suna no Mi, as it lacked Logia intangibility. And finally, Polnareff himself, with his bizarre hairstyle and stand, Silver Chariot. This stand, which resembled a fencing knight, was noted for its speed, precision, and swordsmanship, capable of slashing the air to create vacuum attacks. The group cautiously introduced themselves to the enigmatic Mr. Borsalino, whose abilities and background were completely unknown beyond his name. However, their skepticism quickly turned into full trust after a single display of his knowledge. Borsalino casually revealed Dio's stand abilities and even the abilities of his subordinates. It was as if he knew every last detail about their enemy, right down to what color underwear Dio might be wearing. Since explaining the source of his information would be inconvenient, Jotaro had quietly asked Borsalino to expose Dio and his subordinates' stand abilities. Even Dio's subordinates have such terrifying stand powers. Polnareff muttered, swallowing hard. He couldn't help but shudder at the thought. Without Borsalino's warnings, they would have walked straight into Dio's lair blind, likely being wiped out before even catching a glimpse of their target. It's one thing to deal with Dio's underlings, Polnareff added, but Dio himself. His stand's ability to stop time is just unbeatable. Abdul was drenched in cold sweat, unable to imagine how they could defeat an enemy capable of stopping time. Joseph Joestar, however, shook his head. To him, the truly terrifying one wasn't Dio, it was Borsalino, who seemed to know every detail about Dio and his subordinates before the battle had even begun. No matter how powerful an ability was, there was always a way to counter it. And someone who could uncover their enemy's weaknesses before the fight even started. That was far scarier. Joseph couldn't help but wonder, how did this Borsalino manage it? After all, there was no sign that he was a stand user himself. Polnareff broke the silence with a skeptical question. If vampires are weak to sunlight, why are we heading out at night? He glanced at the sky, where the moon hung high. It was still the middle of the night. Even if they managed to get through Dio's subordinates, by the time they reached Dio himself, it would only be early morning. Defeating Dio in the dark meant they wouldn't have the sun to help destroy him. Trust me, Jotaro said curtly, his tone leaving no room for debate. He was well aware of the disadvantages of acting at night, but he had his reasons. With Borsalino in their party, he felt assured that even if they defeated Dio without sunlight, they'd still have a way to end him permanently. Additionally, Jotaro harbored a concern: if they approached too methodically or waited too long, Dio might sense their presence and flee. That cunning vampire was unlikely to stay and fight if things didn't look favorable. Noriaki Kakyoin and Joseph exchanged a glance before nodding in agreement. After all, they were in a much better position now compared to when they knew nothing about their enemy's abilities. Soon, Dio's mansion came into view. Borsalino, following the group with a relaxed demeanor, was reminded of adventures in video games, where small teams worked together to navigate labyrinths and defeat bosses. It had been a long time since he had experienced this kind of camaraderie. For someone like him, who could face the Whitebeard pirates head-on and still walk away unscathed, storming Dio's hideout felt less like a mission and more like a casual stroll through a park. Chapter 8, Raid. The enemy has a stand ability that can create illusions. If too many of us go in at once, we'll be split up and defeated individually. It's better if Jotaro, Kakyoin, and I scout ahead, while the rest of you stay outside and be ready to provide backup, Joseph suggested. Even with a thorough understanding of the enemy's abilities, Joseph did not let his guard down. Even when confident, he always chose the most cautious strategy. If it's just illusions, there's nothing to worry about. No illusion can fool my eyes, Borsalino calmly interjected. As a master of top-tier observation hockey, Borsalino could sense everything around him with unparalleled precision. Even if his 5 senses were completely blocked, he could still rely on his hockey to fight effectively. Unless the enemy's observation hockey surpassed his and could also deceive his ability, no illusion, no matter how realistic, would have any effect on him. Besides, the enemy's stand ability could only create illusions to deceive vision. It couldn't even fool the sense of smell of Iggy, the dog. How could they possibly stand against Borsalino? All right then, everyone, stay alert and proceed carefully, Joseph finally agreed reluctantly after noticing that Jotaro, who was usually reliable, did not object. Clenching his teeth, he led the group into Dio's mansion. However, the moment they stepped inside, the surroundings abruptly transformed into an endless abyss. Whoosh! Before anyone could react, a dazzling flash of light swept through the area. The bottomless abyss instantly disappeared, and their surroundings reverted to the entrance of the mansion. Oh! At that moment, Polnareff's delayed scream rang out. Faced with the slightly amused looks of his teammates, Polnareff wished he could stab the illusion-casting enemy into a beehive. That illusion-casting stand user. Joseph squinted at Borsalino with a mix of suspicion and curiosity. Even now, he couldn't figure out what had just happened. In his mind, however, he was certain that the sudden dispelling of the illusion must have been due to Borsalino. Handled it. Just a quick cleanup, Borsalino replied casually. Attempting to deceive someone with illusions in front of a master of top-tier observation hockey was nothing short of a death wish. Move forward. Jotaro commanded, his focus unshaken. He had no intention of dwelling on the defeated enemy. His sole target was Dio. No one objected. The group was now eager to push forward, overcome Dio's remaining minions, and end this nightmare once and for all. Soon, the group found themselves standing before a grand hall. Awaiting them inside was the mansion's first true opponent. Welcome, esteemed guests. I am Terence T. Darby, Lord Dio's butler. A young man with distinct markings on his forehead, nose, and chin rose from his seat. Despite facing 6 intruders and a dog, Darby appeared completely at ease. Daniel J. Darby, what's your connection to him? Joseph asked calmly. Knowing how dangerous Darby's stand ability was, the experienced veteran tried to unsettle him. My useless older brother managed to make an impression on you. At least his death wasn't entirely in vain. Darby smirked, seemingly unfazed by Joseph's attempt to throw him off balance. These followers of Dio were pure evil. Ordinary human emotions were nothing but a weakness to them. Stop wasting time with him. Let me take him down. Polnareff, still stinging from his earlier embarrassment, stepped forward with determination. His stand, Silver Chariot, charged directly at Darby. Ah, that won't do. As Lord Dio's butler, letting you through here would be far too negligent of me, Darby said with a sly grin. Using his stand ability, Darby flawlessly predicted Silver Chariot's movements, dodging Polnareff's relentless attacks with ease. The group's expressions darkened. They had already known Darbai's stand could read minds to some extent, but facing it firsthand was proving incredibly difficult. And this was only one aspect of his ability. Without prior knowledge of Darbai's powers, defeating him would have been nearly impossible. Damn it. If you're so confident, stop dodging and fight me head-on. Polnareff roared in frustration, his temper flaring. With Dio's lair so close, being stalled by Darbai was infuriating. The longer the fight dragged on, the more agitated he became. That won't do. How about we play a game instead? If you can beat me in a video game, I might consider letting you pass. Darbai spoke with a sly grin, his mind already scheming. With so many stand users here, turning them into puppets would be absolutely thrilling. His collection didn't have many stand users, let alone ones like Joseph and Jotaro from the Joestar family. If he could deliver their bloodlines to Lord Dio, Dio would surely view him in a new light. A mind-reading ability, huh? Too bad you're such a scumbag. Otherwise, you'd make a great human polygraph. Borsellino exchanged a glance with Jotaro and then stepped forward. Although the Dimensional Chat group had already provided strategies for defeating Darbai, Jotaro wasn't willing to take risks. Darbai's ability was simply too dangerous, and having seen his companions' deaths in those illusions, Jotaro didn't want to gamble again. Borsellino didn't mind helping out. Even though he was used to slacking off, he'd carried the name of justice as a marine for decades. To him, Dio and his henchmen were like red-named enemies in a game, generating automatic hostility. It only made sense to strike them down on sight. Hey, still trying? Let me guess, you'll attack left, right, or maybe the center. Darbai's confident smile slowly vanished. His assured demeanor stiffened as he looked at Borsellino. The smugness in his eyes turned to fear. Although Borsellino merely raised a single finger, Darbai reacted as though he were witnessing the apocalypse itself. No need to guess. I have a hard time making decisions, so I prefer to choose all of the above. A dazzling light appeared at Borsellino's fingertip. In the next instant, countless beams of light erupted, showering the room like a deadly web. Darbai had no chance to dodge, counter, or even escape. The onslaught of light pierced through him like a sieve, eliminating any opportunity for resistance. This attack was something Borsellino had developed before mastering observation hockey. The only way to survive it was to endure it head-on with raw defense. Clearly, Darbai wasn't built for taking hits. With a single strike, Borsellino wiped out the troublesome stand user. At last, Jotaro's companions began to understand just how powerful the ally Jotaro had brought with him truly was. Chapter 9, Dio. Amazing. Polnareff couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Although Borsellino was just a helper invited by Jotaro, the strength he displayed was absolutely astonishing. Even against a stand user with such an incredibly powerful ability, Borsellino effortlessly overpowered them as if it were nothing. His speed is incredible, even for a special stand, this is just too much, and that destructive power. Kakyoin widened his eyes as he looked at the massive hole now exposing the outside scenery, a result of countless walls being obliterated by Borsellino's attack. Given their current location, it was clear that Borsellino had almost blasted straight through the entire mansion. At the very moment of Darbai's death, Dio, who had been reclining on a lavish, fringed canopy bed while reading a book, suddenly furrowed his brows. Lord Dio. Vanilla Ice, who had been standing nearby, stepped forward and waited dutifully for instructions from the one he revered above all else. Darbai is dead. Our guests certainly know how to surprise me, Dio remarked, closing the book in his hands. The face that still retained traces of his youthful beauty now bore a devilishly charming smile. As expected of the Joestar family. Even after 100 years, Jonathan's bloodline hadn't failed to impress him. Please allow me to eliminate these unwelcome visitors. Vanilla Ice's expression turned cold as he knelt respectfully before Dio. Even knowing that these intruders had the power to kill Darbai in an instant, Vanilla Ice showed no hesitation. If it was for Lord Dio, even death held no fear. They are indeed a troublesome group. But if it's you, kill yourself, Vanilla. Give your blood to me. Dio cast a sidelong glance at Vanilla Ice. For a subordinate so loyal, even a villain like Dio didn't mind bestowing a small gift in return. If anyone else had heard their revered leader ask them to commit suicide, they might have immediately turned traitor or, at the very least, felt doubt. As you wish, Lord Dio. Yet Vanilla Ice didn't hesitate in the slightest. He even went so far as to find a container to collect his own blood before using his stand to sever his own neck. Meanwhile, after taking care of Darbai, who had tried to block their way, Jotaro and his group bypassed the destroyed staircase and, under Joseph's guidance, advanced toward Dio's hiding place. But after just a few steps, Borsellino suddenly came to a halt. Mr. Borsellino. At this point, Avdol had fully realized just how powerful the helper Jotaro had brought along truly was. Seeing Borsellino stop, even though he himself couldn't sense anything amiss, Avdol instinctively raised his guard. "Well, do you all enjoy bungee jumping?" Borsellino glanced at the floor beneath their feet as he spoke. "What?" Joseph was momentarily stunned, but before he could respond, the ground beneath them began to shake violently. The Stardust Crusaders had barely registered what was happening when the floor gave way with a thunderous crash. Boom. Tons of bricks and rubble collapsed along with the floor. Kakyoin quickly summoned his stand to try to shield his companions, but before Hierophant Green could extend far enough, an even larger collapse caused nearly half the mansion to crumble into ruins. Even stand users, faced with such an abrupt disaster, could only focus on protecting themselves as best they could. That was truly dangerous. I almost died. As the dust settled, only Borsellino remained, floating effortlessly in midair where the Stardust Crusaders had been moments before. Looking down at the rubble-strewn remains of the mansion, he spoke with an air of casual indifference. If one looked closely, they would notice that the tips of Borsellino's toes occasionally tapped the air, creating ultra-small-scale air explosions that propelled his body back into position mid-fall. Because the movements were so fast and subtle, it gave the illusion that he was floating motionlessly in midair. What remarkable body control and explosive power. No wonder Darby died at your hands, it was inevitable. From the shadows of a dark corridor, accompanied by the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps, a man clad in golden attire emerged. It was Dio, clapping his hands as he walked forward. Though Darby had clear personality flaws and overly relied on his stand, someone capable of killing him instantly, like Borsellino, had warranted Dio's personal appearance. At first glance, Dio couldn't help but admit that Darby's death was completely deserved. Even with his own superhuman strength and agility, Dio had never conceived of the idea of achieving flight through such a simple, brute force technique as air stepping. What an astonishing physique. Especially considering how minuscule Borsellino's toe movements were, barely perceptible. Even though Dio was seeing Rokushiki, a technique from another world, for the first time, he could easily grasp how incredibly difficult it was. You must be Dio. Borsellino, intrigued, studied the men standing arrogantly in the corridor. That slight backward-leaning, overconfident posture was, to be honest, quite punchable. Tell me your name. A man capable of easily defeating Darby has earned the right for me, Dio, to know it. Dio's lips curved into a confident smile. And he certainly had reasons to be confident. Whether it was his superhuman strength and intelligence, his immortality, or his mastery of the world, Dio had powers that could drive anyone to madness. Even someone as powerful as Vanilla Ice willingly sacrificed himself for Dio. What the fuck? Borsellino muttered in a low voice. He almost couldn't help covering his face. It was difficult to imagine, without experiencing it firsthand, just how awkward Dio's presence could be. And yet, Dio himself remained completely oblivious to it. In other words, as long as Dio didn't feel embarrassed, the one left feeling awkward was Borsellino. It's fine if you don't want to say your name. Since you've come here with them, I imagine you already know enough about me, Dio. Wealth, power, strength, even eternal life, whatever you desire, I, Dio, can give it to you. Tell me, what is it you desire? Dio extended his hand toward Borsellino. Though Dio always believed in his own strength above all, he never turned away powerful allies. Especially now that only Vanilla Ice remained among his notable subordinates, with the rest being a band of insignificant grunts whose names he couldn't even bother to remember. I desire milk I desire worthy opponents. Borsellino almost let slip a cheesy joke from his previous life but caught himself just in time to maintain his dignity. Chapter 10, Za Warudo. Then let me, Dio, be your opponent. Once you witness my power, you'll understand that your place is by my side. Dio chuckled softly, unfazed by Borsellino's current display of arrogance. In the past, he'd encountered plenty of promising individuals like this. Once he, Dio, revealed his true power and made them submit, their loyalty would follow naturally. Moreover, those who had witnessed his real strength often became the most devoted followers, just like Vanilla Ice. 3%. 5%. Never mind, let's start with 1%. Borsellino held up his hand, making a few vague gestures before finally raising one finger toward Dio. Boom. In an instant, Borsellino appeared in front of Dio, who was sent flying down the corridor and embedded in the wall at its farthest end, his body spread out in the shape of a star. From start to finish, the only contact Borsellino made was with the tip of his raised finger, brushing against Dio. The sheer speed and overwhelming power were unmatched. Even Dio, with his time-stopping ability, failed to react in time to the strike. Simultaneously, a series of tremors and crashing sounds echoed from the lower levels of the mansion. It was likely that Jotaro and the others had encountered Vanilla Ice. For most stand users, having their stand's ability revealed typically spelled defeat. But there were always exceptions, stands so overwhelmingly powerful that knowing their abilities didn't make them any easier to counter. Vanilla Ice's Cream and Dio's The World were prime examples. The only way to defeat such opponents was to wait for them to expose a weakness themselves. Of course, if one had strength as overwhelming as Borsalino's, the nature of the stand's ability became irrelevant. Za Warudo. Dio, still embedded in the wall, raised his head, his face dark with anger as he activated his stand ability to halt time. As a vampire, Dio possessed immortality, allowing him to recover from even the most grievous injuries. Even Dio had to admit that he had underestimated this mysterious opponent. Jumping down from the dented wall, Dio bounced lightly on his feet a couple of times. Then, lowering his gaze to his chest, he noticed the wound where Borsalino's finger had pierced him, already healing at an astonishing speed. Dio glanced briefly at his rapidly healing wound before disregarding it entirely. Counting down the remaining time in the world's time stop, he strutted toward the audacious young man who had dared to defy him, his steps resembling a cat's graceful gait. Borsalino's face, frozen in time, maintained its usual faintly amused smile. After observing for a moment, Dio mimicked Borsalino's gesture, raising a finger and lightly pressing it against the young man's chest. 3, 2, 1. As time resumed its flow, Dio surged with power, intending to return Borsalino's earlier strike with equal force. In this world where time stops, only Dio. Before Dio could finish, the arrogant expression on his face twisted into one of sheer astonishment. His full-strength attack was capable of shattering steel plates 4 centimeters thick. While using just a finger couldn't unleash his full destructive potential, it was more than enough to kill a human being. But to Dio's utter shock, as his finger made contact with Borsalino's chest, a sound like metal clashing against metal rang out. Clang. It felt as though Dio had just jabbed his finger into a solid block of steel, no, something 100 times harder than steel. That was close. I almost died just now. Borsalino, unfazed, glanced down at the finger pressed against his chest, not even surprised by Dio's sudden proximity. You're not normal. After a brief silence, Dio abruptly leapt backward, creating distance between himself and Borsalino, his face darkening with suspicion. Countless thoughts raced through Dio's mind as he replayed Borsalino's every move since the Star Crusaders had invaded his mansion. Dio was no mindless brute who relied solely on his stand ability or vampiric power. Even as a human, he had demonstrated exceptional intelligence, creativity, and adaptability. Aren't you going to attack me again? It looks like your subordinate won't hold out much longer, Borsalino remarked casually, glancing at the collapsed ruins below. Despite Vanilla Ice's formidable strength and stand ability, he was struggling against the combined onslaught of the Star Crusaders. With his stand's abilities already revealed, his defeat seemed inevitable. If not for the Star Crusaders' cautious approach, they likely would have already defeated their opponent by now. If he falls here, it only proves he was never worth much, Dio remarked coldly. While he had rewarded Vanilla Ice's loyalty with eternal life, he had no intention of making futile efforts to save a defeated subordinate. Only victors were worthy of following in his footsteps. Besides, as a vampire, Vanilla Ice wouldn't die so easily. Dio was confident he could deal with this troublesome opponent in front of him before Vanilla Ice was defeated. Yes, troublesome. Although Borsalino's displayed strength had caught him off guard, Dio remained assured of his ability to overcome any foe. In the world of stop time, no one could be his equal. How ruthless, discarding your subordinates the moment they lose their usefulness, Borsalino said with feigned disappointment. Indeed, Dio lived up to his title. Treating his followers as nothing more than expendable tools. Only by achieving continuous victory can one earn the right to stand by my side. Dio retorted with a sneer. The weak had no value in his eyes. If they couldn't recognize that simple truth, no matter how strong they might be, they were doomed to fall behind. With that thought, Dio abandoned any further attempts to recruit Borsalino. Someone incapable of understanding his greatness wasn't worthy of being his follower. Heh. Borsalino remained unfazed, extending a second finger this time. Seeing this, Dio wasted no time activating his stand's power. Za Warudo. As the stand ability activated, time came to a halt once more. However, Dio was just a fraction too slow. The moment time stopped, Borsalino was already in front of him again. Boom. Even in the frozen flow of time, Dio was once again sent flying down the corridor. It was the same position, the same angle, but this time, the force that struck him was doubled. The solid wall behind him couldn't withstand the impact, crumbling as he was blasted through, leaving a gaping hole. Chapter 11, ORA. Cough, cough. What is this guy, some kind of monster? Dio glanced at the 2 gaping wounds on his chest, which were slowly healing. If he weren't a vampire, he'd already be dead. Facing such overwhelming power, even Dio couldn't stop himself from cursing under his breath. Speed so fast that he, Dio, couldn't react. Strength that completely surpassed his own. And near-invincible defense that made even an immortal vampire like himself pale in comparison. What kind of absurd constitution was this? No. This guy must have a weakness. There can't possibly be anyone more perfect than me, Dio. What is it? Fixing his gaze on the frozen-in-time Borsellino, Dio racked his brain. Without his time-stopping stand ability, even someone as arrogant as he wouldn't dare entertain the idea of defeating him. As the 5-second limit of his time stop approached, Dio, possessing intelligence far beyond that of ordinary humans, suddenly considered a possibility. That near-impervious defense of his enemy, perhaps it didn't cover every part of his body. Dio's eyes lit up with realization. However, before confirming his hypothesis, he would have to wait for his next time stop. Only then could he set up the battlefield to annihilate this foe. Where'd he go? As time resumed its flow, Borsellino glanced around nonchalantly, making no effort to activate his observation hockey to track Dio. Knowing Dio's personality, Borsellino figured the vampire wouldn't flee unless he was absolutely desperate. But minutes passed, and Dio was still nowhere to be found. Just as Borsellino started considering whether to take things a bit more seriously, that familiar sensation returned. Za Warudo. Time stopped once more, and Dio appeared in the hallway, carrying an armful of weapons. Looking at the motionless Borsellino, whose face still bore a strange smirk, Dio let out a cold laugh. Front, back, head, neck, heart. As he wandered through the frozen world, Dio began hurling weapon after weapon at Borsellino. Night swords, throwing knives, spears. A myriad of weapons was carefully aimed at every vital point on Borsellino's body. The moment time resumed its flow, these weapons, suspended midair, would pierce through this monster's body. While Dio was meticulously planning his victory, the battle between Vanilla Ice and the Star Crusaders on the lower levels of the mansion had also reached a fever pitch. Although the idea of one person fighting 6 may sound unbelievable, Vanilla Ice's stand ability, Cream, is almost unstoppable unless it encounters its natural counter. For most stand users, dealing with it would be nearly impossible. Luckily, Vanilla Ice, driven by his devotion to eliminating anyone who dared to challenge Lord Dio's authority, opted to confront the Stardust Crusaders head-on. Iggy. At Joseph's loud reminder, Iggy activated the Fool's ability, spreading sand throughout the entire space, revealing the movement paths of Cream. Anyone who dares offend Lord Dio will die. Vanilla Ice didn't care about his position being exposed. What difference did it make if they knew where he was? Hidden within the void of Cream dark space, no one could touch him. A vortex of nothingness, capable of devouring everything, rampaged through the mansion's lower levels. Vanilla Ice's confidence wasn't without reason. If he could capture any of the Stardust Crusaders, he could instantly consume their body. His observation ability is weak, use his moment of focus. Now's our chance. Using his unique stand, Hermit Purple, Joseph repeatedly lashed out with its vines, trying to catch a momentary opening when Vanilla Ice exposed himself. In direct combat, Joseph wasn't particularly powerful. But with his quick thinking and vast battle experience, even the strongest enemy could be taken down with the right strategy. Go. Emerald Splash. The ever-prepared Kakyoin immediately followed up. Although his stand, Hierophant Green, lacked raw destructive power, its agility was second to none. Seizing the moment Joseph forced Vanilla Ice to reveal himself, Kakyoin's Emerald Splash successfully pierced through Vanilla Ice's head. Star Platinum. Jotaro didn't let Joseph and Kakyoin's efforts go to waste. Before the severely wounded Vanilla Ice could retreat back into the void, Jotaro's stand, Star Platinum, grabbed hold of him. Then came a relentless barrage of aura, reducing the unfortunate vampire to an unrecognizable pulp. Cut him down. Silver Chariot. Polnareff shouted, his voice filled with determination. To prevent any surprises, Jotaro had warned everyone earlier that Vanilla Ice had likely become an immortal vampire. Even after Star Platinum had crushed his head and hammered his body so flat it looked two-dimensional, Polnareff's stand moved with lightning speed, severing Vanilla Ice's head and limbs with precision strikes. Be purified in flames. Abdul delivered the finishing blow. His stand, Magician's Red, enveloped Vanilla Ice's dismembered remains in a raging inferno. Even Vanilla Ice was utterly overwhelmed by the series of attacks. As the flames consumed him, his severed head continued to wail in agony. To be fair, if this had been an ambush where neither side knew about the other's abilities, Vanilla Ice wouldn't have been defeated so miserably. Before his stand's ability was exposed, he could have easily relied on the terrifying power of Cream to take down several Stardust Crusaders. However, this fight was far from fair. The Crusaders had no intention of revealing their abilities to Vanilla Ice, nor did they feel compelled to engage in honorable one-on-one duels. I'll kill you all. No. I can't die yet. Lord Dio. Even as the flames consumed him, Vanilla Ice struggled and screamed. Reduced to nothing but a head, he continued to howl in desperation. But even a vampire's immortality has its limits. Though his body could endure being dismembered, Abdul's flames were absolute, burning him to ashes. What a terrifying opponent. Joseph adjusted his cowboy hat. It was unclear if he was referring to Vanilla Ice, now reduced to charcoal, or to Dio, the master Vanilla Ice had so devotedly served. Oh no. Mr. Borsellino is still upstairs. Polnareff's expression changed. Although they were aware of Borsellino's incredible strength, Dio's time-stopping ability was simply too overpowering. If Dio decided to launch an ambush while Borsellino was alone, the consequences could be catastrophic. Chapter 12, A Monster. Boom. Before the Stardust Crusaders could take any action, they saw a figure crash through the ceiling, hurled from the upper floors of the mansion. For a brief moment, the Crusaders thought it was Mr. Borsellino, who had fallen victim to Dio's assault. Fortunately, Joseph, with his years of wisdom and experience, stopped Polnareff from rushing forward to help. How terrifying. I almost got killed just now. A second figure leapt down from the upper floor, a calm, smiling Borsellino. Despite having faced both the collapsing mansion and Dio's attack, Borsellino showed no signs of injury. Even his floral shirt and beach shorts were spotless, completely unruffled. In stark contrast, the Stardust Crusaders, who had just ganged up on and defeated Vanilla Ice, looked disheveled and dusty from the collapsing debris. The difference between them was obvious to anyone with eyes. You bastard. What kind of monster are you? Dio, with his limbs bent unnaturally, pulled himself out of the crater he had been smashed into. His face was full of shock as he glared at Borsellino and shouted furiously. This man's speed, strength, and durability were all far beyond his own. A creature with no apparent weaknesses, what else could he be but a monster? What's going on here? That guy, that's Dio, right? Polnareff was utterly confused. Wasn't the normal progression supposed to be that the isolated Mr. Borsellino gets ambushed and gravely injured? At the critical moment, they swoop in to rescue him from Dio's clutches. Then, everyone bands together to defeat the villain, leading to a triumphant, happy ending. How did it turn into Dio being the one who got smashed through the ceiling, looking like he'd been thoroughly beaten, while calling Borsellino a monster? Polnareff wasn't the only one baffled. Even Joseph, with his vast life experience, had to admit that he had never encountered a situation like this before. This is too much, Borsellino said with feigned concern, scratching his head as if troubled. I don't want to be called a monster by someone who doesn't die even after losing their head. This innocent, unbothered demeanor completely enraged Dio. In his long and storied life, it was the first time he'd encountered someone like Borsellino, someone he couldn't overpower physically or outwit verbally. He was 100 times more infuriating than Jonathan Joestar. Die already. Zawarudo. Muda. Enraged, Dio activated his stand once again. In the world where time had stopped, his stand, resembling a diver, launched a furious barrage of punches at Borsellino. But, just like countless times before, even punches that could shatter steel plates barely left a mark on Borsellino. Not even his hair was ruffled. The dark, mysterious substance surrounding him acted like a mythic suit of armor, protecting the irritating monster from any harm. Whether intentional or not, Dio's stand suddenly launched a kick aimed directly at Borsellino's groin. Considering that all previous attacks had been futile, this kick was more of an act of frustration. Bang. What Dio didn't expect, however, was that even though time had stopped, and Borsellino should have been motionless, he suddenly kicked Dio's stand away in the last second of the time stop. The stand was sent flying, and Dio was pulled along with it, tumbling across the ground, rolling over a dozen times. You can't kick there. Borsellino, clearly annoyed, glared at Dio. While being kicked there wouldn't have harmed him, this was a matter that concerned Nami's lifelong happiness, and he couldn't let it slide. It's impossible. Time has already stopped. Why can you still move? Dio, lying on the ground in an awkward position, was both shocked and terrified as he howled in frustration. Time stop was his proud ability, yet here it was, so easily broken. Well, how should I explain this to you? It's really too complicated. Let's just say that, theoretically, time stops when you reach the speed of light, so time stop doesn't work on me. Borsellino didn't know how to explain the theory of relativity to Dio, so he decided to use the simplest explanation possible. The time stop ability was ineffective on him. However, Borsellino still couldn't achieve true time reversal, at least, not yet. How is that possible? How could a human reach the speed of light? You're clearly a monster. Dio's mentality finally cracked. To be fair, he didn't believe in such nonsense about light speed or time reversal. But seeing that Borsellino was unaffected by his time stop ability was crystal clear, and what terrified Dio even more was that time stop had no effect on Borsellino. His own confidence to continue fighting Borsellino evaporated. We can't let Mr. Borsellino fight alone. Let's go together. Without any knowledge of what happened during the 5 seconds of time stop, all they saw was Dio's stand suddenly appearing in front of Borsellino to launch an attack, only to be kicked away by Borsellino. Seeing it as the signal to start, Kakyoin immediately called out and released his stand. Then let's go. Silver Chariot. The Stardust Crusaders had no hesitation and released their stands, charging toward Dio. Dio could only curse as he saw this. He was the one fighting alone, not them. Didn't they see how badly he was getting beaten by this monster? How could they attack him like this? But soon, Dio realized this was the perfect opportunity. The monster could ignore his attacks and time stop ability, but that didn't mean the others could. If he could seize a hostage, he could threaten these hypocrites into letting him go or even force them to turn on each other. Give me enough time, and I'll find that monster's weakness. Dio wasn't opposed to running away. If he couldn't win, why stay and wait for death? Besides, if he couldn't find Borsellino's weakness, Dio still had his final trump card. Worst case, he could sleep underwater for another 100 years. If I couldn't beat Jonathan Joestar, can I not beat you, Joseph Joestar? Revitalized, Dio grinned cruelly and unleashed his stand again. Zawarudo. His stand, resembling a diver, quickly avoided Borsellino's direction and dashed toward the Stardust Crusaders, who appeared to be frozen in amber in the world where time had stopped. In that moment, Dio was fully prepared to deal with Borsellino. But what he didn't expect was that the monster simply stood still, seemingly indifferent to the fate of his companions falling into Dio's hands. Chapter 13, Spoils of War. Seeing that the world was now only a step away from the Stardust Crusaders, even Dio couldn't help but show a hint of joy. As long as he had a hostage, escape was still possible. As the villain, Dio didn't have any resolve to fight to the death. Naturally, Dio's target was Jotaro. Not only because Jotaro had the bloodline of the Joestar family, but more importantly, because Jotaro was still young. If Dio hadn't witnessed the power of Kizaru, he might have considered leaving a few descendants of the Joestar family alive to avoid too much boredom in the future. But thinking about it now, it was better not to. The last thing he wanted was for a few of Jotaro's descendants to pop up when he returned to action. First, he'd capture Jotaro as a hostage, then escape, and after draining his blood, he could grow even stronger. Yar days. However, what Dio didn't expect was that, just as the world was about to grab Jotaro, Jotaro suddenly raised his head, adjusting his hat, despite theoretically being in the time-stop state. Having previously been caught off guard by Kizaru, Dio was terrified. He never imagined that, aside from that unbeatable monster, even Jotaro could move in the time-stop world. In the next moment, Jotaro's stand, Star Platinum, swung its fist and punched through the world's chest. Caught off guard, Dio was blasted away by the force of the punch. Having experienced time stop several times himself and knowing that his stand, Star Platinum, had also gained the ability to stop time, Jotaro could now control time stop as well. Although Jotaro and Star Platinum could only move for a brief moment during time stop, this surprise attack heavily wounded Dio. What just happened? The 5 seconds of time stop quickly passed, and the Stardust Crusaders only saw a blur before them. The source of all evil, Dio, had been punched through the chest and was lying on the ground, glaring fiercely at Jotaro. Time stop, huh? That's nothing special. Jotaro, who had always been quiet, didn't mind saying a few words to make Dio's mindset crumble, especially since Dio was such a vile villain. Bastard. Impossible. Impossible. Wah. Dio couldn't believe it. Not only had his time stop ability failed to work on Kizaru, but now even Jotaro had broken through it. This sent Dio into a near-mad state. Before his injuries could even heal, he summoned his stand again. Aura. However, before Dio could activate his stand ability, Jotaro preemptively stopped time. In the time-stop world, Jotaro's stand, Star Platinum, moved at an incredible speed toward Dio, grabbing Dio's shoulder and positioning him at the most optimal angle to strike. Then came a barrage of furious ORA punches. Although up until now the Stardust Crusaders hadn't sustained any injuries and their progress felt almost like a leisurely outing, only Jotaro knew the truth. If it weren't for joining the Dimensional Chat group and receiving Kizaru's help, even if he could defeat Dio, he would have lost several companions in the process. Scary. In the time-stop world, Kizaru couldn't help but comment with a sense of detachment. If it weren't for his advice, even though Jotaro had gained time-stop ability, Dio wouldn't have been completely powerless against him. Jotaro's time-stop ability wasn't yet on the same level as Dio's 5-second time stop. Soon, time began to flow again. Ah. Before Dio could even make a sound, he was relentlessly pounded into the ground by a barrage of punches. Boom, 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 boom. Jotaro showed no mercy during his ORA barrage. The moment time resumed, dozens, perhaps hundreds, of punches hammered Dio into an unrecognizable form. His body became like a heap of mush embedded in the ground, unable to move despite his vampire regeneration, even with his inhuman recovery abilities. Only the flattened face of Dio remained, faintly showing traces of unwillingness and fear. Let's end this here. Let me think of a name for this move. Got it. Sunshine Radiance. Kizaru snapped his fingers lightly. Endless light poured from his body, a brilliant radiance so dazzling that it lit up the entire dark night sky, turning it into day. It was as if the sun had risen over Cairo at that very moment, purging all darkness and filth from the world. Before Dio could even make a sound, he was turned into smoke, vanishing from the world in the blinding light. The Stardust Crusaders were completely speechless, and Polnareff, who was staring at Kizaru, even shed tears of emotion. The sun god. Abdul murmured softly. As a local of Egypt, Kizaru's display was so extraordinary that this somewhat eccentric diviner momentarily believed that he must be the sun god Ra from Egyptian mythology. As for why the sun god would personally appear, it was easy to explain. After all, Dio's subordinates were so arrogant, daring to impersonate one of the 9 pillars. The real master had come to set things right. So strong. What was that just now? What happened to you, the light, the sun? Polnareff was so excited that he babbled incoherently, but he didn't realize that, apart from him, both Kakyoin and Joseph were cleverly pretending nothing had happened. Even Iggy, the dog, gave him a look of contempt. The big boss. No, the great deity clearly didn't want to expose their identity and had prepared a fake name. Why do you have to be the one to blabber? Now that he thought about it, Dio's death was truly not in vain. The sun god Ra was the supreme deity in Egyptian mythology. If the great god personally intervened, even Dio's death was worth it. Thank you for your help, Mr. Borsellino. Jotaro, although not likely to mistake Kizaru for a god, couldn't help but feel shocked by his immense power. No need for thanks, it wasn't charity. As per our previous agreement, the spoils are mine. Kizaru took out a few test tubes and shook them. Inside were the blood and flesh remnants, left behind after Star Platinum pierced through Dio's chest. Although Dio himself had been completely wiped out by Polnareff's sunshine radiance, the blood and flesh that remained were preserved and didn't vanish with his demise. Of course, there's also that. Jotaro nodded and helped Kizaru search through Dio's mansion. Eventually, they found the most important spoils on the top floor of the still intact tower. Degree. A/N, a lil mass release, gimme stones. Pour stones and I might do something like this again. Chapter 14, Stand. Dio's arrow and the beetle arrow. The former needs no introduction, but the beetle arrow is something special. Among all the arrows capable of awakening stands, the beetle arrow is the most unique. Not only does it have a one-of-a-kind design, unlike the others that share identical appearances despite their differing abilities, but it also possesses the extraordinary power to evolve a stand to the next level unconditionally. Everyone, I hope we meet again someday. With both arrows and Dio's remains in hand, Borsellino bid farewell to the Stardust Crusaders. Although the Crusaders' strength was negligible compared to his own, their courage and resolve had earned his respect. Until we meet again. The Stardust Crusaders, in turn, breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Though they had speculated that Borsellino might be the sun god, he neither confirmed it nor did they care to fawn over such a title. Saying goodbye and parting ways felt like the best conclusion for everyone. As Borsellino's figure slowly disappeared in the glow of teleportation, their belief in his divine identity as the sun god grew even stronger. Back in the world of One Piece, Borsellino glanced at the time. Less than 2 minutes had passed since he left. The difference in time flow between worlds was significant, though he couldn't help but lament that his cheat had arrived a little too late. If he'd discovered this sooner, he could have exploited the time disparity between worlds. Whenever he faced an unbeatable enemy or a situation where both sides were severely injured, he could have escaped to a world where time flowed faster. A few days of rest or even months of training in that faster world could pass, and upon returning to his original world, only seconds would have gone by. He could have fully recovered, become stronger, and then effortlessly turned the tables on his enemies. Wouldn't that have been perfect? Well, at least there's a consolation prize, stands. Borsellino pulled out the 2 arrows he brought back from the Jojo's bizarre adventure world. While using the arrows to gain a stand was not without its risks, his current strength and physical constitution made failure a near impossibility. Moreover, Borsellino's observation haki had reached the highest level, and he had awakened a kind of danger perception ability, allowing him to assess the potential threat of an object. In Borsellino's perception through his observation haki, The threat of the two arrows was not non-existent, but it was so close to zero that it could be considered negligible. Well, let's give it a try and see how my luck fares. Borsalino was a decisive person. After confirming there was no danger, he grasped the arrow once used by Dio. As a sharp, stinging sensation appeared in the palm of his hand, Borsalino made a somewhat odd expression. The sensation was as though a new organ had suddenly appeared in his body. Although he had never had a stand before, all the information related to a stand naturally appeared in his mind. Even for the well-traveled and experienced Borsalino, this was a remarkably novel experience. Sitting on the sofa, Borsalino paused for a moment, not making any immediate movements. Soon, an illusory figure appeared behind him, looking like a younger version of him. The figure was dressed in a Navy Admiral's uniform and cloak, arms crossed in an imposing manner, with a somewhat youthful face that radiated rebelliousness. This was Borsalino's stand, and as soon as it appeared, he knew its name and abilities. The Flash. The stand's power was called Godspeed, granting Borsalino an incredible speed, even without the powers of the light fruit. He could now reach or even surpass the speed of light using only his own body. Additionally, much like Star Platinum, this stand had a possession ability that could enhance the attributes of its host. The difference was that it wasn't limited to only possessing its stand user. However, for Borsalino, this wasn't of much consequence. For someone of his caliber, the stand's combat ability was merely a supplementary factor, not even worth considering in serious battles. What truly amazed Borsalino was the Godspeed power it gave him. Godspeed endowed him with superhuman speed, meaning that even without the light fruit, Borsalino could move faster than light. Moreover, thanks to the enhanced thought speed Godspeed provided him, Borsalino no longer had to worry about the potential danger of accidentally flying into outer space when reaching light speed. In theory, as long as he desired, he could move freely at the speed of light for as long as he wished, which was nearly unthinkable before obtaining Godspeed. Upon realizing the ability of his stand, Borsalino immediately thought of the Flash from DC Comics. The powers they possessed were almost identical, and in other words, whatever the Flash could do, Borsalino would eventually be able to achieve as well. Moreover, Borsalino's potential with the light fruit would only be higher than that of the Flash. In an instant, he thought of at least 10 different ways to combine the powers of the light fruit and Godspeed. And this was just the beginning. The sparks that would fly when these two powerful abilities combined made even Borsalino feel immense anticipation. Next up is the Beetle Arrow. Borsalino couldn't wait to see how his stand would evolve. He was particularly curious about what new abilities it might gain. As the beetle arrow pierced his body, countless fine cracks appeared on the surface of his stand. As the cracks expanded, endless light consumed everything. Fortunately, only stand users could see all of this. As the light gradually faded, the stand that reappeared in front of Borsalino seemed to have just gone through a fierce battle. The Admiral's uniform and cloak had vanished, leaving behind tattered pants. His short black hair had been dyed golden, giving him the appearance of a super scion after an intense battle. Stand evolution, the Flash's Requiem. Compared to its initial form, the evolved stand was quite simple in terms of its abilities. It granted Borsalino the power known as Solar Body. By absorbing the energy of the sun, Borsalino could continuously grow stronger and even awaken various abilities. In simple terms, just by basking in the sun, he could grow stronger, similar to Superman in the DC world, but without the weakness to kryptonite. The evolved stand could switch back to its original form at any time. In terms of comprehensive abilities, it was nearly perfect. This was the combined power of both Superman and the Flash, plus his own light fruit. This was quite the jackpot. Even with Borsalino's lazy attitude developed over the years, he couldn't wait to test how truly incredible the abilities he had gained were. The base should be in that direction. Borsalino estimated the general direction and distance, and his body gradually transformed into light, disappearing from the spot. Now that he had a stand, Borsalino had truly achieved the ability to move at light speed. Before this, trying long-distance light-speed travel could have resulted in him flying into outer space and becoming an astronaut. Only during battle, with short-distance movement, could he use his observation hockey to lock onto his target and avoid going off course. Chapter 15, Light Speed. Otherwise, even running for just an extra millisecond could send him off course from the New World to the Red Line. It's important to note that light travels at 300,000 kilometers per second, and without the enhanced thinking ability granted by Godspeed, light-speed movement would just be asking for trouble. In less than a second, Borsalino's figure appeared above the Marine headquarters in Marine Ford. Looking at the towering Marine headquarters, Borsalino blinked and, when he reappeared, he was outside his office window. Inside, Nami was sitting in his chair. Well, to be precise, she was sitting on the armrest of the chair, which had been rotated 90 degrees to the left, busy handling paperwork non-stop. There was no helping it, with the height difference between her and Borsalino, it was impossible for her to sit comfortably in her own chair, which was right next to her. She just had to sit in his chair, possibly out of spite. Yo, good work, Nami, Borsellino said, standing outside the window with a smirk on his face. Nami, who had been muttering under her breath, was startled by the voice. She stood up and ran to the window, but found nothing there. What was that? I definitely heard that jerk's voice. Nami was momentarily confused, thinking she had hallucinated due to being overwhelmed by work. The fact that she imagined it was Borsellino only made her cheeks flush for some reason. She couldn't help but curse under her breath and then pulled the curtains shut. After teasing Nami, Borsellino was about to return to his ship when he saw Vice Admiral Garp walking toward the port, holding a large bag of donuts. As he walked, he nibbled on one and chatted with his subordinate, Bogard. Borsellino raised an eyebrow slightly, and his figure transformed into light and vanished once again. Just as Garp was about to take a bite of his donut, he was left with nothing. He looked down in confusion and saw that the donut had disappeared, followed by the entire bag of donuts. Ah. What? Where did my donuts go? Garp stood there dumbfounded. If it weren't for the crumbs still in his mouth, he might have thought he was dreaming. Ah, you ate the bag too. Bogart said, looking at Garp's empty hands, unsure of how to respond. But after spending so much time with Garp, Bogart was no stranger to such bizarre occurrences. This shouldn't be happening, I already had lunch and I'm not that hungry. Alright, I'll just go buy, 2 bags, Garp mumbled, scratching his head. He couldn't figure out why his donuts had disappeared, so he just shrugged it off. Finally, I can relax and be a slacker. The donuts I swiped from Garp taste pretty good. Back on the warship, Borsellino was holding a large bag of donuts, casually popping one into his mouth as he relaxed. If someone else were to acquire this kind of power, one that could eventually surpass everything, they would likely start to entertain some bold ideas. Maybe they'd think about punching the 4 emperors, kicking the 5 elders, or even trying to touch him's behind. Speaking of which, after all these years as an admiral in the Navy, not only has he never seen him's true form, but the 5 elder stars haven't even revealed him's existence to him. This clearly shows that the world government never considered him one of their own. So, when Borsellino eventually rises up against them, it won't be a betrayal of the world government. But for now, he prioritized survival, and wait until him and the world government's hidden secrets are exposed. Borsellino didn't want to rush into action only to find out him was some kind of super scion or a powerful Otsutsuki from the Naruto world. In any case, he had the patience and time to slowly wear down the world government. Although he hadn't found pure gold to grant him immortality yet, there were plenty of ways to prolong his life. Speaking of survival, the first person Borsellino thought of was Orochimaru from the Dimensional Chat group. After all, he had an agreement with Orochimaru. So, Borsellino adjusted his position on the sofa to get more comfortable and connected to the Dimensional Chat group in his mind. The random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails, I finally passed the test and became an intermediate student. Cheers. Hybra AI, congratulations, you've upgraded from a low-level minion to a mid-level minion. Becoming a qualified cannon fodder is just around the corner. Kobayashi, Hybra-san, that's too harsh. Random-san has worked very hard. The random, what kind of trash talk is that? What can I do if my talent isn't up to par? I'm sorry for crossing over into a passerby role. Orochimaru, hey, if you're willing, you can try body modification. It'll make you stronger right away. The random, forget it. I'm not done being human yet, I don't want to grow any strange extra organs. Borsellino, at Orochimaru, I've got the stuff. Feel free to trade anytime. Borsellino, wow. Sir Kizaru. It's been a while since we've seen you show up. Kobayashi, Has it been that long? Didn't Borsellino-san just speak yesterday? Hybra AI, it's probably because we're in different worlds, so time flows differently. Kobayashi, I see. Hybra-san is so smart, no wonder she was able to develop that drug. Hybra AI, it's just a half-finished product. The chances of dying immediately after taking it are much higher than turning into a child. It has no practical value. Orochimaru, that's still impressive. If there's a chance, we can exchange research notes. At Borsellino, besides the vampire's blood and tissue samples, I also want the devil fruits from your world. Seeing Orochimaru's message, Borsellino raised an eyebrow, a smile of, as expected, appeared on his face. The self-proclaimed random who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh is always active in the group chat. Even though time flows differently in different worlds, his enthusiasm seems a bit too much. Who knows how many secrets this guy has spilled while Borsellino wasn't looking at the group chat. When it comes to personal privacy, he probably wouldn't dare speak too much. But as for things like the devil fruits, which are basic settings, don't expect him to keep it a secret. Given Orochimaru's personality, after learning about the magic of devil fruits, it's almost impossible that he wouldn't be interested in these rare treasures of the sea. As for whether or not to trade with Orochimaru, there was really no hesitation. While devil fruits are certainly valuable to regular people, for a Navy admiral like Borsellino, they're not particularly rare. Even someone like Spandam, a CP9 officer, could get his subordinates 2 devil fruits. The celestial dragons even force their slaves to eat devil fruits for amusement. Although devil fruits are often referred to as treasures of the sea, with a price tag of 100 million berries, they're certainly not considered non-sale items. Borsellino, it's fine, but what are you going to trade for it? At the passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, could you introduce the situation on Orochimaru's side? Borsellino naturally knew about Orochimaru's situation, probably even better than that passerby, but since he had pretended not to know at first, he would continue to keep up the act. Kobayashi, well, let's watch the big guys make a trade from the front row. The passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, of course, but where should I start? Orochimaru-sama's world is called the ninja world. The mainstream system there is chakra-based. You can think of it as the 3 types of haki in your world. With chakra, you can learn various ninjutsu, genjutsu, and secret techniques. The passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, in addition, you can also inherit bloodline abilities. The former can be understood as devil fruit powers that can be learned, while the latter is similar to devil fruit abilities that are innate. However, most ninjutsu and secret techniques definitely have lower limits than those powerful devil fruits. The passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, if Kizaru-sama wants to trade with Orochimaru-sama, I recommend the Edo Tensei and Flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru-sama has probably seen the Sealing Book, right? Also, the 8 gates would be great. With Kizaru-sama's physique, you should be able to handle it. Shadow Clone Jutsu is also excellent, and of course, Water Style is a must, degree. A/N, give some stones. Chapter 16, Trade. Orochimaru, random, sometimes knowing too much will bring trouble to your door. Hybera AI, Tisk TSK, this is the consequence of talking too much, huh? The random guy who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, this. Someone from the world of Swallowed Star trembled. It seemed that they had accidentally exposed Orochimaru's secrets. Though they weren't afraid of Orochimaru finding them, they felt uneasy about offending such a powerful figure. Orochimaru wasn't just a brute who relied on brute strength. If trouble came his way, and this big shot decided to take advantage of them, it would be quite a misfortune. Borsellino, alright, we'll go with the recommendation, then. At Orochimaru, the poor guy wasn't doing it on purpose. Let's add 1 more devil fruit, and call it even. 1 more or less devil fruit didn't matter to Kizaru. Not to mention that as a Navy admiral, he had access to the Navy headquarters inventory. There were so many pirate crews in the New World, just picking a few to raid would undoubtedly yield devil fruits among the spoils. It was just to show appreciation for the poor Transmigrators' efforts, clear away any potential future issues for them, and also boost his reputation and goodwill in the group. Orochimaru, I won't be polite, then. I'll prepare the trade items soon. The random, thank you, Kizaru-sama. Borsellino, no need to thank me, you've helped quite a bit too. Kobayashi, Borsellino-san is truly a good person. Zhang Sunfeng, a truly great act. The random, long time no see, Master Zhen. The palm technique you taught me worked wonders. Kobayashi, Random-san actually learned it. I've been practicing for a while but still don't feel it's quite right. The random, well, maybe it's because both I and Master Zhang can roughly be considered from the martial arts side. At least for now, I'm still on the martial arts side. Kobayashi, you should go study magic. After 200 years of magic training, you can surpass Toru as a genius. Kobayashi, 200 years. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? And what's with you always talking about dragon maids? You're joking, right? There's no such thing as a dragon turning into a maid. Hybera AI, Kobayashi, are you working overtime again today? Kobayashi, yeah, it's the 3rd day in a row. I'm so exhausted. Orochimaru, Borsellino, the technique you wanted has been copied. Borsellino, oh, it's ready so soon. I haven't gotten the devil fruit yet, so I'll send the blood and tissue samples for now. Orochimaru, that works, let's trade now. You can give me the devil fruit once you have it. Not long after, a notification sound from the dimensional chat group echoed in Borsellino's mind. Ding. Orochimaru has initiated a trade invitation with the target at Borsellino. Do you accept? Accept/reject. After selecting accept, a virtual trading platform appeared before Borsellino. It kindly displayed the trade items that Orochimaru had placed. Reanimation Jutsu. 8 gates. Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Water Style, Secret Scroll. It was clear that Orochimaru was indeed very sincere. Not only was he willing to offer all the trade items up front, but he also thoughtfully included a tutorial on refining chakra. However, in a sense, this was just a way for Orochimaru to get something for nothing. The knowledge Orochimaru was offering was something he had already mastered. Even if he copied it for Borsalino, it wouldn't affect his own interests. Let me see how I should do this. Borsalino took out the test tube containing Dio's flesh sample and tried placing it onto the virtual trade platform. Dio Brando's flesh tissue sample. Sure enough, the corresponding label appeared on the virtual trade platform. If either party tried to deceive, the other would immediately be able to detect it. Having already agreed on the terms, the two quickly finalized the trade. As the test tube disappeared, a large pile of scrolls containing ninjutsu and forbidden jutsu appeared before Borsalino. Looking at the mountain of scrolls, Borsalino scratched his head. When was the last time he had studied seriously? Next time he traded, he would have to try to pick something easier to learn. Otherwise, trying to learn all of these would be way too troublesome. Orochimaru, the items are received. It's been a pleasant cooperation. Borsalino, once I get my hands on the devil fruit, I'll send it to you right away. Do you want a Paramecia type or Zoan type? Logia type is also possible, but it might take a while. Seeing how sincere Orochimaru was, Borsalino didn't feel right being too stingy. To his surprise, Orochimaru didn't seem too interested in Logia type devil fruits. Orochimaru, I'll go for Paramecia type, and if you have a mythical Zoan, I'll choose that. Before witnessing the power of the Logia type firsthand, Orochimaru still preferred the Paramecia type devil fruits. After all, the signature ability of Logia, elementalization, in Orochimaru's opinion, was not as impressive as the Hozuki clan's water transformation technique. At least the water transformation technique didn't have the weakness of being afraid of water. Borsalino, no problem. At random guy, do you have any interest in the ninjutsu and forbidden jutsu from Orochimaru's world? Would you like me to copy them for you? What he obtained was his own, and as for whether Orochimaru would be upset, Borsalino didn't care at all. Trying to hug Luo Feng's thigh, never mind. Thank you for the kind offer, but I, someone without talent, really don't have the luxury to be distracted. Hybra AI, hey, I didn't expect you to be so self-aware. Kobayashi, is it just me, or does it seem like Hybra-san isn't very friendly towards Random-san? Random guy, she's holding a grudge because I exposed her pretending to be younger when she joined the group. Hybra AI, don't be so self-important, voyeuristic pervert. Random guy, lowly. While lurking in the group, Borsalino watched the banter unfold. He casually opened the scroll Orochimaru had sent him and began attempting to refine chakra according to the instructions. First, he needed to confirm whether chakra could even be refined in the pirate world. If not, then no matter how many ninjutsu and forbidden jutsu he had, they would be useless. Chakra's essence is a combination of spiritual and physical energy, and for ordinary people, learning to refine chakra from scratch isn't an easy task. But for Borsalino, who had mastered the technique of life return, controlling physical energy was a piece of cake. If his hair grew long enough, he could even control it to play the piano. This feeling. Borsalino showed a doubtful expression. When he tried to control the spiritual energy according to Orochimaru's tutorial, he realized that the essence of spiritual energy was unexpectedly similar to observation haki. Degree. A/N, rain stones upon me. Chapter 17, Kuja Pirates. It's not that the two are the same thing, but there are certain similarities and commonalities between them. As Borsalino merged his spiritual energy with physical energy, a massive amount of chakra erupted from him. The high-quality wood floor cracked in a spiderweb pattern, with chakra filling the entire cabin like a tangible force, emanating from Borsalino's body. The Marines stationed at the door heard the noise and were about to check what was happening when they saw the sturdy wooden door being blown off by some unseen force. Admiral Kizaru. For a moment, the soldiers thought enemies had infiltrated the warship and were fighting with Admiral Kizaru in the cabin. Fortunately, Borsalino appeared in time to prevent any chaos. He had somewhat underestimated the amount of chakra his body could refine. Although Borsalino was still far from being able to compare to a true-tailed beast, with his Marine Admiral-level physical fitness, the amount of chakra he could produce was likely greater than that of the so-called Uzumaki clan. However, after confirming that he could refine chakra, Borsalino didn't rush into learning the ninjutsu and forbidden techniques Orochimaru had sent him. On one hand, both ninjutsu and forbidden techniques have their learning thresholds, and succeeding in them wasn't an easy task. On the other hand, it was Orochimaru's decision to provide the goods first. Borsalino didn't want to start learning ninjutsu before the deal was truly completed, as it would make him feel like he was taking advantage of Orochimaru. Fortunately, it wouldn't be long before Borsalino could obtain a devil fruit, as the Kuja Pirates' location, Amazon Lily, was already within reach. In the following days, Kizaru occasionally tried to refine chakra, and his control over it rapidly improved. He no longer had trouble controlling chakra, preventing the surrounding area from becoming a mess. Having chakra was just the first step. To learn the profound ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, his control over chakra had to be strong enough. Otherwise, wasting chakra wouldn't be a big deal, but being unable to learn or use the techniques would be the real problem. Admiral Kizaru. A ship bearing the Kuja pirates' flag has been spotted ahead. The original captain of the warship hurriedly came to report. Since Nami wasn't around, Borsalino had no choice but to temporarily appoint this colonel as his acting adjutant. "Oh, this ship is here to pick me up. You can head back to the headquarters. I still need to summon the 7 warlords." Borsalino was holding a small leather suitcase, which naturally contained the ninjutsu and forbidden technique scrolls sent by Orochimaru. "Yes. Admiral Kizaru." The temporary adjutant didn't question it. As the captain of a warship directly under Vice Admiral Strawberry, he was naturally a part of the Navy's Hawk faction. While he wasn't eager to go into battle with the 7 warlords, he also had no interest in dealing with so-called legal pirates. Borsalino lightly leapt off the ship's railing, and in the next moment, his figure turned to light and landed directly on the Kuja pirate's ship. Admiral Kizaru. As Borsalino landed, a fragrant breeze greeted him. Boa Hancock, with rosy cheeks, rushed out from the cabin without hesitation and threw herself into Borsalino's arms. The female pirates of the Kuja pirates were no strangers to this scene. In fact, it would have been more surprising if Hancock had managed to resist throwing herself at Kizaru. "Thank you for your hard work, Hancock." Borsalino wrapped one arm around Hancock's waist and turned her half around. Hancock, dressed only in a tight-fitting vest, exposed her smooth-skinned waist, which felt incredibly pleasant to the touch. Even the seasoned Borsalino couldn't help but become a little intoxicated. Fortunately, his willpower was strong enough, otherwise, he would have eventually fallen into the gentle trap of the pirate empress and been unable to extricate himself. "As long as it's an order from Lord Borsalino, I will do my best to complete it." Hancock, like a little bird, nestled her body against Kizaru's chest. Luckily, he was tall enough, otherwise, Hancock wouldn't have been able to rest in his arms like that. "Lord Borsalino, the head of Blood Demon Lock has been sent to Branch 114, and the 2 Paramecia-type devil fruits you requested are also ready." Hancock's 2 sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold, each carried a box containing the devil fruits that would be traded with Orochimaru. In a sense, under Hancock's leadership, the Kuja pirates, known for their spoiled empress, had already become Borsalino's subordinates. However, the Kuja pirates didn't suffer. Not only did Borsalino help them gain the legal pirate status, but his few interventions had already allowed them to recover the costs they had paid. Moreover, who could blame them? Their empress was an unrepentant infatuated fool. It was only because Borsalino still had a conscience that he didn't act like Sakazuki and throw the Kuja pirates into the deepest part of the sea prison without a second thought. "Well done. Please store these confidential documents for me, same as always." Borsalino nodded with satisfaction, casually handing the small suitcase containing the ninjutsu and forbidden technique scrolls to them. Hancock, who was still in Borsalino's arms, looked dazed. It had been a long time since she had been so close to him. Right now, all she wanted was to hold onto him and never let go for the rest of her life. "Yes, Lord Borsalino." Sandersonia took the suitcase. Then, she watched as her older sister was carried into the ship's cabin by Borsalino, and before long, the sounds of intimacy could be heard. "Return to the ship." Marigold gave the order. Under Borsalino's guidance, the Kuja pirates had now freed themselves from the plight of relying solely on piracy for survival. In the past, to maintain their existence on Amazon Lily, the Kuja pirates had to regularly leave the calm belt to plunder ships traveling along nearby routes. However, as their plundering continued, the number of ships on those routes began to dwindle, forcing the Kuja pirates to expand their range of attack, which eventually created a vicious cycle. Once Hancock became the Empress of Amazon Lily, under Borsalino's mentorship, the Kuja pirates began offering escort services to merchant ships and cargo ships crossing the calm belt. In addition to the Kuja pirates, the main fleet of the Navy headquarters could also navigate the calm belt, but obviously, the Navy didn't have the time to escort civilian ships. Although the rewards from escorting were much smaller compared to plundering, piracy didn't always offer suitable targets. Additionally, the goods plundered weren't always useful, and trying to sell those goods in the underground world often meant being swindled by unscrupulous merchants. It was far better to offer escort services, which were stable and guaranteed by the hidden protection of a Navy admiral. Plus, the profits from maritime trade crossing the calm belt were astonishing. In just a few short years, the Kuja pirates had expanded their size threefold. A/N, give some reviews. Chapter 18, Dragon Maid. If it weren't for the fact that the Kuja pirates never accepted pirates from outside, and that Amazon Lily itself had a small population with a limited number of female warriors trained in the ways of the Kuja, the expansion of the Kuja pirates would have been even faster. After a heartfelt reunion and exchange, even though the pirate empress's physical abilities were not weak, she still couldn't withstand Borsalino's repeated efforts. Her delicate body, worn out, nestled against his and fell into a deep sleep. Fully satisfied, Borsalino breathed in the alluring fragrance around him and immediately began to stir again. Ah, it would be great if Nami were here too. Borsalino thought greedily but didn't have the heart to wake Hancock. Instead, he decided to connect to the dimensional chat group in his mind, just to kill some time. Kobayashi at everyone. There's a dragon outside my house. What should I do? Hibara AI, huh? What the hell? Jotaro Kujo, need help. Random. Just a friendly reminder, think about what you did last night. Kobayashi, are you talking about me? Last night? Let me think. I got drunk, then. Ah. Random, looks like you remembered, huh? Sigh, some people have been struggling for years and are still weaklings, while others just step outside and find a dragon maid. It's just unfair. Borsalino, huh? Kobayashi-san's dragon maid came to visit. At Jotaro Kujo, how's it going over there? The guy who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, the great Kizaru-sama is here too. Can chakra be refined in your world? Jotaro Kujo, very good, thanks for asking, Mr. Borsalino. Borsalino, no problem, it's easy to refine chakra, it's just the combination of mental and physical energy. If all goes well, Jotaro-san, you should be able to do it as well. At Orochimaru, I've got the devil fruits, both are paramecia types, that's fine, right? Orochimaru, that's fine, paramecia types are good. Hibara AI at Kobayashi, how's the situation now? If there's danger, remember to ask for help. Orochimaru, hey, I happen to have some free time. Afterward, all I'll need is some dragon flesh samples. Random, Orochimaru, please don't go too far, Kobayashi's dragon maid has explosive combat power, she's not someone to mess with. Orochimaru, that's even more exciting. Borsalino, if you need help, I can step in as well. Kobayashi, not for now. Though it might sound a bit strange, I've already agreed to let Toru stay as a maid. The guy who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, I also want a dragon maid. Hibara AI, a dragon maid. If she doesn't breathe fire and burn things, she seems pretty good. Borsalino at the guy who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, I can't help with the maid, but if you want a dragon, how about a Millennium Dragon? I remember there are plenty in the East Blue. Orochimaru, Millennium Dragon. A dragon that lives for 1,000 years. Borsalino, not sure, I just know it's called a Millennium Dragon, and no one knows for sure if it can live for 1,000 years. Orochimaru, I see. If possible, I'd like to have some tissue samples from the Millennium Dragon, and if I can get a live one, that would be even better. The guy who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, thanks, Kizaru-sama, but it's fine. What I really want is a maid. And Orochimaru, please don't ruin the Millennium Dragons, they're an endangered species, not easy to come by. Also, does your world have any other immortality-related goodies? Orochimaru, hey. You sure know a lot. I'm starting to get more and more interested in you, Mr. Random. Borsalino, I don't have any maids, but there might be some female warriors. The guy who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please don't take an interest in me. After chatting with the group of silly friends for a while, Borsalino suddenly opened his eyes. What he saw before him was Hancock's stunning face and her intoxicated gaze. Borsalino-sama. Hancock was sitting on top of Kizaru, her flawless body fully exposed from his angle. Even though Borsalino had a strong will, his heart rate instinctively quickened. As if sensing Borsalino's burning gaze, Hancock deliberately straightened her waist. The moment of tightness almost overwhelmed the battle-hardened Borsalino. Still calling me, Sama. Not wanting to embarrass himself, Borsalino slightly exerted himself and sat up. Amid Hancock's exclamation, he pulled her into his embrace, gently holding her smooth chin while smiling and saying, "My dear." Hancock exhaled softly, extending her pale arms to wrap around his neck, which awakened someone's primal instincts. In Hancock's startled cry, another round of indescribable passionate combat ensued. The next morning, as the sunlight filtered through the curtains, Hancock awoke from her beautiful dream, feeling sore all over but with an unusual sense of satisfaction. Her almost translucent, fair body was breathtaking under the sunlight, but unfortunately, the only person who could appreciate the view was not present. At the highest point of Nine Snake Island stood the Emperor's exclusive palace. The balcony outside the palace was the most scenic spot on the island, in every possible sense. Hiss, such a domineering figure, too bad the face is just average. Oh. What a huge head, how does he even sleep with a head this big? Borsalino, dressed only in a pair of beach shorts, stood holding a telescope, occasionally commenting on the Nine Snake Island female warriors passing through his lens. But even if Nami came over, Borsalino could still openly claim he wasn't slacking off. He was simply soaking up the sun to get stronger, and in his spare time, just casually observing. Calling him the Lazy Admiral was a slander. Brew brew, brew brew. A familiar sound rang out. Hancock's sister, Marigold, hurried over holding a den mushy. Clearly, this den mushy was Borsalino's personal one, and why it was on Nine Snake Island was a question worth pondering. Moshi, this is the most handsome Marine Admiral, Borsalino. Casually picking up the den mushy, Borsalino spoke leisurely. On the other end of the line, the person was clearly caught off guard by such shameless behavior, and after a long pause, they finally spoke. This is Sengoku. Has the operation to recruit the 7 warlords started yet? Admiral Sengoku's voice sounded somewhat urgent. Even the renowned strategist Sengoku felt a bit uneasy when facing an enemy like the Whitebeard pirates. Degree. Chapter 19, Dragon. It wasn't that Fleet Admiral Sengoku feared the strength of the Whitebeard pirates. It was simply a sense of responsibility toward the Navy, a desire to achieve perfection. Ideally, Whitebeard and his entire crew would be eliminated without any harm to the Navy's leadership. I've already convinced the Empress and am preparing to approach the rest. Kizaru spoke lazily. If asked how he managed to convince her, it was, of course, naturally, it was by appealing to reason and emotion, persuading her with a sense of justice. Good. Finish recruiting the 7 warlords as soon as possible. After the war ends, I'll personally approve a month's vacation for you. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Kizaru, famously known as the laziest member of the Navy, to display such diligence for once. However, to be safe, the recruitment of the 7 warlords needed to be completed as quickly as possible. To that end, Sengoku didn't hesitate to personally promise Kizaru a vacation after the Summit War. For Sengoku, who practically wished the Navy's top brass would adopt a 24/7 work ethic, this was an almost unthinkable concession. In such a rush? Did something happen with Fire Fist Ace? Kizaru found it hard to believe. The same Sengoku who constantly urged them to work harder was now voluntarily offering him a vacation. For a brief moment, Kizaru wondered if Sengoku had overworked himself to the point of confusing him with Akainu, the notorious workaholic. Fortunately, Kizaru quickly came to another realization. The Navy's entire plan for the Summit War revolved around Fire Fist Ace. If the timeline for the plan was being moved up, it likely meant Fire Fist Ace had already fallen into the Navy's hands. Blackbeard has delivered Fire Fist Ace to the G6 branch. While the news hasn't leaked yet, if Ace remains missing for too long, the Whitebeard pirates will likely become suspicious. Fleet Admiral Sengoku said gravely. When dealing with an opponent like the Whitebeard pirates, caution was never excessive. This generation of Navy leadership had witnessed the rise of the Whitebeard pirates firsthand. Even compared to the Pirate King, Roger, Whitebeard's reputation on the seas was in no way inferior. To completely eliminate the Whitebeard pirates, even the full strength of the Navy would be required. Understood. I'll complete the recruitment of the 7 warlords as soon as possible. Kizaru scratched his hair. His time for slacking off had been cut short even more. Although he could still slack off at Navy headquarters, it wasn't the same as being in Amazon Lily, where he could enjoy himself so much. However, he couldn't afford to offend Fleet Admiral Sengoku either. After all, Sengoku was his superior. If he angered Sengoku, he wouldn't be able to continue his carefree days as a salary thief. Good. Remember to return to headquarters quickly after completing the mission. Don't feel the need to recruit all of them, just 4 or 5 will do. I'll take care of the rest. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was well aware of the nature of the 7 warlords. Even if a Navy admiral personally went to recruit them, it would be difficult to convince all of them. So, he gave Kizaru a more relaxed target to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, it wouldn't do for the war to start before the 7 warlords were on board and for the Navy admirals to end up fighting among themselves. Sengoku knew all too well what kind of people these legal pirates were. As long as the majority of them were persuaded, the remaining stubborn ones would naturally be dealt with through various means. Without the ability to unite, even the 7 warlords were just a group of relatively strong pirates, and under the pressure from Navy headquarters, they would quickly bow their heads. Leave it to me. Sigh, it's really not easy. Kizaru hung up the phone with Fleet Admiral Sengoku, basked in the sun for a while, and then picked up the den mushi again. Kizaru. The person on the other end seemed surprised that Kizaru would call him, considering that, in a sense, they had already gone their separate ways. Given their current positions, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them enemies. It's me. How have you been lately, Dragon? Kizaru spoke slowly. Although it was Dragon's own decision to leave the Navy and form the Revolutionary Army, it was hard to say whether Dragon would have stayed in the Navy for much longer without Kizaru's encouragement. Thanks to the world government and the celestial dragons, the revolution is progressing smoothly. Dragon didn't hold any hostility toward Kizaru due to their differing positions. In fact, strictly speaking, Dragon's rise to the leader of the revolutionary army could be traced back to Kizaru's subtle guidance. It was unfortunate that his former senior didn't continue down the right path, but Dragon didn't mind that much. In his view, someone who could say that the celestial dragon's crimes are equal to those of commoners would eventually return to the path they should walk. When that time came, they would still be comrades fighting side by side. With that thought, Dragon's tone grew even more passionate. It's just that we haven't met directly. A few months ago, you mentioned your subordinate, that young man named Sabo. Kizaru of course knew what Dragon was thinking, but he didn't have much faith in the current revolutionary army, nor did he want to play the role of a pioneer and risk his life against him. Sabo. He's now the chief of staff of the revolutionary army. If you get the chance, you should meet him. Sabo is outstanding in every way. Dragon seemed to be bragging about his child, eager to praise every little detail about Sabo, to the point where he wished he could compliment every hair on his head. In Dragon's eyes, Sabo was the best successor to lead the revolutionary army in its continued fight against the world government. I remember you asked me to investigate Sabo. Kizaru's eyes narrowed slightly. Although Ace's life or death didn't have much to do with him, an event as significant as the War of the Best couldn't just be left for the Navy to handle alone. If the only opponent was the Whitebeard pirates, then eliminating pirates was the Navy's duty, and the world government could remain neutral. But if the revolutionary army also got involved, the world government would have no reason to stand by and do nothing. The five elders liked to keep their trump cards hidden, and it was time for them to reveal a few. With such a great opportunity before him, Kizaru couldn't miss the chance to take down one or two of the world government's top forces. Otherwise, even if Kizaru let things slide, it would still be difficult for mere pirates or the revolutionary army to force him, or even the cards him held, to the surface. It wasn't that Kizaru didn't have the time or patience to wait, but he didn't want the gap to grow any wider. He couldn't really expect Luffy to become the sun god, could he? You have a lead. Dragon recalled that Sabo had once asked him to investigate his memory loss, and when he couldn't find any clues, he had turned to Kizaru for help. Degree. Chapter 20, Tip-Off. Compared to the revolutionary army, which was constantly under siege by the world government and navy and lived in constant danger, Kizaru, as an admiral, had much more freedom to investigate whatever he wished. With the Navy's branches spread across the four seas and the Grand Line, there were countless eyes and ears. It's rare for the Navy to want to investigate something and fail to uncover results. Marshal Sengoku is planning to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace at Marine Ford, in order to force the Whitebeard pirates into a trap. Kizaru suddenly changed the subject. Although Dragon was eager to find clues about Sabo's memory loss, he didn't interrupt Kizaru's words. He just silently thought to himself. When he had chosen to leave the Navy, the old man had angrily taken Luffy back to Fuchsia village. If he remembered correctly, Fire Fist Ace was the old man's god-grandson. But why was Kizaru suddenly bringing up Ace? Not to mention that Ace wasn't his godson. Even if he were, Dragon wouldn't risk everything to save Ace. From the moment he became the leader of the revolutionary army, his life and everything he had no longer belonged only to him. Fire Fist Ace's real surname isn't Porgas. He's the illegitimate son of Pirate King Gold Roger, and also the sworn brother of Luffy and Sabo. If you tell Sabo about Ace, I think he should be able to remember their past. Kizaru stroked his chin. Trying to get Dragon involved wasn't easy. Even if Luffy died on the battlefield, Dragon might not be willing to risk the revolutionary army getting severely damaged or even wiped out to participate in the War of the Best. But if it were Sabo, the result could be very different. This might sound a bit cold. But when it came to choosing between his biological son Luffy and Sabo, who could inherit the leadership of the revolutionary army, Dragon's decision was obvious. Moreover, Ace's identity had so many layers that could be used to their advantage. Whether it was being the son of Pirate King Roger or the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace was far more than just the simple title of Fire Fist Ace. I understand. Thank you, Kizaru. Dragon suddenly felt a sense of unease. But with his personality, even if he suspected Kizaru's plan, he would likely still tell Sabo the truth. On the other end, after just finishing a call with the leader of the revolutionary army, Kizaru dialed the phone of Rear Admiral Strawberry at Navy headquarters. I'm really so busy. I'll have to make sure Sengoku promotes me after this. Well, forget the promotion, I'll settle for a raise. Kizaru took the cold drink that the maid handed him and adjusted his position on the lounge chair, making himself more comfortable. It took a while before Strawberry finally answered the call. The mood of this Rear Admiral seemed rather unpleasant, but anyone sent to recruit the 7 warlords of the sea would likely be in a bad mood. Admiral Kizaru. This is Strawberry. The Den Mushi automatically mimicked the user's appearance. When Strawberry's voice came through, the small head of the Den Mushi popped out with a tall hat, and several bandages wrapped around its face, making it look as if it had been injured. Not only did it look like Stalavari had been hurt, but even his voice sounded hoarse. Ah, Stalavari. How's the recruitment of the 7 warlords going? The pirate called Bloodhand or Bloodfoot should be caught by now. I also stopped by Amazon Lily and recruited the Empress for you. How about the other 5? How many have you managed to get? Kizaru lazily asked. After Crocodile was defeated in Alabasta, he was expelled from the 7 warlords, leaving only 6 remaining. Sengoku had asked Kizaru to recruit at least 4, which was already a fairly relaxed condition. After all, this was a Navy admiral personally handling the matter. Even if it came to using force, at least 4 warlords could be captured. But Kizaru wasn't exactly trying his best. If it were Akainu handling it, the War of the Best would probably not even be necessary. First, there'd be a warlord purging mission. I'll be able to get my hawk soon. I won't delay any further. Stalavari gritted his teeth and said loudly. Dracul Mihawk's price for accepting the recruitment was to spar with him. Stalavari had been desperately trying to either kill Hawkeye or get nearly killed by him in hellish training over the past few days. Kizaru contemplated replacing Stalavari with someone else, but among the rear admirals at the Navy headquarters, there were very few who were better at swordsmanship than Stalavari. Your efficiency is lacking. How about this? I'll help you recruit Kuma as well. With Hawkeye already in, you just need to recruit 1 more warlord. Kizaru sighed. Sengoku was really lucky to have a subordinate like him. Raise his salary. He definitely deserved a big raise. Ah. Yes. I will complete the mission, Admiral. Stalavari couldn't believe it. The Admiral, who was notorious for slacking off, was actually showing such consideration for him. If it weren't for their drastically different ideologies, Stalavari, a hardline Navy officer who always took any means necessary to deal with pirates, might have considered switching allegiance to Kizaru. Good luck, I believe in you. Kizaru, satisfied, hung up the phone bug. Now he needed to tell Dracul Mihawk about this and have him coordinate with Kuma for the testimony. This time, who could still say he was always slacking off? He had personally recruited 2 warlords and even casually dealt with a notorious pirate with a bounty near 100 million berries. Although, in reality, he just had to talk a bit, and even the pursuit of a random pirate was handled by Marigold and Sandersonia. But the results were still impressive. Work and rest should be balanced, right? Let's see if anyone's up to some fun in the chat group. Kizaru took a sip of his cold drink, and his attention soon shifted to the dimensional chat group in his mind. Ding, welcome Fubuki to the dimensional chat group. Kobayashi, wow. Another new member, welcome, throws confetti. Hybera AI at Random Guy, come out and make yourself useful. Random Guy, huh? Is there a new member? Could this one be another big shot? Fubuki. Such a simple name, it's hard to tell. Is she from One Punch Man, or maybe from the Ghost Blade series? Or perhaps a ship girl? Could it be that swordswoman Fubuki? Kobayashi, sugoi. As expected from Random Guy-san. Do you know so many people with the same name? Fubuki, who are you people? How dare you try to use psychic powers to affect me without my permission? Random Guy, ah. I think I figured out who the new person is. She must be Blizzard of Hell Fubuki from the One Punch Man world, the top B-class hero. Her actual combat strength should be A-class. So, I guess she's a big shot. Kobayashi, the top B-class hero. Sounds pretty impressive. Welcome Fubuki-san, I'm Kobayashi, just an ordinary office worker. Degree. Chapter 21, Fubuki. Hybera AI, another self-introduction. How tedious. Can't we just skip such boring formalities? Hybera AI, just an ordinary researcher. Random Guy trying to hug Luo Feng's leg, is this the new trendy way of introducing oneself? I'm Stray, just an ordinary transmigrator. Hybera AI, heh, a guy who doesn't even dare reveal his real name. Stray dog trying to hug Luo Feng's leg, damn it. My nickname really is Stray. Surnamed Lu, given name Ren, what's wrong with that? Fubuki, just as I thought, nothing but a bunch of weaklings. Listen closely. I am Hellish Blizzard, ruler of the B-class heroes and leader of the Blizzard group. Kizaru, oh. A new member in the chat. Welcome. Random Guy trying to hug Luo Feng's leg, Kizaru-sama has arrived. Welcome, boss throws confetti. Kizaru, keep it low key. So, we have a newcomer, huh? Hybera AI, B-class hero. So there's an A-class above that, right? And don't tell me there's something even higher than A-class. Random Guy trying to hug Luo Feng's leg, above B-class is A-class, and above that is S-class. S-class is the highest, at least, according to the Hero Association. Hybra AI, oh, so you're just the queen of the weaklings. Fubuki, how rude. If you were standing before me, I'd let you taste the power of my hellstorm. Hybra AI, sounds impressive. At random trying to hug Luo Feng's leg, how strong is she really? Stray dog trying to hug Luo Feng's leg, hellish blizzard, huh? Well, she's definitely stronger than the two of us. As for Master Zhang, it depends on which version of him we're talking about, but the rest of the big shots could probably beat her with one hand tied behind their backs. Kobayashi, objection. I can't beat her. Random guy trying to hug Luo Feng's leg, Kobayashi, you're being too humble. All you need to do is unleash Toru and let her handle it. Back in the One Punch Man world, Fubuki's face suddenly turned icy during a team meeting. The members of the Blizzard group shivered, terrified. They had no idea why their leader was so angry. Did she accidentally buy cheap, low-quality products while shopping yesterday? Orochimaru, oh. Another newcomer has joined. Stray dog trying to hug Luo Feng's leg, Orochimaru-sama has appeared too. The One Punch Man world has all kinds of strange and interesting things, you'd probably love it. Seeing Orochimaru appear, Kizaru raised an eyebrow slightly and gestured to the maid waiting by the balcony entrance. Since reuniting yesterday, Hancock had been clinging to him, and he still hadn't found an opportunity to pass the devil fruit on to Orochimaru. If it weren't for Orochimaru's appearance now, Kizaru would have almost forgotten that he still owed him a favor. Soon, under Kizaru's instructions, the maid arrived with 2 boxes containing devil fruits. Let me think about how this works. After sending the maid to the side, Kizaru started fiddling with the dimensional chat group's trade function. In no time, he reopened the virtual trading platform and sent the 2 devil fruits to Orochimaru. Once that was done, he returned to the chat group. In just a short time, the chat logs had already filled several pages. Clearly, the newcomer, Hellish Blizzard, was quite active. Kizaru at Orochimaru, the devil fruits have been delivered. Orochimaru, so this is a devil fruit, just eating it grants power comparable to bloodline limits. Fascinating indeed. Kizaru, remember, normally a person can't eat 2 devil fruits, or rather, I should say that usually one can't eat 2. There are exceptions. Random guy trying to hug Luo Feng's leg at Kizaru. Kizaru-sama, do you still have spare devil fruits on hand? Kizaru, I should still have some. Why? Are you interested in devil fruits too? Stray dog trying to hug Luo Feng's leg, I don't have a choice. It's too hard for someone talentless to get stronger. No special abilities, no cheat-like powers, I don't even dare to split my focus learning ninjutsu. If I want to improve in the short term, I can only rely on a devil fruit. In the Swallowed Star world, Stray sighed as he complained. When he first transmigrated, he had fantasized about becoming the protagonist. But lacking talent and any cheats, he had spent over a decade of bitter training just to reach the level of an intermediate martial artist at the school there. Without strength, even trying to latch onto someone powerful was impossible, and he wasn't even in the same base city as Luo Feng. He couldn't find a way to pledge himself to someone, even if he tried. Over the years, he had accepted his fate. Even after joining the dimensional chat group, he didn't believe he had the makings of a protagonist. Kizaru, I'll ask around later. There should be something. Do you want a Zoan type or a Paramecia type? If you want a Logia type, though, you might have to wait a long time, or it might never even show up. Stray dog trying to hug Luo Feng's leg, Zoan type is fine, preferably something powerful. But I don't have anything valuable to trade for it right now. Could you hold on to one for me, boss? Kizaru, otherwise, it'll just sit in storage. I'll find a devil fruit for you later. In exchange, just let me visit your world 3 times. Seeing Stray dog complain in the chat group, Kizaru could relate somewhat. Although his situation was far better, over the years, he had gradually turned into a complete slacker. Considering they were both transmigrators, Kizaru didn't mind helping him out a little. Besides, the Swallowed Star world was overflowing with opportunities, trading a devil fruit for that was a bargain no matter how you looked at it. Stray dog trying to hug Luo Feng's leg, deal. Kizaru-sama, just let me know whenever you want to come over. I'm ready anytime. Kobayashi, I'm so jealous. Kizaru-san gets to visit another world again. I want to go see other worlds too. Stray dog trying to hug Luo Feng's leg, Kobayashi, you're welcome to come here if you'd like. I live alone anyway. Just don't cause too much trouble. Kobayashi, really? Can I bring Toru with me? Stray dog trying to hug Luo Feng's leg, I don't mind, as long as Toru doesn't go berserk. But she's not in our group, right? So she probably wouldn't be able to travel with you. Kobayashi, then forget it. Your world seems dangerous anyway. I'm just an ordinary office worker, so I'd better play it safe. Hybra AI, Kobayashi, if you want to visit another world, you can come to mine. The place I'm staying now is very spacious, you can live with me. Stray dog trying to hug Luo Feng's leg, Kobayashi, don't go. That sly, sharp-tongued girl's world is super dangerous. Hybra AI, stop talking nonsense. My world isn't dangerous at all. Hellish Blizzard, hold on. What do you mean by visiting other worlds? Stray dog trying to hug Luo Feng's leg at Hybra AI. Here's a joke, Detective Conan's world isn't dangerous. Stray dog trying to hug Luo Feng's leg at Hellish Blizzard. It's exactly what it sounds like. If someone from another world invites you, you can go to their world. Kizaru, I can confirm that. But before visiting other worlds, I'd suggest first understanding their general situation and level of danger. My place is always open if you can bring something that interests me. Stray dog trying to hug Luo Feng's leg. Kizaru-sama previously visited Jotaro's world and even helped him defeat Dio. Oh, Dio is the main villain in Jotaro's world. Kizaru-sama is ridiculously strong. Degree. Chapter 22, Sunbath. Seeing random guy, who had completely belittled her earlier, now singing endless praises about Kizaru, the competitive blizzard of hell immediately felt dissatisfied. If she weren't separated by the dimensional chat group and had no idea what the other party even looked like, she wouldn't let this slide so easily. Hellish Blizzard, is that guy really that strong? Random guy trying to hug Luo Feng's leg, huh? You mean Kizaru-sama? Let me put it this way, in the One Punch Man world, that's your world, he'd definitely be an S-class hero, and not just any S-class. He'd probably rank either first or second. Random guy trying to hug Luo Feng's leg, aside from that one bald guy in Blast, whose full strength is still a mystery, there's probably no one in the Hero Association stronger than Kizaru-sama. Hellish Blizzard, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you have any idea how strong the S-class heroes are? Random guy trying to hug Luo Feng's leg, oh, I do. I also know that your sister is the S-class rank 2 hero, Tornado. But compared to Kizaru-sama, she's still far behind. Kobayashi, don't be mad, Blizzard-san. Random-san always talks like that, he means no harm. Hybra AI, the sister is S-class, and the younger sister is B-class. Hey, how amusing. Random guy trying to hug Luo Feng's leg, it's not as bad as it sounds. If she really wanted to, she could easily be among the top A-class heroes. But she's perfectly content staying as the top-ranked B-class hero. In the One Punch Man world, Hellish Blizzard's face grew darker and darker. The members of her Blizzard group gulped nervously. From her expression, this wasn't something as simple as buying cheap goods. Could it be that some rookie in B-class had just refused the boss's invitation? Kizaru, huh? I'll remember that name. Hellish Blizzard let out a cold snort. She'd figure out just what kind of person this Kizaru was, the one that Stray Dog hyped up to the heavens. This dimensional chat group seemed capable of pulling its members into other worlds. Once she figured out how it worked, she would drag Kizaru over to her world. If it turned out he wasn't as strong as they claimed, she'd mercilessly mock those irritating people, especially that sharp-tongued Hybra AI. How infuriating she was. Meanwhile, back in the One Piece world, Kizaru, who was blissfully unaware that he had just been targeted, continued basking in the sun with satisfaction. Sure, lazing around in the sun had always been pleasant, but nothing compared to the feeling of lying back and watching his strength visibly grow at the same time. Especially when it came to Kizaru's biggest weaknesses, physical strength and combat techniques, attributes that required extensive and long-term training to improve. Yet, just a single morning spent basking in the sun had already equaled several months of grueling effort. The only thing he couldn't improve simply by lying around was his combat experience, but for someone like Kizaru, who had been active at the pinnacle of the One Piece world for decades, combat experience was the last thing he'd ever lack. This is the life. Kizaru stretched lazily, the sound of his bones and muscles crackling like fireworks. The feeling of growing stronger while doing absolutely nothing was too good to be true. My love. Just as Kizaru was enjoying his training, a gust of fragrant wind swept toward him as Hancock, dressed in a silk dress, dove into his arms. Their night together had barely alleviated her longing. With her mind filled only with thoughts of her beloved, Hancock wished she could remain forever attached to Kizaru's side. Why are you up so early? Are you saying I wasn't good enough last night? Kizaru teased, smirking playfully. Even though he wasn't a muscle-bound monster like Kaido, and physical strength was technically his weakest attribute, the weakest of a top-tier powerhouse was still unimaginable for most people. Hancock, as a warlord of the sea, was one of the few capable of matching him. If it were someone like Nami, there was no telling if she'd even be able to get out of bed the next morning. My love, let's wait until tonight, okay? I haven't fully recovered yet. Hancock bit her lip and whispered softly, her captivating eyes fixed on Kizaru's with a look so alluring it seemed ready to overflow. Hey, I'll let you off the hook for now. But tonight. Kizaru murmured as he lightly nibbled on Hancock's ear. Whether Hancock truly was the most beautiful woman in the world was debatable, but so far, Kizaru had yet to meet anyone more irresistible than her. Lord Kizaru, Lady Hancock, the warrior selection is about to begin. Just as Hancock, her cheeks flushed red, was about to speak, a group of maidservants at the balcony entrance began pushing one another forward. Eventually, a particularly timid and unlucky one was shoved to the front. She cautiously stepped out and began her report. Hancock, who was as docile as a kitten in front of Kizaru, was far from gentle by nature. The title of Pirate Empress wasn't earned merely because she was strong, her fiery temper was well known. Had they not been worried about the consequences of delaying the report, the maids might have kept pushing responsibility back and forth for much longer. Oh! How many warriors are there now on Amazon Lily? Before Hancock could flare up, Kizaru asked curiously. Even in Amazon Lily, where armament hockey was practically a given, these warriors represented the elite among the female fighters. In terms of combat power, their lower limit was roughly equivalent to an average Marine headquarters lieutenant commander. The strongest among them could even rival headquarters vice admirals. However, such elite warriors were rare even in the Kuja pirates. If not for Kizaru providing supplies and training after taking over Amazon Lily, their numbers would have been even smaller. There are 137 in total, though most of them are rookies who passed the test in recent years. Hancock tilted her head thoughtfully. As the captain of the Kuja pirates, she might not remember each individual warrior, but she at least had a grasp of the overall numbers. For Hancock, however, the importance of the Kuja pirates paled in comparison to Kizaru himself. If given the chance, Hancock wouldn't hesitate to trade Amazon Lily in exchange for Nami's position as Kizaru's adjutant. That's far too few. If I recall, the Kuja pirates originally only had around 600 people, right? Kizaru shook his head. The population of Amazon Lily had always been a major limitation. Natural growth was practically impossible. Especially since Kizaru had forbidden them from raiding civilians, their only avenues for increasing their numbers were attacking slave ships and adopting abandoned infants. Thanks to Kizaru's support, Amazon Lily had established orphanages in numerous countries and towns to take in abandoned baby girls. However, the oldest of those girls were still years away from adulthood. Degree. Chapter 23, Girls. There are already over 1,300 people now. After the warrior's assessment ends, the crew will continue recruiting. Hancock adjusted her position slightly, her slender fingers tracing irregular circles on Kizaru's chest. Kizaru sighed helplessly. The growth potential of the Kuja pirates was far too limited. Even with his support from behind the scenes, they simply couldn't compete with the large pirate crews of the New World. Fortunately, every warrior eligible to join the Kuja pirates was an elite proficient in armament hockey. With over 1,000 members, they were at least capable of serving as a surprise force in critical situations. Let's go. I'm free anyway, so I might as well check out the warrior's assessment. Kizaru shook his head. Since expanding the Kuja pirates' numbers in the short term wasn't feasible, he might as well focus on improving their quality. The warriors were already among the elite of the Kuja warriors. With a little training, they could become far more useful. However, since Amazon Lily was officially still a pirate force, Kizaru, despite being a Marine admiral, couldn't afford to act too brazenly. For instance, he definitely couldn't teach them something as conspicuous as the Rokushiki techniques. Fortunately, Kizaru had other options up his sleeve. Hancock, do you still have that Zoan-type devil fruit I sent last time? I recall it was the ancient model, giant ape fruit. Kizaru helped Hancock to her feet. In a sense, Amazon Lily served as his personal treasury. The majority of Kizaru's wealth and resources were stored on the island. The remaining portion was managed by Nami. Some of these items were too sensitive to keep at Marine headquarters, as it was somewhat inconvenient, even for someone of Kizaru's rank. Despite being a Marine admiral, there were still some unspoken rules he had to abide by. Of course, dear. Everything you send, I keep stored safely, Hancock replied, her tone brimming with pride as though she were seeking praise. She didn't care whether the items were meant to enhance the Kuja pirate's strength or not. If something belonged to Kizaru, she wanted to collect it. Of course, what she truly wished to collect was Kizaru himself, though, unfortunately, that was the one thing she could never have. Good. Have someone bring it over later, Kizaru instructed. As he walked alongside Hancock toward the warriors of the nation training grounds, Kizaru opened the dimensional chat group interface in his mind. Blizzard, I didn't expect your taste to be this good. These handbag styles are quite nice. Hybera AI, same to you. Your taste isn't bad either. Too bad my collection ended up in someone else's hands. Otherwise, you'd have been able to see a few of my treasured classic pieces. Blizzard, is that organization still after you? Do you need me to come over and beat up all those bad guys for you? Hybra AI, that organization isn't as simple as you think. If it were that easy to track down and destroy, the global police would have wiped them out long ago. Blizzard, well, there's nothing I can do then. Just make sure you stay safe. If you're ever in danger, call me, and I'll help. Kizaru, huh? Did I miss something here? When did they get along so well? Kobayashi, meh. I'll never understand the friendships between girls. Random guy, Kobayashi, you are a girl. Sweatdrops.jpg. Kobayashi, I'm a salary woman who can handle triple the workload. Random guy, Kobayashi, take it easy. If you keel over from overwork, the consequences could be catastrophic. You might accidentally cause the end of the world. Kobayashi, huh? What do you mean? Random guy, your girl, Toru. You should be a little more aware. That dragon maid of yours could destroy the world if she went berserk. She's no different from Godzilla. Kobayashi, you're exaggerating. In Kobayashi's world, as she looked toward the kitchen where Toru hummed cheerfully while cooking and occasionally swished her large tail back and forth, it was impossible not to scoff at the chat group's words. How could such a cute maid possibly be a world-destroying dragon of doom? Kizaru at random guy, hey, kid. The devil fruit you wanted is ready, Zoan type, ancient model, giant ape form. I'll send it to you soon. Random guy, whoa. Thanks, Kizaru-san. You're the best. An ancient Zoan type. That must have cost you a fortune. Blizzard, what's a devil fruit? Hybra AI, it seems to be a specialty of Kizaru's world. Eating one grants all kinds of unbelievable superpowers. Blizzard, that's impossible. Does that mean even ordinary people can become superhumans? Even in the One Punch Man world, where heroes and monsters run rampant, true superhumans are extremely rare. For example, among the S-class heroes of the Hero Association, excluding Blast, whose abilities remain unknown, only Tornado could be considered a true psychic in the literal sense. So, it wasn't surprising that Blizzard was so shocked upon hearing that eating a devil fruit could grant superpowers. Kizaru, by the way, everyone, does anyone have a way to train a large number of subordinates quickly? It needs to be fast, have no significant side effects, and produce results that aren't too strong but not too weak either. Something that works for a few hundred people would be ideal. Random guy, just to clarify, Kizaru-san, when you say, not too strong but not too weak, how strong are you talking about exactly? Kizaru, how should I describe it? You know about Marine headquarters, right? I need a method that can turn subordinates with the strength of headquarters lieutenant commanders into those at the level of colonels or rear admirals. Random guy, whoa. Could Stan's work? Didn't you bring an arrow back from Jotaro's world, Kizaru-san? Kizaru, that won't do. Using that arrow could cost a lot of lives, and I can't let my subordinates take that kind of risk. Hybra AI, hey, Marine Lieutenant Commander, how strong are we talking about here? In the Detective Conan world, Hybra AI, sipping her afternoon tea, stared intently at the virtual screen in front of her. Ever since she joined this miraculous dimensional chat group, she had been quietly thinking of ways to gain some self-protection abilities through the group. But, compared to those members who casually fought vampires or kept dragons as maids, Hybra AI had little of value to offer. The only remotely useful thing she could think of was APTX 4869, but she didn't even have any on hand. Finally, an opportunity arose, one that didn't seem to require immense power, and Hybra suddenly came up with a bold idea. From what the chat group member had mentioned before, Kizaru's world had rather unbalanced technological development. For instance, the Navy still relied on sail-powered ships. Chapter 24, Warrior Assessment. Even the soldiers' weapons were muzzle-loaded flintlock guns. Hybra AI wasn't particularly knowledgeable about firearms, but she knew that muzzle-loaded flintlock guns could only be found in museums nowadays. If she could send the latest firearms to Kizaru's world, it would undoubtedly strengthen the Navy there. At the very least, she had Dr. Agasa by her side. While Dr. Agasa wasn't the most reliable at times, the inventions he created were always quite remarkable. She could always ask Dr. Agasa to help invent battle tools. After all, Kizaru's navy was on the side of justice, so Hybra AI wasn't worried about him using them for evil purposes. Random guy, a world almost without magic is really hard to compare, but you can roughly understand it as a Marine lieutenant commander, who could fight 10 Jin, and in unarmed combat, could fight 100. That's a conservative estimate. A/N, Jin is a main antagonist from Detective Conan world. Hybra AI, then it's fine, sorry for the interruption. Kobayashi, I asked Toru, but she doesn't have any good solutions. Jotaro Kujo, Kizaru, if it really comes to it, I can ask my grandfather for the ripple martial arts techniques, but you might not be able to master them. Zhang Sanfeng, more haste, less speed. Random guy, Kizaru, why don't you ask Orochimaru? Maybe he has a solution. Kizaru at Orochimaru, do you have any quick-to-learn techniques or skills? Preferably with minimal side effects. Orochimaru, hey, I've been busy researching devil fruits lately, so I haven't had much free time. As for quick-to-learn abilities, I have a simplified version of the lightning release body flicker technique. If the person has decent talent, they should be able to learn it. Orochimaru, while the practical combat effectiveness isn't that great, as long as they can control the nature transformation of lightning chakra, they shouldn't be any weaker than an elite jonin. Kizaru, sounds good, I'll take it. Should I trade a devil fruit for it? Orochimaru, heh, not necessary for now. I haven't finished researching the 2 devil fruits from last time. Orochimaru, the original intent behind developing this set of ninjutsu was to counter the IWA ninja, but the war ended before it was completed. The unfinished version is of no use to me, so feel free to take it if you want. Kizaru, I understand. Then I'll trade you the 6 powers of the Navy. I'll send you the materials later, and you can pick 2 techniques. The 6 powers of the Navy might seem simple, but they are a classic set of techniques refined through the hard work of countless Navy soldiers. Trading 2 of them for a half-finished ninjutsu technique wasn't exactly taking advantage of Orochimaru. Not long after, Orochimaru sent over the scroll with the ninjutsu technique. Although Kizaru had never truly experienced the lightning release body flicker technique, after seeing the records on the scroll, he could immediately tell there were elements of imitation. The lightning release body flicker technique developed by Orochimaru had abandoned the method of using lightning release to stimulate the body, which would have activated its vitality. It was unclear whether this was due to limitations in ability or if it was part of the original development idea to not include such a function. However, Kizaru was more inclined to believe it was the latter, as Orochimaru's talents were undeniable. And by abandoning the activation of physical vitality, the technique's release of lightning release was significantly strengthened. Simply put, it was similar to the abilities of the Mink tribe. In close combat, everyone could generate 100,000 volts of electricity. Weak opponents would be easily defeated, and even opponents of similar strength would find themselves at a significant disadvantage. Unfortunately, in the face of truly powerful beings, this ninjutsu technique didn't hold much value. It was not only ineffective against top-tier beings like Kizaru, but even Hancock could easily disregard this level of lightning release. It's just SOSO, I guess I'll have to make do for now. Kizaru grimaced, casually shoving the scroll into the pocket of his beach shorts, before following Hancock to the warrior training grounds. The female warriors of Amazon Lily, who were participating in the exam, were already prepared. The process for becoming a guardian warrior was simple and straightforward. Defeating a legitimate guardian warrior in a one-on-one battle meant passing the test. Moreover, if a guardian warrior was defeated more than 3 times during the exam, they would lose their status as a guardian warrior. To regain it, they would have to retake the exam. Before this, Kizaru had often criticized the test method as unreasonable. Those Amazon Lily warriors who weren't skilled in direct combat would almost never pass the test. However, the women of Amazon Lily were stubborn, convinced that true strength was proven through direct confrontation. But this exam method did have its merits. At least, every guardian warrior selected through this method was, without exception, an elite among elites. Becoming a guardian warrior was just the beginning. If one couldn't continue to grow stronger, they would eventually be overtaken and eliminated by a constant stream of newcomers. This brutal custom and system might be the real reason why the female warriors of Amazon Lily all possess the ability to use armament hockey. Let the exam begin. The one presiding over the exam was the guardian warrior Kikyo, a fierce-looking female warrior who also mastered 2 types of hockey. Even within the ranks of the Kuja pirates, she was among the top 5 strongest. At Kikyo's command, the 20 or so female warriors from Amazon Lily participating in the exam immediately charged forward. To defeat the guardian warriors, who were theoretically only slightly stronger than them, they had to give it their all. Even though the female warriors of Amazon Lily all possessed the power of armament hockey, many still lost their lives during the guardian warrior exam. Dear, how many do you think will pass the exam this time? Noticing that Kizaru seemed a bit distracted, Hancock actively snuggled into his arms, not caring that there were still plenty of female warriors from Amazon Lily around. She simply wanted to be close to him. Want to make a bet? 3, maybe 4. Kizaru glanced over at the scene. The female warriors of Amazon Lily were incredibly fierce, wearing only a set of nearly useless armor, swinging their swords and battling their opponents. Even the weakest of them, if they ventured to the 4 seas or even the first half of the Grand Line, would be able to make a name for themselves. Among them was even a female giant, wielding a sword that was at least 7 or 8 meters long, chasing after a guardian warrior to strike. Giants were natural-born warriors, and upon reaching adulthood, they possessed the strength of a Navy lieutenant commander. With some training, they could reach the level of Navy commander or even commodore. Although the female giant looked to be in her youth, she had grown up on Amazon Lily and was already a seasoned warrior. Her opponent, the Guardian Warrior, was not weak by any means, but under the overwhelming pressure of strength, even the most exceptional swordsmanship could not find its way to the surface. Degree. A/N. I'll do double release again tomorrow if we reach 200 stones by then. Since we already have 150, I think it'll be easy. Go guys. Chapter 25, Sentomaru. I guess 3. Hancock glanced over as well, but her gaze was directed at the Guardian Warriors in charge of the exam. There were over 100 Guardian Warriors, with varying levels of strength. Those who drew veteran Guardian Warriors as their opponents could forget about passing the exam. A significant number of female warriors from Amazon Lily failed the exam not because they were too weak, but because they were matched up against opponents who were simply too strong. Same bet as usual. Kizaru raised an eyebrow slightly, and Hancock agreed without hesitation. Clang. Seizing the opportunity when her opponent failed to dodge, the female giant swung her sword and knocked her opponent out of the ring. Fortunately, her opponent was protected by armament hockey, so even though he was sent flying 10 meters away, there was no significant injury. I won. Haha. The female giant excitedly raised her massive sword and cheered loudly. As one of the rare newcomers to pass the Guardian Warrior exam on their first attempt, she certainly had reason to be happy. Meanwhile, the results from the other 20-plus matches were gradually decided. Most of the Guardian Warriors held their ground, and including the female giant, only 4 newcomers passed the exam. One Guardian Warrior, having accumulated 3 losses, lost her title as a Guardian Warrior. Ugh, I'm so unlucky. Why did I have to face Golia? The former Guardian Warrior who lost her title was the female giant's opponent. Her strength wasn't at the bottom among the Guardian Warriors, but unfortunately, her bad luck kept her from succeeding. Train hard and get back at her. Those who passed the exam, come with me to meet Kizaru-sama and Hancock-sama. Kikyo scolded the unlucky warrior, then led the successful newcomers to Kizaru. Greetings, Kizaru-sama, Hancock-sama. The 4 newcomers half-knelt before Kizaru and Hancock. Although Hancock was the Empress of Amazon Lily, the female warriors of Amazon Lily also regarded Kizaru as a father figure of sorts. Moreover, with Hancock's insistence, whenever they both appeared together, Kizaru's position had to be above hers. Get up. Kikyo, are all the Guardian Warriors on the island? Kizaru was familiar with Kikyo. If not for Marigold and Sandersonia being Hancock's sisters, Kikyo would definitely have the qualifications to be Hancock's right hand. Yes, Kizaru-sama. Kikyo spoke respectfully. Everyone in the Kuja Pirates knew that offending Hancock-sama might still leave room for recovery, but offending Kizaru-sama would definitely lead to no good outcome. In fact, Kizaru-sama didn't even need to take action himself, Hancock-sama would already begin cleaning up the mess. Very well, summon all the Guardian Warriors. I have something to announce. Kizaru nodded and instructed the attendant to bring the scroll that contained the method for refining chakra. The female warriors of Amazon Lily should, without surprise, be able to learn chakra refinement, as chakra is essentially a combination of mental and physical energy. Armament hockey, which is derived from refining one's body to its utmost limit, is fundamentally pure physical energy. As elite warriors among Amazon Lily's female fighters, the Guardian Warriors would undoubtedly find chakra refinement an efficient process. However, Kizaru did not intend to expand the chakra system at this time. The 3-color hockey system was not necessarily inferior to chakra, and most people couldn't even master their own system properly. Trying to learn another would only make them weaker. BRRR. Just as Kizaru ordered the Guardian Warriors to be summoned, his dedicated Den Mushi rang again. Moshi, this is Kizaru. Sighing, Kizaru answered the call with a touch of impatience. For some reason, he suddenly found himself missing Nami's presence. Whether it was receiving calls or making calls, little Nami would take care of everything for him. Boss, it's Sentomaru. The gravity training room you asked Dr. Vegapunk to make is finished. Should we send it to Marineford now? A voice like a broken gong came through the Den Mushi. Even through the phone, Kizaru could vividly imagine the image of that fat man wearing a red belly band. Hold on. Send it to Amazon Lily first, and stop calling me boss. It sounds like a gang leader. I'm a Marine Admiral, you know. Kizaru quickly called out to Sentomaru, fearing that the Big Oaf would send the newly created gravity training room to Marineford. The Marine headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates had almost turned Marineford into a ruin during the war. Now, Kizaru had to involve both the Revolutionary Army and the world government in the mess. By the time the war ended, it was questionable whether Marineford would even still be standing. Ah, understood, boss. Sentomaru finished speaking and immediately hung up the Den Mushi. He was about to notify the scientific division to have the gravity training room sent to Amazon Lily. But before he could leave the room, a flash of golden light appeared before him, and an exceptionally powerful punch sent him crashing to the ground. Bang. Sentomaru's forehead hit the ground first, smashing a large crater into the floor. In a certain sense, Sentomaru was quite a genius. Although he didn't have the exaggerated natural toughness of Charlotte Leanlean's iron balloon, his affinity for armament hockey was surprisingly high. Plus, with the help of Vice Admiral Garp's training, Sentomaru's defensive abilities were now quite extraordinary. If it were anyone else who took such a punch, they would either be dead or have a concussion, but he, lying on the ground, simply shook his head vigorously before glaring and raising his head. Despite smashing his forehead into the granite floor, he didn't have a scratch on him. Bastard! Who dares to hit me? No matter how Sentomaru searched, he couldn't find the one who had ambushed him, and he was absolutely furious. Ha! Little brat, you even dare to hang up my call. On the other side, on Amazon Lily, Kizaru, who had used his ability to make a quick round between Amazon Lily and the Marine Science Division, casually punched a certain idiot along the way, flicked his hand in annoyance. He regretted asking Vice Admiral Garp to help train Peachmaru. The guy was already thick-headed, but now he had become even thick-skinned. If it weren't for his mastery of armament hockey, Kizaru's punch might not have even moved him. His defense was ridiculously high. Kizaru-sama, all the Guardian warriors are present. Kikyo, carrying a large sword, spoke respectfully. Amazon Lily wasn't very large, and the Guardian warriors were highly efficient. In no time at all, including the new recruits, 140 Guardian warriors were all gathered. Though their numbers weren't overwhelming, even in the New World, there weren't many pirate crews stronger than them. Degree. Chapter 26, Introducing Chakra. Amazon Lily, the home of the Kuja pirates, is quite a special country, with its uniqueness lying in the fact that the majority of its citizens don't adhere to the strict concept of bloodline inheritance. Before Kizaru took control of Amazon Lily, most of the people in this country had never even seen what a man looked like. The majority of the population had been abducted to Amazon Lily from a young age, and even the giants were not spared from being taken. This diversity is reflected in the Guardian warriors, the elite female warriors of Amazon Lily, who are essentially like a humanoid race museum. For instance, the giant race, being quite prominent, has 4 members among the over 100 Guardian warriors. This is mainly because the giants possess significantly stronger combat abilities. Even among elite warriors like the Guardian warriors, it's difficult to erase the inherent racial differences, and the giant Guardian warriors are far from useless, relying solely on talent. Everyone, follow my instructions. After giving a brief explanation for calling together the Guardian warriors, Kizaru began teaching them how to refine chakra. It quickly became clear that for those who already had some foundational skills, learning how to refine chakra wasn't too difficult. In less than 5 minutes of Kizaru demonstrating the chakra refining method, Hancock, who was eager to please Kizaru, successfully refined chakra. Soon after, Kikyo and the strongest among the Guardian warriors also completed the process. About half an hour later, the last giant warrior also managed to refine chakra with the help of her companions. The efficiency seemed a bit excessive, but considering that these 100-plus Guardian warriors were selected from Amazon Lily's female warriors, all of whom mastered armament hockey, it wasn't all that surprising. Very good. Now, we'll move on to the lightning release ninja body technique. Kizaru was somewhat surprised. He had originally thought there might be a few warriors who would struggle with chakra refinement, so he was prepared to let them self-study using scrolls. It seemed he had underestimated the talent of the Guardian warriors or the compatibility between the hockey system and the chakra system. Overjoyed, Kizaru decided to strike while the iron was hot and teach the newly acquired lightning release ninja body technique to the Guardian warriors. Although he hadn't personally learned it yet, with his many years of experience and the ability to make connections, he believed he could learn it quickly. ZZZZZ. ZZZ. ZZZZZ. The Guardian warriors were also quite interested in the battle techniques Kizaru was personally teaching, especially after they had learned how to refine chakra. Although they hadn't yet realized the full implications of the chakra system. However, the sudden appearance of such power still caused the Guardian warriors to feel exceptionally excited. In an instant, the training ground seemed to turn into a Pikachu breeding ground, with crackling lightning flashing non-stop. Unfortunately, the training for the lightning release ninja body technique was clearly much harder than refining chakra. Even Kizaru himself had to attempt several times before successfully mastering this technique, which he found somewhat trivial. My dear, this technique is very similar to the Mink tribe's ability to discharge energy. What Kizaru didn't expect was that, not long after he successfully mastered the lightning release ninja body technique, Hancock also learned it. Compared to the Guardian warriors, whose faces turned red as they struggled to release a few sparks, Hancock effortlessly enveloped herself in dazzling lightning with a casual movement. Her method was simple, she directly copied the technique from Kizaru using her observation haki. This led Kizaru to receive both good and bad news. The good news was that any Guardian warriors who had mastered observation haki would quickly be able to learn this relatively simple ninja technique. The bad news was that enemies with observation haki could do the same. Tisk, we'll have to keep this secret from the Guardian Warriors and prevent the chakra refining method from leaking. Kizaru sighed. Fortunately, observation haki could only copy relatively simple techniques like the ninja body technique. For more complex techniques that required hand seals, this shortcut wouldn't work. After discovering that observation haki could directly copy the lightning release ninja body technique, several Guardian Warriors quickly attempted to imitate it. However, the number of Guardian Warriors who had mastered both color of arms haki was still few, and even including the few who had learned it on their own, only about 30 or so had managed to learn this technique. ZZZZZ. The newly learned lightning release ninja body technique users gathered together to release their lightning, creating a spectacular scene. For the Guardian Warriors, the novelty of lightning release and chakra was enough to spark their interest. The lightning release ninja body technique, regardless of its specific lethality, looked incredibly powerful just from the way lightning crackled around the user. It was a technique that certainly conveyed an intimidating presence, which was perfect for the Guardian Warriors, a group of tough, battle-hardened women. Especially the one who had learned the technique on her own, the female giant. The lightning radiating from her body was incredibly exaggerated, enveloping a large area around her, making her look like a mobile power station. Her massive chakra reserves made up for the technique's high energy consumption, allowing her to use it with far fewer drawbacks. Orochimaru, who had developed the lightning release ninja body technique, probably never imagined how much it would boost the battle strength of the giant race, a species naturally endowed with immense physical power. Let's stop here for now. Some people have learned it, and the rest can practice at their own pace. Remember, keep it secret and don't share it with anyone outside the Guardian Warriors. Kizaru had no time to wait any longer. While the Amazon Lily Warriors' attire was distinctive, there weren't many among them who could be called particularly attractive. After all, would anyone really be interested in a muscle-bound Barbie with bulging muscles? Just as Kizaru was preparing to leave with Hancock, there was a commotion at the port of Amazon Lily. Even from several miles away, the sounds of terrifying explosions and screams could be heard. What's going on? Hancock was quite irritated. It wasn't that she was worried about the disturbance, but she simply disliked having her time alone with Kizaru interrupted. Sister, the pirate we captured earlier managed to escape from the prison and is trying to steal a ship to escape. Marigold quickly investigated the situation and reported back with a serious expression. After all, Kizaru had just stressed the importance of secrecy, and now a pirate was almost about to escape from Amazon Lily. It made them look a bit incompetent. Of course, it wasn't entirely their fault. If Kizaru hadn't ordered the Guardian Warriors to be gathered, the island's defense wouldn't have been so vulnerable. If nothing else, the 4 Guardian Warriors responsible for guarding the prison hadn't left, and even a notorious pirate with a bounty of tens of millions of belly would have been no match for them. Is it the pirate called Blood Demon? Kizaru suddenly remembered the situation. It had originally been Vice Admiral Strawberry's task, but he had passed it off to Hancock's 2 younger sisters. A/N, here's y'all's extra chapter since we did manage to reach 200 plus stones, 239 as of now. Let us reach 500 stones tomorrow and you'll get yourself another deal. Plus 1 chapter of course. Chapter 27, Blood Demon. Do you mean Blood Demon Rock? The blood fruit user. Sandersonia was briefly stunned before realizing who Kizaru was talking about. Blood fruit. Kizaru, who had only casually inquired, was slightly surprised. A bounty of tens of millions of belly was just enough to barely classify someone as a major pirate. However, Kizaru recalled an earlier encounter with a previous blood fruit user. That individual had left a deep impression on him when Kizaru was still fresh out of the gate. If not for his glint fruit powers, which were even more overpowered, Kizaru wondered if he would have ever risen to the rank of admiral. The thought that an ability once wielded by an old friend had now fallen into the hands of such a weakling nearly made him laugh out loud. Yes, it's quite a troublesome ability. If it weren't for our sea-stone weapons, we might not have caught him, Marigold explained, trying to defend her sisters for the lapse in security. Kizaru might not punish them, but Hancock certainly wouldn't be as forgiving. Haha, take me to see this guy. After all, it's an old friend's power. Kizaru suddenly became interested in meeting Blood Demon Rock. Back in the day, he had been quite envious of the blood fruit's abilities. With just a drop of an enemy's blood, the user could cast a curse that inflicted continuous damage. If Kizaru hadn't been a Logia user, he might have been defeated by that power. Unfortunately, after eliminating that blood fruit user, the devil fruit didn't reappear on the nearest fruit as expected. Since missing that opportunity, Kizaru hadn't heard any news of the blood fruit until now. He didn't expect it to reappear in the hands of such a weakling. Blood Demon Rock was a pirate born and bred on the Grand Line. Because of this, he was quite familiar with the 7 warlords of the sea, these legal pirates. But Rock never imagined he would one day fall into the hands of the warlords. Although it wasn't the infamous pirate empress who captured him, the female warriors of Amazon Lily were truly ruthless. The 200 or so subordinates he painstakingly recruited were defeated in a single encounter by just a few dozen guardian warriors. If that had been all, Rock might have been able to cope. After all, to survive under the Navy's radar and earn an 80 million belly bounty, he wasn't solely reliant on his crew. Among pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, there weren't many who could rival Hancock's two sisters, but Blood Demon Rock happened to be one of the few exceptions. But Marigold and Sandersonia fought without honor, taking him on 2 against 1. If that were all, Blood Demon Rock might not have won but could have found a chance to escape. Unfortunately, his subordinates were utterly useless. Before Rock could seize an opportunity to flee, his entire crew had been wiped out, leaving their captain surrounded by a group of guardian warriors. Damn the Kuja pirates. Damn the Empress. One day, I'll settle the score with these women. Rock panted heavily, hiding deep in a storage warehouse. Realizing earlier that he had no hope of escaping, he had deliberately minimized his resistance to conserve his energy. It turned out to be the right decision. When Marigold and Sandersonia realized they couldn't subdue Rock even when working together, Sandersonia ordered the guardian warriors to attack en masse. No matter how strong Rock was, he couldn't withstand the combined assault of Hancock's two sisters and dozens of guardian warriors. In the end, he was humiliatingly captured by the Kuja pirates. While heavily injured and imprisoned, Rock struggled in vain to find an opportunity to escape. Then, for some unknown reason, the women's vigilance unexpectedly loosened. Seizing his chance, Rock not only broke out of the prison but also used the blood fruit's power to absorb blood and fully heal his injuries. For a moment, Rock truly believed he was on the verge of freedom, until swarms of Kuja warriors came after him like a tidal wave. Facing hundreds of women who had mastered armament hockey, Rock finally understood true despair. If it weren't for the blood fruit's exceptional survival capabilities, he would have died 10 times over by now. Damn it. I've already hit the absorption limit. If I try to absorb more blood now, I'll suffer a rejection reaction. While those damn women were still searching for him, Rock checked his condition and came to a grim realization. Just as Rock was sinking deeper into despair, the warehouse doors slowly creaked open, and an unusually tall figure appeared in the doorway. Let's see if you're hiding in here. Seeing the person step into the warehouse, with the shadows of those damn women behind him, Rock prepared for a final desperate attack. Even if he had to die, he was determined to drag a few of them down with him. Wait a minute, why did that voice sound like a man's? Transforming into a pool of blood, Rock lunged out from the shadows. But before he could even see his target clearly, a sandal-clad foot smashed squarely into his face. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Rock, who had been surging forward, was sent flying like a human cannonball, smashing straight through the warehouse's reinforced wall. The port warehouses had been designed to double as small fortresses. If the island were ever invaded, the Kuja warriors could use the warehouses to defend the port. This alone showed just how thick and sturdy the warehouse walls were. But despite that, after taking a kick from Kizaru, Rock blasted through the wall as if it were paper, leaving a massive hole in his wake. Boom, boom, boom. Rock, like a cannonball, smashed through the wall and collided with several obstacles before finally grinding to a halt, carving a trench dozens of meters long into the ground. If not for the blood fruit's incredible life-saving abilities, even a Zoan-type devil fruit user wouldn't have survived that kick. And yet, despite this, Rock, his face imprinted with a sandal mark, was now hovering on the brink of death. Even when he had been turned into a pincushion by the Kuja warriors' arrows earlier, the injuries hadn't been as severe as this single kick. Oh my, I may have overdone it a little. In his semi-conscious state, Rock thought he heard a voice. Perhaps because he no longer had to waste energy plotting an escape, he was now certain the voice belonged to a man. What a cruel irony. Captured in the legendary Nation of Women, Amazon Lily, only to meet his end at the hands of a man. That strike had been absurdly powerful. The opponent hadn't even used armament hockey, hadn't even been serious. It had merely been a reflexive kick to stop him from getting too close. Ugh. Rock seemed to want to say something. But with his face now caved in from the kick, speaking, let alone producing any coherent sound, was an impossible task. Degree. Chapter 28, Evil Ivankov. If nothing unexpected happened, in less than a minute, the infamous pirate who had once given the Marines such a headache, so much so that they sent a vice admiral to subdue him, would take his final breath. TSK, you know, if you just go and die like this, it's going to be a real pain for me. This stuff shouldn't be expired, right? Kizaru squatted down, examining the syringe in his hand with a conflicted expression. Logically, this kind of life-saving miracle shouldn't be wasted, but considering the person who gave it to him was that Ivankov. Count yourself lucky. This thing can save your life. If you dare to die, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. After a brief hesitation, Kizaru finally injected the serum into Rock. The pirate, who had been on the brink of death just moments earlier, let out a horrific scream. His broken body began to heal in a grotesque and alarming way. Muscles and bones twisted as though kneaded and reshaped by an invisible pair of hands. His rough, dark skin smoothed out and turned delicate. His hulking frame morphed into soft curves, and his brutish, scarred face, complete with rotten teeth and a bulbous nose, transformed into the refined visage of an elegant woman. With a stunning figure and a strikingly beautiful face, it was hard to believe that just minutes earlier, this individual had been a filthy, ugly man. What the hell? Ivankov, you tricked me. Kizaru couldn't stop himself from cursing out loud. When Ivankov gave him the syringe, he had told him it was for emergencies, a life-saving tool. What he didn't mention was that using the syringe would turn the person into a woman. Even if Kizaru knew that Ivankov could change things back later, who wouldn't be left with some psychological scars after experiencing something like this? Kizaru-sama, this guy turned into a woman. Marigold stammered in disbelief. Leaving aside her traumatic past as a former celestial dragon slave, Marigold, as Hancock's second-in-command, had spent enough time raiding ships to know the difference between men and women. Lock this guy up. Use sea-stone handcuffs and leg irons. Kizaru ordered through gritted teeth. If it weren't so inconvenient right now, he would have gone straight to find Ivankov to settle the score. There were perfectly normal hormone serums, but Ivankov just had to give him this twisted version with a gender-changing side effect, clearly a deliberate prank meant to make a fool out of him. My dear, did this guy make you angry? Hancock, who arrived late and missed the transformation, narrowed her eyes and glared fiercely at Rock, now turned into a woman. Although Hancock, the world's most beautiful woman, had full confidence in her allure, even the strongest lion or tiger would not tolerate a rabbit daring to provoke it. This shameless bitch didn't even wear a top. Did she think she could seduce Kizaru like this? No, let me hold you, Hancock. Kizaru's face was a little grim as he reached out and embraced the flustered Hancock, burying his face in the Empress's ample chest, taking a deep breath. The world is so beautiful, how can I be this angry? I'll just go and give that Ivankov a beating next time we meet, and it'll all be fine. My dear, there are so many people here. Hancock pretended to be shy, though she didn't care about the company. After all, she didn't see her subordinates as people either. What mattered was that Kizaru seemed to enjoy this playful act. Let's go, time to head home. Kizaru felt he needed more of this Hancock energy to heal his wounded soul. Ivankov's little stunt had really ticked him off. When they met again, he was absolutely going to leave the she-male paralyzed. After an unknown period of time, Rock, locked in the island's most secure prison, finally regained consciousness. The moment his awareness returned, Rock, lying on the floor, shuddered, instinctively reaching up to touch his head. The kick he had received left him with a deep psychological scar. Even in his unconscious state, he clearly remembered the searing pain when his face had caved in. But what Rock hadn't expected was, when he touched his face, it wasn't the formerly sunken features. Instead, the sensation was smooth and delicate, more feminine than even a woman's, and the size of his face, it didn't seem quite right. Suddenly fully awake, Rock opened his eyes, staring at what should have been his rough, calloused hands, now replaced with fair and delicate fingers. He was completely stunned. Then, connecting the dots to a terrifying realization, Rock quickly pulled at his pants, only to find his vision blocked by two large, unmentionable things. If these unmentionable parts had appeared on his woman, Rock would have been overjoyed. But now, they were on him, and as his body moved, they swayed, making him feel dizzy. Ah! A shrill scream echoed through Amazon Lily. When the female warriors of the island rushed to the sound, they found a woman huddled in the corner of her cell, trembling in fear. One hand was clutching her chest, while the other covered the area where she had just lost her most prized possession. Her beautiful face was filled with despair. She should have known, she should have realized it earlier. How could there be a nation of only women on the sea? Thinking back to the conversations where she had fantasized about barging into Amazon Lily and doing as she pleased, Rock became increasingly desperate. If she had known that staying in Amazon Lily would turn her into a woman, she would have never let those two damn women capture her. Wait, those women who captured her, maybe they used to be men too. Kizaru-sama, Blood Demon Rock is locked up here. Outside the cell, there was a sound of hurried footsteps, and a familiar figure appeared, surrounded by a group of female warriors. Run. Get off the island as fast as you can. Staying here will turn you into a woman. Seeing Kizaru appear outside the cell, Rock screamed in fear. Although Kizaru looked like an absolute man, Rock was certain that in no time, this guy would turn into a woman just like him. What's wrong with this guy? Did I kick him so hard that he lost his mind? Kizaru said, twitching his mouth, momentarily questioning whether he had kicked him too hard, turning him into an idiot. My dear, this person seems so annoying, kill her. Hancock, dressed in a bathrobe, clung to Kizaru's arm, her gaze filled with hostility toward Rock. Although Hancock was confident that her beauty and figure could crush any other woman, she instinctively rejected any female who came too close to Kizaru, not wanting to take any risks. So beautiful. Rock widened her eyes. She had never seen a woman as beautiful as Hancock. Degree. Chapter 29, Rock's Misfortune. Even though Rock had tragically turned into a woman, she was still captured by the world's most beautiful woman, Hancock, the moment she laid eyes on her. But soon, the pain of losing her manhood overshadowed her. No matter how beautiful this woman was, it didn't matter, she could see her but couldn't have her. What was even worse was that she might eventually be the one eaten by others. Even though she hadn't yet seen what she now looked like, Rock could already imagine how many disgusting men, just like the one she used to be, would go crazy for her tempting body. At that moment, Rock suddenly noticed. Hancock was practically clinging to Kizaru. It wasn't hard to imagine just how intimate this pair of dogs had been before. The endless jealousy almost consumed her. Why did this damn man, before turning into a woman, get to enjoy such an amazing beauty? And here she was, beaten like a dead dog and brought to the island, almost kicked to death. Ha ha ha. You'll become a woman too. You will become a woman sooner or later. Rock, filled with anger over her tragic fate, bitterness at losing her manhood, and jealousy toward Kizaru, stared at him with fierce hatred, wishing she could see this former man turn into a woman just like her. Endless regret almost drowned her completely. If she had known she would turn into a woman, she would have been a true man on the streets of Pleasure District for 10 days and nights before that happened. No. If she had known she would be captured by Amazon Lily and turned into a woman, she would have never gone near the calm belt. If only she hadn't been so picky during last month's raid on the town, what did it matter that the village girl was over 200 pounds? With the lights off, they all looked the same. A/N, no. Did you hurt her? Kizaru's observation hockey was indeed top tier, but it didn't grant him the special ability to listen to thoughts. Looking at the crazed Rock, Kizaru was somewhat speechless. It was just losing her manhood and becoming a woman, was it really worth losing her mind over? No, she's been locked up here ever since she passed out. No one's come near her. The guard in charge of the cell quickly spoke up. This was Kizaru's prisoner, and unless Hancock personally ordered it, no one dared to go near her. That's strange, could my kick have been that strong? Kizaru was starting to wonder if his kick had been too forceful last night, causing him to lose control of the strength he used. Let me out. I'm willing to surrender and join you, as long as I can be responsible for capturing other men. Despite her current predicament, Rock was still the great pirate of the Grand Line. After a moment, she had calmed down, her beautiful face now cold and expressionless. She wanted to take revenge on this damned world, turning all men into women. The people outside the cell exchanged glances. Even the most oblivious person could tell by now that this guy had probably lost his mind. Kizaru couldn't help but scratch his head, as he seemed to have an idea of what this person misunderstood. Well, you turned into a woman because of a certain devil fruit ability. Seeing as they were both once men, Kizaru kindly explained the cause and effect. Turn me back. Turn me back now, or I'll kill you. Rock, in a fit of rage, relentlessly slammed into the door of the cell. However, with the sea stone handcuffs still on her and in her weakened state, there was no way she could break the door down. You can turn back, but first, answer me a question, can you cause harm to your enemies through their blood? Kizaru asked seriously. The blood fruit user from the past had left a deep impression on Kizaru. The ability to cause damage to an enemy through their blood, even without meeting them, was terrifying. Apart from Logia-type devil fruit users or someone with the physical toughness of Kaido, anyone who bled would be as good as dead. Of course, this ability wasn't completely unbeatable. First, the blood fruit user would also suffer the same level of damage as the enemy when using this ability. Second, once the user of the ability was eliminated, the damage would stop, and the harm caused by others wouldn't return to the person affected. In other words, this ability was only effective against Paramecia-type devil fruit users and non-devil fruit users. After all, no matter how powerful the blood fruit was in terms of saving life, it couldn't compete with Zoan-type devil fruits in terms of stamina. Idiot. How is that possible? If the blood fruit had that kind of ability. No. It might actually be possible, but I certainly can't do it now. Rock, in a fit of frustration, wanted Kizaru to just tell him the blood fruit's abilities, instead of capturing him, beating him up, and turning him into a woman. Even though he knew he couldn't win against these bastards, Rock secretly vowed to get back at these dirty women one day. Except for that tall guy. On one hand, Rock had already recognized that Kizaru was the one who kicked him earlier. Even at his peak, Rock didn't think he could avoid or block that kick. On the other hand, he was genuinely scared of Kizaru. The ability to turn men into women was simply absurd. How could there be such a brutal devil fruit in this world? You can't do it. Well, that's true. This ability probably needs the blood fruit to awaken. In that case, you can stay with the Kuja pirates for now. Kizaru thought for a moment, figuring that as long as this guy wanted to turn back into a man, he wouldn't be able to betray them. Moreover, there might be opportunities in the future to get methods of enslavement from chat groups. In his memory, the world of Swallowed Star had such techniques. In a way, the transgender syringe from the crossdresser had been quite helpful. Otherwise, if they tried again, Kizaru couldn't guarantee he could get his hands on the blood fruit. What the hell? I'm a man. Rock shouted angrily. If his old friends and enemies found out that the infamous blood demon Rock had turned into a woman and joined the Kuja pirates, how could she continue to survive on the seas? Men don't have such exaggerated chest muscles. Remember to wear more clothes from now on, or don't say I didn't warn you if some pervert starts staring at you. Kizaru said this as he prepared to leave with Hancock. If it weren't for the special ability of the blood fruit, the blood demon Rock wouldn't have been worth his attention. Besides, he was confident she wouldn't dare to escape. Once the fruit's ability awakened, it might come in handy. Assholes. Do you know who I am? I'm from the Beast Pirates. If you're not afraid of Kaido coming after you, then go ahead and die. Rock gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. The next moment, Rock was surprised to see that Kizaru had stopped in his tracks. Kaido, huh? We barely caught that guy last time, but he managed to escape. If you get the chance, you could ask Kaido if he dares to fall into our hands again. Kizaru smiled, recalling how Kaido, relying on his tough skin and resistance, had often provoked the Navy. Now, however, Kizaru's name was still a taboo within the Beast Pirates. Degree. A/N, a fair trade. 100 stones equals 1 extra. 300 stones equals 1 extra. 500 stones equals 1 extra. Chapter 30, Safe World. Orochimaru, achieving immortality through repeated rejuvenation, huh? That's an interesting idea. If you're willing, you can come to the shinobi world and try to recreate that kind of medicine. Hybra AI, no need, I'm not interested in immortality at all. Moreover, APTX 4869 will only attract the attention of ambitious people. Once I develop the antidote, I'll destroy all the data. Kobayashi, that's really a shame. Actually, I sometimes wish I could be a child again. Hybra AI, stop joking. APTX 4869 is used as a poison by the organization. Aside from the lab mice, only Shinichi Kudo and I have turned into children. Everyone else died. Kobayashi, that sounds terrifying. Are other worlds really this dangerous? I guess my world is the safest after all. Random person who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, sorry, I'm a bit confused. Kobayashi, do you really think your world is that safe? In the world of Miss Kobayashi's dragon maid, Kobayashi, sitting on the sofa in a relaxed posture, absent-mindedly scratched her head. With her over 20 years of life experience, she felt that her world was quite safe. However, considering that she was just an ordinary person and her understanding of the world might be limited, she decided to ask someone else for their opinion. Hey. Toru, do you think our world is safe? Kobayashi turned to Toru, who was hanging up laundry. As a dragon from another world, Toru should be the best person to comment on whether this world is safe or not. What? Kobayashi's world is definitely safe. Even if there is danger, I will protect you, Kobayashi. Toru tilted her head, thinking for a moment, and recalled the chaotic factions in her own world that were almost absurd, fighting between dragons and humans, dragons fighting dragons, and humans fighting humans. There were so many conflicts that it even became tiresome for Toru. In contrast, Kobayashi's world was practically a conflict-free paradise. Wasn't that safe enough? But soon, Toru started to wonder why Kobayashi would ask such a question. Recalling a TV show she had watched before, Toru's eyes lit up, and she slapped her chest with a determined expression, loudly giving Kobayashi her assurance. Then she eagerly waited for Kobayashi to throw herself into her arms, as that was how it always played out in the TV shows. Surely it couldn't be wrong. Is that so? Unfortunately, Kobayashi's attention was completely drawn to the waves of surging emotion inside her. Though she knew Toru wasn't human, the size of Toru's chest was simply exaggerated to an extreme degree. Kobayashi, eyes wide, instinctively looked down at her own meager armor. If Toru was the main cannon of the Yamato battleship, then she herself could only be compared to a 92mm mortar. Although she often said she didn't mind, she was still a woman. How could she not care at all? Kobayashi, I asked Toru, and she also thinks our world is very safe. Random person who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, well, that's fine then. Toru is right. Random guy from the Swallowed Star world thought he knew their fellow group members best. In his view, no one in the group would be a match for Toru. If they had to say who could possibly go head-to-head with Toru, it would only be Kizaru. Even though they knew that Toru could never fly over and kill him with a dragon's breath, Random Guy didn't dare to argue. Orochimaru, the safer a world is, the more boring it often becomes. Just like a stationary windmill needing a strong wind to set it in motion, danger is often tied to opportunity. Fubuki, don't listen to this guy, there are plenty of people who would gladly seek out a safe world. Given a choice, who would want to live in a world full of weirdos? Kizaru, indeed, we should cherish a safe world. Kizaru, who had just logged on, saw the group discussing the safety of their respective worlds. As someone who had been through several worlds, Kizaru couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic. He still vividly remembered when he first arrived in the pirate world and had not fully adjusted to its customs, almost being killed multiple times. Especially when his strength wasn't sufficient, he had to sleep with one eye half open, because who knew when danger might strike. Random person who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, Kizaru is finally online. I've already received the devil fruit from the great Kizaru. After turning into a giant ape, I've become super strong. After saying this, the random person uploaded a short video. In the video, the person stood next to a tree that could barely be embraced by two people. After taking a deep breath, the person let out a roar. Their body rapidly expanded, transforming into a giant ape that stood as tall as a 3-story building, with its entire body glistening like metal. Then, with great enthusiasm, the random person started pounding their chest and roaring. Then, they grabbed the nearby massive tree and, with one powerful motion, tore it from the ground. The thick, muscular feet sank deep into the earth, and the roots of the towering tree snapped, ultimately being forcibly uprooted with the sound of the giant ape's roar. The animal-type devil fruits provide the most noticeable enhancement for ordinary people, especially considering that the giant ape form is a powerful subtype even within the animal-type ancient category. After transforming, Random Guy's strength even surpassed that of mid-level combatants, and his defense was top-notch as well. If it weren't for his relatively slower speed, there likely wouldn't be many junior combatants who could take him on. Kizaru, not bad, not bad. Looks pretty strong. Fubuki, what an ugly gorilla, and it's destroying the environment. Random person who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, what do you mean by gorilla? This is a giant ape. Animal type, gorilla fruit, ancient type, giant ape form. Fubuki, so. It's still a gorilla. Random person who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, even if it's a gorilla, it's still stronger than the B-rank number 1 who plays house games. AI Hybrid Fubuki, stop arguing with the police dog. The latest wallet is available for pre-order, should I get one for you too? Fubuki, yes. Please get me one. I'll trade you with that Prada classic bag you saw last time. Ding, welcome Tony Stark to the Dimension chat group. Kobayashi, huh? Another new member already. Welcome to the group. AI Hybra, TCH, this name looks like it's from US. Fubuki, as long as it's not one of those self-righteous types, I'm fine. Random person who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, don't speak in riddles. Kobayashi, hello. Is the new person here? This is Kobayashi, say something if you don't mind. Random person who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, this name, it should be Iron Man, right? I wonder which version this is from, but Stark wouldn't usually act so aloof. AI Hybra, you've recognized the new person's identity again, huh? Fubuki, there's an S-rank hero title in your hero association that would suit you well, the Watchdogman hero. Fubuki, how arrogant to be a new member and yet so prideful, not even saying a word. Kobayashi, new person. AI Hybra, no one just joined the group and left already, right? Random person who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, I don't think so. At Tony Stark. Kizaru, looks like the new person really isn't able to speak. At Orochimaru, your lightning-style ninjutsu seems pretty solid. Have you decided which 2 of the 6 powers you want to pick yet? Degree. A/N, a fair trade. 100 stones equals 1 extra. 300 stones equals 1 extra. 500 stones equals 1 extra. Chapter 31, Silent Newcomer. Orochimaru, as long as you're satisfied. I'll choose paper art and moonwalk. Orochimaru's choices didn't surprise Kizaru. The Navy's 6 powers, refined by countless Marines, are near-perfect foundational combat techniques. However, no matter how perfect they are, they remain basic techniques. To grow stronger, one needs to develop moves tailored to themselves. For someone of Orochimaru's level, offensive moves like Tempest Kick and Finger Pistol are practically useless, and techniques like Iron Body and Shave don't necessarily surpass Earth Release Hardening or the Body Flicker technique. Only functional moves like Paper Art and Moonwalk could pique Orochimaru's interest, though primarily out of curiosity for research rather than for improving combat strength. Kizaru, Paper Art and Moonwalk, Solid choices. I'll organize the materials and send them over soon. Random person who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, the Navy's 6 powers, huh? Once I pay off my debts to Kizaru-sama, I'll definitely get moonwalk just for fun. Kizaru, you can always borrow more, you know. Random person who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, no, I already owe a lot. Let me pay off my existing debts first. The random knew his limits. Kizaru's generosity wasn't an excuse to overstep. While Kizaru might not care about someone insignificant like him, a less forgiving big shot could hold a grudge. That could lead to trouble down the line. Kobayashi, the newcomer, still isn't speaking. Such a shame. I was hoping to learn about a new world. Random person who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, Kobayashi, you can ask me if you're curious. While I can't share personal details, I can give a general introduction to the newcomer's world. AI Hybera, how rare. Even a blockhead like the police dog has grown a bit. Random person who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, why am I a blockhead? If it weren't for this whole transmigration thing, I could have at least gotten into college with a bachelor's degree. AI Hybera, oh, is that so? Let's put it in terms you might understand. When I earned dual PhDs in physics and biochemistry at 16, then Princeton doctorates in mathematics and medicine at 17, and began leading APTX 4869's research at 18. Random person who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, I'm a blockhead. I bow to the academic god. Kobayashi, as a slacker, I'm trembling in fear. Hybera-san, that's incredible. Fubuki, as expected of AI-chan, a complete and overwhelming victory. Orochimaru, hey, Hybera truly is talented. AI Hybera, now can you tell us? What's the newcomer's story? In the world of Detective Conan, late at night, AI Hybera was still typing away at her computer, the sound of keystrokes echoing through the quiet room. A faint smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Though she often acted snarky and sharp-tongued in the group chat, in truth, AI Hybera had grown quite fond of the chaotic bunch in the group. Otherwise, given her personality, she wouldn't spend so much time interacting in the chat. Her physical transformation into a child didn't mean her mental maturity had regressed. I'll have to ask Fubuki to help me buy a more advanced computer next time. Her good mood evaporated in an instant as her computer suddenly froze while she was updating some files. Random person who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, how should I put it, does your world have superhero comics? Ever heard of Batman? Well, think of Stark as a playboy version of Batman. Kobayashi, no, we don't have that, but it sounds like he's a good guy, right? That's a relief. I was worried a villain might join the group one day. That'd feel strange. Fubuki, wait, doesn't someone like Orochimaru count as a villain? Random person who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, not yet, right? I remember Orochimaru-sama mentioned before that in his world, the third ninja war isn't even over yet. Random person who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, right now, Orochimaru-sama is a war hero defending his village. He's even running for Hokage. Oh, Hokage is basically the leader of the Hidden Leaf village. Kizaru, that's right, everyone in the group is a good person. For example, I proudly carry the banner of justice as a marine. AI Hybera, that's unfortunate. I certainly don't think of myself as a good person. After some casual chatting in the group, Kizaru set his drink down and stretched lazily before getting up from his beach chair. Before he could say anything, a maid had already brought him the latest newspaper along with a cold drink and some snacks. Anything interesting in the news lately? Kizaru asked as he took a sip of the cold drink, then reached for the newspaper. Since arriving at Amazon Lily, most of his time had been spent teaching the island's warriors how to refine chakra and practice lightning release combat techniques. Along the way, he had also helped Blood Demon Rock undergo a bit of a transformation. The rest of his time had been spent idly mingling with Hancock. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. After being thoroughly defeated by Kizaru, Hancock had temporarily stopped pestering him, giving him the leisure to turn his attention to other matters. What kind of interesting do you mean, sir? The maid hesitated, a cautious expression crossing her face as she spoke carefully. Working under Hancock was anything but easy or pleasant. Even though, thanks to Kizaru's presence, Hancock no longer casually turned them into stone, failing to satisfy Kizaru might leave them without even that option. With Hancock's temper, she might just throw them to the snakes to be devoured. Never mind. I doubt it's anything important. You're dismissed. Noticing the maid's nervous demeanor, Kizaru waved her off casually and turned his attention to the newspaper. However, before he could fully enjoy his leisurely morning, the same maid came rushing back, holding a den mushi in her arms. Kizaru-sama, there's a call from Marine headquarters. The maid spoke nervously. As Kizaru picked up the receiver, he gave her a look, signaling her to step away. While he wasn't particularly worried about leaking secrets, as a Marine admiral, maintaining appearances was still necessary. Moshi, this is Kizaru. With a sense of foreboding, Kizaru answered the call. If they were reaching out to him at this time, it was unlikely to be good news. This is Sengoku. How's the task of recruiting the warlords of the sea going, Kizaru? The voice on the other end belonged to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Hearing it, Kizaru subtly rolled his eyes. Ahem. It's going quite smoothly. So far, the Pirate Empress, Bartholomew Kuma, and Dracula Mihawk have all agreed to join. If nothing unexpected happens, Doflamingo should accept as well. That leaves Gecko Moria and Jinbei. Kizaru replied with confidence, every word he spoke true and without the slightest hint of deception. Chapter 32, Summons. As for the fact that Strawberry was the one who actually completed the recruitment tasks, Kizaru saw no need to bring it up. Strictly speaking, Strawberry was following his orders and could be considered his temporary subordinate. Work done by subordinates is credited to their superiors, perfectly reasonable logic. You did well. However, there's no need to visit Gecko Moria anymore. That guy was just defeated by Straw Hat Luffy. Return to headquarters directly, Sengoku instructed. As Sengoku had been Kizaru's superior for a long time, he was thoroughly familiar with this laid-back admiral's habits. Even though he knew Kizaru was spinning tails, he couldn't be bothered to call him out, issuing a direct order instead. Huh. So soon. But I haven't even had time to, complete the task yet. Kizaru cleared his throat. According to the unspoken agreement between him and Sengoku, every time he completed a mission, he was entitled to a period of slack time. During this slack time, Kizaru had the right to take it easy while occasionally working. In other words, slacking off was currently his main activity, and he would only get back to work once he'd had his fill of leisure. By the usual understanding, Sengoku was breaking the rules this time, and Kizaru felt he was perfectly justified in invoking the principle of, an officer in the field may disregard certain orders. Akiji and Akainu are both out on missions, so the headquarters needs an admiral stationed there. This time, there's no room for negotiation. Sengoku's voice grew sterner, his tone leaving no room for argument. The marine staff present in Sengoku's office instinctively straightened their backs. Truly, this was Fleet Admiral Sengoku, stern even when addressing Admiral Kizaru. All right, I'll return to headquarters as soon as possible, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Kizaru rubbed his ear, acknowledging the underlying message in Sengoku's words. The phrase, this time there's no room for negotiation, really just meant, next time we can negotiate. Considering that the dirty and tiring work this time had mostly been done by Strawberry, Kizaru felt it wouldn't hurt to compromise. After hanging up the Den Mushi, Kizaru returned to his lounge chair to continue sunbathing. After all, he only said, as soon as possible. On the open sea, any number of things could happen. Delaying for 2, 3, or 7, 8, or even 9 days was perfectly normal, wasn't it? Not long after, Hancock, having received the news, came running over in a hurry. Beloved, are you really leaving so soon? Hancock threw herself into Kizaru's arms the moment she saw him, her voice filled with grievance. Although they had only spent a few days together, Hancock felt as though life was too cruel. Just when she thought things were perfect, a sly little cat burglar had appeared at Kizaru's side. If this continued, who knew how many more little fairies might show up in the years to come? Would there still be a place for her by Kizaru's side then? Well, it's all for the sake of justice. Kizaru sighed deeply. After all, he was a marine admiral carrying the banner of justice. He couldn't spend all his time indulging in Hancock's embrace, no matter how tempting it was. Then I shall go with you, my beloved. I need to visit Marineford soon anyway. Hancock declared, clinging tightly to his arm, her captivating eyes fixed on him with determination. Don't be ridiculous. I'm returning to the headquarters to carry out a mission. It's too early for you to head there, and there won't be much for you to do. Besides, Marineford isn't a place where you can just wander around freely. There's no need to trouble yourself unnecessarily. Kizaru gently stroked Hancock's silky hair as he spoke. Her long, smooth locks felt unbelievably soft and pleasant to the touch. With her relatively petite figure compared to Kizaru, lying against his chest, she resembled an adorable and affectionate oversized pet cat. All right then, but I'll come to meet you as soon as I can. Hancock didn't press the issue after being refused. Partly, she was accustomed to obeying Kizaru's instructions, and partly, the effort Kizaru had put in over the past few days had not been in vain. Having just been thoroughly pampered, Hancock's dependency on Kizaru had diminished ever so slightly. However, given Kizaru's understanding of her, he knew this state wouldn't last long. His original plan to delay for 2, 3, or 7, 8, or 9 days was now entirely off the table. It seemed he had no choice but to heed Sengoku's orders and return to Marineford as soon as possible. Well, as soon as possible. On the 9th day of Kizaru's stay on Amazon Lily, Sengoku, having lost all patience, made his 6th call to urge Kizaru to return to Marineford. Finally, Kizaru boarded a ship and left the island. My beloved, I will come find you very soon. Despite her deep reluctance, Hancock could only stand there, watching helplessly as Kizaru left her chambers. At the port of Amazon Lily, a Navy warship was already docked, sent specifically to retrieve him. Sengoku truly understood Kizaru all too well. After the second phone call urging him to return, Sengoku had decided to dispatch a Navy ship capable of crossing the calm belt. As expected, even when the warship reached Amazon Lily, Kizaru was still lounging on the island, making no moves to leave. With a vacant expression, Kizaru left Hancock's chambers and made his way to the port. He boarded the ship with the same dazed look, his figure resembling that of a walking corpse. Hancock, unable to follow him, was left to nurse her injuries from the intense farewell battle. Even someone as powerful as a warlord of the sea had paid a steep price for her efforts. Big sister, Kizaru-sama has already boarded the ship. He looks pretty rough, he might need a few months to recover. Was it really necessary to push things that far? Watching Kizaru, pale and visibly exhausted, being helped into the ship's cabin by Marines, Marigold couldn't help but call Hancock on the Den Mushi to report what she saw. She asked with some hesitation, her tone tinged with sympathy. If I didn't push him, it would only benefit that little cat burglar. Still injured from their mutual destruction, Hancock gritted her teeth as she replied. If the Navy ship hadn't arrived so quickly, she wouldn't have spared a single drop, even if it meant being bedridden for a week. Meanwhile, Kizaru, who had just entered the ship's cabin with the assistance of stunned Marines, suddenly straightened his back, as if nothing had happened. A smirk spread across his face. Hancock was still too young, thinking she could drain him dry. She had severely underestimated the resilience of a top-tier fighter's physique. Besides, as someone who could grow stronger simply by basking in the sun, all the energy he had absorbed over the past few days had only further enhanced his body, which had always been his greatest weakness. Facing a strong opponent like Hancock. Maybe taking on 10 of her at once was a stretch for now, but even if 2 more joined the fray, they wouldn't make him bow his head. You there, fetch me a Den Mushi. I need to contact Fleet Admiral Sengoku for urgent business. Kizaru plopped down on a sofa, casually ordering the Marine who had helped him into the cabin to bring him the communication device. After all, there was no need to keep up the act any longer. Degree. Chapter 33, Flashy Entrance. Yes, Admiral Kizaru. The stunned Marine quickly stood at attention and shouted in response to Kizaru's command. Ships capable of crossing the calm belt were without exception the Navy's main battleships, and each was equipped with multiple Den Mushi. Within minutes, the Marine returned, holding one in his arms. All right, that's it. You can leave now. Don't come in without my orders, Kizaru said impatiently. The Marine didn't suspect anything, and as he stepped out of the cabin, he faintly heard Admiral Kizaru calling into the receiver, saying something like, "Little Nami." Unfortunately, before he could hear more clearly, the cabin door shut behind him. Whatever conversation Kizaru was having would remain a mystery. The Navy battleship, operating at full speed under Sengoku's orders, was impressively fast. In just 3 days, it had successfully crossed the calm belt and arrived at Marine Ford, the Navy's headquarters. Sigh, I told you there was no need to rush like this. Don't you understand the concept of safety first? Standing atop the ship's main cannon, Kizaru grumbled as the silhouette of Marine Ford came into view on the horizon. We were only following Fleet Admiral Sengoku's instructions. We didn't dare to disobey. Nearby, the acting captain smiled nervously. Even though he knew Kizaru wasn't likely to harm him, the overwhelming presence of such a top-tier fighter was still enough to put immense psychological pressure on him. Oh. Are you trying to use Sengoku to pressure me? Kizaru gave the acting captain a sidelong glance, nearly scaring the poor man out of his wits. He dreaded the possibility of receiving orders the next day to head into the New World to hunt pirates, or worse, infiltrate a Yonko's crew as a spy. Of course not. I wouldn't dare challenge Admiral Kizaru. The acting captain stammered, utterly flustered. Power struggles among the higher-ups were not something a small fry like him could afford to get involved in. Stop babbling. Report to my office later. Now fire the cannons. Kizaru waved him off irritably. Although he was annoyed at the captain's relentless rush to Marine Ford, he couldn't help but admire his ability to push a massive battleship to clipper speeds. Such a talent definitely needed to be put to good use, perhaps assigned exclusively to piloting ships. When the time came for Sengoku to send someone after Garp or Kazan, this guy could be lent out. In the workplace, slackers like Kizaru didn't show any special solidarity with others of their kind. For instance, if Garp hadn't gone off to slack in the East Blue, Sengoku wouldn't have been so insistent on dragging Kizaru back to Marine Ford. Yes, fire the cannons. Unaware that Kizaru had already planned out his future, the acting captain breathed a sigh of relief, thankful to be escaping Kizaru's immediate attention. He promptly ordered the cannons to be fired. Boom. As the cannonball left the barrel, Kizaru lightly stepped onto it, swiftly approaching Marineford. Although Kizaru could easily move at the speed of light and arrive at headquarters in the blink of an eye, he absolutely couldn't let Fleet Admiral Sengoku find out about such an ability. If Sengoku knew, Kizaru would undoubtedly become his favorite tool, a one-man Navy rapid response unit, perpetually on standby, ready to deploy at a moment's notice. Yes, the entire unit would consist of just him. In that case, not only would there be no time for relaxation, but Kizaru wouldn't even have the freedom to hang out with the ladies. Sengoku would surely justify it with his usual mantra, all for justice. Even worse, no one in the Navy's upper ranks would be on Kizaru's side. Sakazuki, the ultimate workaholic, would be thrilled to see everyone working around the clock alongside him. Meanwhile, slackers like Kazan and Garp would happily see Kizaru take on more responsibilities, giving them even more time to relax. And then there was Vice Admiral Tsuru. With her no-nonsense personality, she might be the first to draft a lifelong work schedule for Kizaru, ensuring he remained active right up until he was put in his grave. Retirement. What a joke. With a broken ability like his, the Navy would never let him rest until his dying breath. It would practically be a dereliction of duty for the upper command to not fully exploit him. Just imagine it, with Kizaru's mobility, why would the Navy even need to worry about the worst generation or any of the supernovas? All they'd have to do is have an agent confirm a target's location and call Kizaru via Den Mushi for a swift and overwhelming takedown. With Kizaru's power, dealing with any supernova wouldn't even take a minute. It wouldn't even take more than one kick per supernova. If Kizaru could handle one every minute, that would be 60 in an hour and 1,440 in a day. Just imagining it made Kizaru shudder. He quickly resolved that no matter what, no one could ever find out about his ability to now move at the real speed of light, especially not Sengoku. Boom. Riding the cannonball, Kizaru reached the skies above Marineford. Casually stepping on the cannonball, he shattered it beneath his feet and descended into the plaza in front of Marineford, using Jeppo to land gracefully. Admiral Kizaru. Mr. Kizaru. Salute. The Marines in the plaza weren't particularly surprised to see Kizaru descending from the sky. They'd seen similar entrances from him far too often to be impressed. Good work, everyone, Kizaru said, nodding slightly as his way of greeting before heading toward Sengoku's office. From how urgent the calls on the Den Mushi had been, you'd think pirates were about to storm Marineford. Yet, upon his return, Kizaru found everything calm and peaceful. Was this just an elaborate prank on an honest man like him? Alright, let's do it this way. Make sure to inform the construction crew to pick up the pace. It must be completed before the deadline, Sengoku said. When Kizaru entered the office, Sengoku was deep in a discussion with the Navy's engineering department about upgrading Marineford's fortifications. Marineford was already the most fortified naval stronghold in the Grand Line, but with the impending war against the Whitebeard pirates, there was always room for further reinforcement. Additionally, there were a few secret projects specifically designed to counter Whitebeard's forces, known only to the higher-ups and those directly involved in their execution. Yo, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I'm here to report in. I shouldn't be too late, right? Kizaru said, knocking on the doorframe. The engineering department had hesitated, unsure whether to continue his report. You all can leave for now, Sengoku said, rubbing his temples. He had already prepared himself for this moment ever since he'd broken their unspoken agreement and forcibly recalled Kizaru. If he wanted Kizaru to actually work without slacking off, he'd have to offer him some sort of incentive to keep him satisfied. Yes, sir. Before long, the irrelevant personnel had cleared out. Sengoku cleared his throat and retrieved a file from his desk, ready to deal with Kizaru. Degree. Chapter 34, Plans. Kizaru, regarding the proposal you submitted earlier about building a swimming pool on your ship for the sake of the crew's mental and physical well-being, it's been approved. However, for now, the trial will be limited to your flagship only, Sengoku said with a dark expression, tossing the stamped approval document onto the desk. The idea of constructing a swimming pool on a warship was absurd, but it was still preferable to having Kizaru slack off entirely. Oh. So I can finally have a pool on my ship. Fantastic. I'll get someone to start the modifications immediately. Kizaru exclaimed, genuinely thrilled. He hadn't expected Sengoku to actually approve the idea, truly a testament to Sengoku's reputation as the Navy's tactical genius. Watching Kizaru leave the office, satisfied with the approved proposal in hand, Sengoku sighed in relief. Dealing with someone like Kizaru, who had been an admiral almost as long as Sengoku himself had been in command, was a uniquely frustrating challenge. Even the former Fleet Admiral Kong hadn't had a reliable method for handling him. Kizaru neither cared for authority nor showed interest in wealth, and unlike Sakazuki or Kazan, he had no grand aspirations or ideals to chase. To Kizaru, being in the Navy was just a job. The fact that he managed to get anything done in between his constant slacking off was already commendable. Hoping for overtime from him was a pipe dream. Ordinarily, someone as lazy as Kizaru wouldn't be well regarded by his superiors. Yet, his immense strength and the numerous accomplishments he had racked up over time left them no choice but to promote him to admiral. Both the current and previous fleet admirals had exhausted every trick in the book trying to motivate Kizaru to work properly, eventually arriving at this precarious yet functional arrangement. As frustrating as Kizaru's laziness could be, he was, in some ways, the ideal subordinate. He rarely acted out, and even his slacking off stayed within acceptable boundaries. For the pool, should I make it outdoor or indoor? Oh, wait, almost forgot. I should consult with little Nami first. Kizaru was self-aware enough to know Sengoku had already reached his limit by approving this project. There was no way Sengoku would agree to fund it with the Navy's budget, not even with the looming threat of Kizaru slacking off further. Using a strike as leverage to get funding for the pool. That would be overkill and unnecessary. Building a pool, even on a Navy warship, would cost at most tens of millions of berries. Not worth using drastic measures for. Little Nami, I'm back. After changing into his formal admiral uniform and trench coat, Kizaru stepped into the office. For some reason, Nami seemed to have a particular fondness for seeing him in his Navy attire. So, whenever Kizaru wanted to win her over, he would deliberately put on this battle outfit. As long as his requests weren't too outrageous, Nami usually couldn't resist agreeing. Behind Kizaru's luxurious desk, Nami, who had been busy scribbling notes and calculations, perked up at the sound of his arrival. However, her expression quickly shifted, and she wrinkled her nose adorably, letting out a small huff. This infuriating man had disappeared for over 10 days and only bothered to call twice. How outrageous. Hee, don't be mad, come on now. Look what I brought for you. Kizaru, having anticipated this, casually pulled a stunningly exquisite necklace from his pocket and approached Nami with a smile. With a few well-chosen sweet words, it didn't take long for Kizaru to coax Nami into smiling again. Taking advantage of the moment, he slipped the swimming pool construction proposal into her hands, asking her to oversee the project. As Kizaru's adjutant and finance officer, Nami managed not only his personal treasury but also all the visible budgets and expenses under his name. The shipwrights and engineering teams at headquarters are currently busy repairing ships and reinforcing the fortress. I'm afraid they won't have the manpower to spare anytime soon, Nami said after glancing through the proposal. By then, she had naturally settled into Kizaru's lap, her petite figure looking almost doll-like compared to his tall frame. Ah, is that so? Well, how about we outsource it to shipwrights from other branches or even Water 7? Kizaru suggested without missing a beat. Kizaru had been looking forward to having a swimming pool for a long time. As a devil fruit user, swimming in the sea was out of the question since the pyrobloin components in seawater, derived from sea stone, would sap all his strength. But with a pool, specially treated to remove pyrobloin, he could enjoy swimming freely. Of course, the real highlight would be watching Nami in a bikini. That might not be possible, Nami replied with a slightly troubled expression. Your flagship has already been assigned to the battle fleet as the first line of defense for the outer seas. If it were sent to other branches or Water 7, it wouldn't be able to reach its designated position on time. Nami wasn't as eager about the pool as Kizaru was, but she still thought having one on the ship sounded appealing. Already part of the battle fleet, huh? By the way, Nami, how long has my flagship been in service? Kizaru rubbed his chin, a thoughtful look crossing his face. Your flagship. The current one was assigned to you 11 years ago. Including its previous 6 years of service, it's been in operation for 17 years, Nami replied, showcasing her competence as Kizaru's adjutant. She even remembered every repair the ship had undergone. Is there a chance we could swap my flagship with one of the ships assigned to block the port? Kizaru wasn't particularly picky, or he would have refused to use an old ship as his flagship in the first place. But if there was a legitimate opportunity to upgrade to a new ship, why not take it? Would that even work? Nami immediately grasped his intention. Essentially, Kizaru was proposing to send his flagship to the front lines. Once it got sunk, he would have a valid reason to request a new ship from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. And with Kizaru's rank as an admiral, any replacement ship assigned to him would undoubtedly be top-notch. That ship would have been decommissioned in a few years anyway. Headquarters has already started rolling out new warships embedded with sea stone, and here I am, an admiral, still using an outdated vessel. How does that make sense? Kizaru said indignantly, conveniently forgetting the times headquarters had offered him a replacement ship, only for him to refuse because he couldn't be bothered to move. Back then, Kizaru's reasoning was simple: as long as he kept using a slow, outdated ship incapable of crossing the comm belt, he wouldn't be sent on troublesome missions. After all, by the time his old ship arrived at a scene, most of the troublemakers would have fled. Even if he wanted to pursue them, his old warship wouldn't have been able to keep up. Degree. A/N. 300 stones equals 1 extra. Chapter 35, Livestream. Unfortunately for Kizaru, his intentions were quickly discovered by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. From that point on, whenever a mission needed to be carried out, Sengoku would always prepare the fastest warship for him. Getting a new ship, huh? Nami bit her lower lip, calculating in her mind. Due to the age of Kizaru's flagship, it required a major overhaul every few months. While it didn't have any significant issues, the constant minor repairs were endless, and each overhaul cost a considerable amount of funds. If they could replace the ship during its next scheduled overhaul, they could redirect the saved repair budget toward building a swimming pool on the new ship. Moreover, with a newer ship, they wouldn't need to set aside funds for frequent overhauls. It seemed like a worthwhile trade. Why can't I undo this belt? When Nami snapped out of her thoughts, she found Kizaru fumbling with her belt, looking rather frustrated. His other hand, meanwhile, had landed somewhere far more daring. You pervert. Stop it right now. Blushing furiously, Nami tried to push Kizaru away. Despite her outwardly bold and flirtatious demeanor, deep down, she was still conservative. Fooling around in the office. There was no way she could let this scoundrel get his way. Knowing Kizaru as she did, Nami realized that once he started, it would be nearly impossible to stop him. And if she didn't put an end to it now, who knew what kind of embarrassing situations she might find herself in later. She definitely didn't want to wake up one day and discover that Kizaru had her and that woman from Amazon Lily, Hancock, lined up together. Don't worry. The office is soundproof. No one will notice. But escaping from the clutches of the big bad wolf was no easy task for the little lamb. With practiced ease, Kizaru turned Nami into a little white lamb, pulling the curtains shut as he went. After the battle, a thoroughly exhausted Nami, with her combat power of less than 5, had fallen fast asleep in Kizaru's arms. Although Nami's natural allure wasn't any less than Hancock's, the differences in age and stamina left her completely outmatched. Against someone as experienced as Kizaru, there was no contest. Even though it was only the first round, Kizaru wasn't nearly satisfied. However, poor Nami was already too worn out to continue, leaving him with no choice but to call it a day. After all, indulging in simplicity like rice and side dishes after a feast could be refreshing, but the portion size here just wasn't enough to fill him up. Sensing some kind of danger even in her sleep, little Nami tightly wrapped herself in Kazaru's admiral's coat, curling up like a little cocoon. After wriggling around to make sure she was secure, she settled contentedly in his arms. Well, that was that. Even sneaking a touch was out of the question now. Resigned, Kizaru opened the chat group, curious to see if his absurd groupmates had come up with anything new. Hibara AI, it's surprising how many people actually admire Orochimaru. Kobayashi, don't say that, Hibara-san. Orochimaru-san is a hero who defended against invaders. Jotaro Kujo, TCH, hard to believe. I always thought that guy was a villain. Random fan trying to get Luo Feng's favor, Jotaro-san, finally you're speaking up. You should join the conversation more often. Same goes for Master Zhang, he's always so quiet. Jotaro Kujo, sorry. Fubuki, doesn't this village seem a little too big? Kizaru, what are you all talking about? Orochimaru. Random fan trying to get Luo Feng's favor, Kizaru-san, check the chat logs above. Orochimaru is live streaming his return to the Leaf Village after the war. Kizaru, oh. You can live stream here. Kizaru had initially logged in just to see if the group had come up with something amusing, but to his surprise, the chat group had something even more interesting for him, live streams. Scrolling through the chat history, he quickly found what the others were talking about. Ding! Orochimaru has opened a live stream room and invited everyone to watch. Would you like to join? Accept/decline. Curious, Kizaru selected accept. In an instant, his vision blurred, and when it cleared, he found himself virtually standing at the entrance of the Leaf Village. Around him were countless villagers cheering in celebration. Following their line of sight, he saw Orochimaru leading the Leaf Shinobi back from war, triumphant. As the commander of the Leaf forces during the Third Shinobi World War, Orochimaru had cemented his position as a legend. Not even a rising star as dazzling as Minato Namikaze could compare to the one who led the village to victory. With the adoration of countless villagers and the unwavering loyalty of the shinobi who fought under him, Orochimaru had nearly surpassed the third Hokage in reputation. No wonder he believed the title of fourth Hokage to be within his grasp. Thank you for your efforts, Orochimaru. You and your comrades are the heroes who protected the Leaf Village. The third Hokage personally arrived at the gates of the Leaf Village to welcome Orochimaru and the returning shinobi. Behind him stood the advisors, elders of the Leaf, and Danzo. Young Orochimaru, true to his title as the Cold Prince, had an exceptionally striking and handsome face, so much so that even a few group members who had initially disliked him began to change their opinions. Kobayashi, Orochimaru-san is so beautiful. No, I mean, so handsome. Hibara AI, idiot. Don't be fooled by his appearance. No matter how good-looking he is, he doesn't seem like a good person. Fubuki, who cares? As long as he's attractive, it's fine. Random fan trying to get Luo Feng's favor, shallow women. Kizaru, hey now, I can't agree with you there, random guy. Looks are justice, after all. Random fan trying to get Luo Feng's favor, this is too much. Are you saying good looks give someone the right to do anything they want? In the swallowed star world, the random fan stared at his reflection in the mirror, a face that had never been particularly handsome and, after eating a devil fruit, had become somewhat ape-like. He couldn't help but feel that the world was unbearably unfair. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Orochimaru walked up to the third Hokage, bowed his head, and said something inaudible. The next moment, the third Hokage's smile vanished, replaced by a look of shock. Before he could react, dozens of leaf shinobi standing behind Orochimaru attacked, targeting the advisors and elders standing behind the Hokage. Although the Leaf Village had emerged as the ultimate victor of the Third Shinobi World War, it had exhausted nearly all its resources to repel the major nations coveting the Land of Fire. The Leaf was now in its weakest state in history. Excluding the injured in the hospital and the elderly veterans who should have long since retired, there were fewer than 1,000 active-duty shinobi left who could still fight. At this moment, however, the ninja force following Orochimaru back to the village numbered in the thousands, each one a loyal subordinate who had fought alongside him in bloody battles. Degree. Chapter 36, Orochimaru's Resolve. Even if only 1/10 of the shinobi truly pledged their loyalty to Orochimaru, it was already a dire situation for the unprepared Leaf Village. You've gone mad, Orochimaru. The third Hokage roared in fury. At this point in time, Hiruzen Sarutobi was far from the frail old man of later years. While no longer in his prime, he was still a formidable warrior whose authority was not to be trifled with. Sarutobi-sensei, I will explain everything to you later, but for now, please stay out of this. Orochimaru stepped in front of the third Hokage. Though he was not yet strong enough to defeat his former teacher, it wasn't going to be easy for Sarutobi to get past him either. Kobayashi, what's happening? Why are they suddenly fighting? Random fan trying to get Luo Feng's favor, Orochimaru is insane. Is he really going straight into battle? Hybera AI, what did you say to him? Random fan trying to get Luo Feng's favor, nothing. Orochimaru didn't ask me anything. At most, I accidentally mentioned that the fourth Hokage is Minato Namikaze. Hybera AI, for someone like Orochimaru, knowing he didn't become Hokage would be enough for him to piece together the rest of the story. Kizaru, it's just a matter of time, isn't it? Even I, given the chance to change the future, would give it a try. What in the world is Orochimaru up to? Faced with the sudden assault, Danzo instinctively tried to retreat into the crowd to avoid being surrounded. But to his horror, more than half of the so-called traitors were targeting him specifically. What made matters worse was that many of these attackers were familiar faces, individuals he had either tried to recruit or had previously antagonized. Among them, the weakest were special jonin, while the strongest was someone he wasn't confident he could take down. Left with no other choice, Danzo ordered the members of Root to engage, but the thought of the significant losses his carefully built faction would suffer made his heart ache. Shadow Immobilization Technique. Just as the Root ninja sprang into action, a leaf shinobi with spiky pineapple-like hair hurled 2 kunai in quick succession. They struck Danzo's shadow at the last possible moment. The shadow, an intangible and formless entity, suddenly solidified upon being hit by the kunai, freezing Danzo in place along with it. This is... Suddenly finding himself unable to move, Danzo gritted his teeth. These damn traitors were clearly after him. Fortunately, the binding shadow technique wasn't too difficult to break free from, he just needed a few seconds. Puppet mind control jutsu. Just as Danzo was desperately trying to escape the shadow's restraints, another leaf ninja with a blonde ponytail stepped forward. The moment Danzo saw the individual casting the jutsu, his expression changed dramatically. Unfortunately, before he could react, his right hand moved involuntarily to the bandage covering his right eye and pulled it away in front of everyone. Many in the village were aware that Danzo's right eye was lost during a battle alongside the third Hokage. That eye was considered a badge of honor, proof of his sacrifice. However, as the bandages fell away, the sight that greeted everyone was something that shouldn't have been there, a Sharingan. What is that? Why does Danzo-sama have a Sharingan? What's going on here? The sight of the crimson eye in Danzo's socket stunned even the most oblivious onlookers. Although there were rare exceptions, such as Uchiha Obito giving a Sharingan to Kakashi Hatake, even the youngest child in the village knew that Danzo and the Uchiha clan were bitter enemies. How could any Uchiha willingly give their eye to him? What are you all standing around for? Eliminate these traitors who dare to assassinate the third Hokage. Danzo quickly broke free from the enemy's control. Realizing how dire the situation had become, he made a swift decision. The matter of the Sharingan could be explained to Hiruzen later. The immediate priority was to eliminate these rebellious traitors. The Root Ninja, trained by Danzo himself, charged toward the enemy without hesitation. However, some among them hesitated, as the so-called traitors Danzo ordered them to eliminate were their own friends and family. It was then that Danzo finally understood how Orochimaru had managed to convince so many people to go against him. At any other time, even with Orochimaru taking the lead, few would dare risk being branded as traitors to oppose him. But now, with the village at its weakest, most of the ninja were still at the front lines. The ones returning to the village with Orochimaru were the first wave of triumphant soldiers. With these battle-worn ninjas as witnesses, Danzo had lost his most critical layer of protection. Even the third Hokage could not, under the watchful eyes of so many, blatantly shield him without evidence. As for Danzo's past deeds, using family members to coerce ninjas into serving Root, sabotaging missions, sending assassins against his fellow Leaf Shinobi, stealing others' Kekkei, and training his subordinates to become emotionless killing machines. Danzo selectively ignored all of these acts, justifying everything in his mind as being for the good of Konoha. To him, anyone opposing him was opposing the village itself. Orochimaru is attempting to assassinate the third Hokage. Apprehend him immediately. Danzo growled through clenched teeth. If Orochimaru could be subdued, he might still turn the tide. With Danzo's command, the Root Ninja, conditioned to follow orders without question, charged forward like killing machines. Enough of this. Everyone, with me. At that moment, dozens of Uchiha clan members emerged from the crowd, intercepting Danzo's Root forces. Initially, the proud Uchiha clan had no intention of aligning with Orochimaru. Even when Danzo used Root's authority to coerce other clans' ninjas into joining, he dared not provoke the Uchihas. But when the Uchiha learned that over the years, many of their clan members who died on missions had, in fact, fallen victim to Danzo's machinations, or were outright assassinated by Root operatives, the fiery-tempered Uchiha were incensed. Even Akimichi Chosa, known for his easygoing nature, was enraged when he discovered how his clan members who joined Root had been treated. He was ready to risk his life to take down Danzo. Uchiha. Hiruzen, this is the fine disciple you raised. When the Uchiha clan's ninjas revealed themselves, Danzo descended into a fit of hysterical rage. Degree. Chapter 37, Danzo's downfall. The returning Konoha ninjas from the front lines, the oppressed clans, Orochimaru, the Uchiha clan. Danzo had never considered any of them a threat. Even Orochimaru, whose influence was nearing that of the third Hokage, was nothing more than a pawn in Danzo's eyes, a young upstart to be exploited. With a bit of scheming, Danzo believed he could ruin Orochimaru's reputation and even orchestrate his death at Hiruzen Sarutobi's hands. But what Danzo never expected was that Orochimaru would take the initiative, connecting these seemingly unrelated factions into a unified force against him. Fubuki, it looks like Orochimaru won, didn't he? Hibara AI, as expected. Kobayashi, ninjas are amazing. Did you see that pineapple-haired ninja? He shot something at the bandaged man's shadow, and it froze him in place. Random bystander who wants to hug Luo Feng's leg, what the heck? How did Orochimaru manage this? He convinced the Nara, Akimichi, Abirame, and even the Uchiha. Kizaru, quite the impressive coup. On the surface, the target seems to be that one-eyed bandaged man, but the real aim was always the Hokage. Kobayashi, huh? A coup? Kizaru-san, you're joking, right? Random bystander, holy crap. Is Orochimaru planning to overthrow the third Hokage and make himself Hokage? In the live broadcast, Danzo's loyalists clashed with dozens of Uchiha clan members wielding 3 Tomo Sharingan. Within minutes, all of Danzo's supporters were subdued. Unless there was a significant power gap, it was no easy task to defeat an Uchiha one-on-one. And with the Uchiha clan outnumbering Danzo's loyalists, resistance was futile. Danzo himself, attempting a last stand, was quickly captured. The furious ninjas from the other clans almost beat him to death. Surprisingly, the Uchiha, known for their fiery tempers, showed the most restraint. Orochimaru, the leader of Root, Shimura Danzo, is guilty of attacking and killing his fellow villagers, assassinating the Hokage, and coercing ninjas into joining Root. Standing before a crowd of ninjas and villagers, Orochimaru began to list Danzo's crimes one by one. Each charge was met with gasps and curses from the crowd. When ninjas forced into Root stepped forward to share their stories and reveal the cursed marks on their tongues, the evidence was irrefutable. Danzo's fate was sealed, his reputation forever tied to the betrayal and harm of his fellow Konoha ninjas. From start to finish, the third Hokage could only stand at the side, his face grim. As the saying goes, if this were a private matter, no matter what crimes Danzo had committed, as long as the Hokage didn't give the nod, no one would be able to do anything to him. But Orochimaru's mistake was making everything public. And doing so just as the Konoha ninjas were returning from the battlefield, full of pride and triumph, only to learn that such a poisonous tumor was hidden within their own village. The recently returned ninjas didn't care about Danzo's position. If the village didn't give them a satisfactory answer, they wouldn't hesitate to take matters into their own hands and demand justice. Third Hokage, we can't let Orochimaru continue. If he does, Danzo won't have a future. The Konoha advisor, Tenkai Koharu, approached the third Hokage from behind, speaking with deep concern. Danzo's committed plenty of wrongs, but his merits are even greater. Orochimaru bastard hasn't mentioned a word about those. Mitokade N, another Konoha advisor, was also furious. His anger wasn't directed at Danzo, who had committed numerous heinous acts, but at Orochimaru, who had taken it upon himself to try Danzo. Even if Danzo deserved to die, it wasn't for someone like Orochimaru to decide. If Orochimaru could judge Danzo now, could he also judge the other advisors and elders in the future? Orochimaru. The third Hokage's emotions were complicated. He was furious that Danzo had committed so many heinous crimes behind his back, but equally angry that Orochimaru had taken matters into his own hands and publicly judged Danzo without consulting him. But as the Hokage, he could do nothing at that moment. Even if he wanted to join in and judge Danzo, people would question why he hadn't stopped Danzo before. Kobayashi, hey, hey, hey. Look at those old men in the corner, whispering together. Are they planning something? Hybra AI, it looks like the so-called high-ups of Konoha aren't as clean as they seem. They've probably done the same things Danzo did, or else they wouldn't be in such a panic. Random bystander who wants to hug Luo Feng's leg, doesn't this make Orochimaru in danger? He might not be able to beat the third Hokage right now. Fubuki, honestly, with his age, why not just retire and be done with it? Kizaru, wait, why does being a bit older mean you have to retire? I mean, if someone's health is fine, they can absolutely continue to shine and make an impact in their position. Kobayashi, speaking of which, Kizaru-san seems to be a Marine Admiral. He must be getting up there in age too, right? Hybra AI, so, the person we've been chatting with is actually an old man in his 60s or 70s. Fubuki, that really is terrible. Random bystander who wants to hug Luo Feng's leg, I wouldn't go that far. Admiral Kizaru should still be considered middle-aged, right? Kizaru, wait, why is this suddenly about me? And what's this about being middle-aged? I'm a famous, undefeated admiral in the Navy. Hybra AI, middle-aged. Like Kagoro Muri kind of middle-aged. Hybra AI then uploaded 2 photos, one of Kagoro Muri drunk and the other of him trying to hit on a woman, only to be slapped in the face and labeled a pervert. The person who took the pictures must have been very short and probably had a grudge against Muri, capturing the greasy, awkward side of Muri's middle-aged personality in all its glory. Fubuki, that looks so disgusting. Kobayashi, well, that kind of resembles our section chief. Random bystander who wants to hug Luo Feng's leg, although they look completely different, there are indeed some similarities in a certain sense. Kizaru, slander. This is blatant slander. There's no way I look that ugly. To save his image, Kizaru quickly climbed out of the oversized couch, grabbed the clothes that had been tossed on the carpet, and started putting them on. I remember putting it in the drawer. Kizaru opened a drawer that had likely not been used in a long time, rummaging through old items he had placed there. Ugh, what are you looking for? Nami, disturbed by Kizaru's movements, groggily sat up. She was only wearing an oversized justice coat, and from Kizaru's perspective, her beautiful, youthful figure was fully exposed. Still hungry, Kizaru nearly couldn't hold back and almost lunged at her. His hungry, wolf-like gaze scared Nami, causing her to quickly pull the coat tighter around herself, as though it could somehow protect her. Degree. Chapter 38, Handsome Kizaru. I'm looking for the Den Mushi, the one that can take pictures. Do you remember where I put it, Nami? Kizaru scratched his head and spoke up. Rather than calling this his office, it was more like Nami's personal space. When was the last time he opened that drawer? It's in the 4th drawer on the left. What do you want to take a picture of? Nami instinctively answered. She remembered the location of everything valuable, down to the smallest detail. However, as Kizaru took the Den Mushi from the drawer and began fiddling with it, Nami instinctively pulled her body tighter and gave him a dangerous look. She wasn't like the woman from Amazon Lily, who would do anything to please Kizaru. If he dared to do something inappropriate, she wouldn't let him get away with it. Here, take a picture for me. Make sure it looks handsome. Kizaru didn't notice the change in Nami's expression. After handing the Den Mushi to her, he happily sat on the oversized couch across from her, flashing a charming and carefree smile. Holding the Den Mushi, Nami froze for a moment. Although she suspected Kizaru might be using the picture to flirt with young girls, she had already accepted that Kizaru was a bit of a womanizer. At least, this guy was willing to lower his guard to charm her, and he wasn't the kind of person to toss someone aside for something new. Being a womanizer. Fine, she could live with it. In a sense, she and the woman from Amazon Lily were both the other woman. If Kizaru wasn't a womanizer, neither of them would have a place in his life right now. How's this? Nami, who was no stranger to using the den mushi, quickly took a decent picture of Kizaru. In the photo, Kizaru sat leisurely on the couch, his half-unbuttoned shirt revealing a muscular, well-defined chest. His slightly messy black hair framed his handsome face perfectly. Anyone who saw the picture would find it hard to pick out a flaw. Apart from his slightly taller-than-average height, he looked every bit the well-dressed, high-class gentleman. Not bad, not bad. Perfectly shows off my handsome looks. Kizaru immediately uploaded the photo Nami took into the chat group. The group, which had been buzzing with conversation, instantly went silent. Kizaru, look closely, this is my real look. What's with this middle-aged man nonsense? Random user wanting to hold Luo Feng's leg, holy SHT. Holy SHT. Kizaru, what's going on here? Aren't you a light fruit user? How can you change your face like that? Wait, your entire aura changed too. Hybera AI, this can't be real. You didn't just pull some celebrity's photo and replace it, did you? Kobayashi, incredible, is Kizaru-san really this handsome? Fubuki, hiss, is this really him? I think I could. Jotaro Kujo, I can vouch for Kizaru-san, he really does look like this. Random user wanting to hold Luo Feng's leg, I got it. It's life return. It must be life return. Right. Didn't expect this technique to come with a built-in cosmetic surgery effect. Kizaru, I've always looked like this. If you don't believe me, look at this photo, it was taken when I got promoted to Admiral. Kizaru uploaded another photo, this time of a picture framed in a frame. In the photo, Kizaru appeared noticeably younger, his slightly childish face still bearing the same aristocratic, handsome look he had now. Kobayashi, wow, Kizaru-san is really handsome. He's even better looking than Orochimaru-san. Hybera AI, I can't believe it. Is this some sort of ridiculous idol drama world? How can someone be this handsome and so powerful? Random user wanting to hold Luo Feng's leg, strength is always more important than looks. Hybera AI, that's true, but doesn't it feel a bit off for someone weak and ugly to say that? Kobayashi, Hybera-san, that's too harsh. You should be a bit more tactful, or it'll really hurt someone's feelings. Random user wanting to hold Luo Feng's leg, I'm shutting down. This is so unfair. Woo, I can only be a noob without a cheat in this world, but now even my looks are no match. It's not fair. In the Swallowed Star world, the user stared at the photo in the chat, a photo even he couldn't deny was handsome. Then, he looked at his reflection in the mirror and felt utterly defeated. There was a time when he thought, at least with Kizaru in the chat, even if I looked like an ape, I wouldn't be the ugliest. But now, that was all wishful thinking. Even before eating the devil fruit, his plain, ordinary face couldn't compare. As for the others in the group, the three girls were set aside for now, and the silent Tony Stark and the mysterious Zhang Sanfeng could also be ignored. Kobayashi, it looks like the fight is over. Did Orochimaru-san win? The discussion triggered by Kizaru's looks caused everyone in the chat group to miss quite a bit of the live broadcast. When Kobayashi reminded everyone to look back at the stream, the source of all the chaos, Danzo, had already been executed by Orochimaru himself. Before his death, Danzo made a desperate attempt to expose Orochimaru's involvement in human experimentation to turn the tables. If this had followed the original storyline, given a few more months or a year, there might have been enough evidence to implicate Orochimaru. However, the Orochimaru in this timeline was not the same as the one from the alternate world who had lost the fourth Hokage position and thrown himself entirely into his research endeavors. Human experiments? Yes, there were some. But they were all conducted on ninjas from other villages, and the experiments hadn't reached the point of outright madness. For the Konoha ninjas who had experienced the second Hokage's methods, this level of human experimentation was still within their acceptable range. Ironically, because Danzo had set such a terrible precedent, Konoha's tolerance for Orochimaru's actions unintentionally increased. Danzo has already been executed. Haven't you caused enough trouble, Orochimaru? The third Hokage spoke with a grim expression. Since becoming Hokage, he had never experienced such a powerless feeling of being forced to stand by and watch. Watching helplessly as his old teammate was executed without being able to intervene. Even though Orochimaru was once his chosen successor, that didn't mean the third Hokage could accept him acting so recklessly. On the contrary, Sarutobi-sensei, this is only the main event for today. Please step down. Orochimaru smiled as he spoke. However, his words stunned everyone present. The third Hokage even thought he had misheard. Degree. Chapter 39, The plot thickens. What did you just say? The third Hokage asked in disbelief. He had led Konoha to victory in the second and third Great Ninja Wars, only for Orochimaru to demand his resignation during the celebrations for the third war's triumph. It's the same even if I repeat it, Sarutobi-sensei. I don't want to discuss why Danzo was able to commit so many heinous acts and still live comfortably until now. The reason I want you to step down is that the Hokage's power is too great. Orochimaru was well aware that, even though his prestige could now rival the third Hokage's, only a minority truly trusted him over the men who had been Hokage for decades. But fortunately, Orochimaru had another plan. He didn't need to prove that he would be a better Hokage than Sarutobi. All he needed was to show that he was willing to delegate more power to others. Ridiculous. The third Hokage is wise and invincible. How dare you covet the Hokage's position? The still reeling Konoha advisors and elders finally snapped back to their senses. They angrily berated Orochimaru, treating him as a schemer who had framed Danzo to usurp power. Do you understand what you're saying? The third Hokage spoke with a frosty tone. While he had once considered Orochimaru as his successor, that didn't mean he could tolerate such an open challenge to his authority. If Orochimaru thought being a hero of the third great ninja war gave him the right to claim the Hokage's title, the third Hokage would make him see just how wrong he was. The first Hokage founded this village to protect young children, yet now we have 5-year-old genin on the battlefield. The clans joined Konoha seeking the village's protection, yet now people use the village's power to oppress its own ninjas. Orochimaru spoke slowly and deliberately. Though his voice wasn't loud, the advisors and elders who had been shouting at him gradually fell silent. The ninjas and villagers around them, especially those who had fought alongside Orochimaru on the battlefield, were visibly moved. Orochimaru was saying what countless people wanted to say but didn't dare to. Even the proud Uchiha clan found themselves uncharacteristically silent as they faced the current Orochimaru. You're right. These are indeed important issues. I'll discuss them with the advisors and elders later. The third Hokage replied gravely. At this moment, he no longer saw Orochimaru as a student to guide but as a rival vying for the Hokage's position. Discuss. Even now, you still don't understand, Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru's lips curled into a faint smile. Since he had already resolved to compete for the Hokage's seat, his preparations were far from simple. The next moment, facing the countless villagers and ninjas, Orochimaru took a deep breath. I swear upon the name of the first Hokage who founded Konoha, if I become Hokage, I will establish a fixed term for the position. Starting with me, no Hokage will serve more than 20 years. The third Hokage's expression shifted once again. After all, he held the record for the longest tenure as Hokage. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen had entertained thoughts of retirement in the past, he had never voiced them aloud. Many had even taken it for granted that the third Hokage would hold his position until death. Had no one brought it up, it might have been fine. But now that Orochimaru had openly proposed term limits for the Hokage, anything the third said in response would only place him at a disadvantage. I will return power to a re-elected council of elders, one that can truly represent the village, while keeping only the authority over the ANBU and wartime command. Orochimaru's tone remained calm and deliberate. This time, even the advisors and elders who had been staunchly supporting the third Hokage began to waver. Indeed, they held significant influence, but strictly speaking, they only had the right to offer advice to the Hokage. If the Hokage chose to ignore their suggestions, they could do nothing but stand by and watch. It was only when a Hokage's personal prestige was insufficient that they had to compromise with the Council of Elders. I will also make the village's collection of jutsu accessible to all. I will establish a system that allows every ninja in the village to exchange their contributions for the jutsu they need. The ninjas who had initially been mere spectators and witnesses all raised their heads in astonishment. Some even instinctively rubbed their ears, wondering if they had misheard. The idea of exchanging contributions for the jutsu they desired was an irresistible dream for the vast majority of ninjas. I will return the power to choose the next Hokage to all of Konoha's registered ninjas. The position of Hokage will be decided by a village-wide vote. The deafening cheers of countless people drowned out everything else. The third Hokage's face turned grave as he removed the Hokage's ceremonial hat. Even if the first Hokage himself were resurrected, he wouldn't be able to stop Orochimaru from becoming the fourth Hokage now. If this were the world Kizaru had come from, particularly in countries with established election systems, Orochimaru's 4 declarations might not have caused even the slightest ripple. People in those worlds had long grown accustomed to politicians making grand promises, taking none of their campaign vows seriously. However, for Konoha village, which had never experienced such a system, Orochimaru's 4 announcements were enough to secure the title of the fourth Hokage. The live stream ended at this point, but the chat group remained immersed in the thunderous cheers of countless villagers and ninjas. Kobayashi, that's incredible, Orochimaru-san. So many people are cheering for him. Hibara AI, indeed. but I'm more curious about how he even came up with such an idea. Random guy wanting Luo Feng's support, this really has nothing to do with me. Hybera AI, you're overthinking it. Who would think this has anything to do with you? Random guy wanting Luo Feng's support, wait a minute. What do you mean by that? I clearly gave advice to Orochimaru-sama. Blizzard, oh. What kind of advice? Random guy wanting Luo Feng's support, well. Kizaru, at Orochimaru, care to share your thoughts? Orochimaru, hey. I'm merely reclaiming what should have been mine in the first place. Standing on the rooftop of the Hokage building, Orochimaru had already donned the Hokage's ceremonial hat, basking in the cheers of countless villagers and ninjas. To others, it might seem foolish for Orochimaru to limit his own power this way. But to Orochimaru, the authority he could wield as Hokage had never been what he truly cared about. Long live Hokage-sama. Orochimaru-sama. Long live Konoha village. As the Third Shinobi World War ended, the village welcomed a Hokage who was willing to relinquish power and even proactively limit his own authority. For many Konoha ninjas, this was cause for great celebration. Both the clan ninjas and the commoner ninjas fully supported the new fourth Hokage. Even the proud Uchiha clan, grateful for Orochimaru's justice on their behalf, held great respect for their newly appointed leader. Degree. Chapter 40, Urgent Summon. Orochimaru becoming Hokage was a win for almost everyone, except for Orochimaru himself, who gave up a significant amount of power. But for Orochimaru, he had never cared about the authority associated with being Hokage. Giving up powers that held no meaning for him only freed up his time and energy for the research he was passionate about. Moreover, those who benefited from Orochimaru's power-sharing arrangement now needed his support to maintain their positions. After all, if even the Hokage was limited by term limits, how could the newly appointed council members and department heads expect otherwise? As a result, though Orochimaru relinquished a great deal of authority, his methods and prestige ensured that the village remained firmly under his control. Inspired by Orochimaru's Revolt livestream, Kizaru began considering hosting a livestream of his own. Before his livestream, Orochimaru was viewed as a mad scientist by the group chat. Afterward, not only did he showcase his good looks, but he also successfully shed his previously negative reputation. When the Marineford War breaks out, I should take the opportunity to host a livestream too. The more Kizaru thought about it, the better the idea sounded. Live streaming was all about drawing an audience, and with the massive Marineford battle involving over 100,000 people and the destruction of the entire Marineford base, Kizaru couldn't imagine anything more captivating. With so many strong fighters present, the war would also be the perfect stage to demonstrate his unparalleled strength. In the future, if anyone in the group needed help, they'd surely think of him first after watching the Marineford War stream. Kizaru, were you just daydreaming? Nami emerged from the luxurious bathroom, wearing nothing but a towel, and gave Kizaru a suspicious look as he sat unmoving on the sofa. She had mentally prepared herself for the possibility of being ambushed while bathing, yet Kizaru hadn't made a single move the entire time. A few years ago, Nami might have held some faint hope for Kizaru, given how deceivingly handsome he was. At first glance, no one would suspect that this man could be such an unrepentant pervert. Come sit over here, little Nami. Kizaru's face lit up with a wide grin as he looked at Nami's figure beneath the towel. He patted the sofa next to him, beckoning her over. Nami might lack stamina, but she was young and recovered quickly. Kizaru was already eager to start round 2. Don't try anything funny. Grumbling, Nami grabbed a hot bottle of milk from the warmer and a cold drink from the fridge before reluctantly sitting next to Kizaru. Not being ambushed in the bath made her question whether she still had any appeal to him. However, the moment she sat down, Kizaru pulled her into his arms, clearly ready for another round. Brrrr. Brrrr. Just then, the transponder snail on the luxurious desk began ringing. Kizaru, unwilling to let it interrupt, ignored it, but Nami pushed him to answer the call. This is Kizaru. Speak quickly. Frustrated at the untimely interruption, Kizaru's tone was far from friendly as he answered. This is Sengoku. You are to depart immediately. A celestial dragon has been attacked in the Sabaody archipelago. The fastest warship from HQ is ready for you. This is an urgent situation, no delays are permitted. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's voice was urgent, though it was clear he was equally frustrated. At a time when the Navy was preparing for the Marineford War, the Celestial Dragons not only failed to help but instead caused additional chaos. I understand. TCH, what a troublesome bunch. Kizaru rubbed his temples. Speaking of which, the timing of this attack on the Celestial Dragons, could it have been caused by the Straw Hat Pirates? But without Nami as their navigator, how did those clueless idiots and their perpetually lost captain even manage to reach the Sabaody archipelago? Besides, Kizaru had already apprehended the Arlong pirates and even extorted a ransom from Jinbei and Fishman Island. Without Hatchin or the mermaid Kami, what reason would the Straw Hat Pirates have to provoke the celestial dragons in this timeline? Are we heading out now? Hearing Sengoku's call, Nami quickly changed into her uniform and boots. Kizaru was disappointed he didn't get to watch her dress. Are you coming too, little Nami? Kizaru merely needed to throw on his coat to be ready, but he hadn't expected Nami to prepare to accompany him. Come to think of it, due to his interference, Nami had yet to meet the Straw Hat Pirates. Still, given a choice, Nami would probably prefer that Belmere remained alive and well. Just recently, Nojiko had written to Nami, mentioning that Genzo was planning to propose to Belmere. I'm your adjutant. Wait a minute, you weren't planning to sneak off without me again, were you? Nami's eyes narrowed, her frustration evident. She wasn't even Kizaru's official partner, technically, she was the other woman. So why was she stuck babysitting him? Yet, recalling Gion, Momousagi, who was close to her and had an ambiguous relationship with Kizaru but never blamed her for it, Nami's gaze toward Kizaru grew more dangerous. It was all his fault for constantly flirting and losing his composure around beautiful women. Of course not. If you want to come, then come along. But remember to stay safe, all right? Kizaru scratched his head. Fine, he had indeed been planning to check out Robin's thoughts during the chaos. Now that Nami had called him out, he'd have to behave, otherwise, while Nami might be easy to handle, Gion could be a real problem if she got angry. Though she usually appeared gentle, Gion could get downright scary when furious. Kizaru wasn't afraid of her per se, but Gion's foster sister was Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had strong ties with Sengoku, Garp, and former Admiral Zephyr. If Kizaru upset Gion after they were already engaged, there was a very real chance he'd end up facing a collective beatdown from some of the Navy's strongest figures. Sigh, oh Kizaru, why can't you control yourself? Kizaru refused to take the blame, muttering that it was his younger self, little Kizaru, who couldn't resist Gion's long legs. Meanwhile, on the Sabaody archipelago, the Straw Hat Pirates, who had just beaten up a celestial dragon, were fleeing the Navy to avoid implicating innocent civilians. Damn it. Didn't I tell you guys already? No matter what, you mustn't attack a celestial dragon. Didn't you understand? To be precise, it wasn't just the Straw Hat Pirates running. For some reason, Supernova Jewelry Bonnie had also gotten caught up in their escape. Degree. Chapter 41, Supernovas. As Jewelry Bonnie fled, she was utterly annoyed, feeling that her compatibility with Straw Hat Luffy was absolutely abysmal. This guy not only fought her for meat but was also a complete idiot who couldn't understand human language. Well, it couldn't be helped. That guy was just so infuriating. Speaking of which, what's the deal with these celestial dragons? Why is everyone so terrified of them? Zoro slashed bullets mid-run, carving a path for the group. The island's marines were chasing them as if they had stirred up a hornet's nest. Ha ha ha. Gum Gatling gun. Luffy ran ahead, clearing the way for his crew, laughing happily despite the marines hot on their trail. It was as though he didn't consider the danger a crisis at all. The marine soldiers from the Sabaody archipelago branch couldn't even qualify as cannon fodder in front of Luffy. Dozens charged at him, only to be wiped out in seconds. Yeah, Bonnie-san, who exactly are these celestial dragons? Even for nobles, isn't this level of fear too much? Sanji gallantly shielded the two ladies in the group, kicking away any marines who dared to block their path. Chopper, Usopp, and Kobe followed closely behind Brook and Frankie, afraid they'd get separated from the group. Are you guys pirates from some deserted island? How could you not know about the celestial dragons? Bonnie was shocked by the ignorance of the Straw Hat Pirates. In this day and age, how could there still be people clueless about the celestial dragons? The thought of being implicated by these fools nearly made her cry. Sure, even if she got caught by the Navy, she had her ways to escape, but this situation just felt so unfair. The celestial dragons are the descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 800 years ago. They are a privileged class ruling over the government, known as the world nobles. Robin explained with a wry smile. She knew exactly what the celestial dragons were, but at the time of the incident, she and Chopper had been in a bookstore buying books and hadn't made it in time to stop Luffy from punching one. Magnetism string. Suddenly, all the nearby metal seemed to be drawn by some unseen force, flying toward the street corner ahead. Luckily, Zoro and Brook held tightly to their blades, preventing the mysterious pull from snatching their weapons. Frankie, however, was almost dragged away entirely. Boom. The barricade, piled high with heavy objects by the Marines, was shattered by a massive mechanical arm. Standing at the street corner, face full of fury, was Eustace Kid. It's you, isn't it? The idiots who attacked the celestial dragons and brought a Marine Admiral here. Kid looked absolutely livid. Since arriving at Sabaody Archipelago, he had been holding back his temper under Killer's advice, aiming to finish the coding process as quickly as possible and head to the New World. But just as the coating was nearly complete, a bunch of reckless fools appeared out of nowhere, daring to attack the celestial dragons. He had endured for so long, only for everything to fall apart at the last critical moment. What? A Marine Admiral? The Straw Hat Pirates' expressions changed dramatically upon hearing this. Not long before reaching Water 7, they had encountered a Kiji, one of the Marine Admirals. That wasn't even a battle, it was more like a one-sided beatdown. That overwhelming power, completely beyond anything the Straw Hats could handle, left them unable to imagine any way of fighting back against such an opponent, even now. A Marine Admiral has already arrived. How could they get here so fast? Which one is it? Bonnie glared angrily at the Straw Hat Pirates and silently prayed that it wasn't the scariest one. She could deal with a Kainu, though it wasn't ideal. Of course, the best-case scenario would be a Kiji. Akiji's lazy and laid-back personality meant that, under normal circumstances, he'd stop after dealing with the ones who attacked the celestial dragons and any nearby pirates. If it was him, things might not be so bad. Akainu, on the other hand, was the most ruthless toward pirates. The only option when facing him was to surrender immediately and pray that he was in a good enough mood to simply send them to Impel down. At least with Akainu, if you were fast and lucky, there was still a slim chance of escape. But the most terrifying possibility was Kizaru. Despite his reputation in Marineford for slacking off, no pirate had ever escaped from him. Even the infamous Kaido of the Beasts had only managed to escape after the local marine branch took over custody. If not for Kizaru's overwhelming strength, unmatched efficiency, and unresolved suspicions about his alleged involvement in killing a celestial dragon, it would have been impossible for someone with his personality to remain a Marine Admiral for so long. Who the hell knows? Kid shouted angrily, his frustration evident. No matter how highly he regarded himself, he wasn't delusional enough to think he could take on a Marine Admiral with his current strength. What irritated him most was that he had restrained himself for so long, only to be sabotaged just as he was about to leave the Sabaody archipelago. No matter which admiral it is, we're in trouble. Our only option now is to form a temporary alliance. If we can rally a few more supernovas to join forces, we might have a chance to retreat in one piece, said the masked killer, stepping forward with a plan. However, the argument he had used to convince Kid was entirely different. To escape from a Marine Admiral, they'd need some scapegoats to act as distractions, preferably the ones responsible for attacking the celestial dragons. When Killer discovered the culprits were the Straw Hat Pirates and Jewelry Bonnie, he felt a surge of hope. With 3 relatively strong supernovas gathered, even if they couldn't defeat the Admiral, they could at least buy some time. However, what Killer hadn't anticipated was Kid's reckless spirit, a penchant for challenging strong opponents, or simply courting disaster, starting to stir when he laid eyes on Luffy and Bonnie. 140 million for Jewelry Bonnie, 120 million for Roronoa Zoro, and a 300 million bounty on Straw Hat Luffy. Hey, Killer, are there any other strong players on this island? Kid's heartbeat began to race with excitement. Perhaps before venturing into the new world to take on the Yonko, he could get a taste of what it felt like to face monsters of that caliber. Relax, there are still a few more strong contenders on the island. Wait. Kid, calm down. Killer, ever the loyal partner, instantly caught onto Kid's intentions based solely on the change in his tone. It wasn't that facing a Marine Admiral was impossible, but it was far too early for them to take such a risk. At least 3 to 5 more years were needed for Kid to grow into someone capable of facing a monster like that. Degree. A/N, extra chapter for reaching 200 stones. Chapter 42, Supernova Alliance. A/N, holy fucking shit guys, this was my bad, I errored the schedules of the release of the chapters and this chapter wasn't released along with the other one, here it is, apologies once again. I'ma release one again later, don't worry. Degree. Straw Hat Kid. Interested in teaming up to take on a Marine Admiral. Kid didn't care about the details. He had been holding back for so long, only for the Straw Hat Pirates to show up and attack the celestial dragons anyway. Since they were already going to have to escape from a Marine Admiral, and a fight was inevitable, Kid figured they might as well gather a few strong contenders and clash head-on with the incoming Admiral. At least Kid had confidence in his own abilities. If he could just find 3, no, even 2, more people at his level, he'd be willing to give it a shot against the Admiral. Hey! Luffy, don't be reckless. Sanji was instantly alarmed, his expression grim. Even Zoro, who was usually fearless, clenched his jaw tightly. When Zoro had faced Dracul Mihawk, he hadn't hesitated to draw his sword. That was because, at worst, the result would simply be getting cut down. But going up against a Marine Admiral? Even if Zoro wasn't afraid to die, he was worried about dragging his crewmates down with him. Sure. The Marine Admiral is that ice guy, right? I've got a score to settle with him. Luffy grinned, his face lighting up with excitement. The last time had ended so quickly that he barely had time to react. This time, he was determined to figure out how he lost, even if he couldn't win. Count me in. Seeing that his captain had already made up his mind, Zoro allowed a smile of anticipation to creep onto his face. Perfect. That makes 5 supernovas. 2 more and we'll have enough. Kid glanced at Luffy with approval. If the timing were different, he might have dragged Luffy to a tavern for a drink and sworn brotherhood on the spot. I never agreed to this. Bonnie was dumbfounded. Weren't they just discussing how to escape? How had the conversation suddenly turned into these 2 idiots deciding to challenge a Marine Admiral? Facing those monsters was way beyond the so-called supernova's capabilities. These fools. Sanji resisted the urge to facepalm, only to notice the masked figure across from him giving him a sympathetic look. 2 strangers who had never spoken before suddenly felt an odd sense of camaraderie. Round up the other supernovas on the island. And anyone else who wants to try their luck against a Marine Admiral. Kid was already impatient. This was a rare opportunity for a grand spectacle. Even if they ended up losing to the Admiral, it would still be worth it to understand just how wide the gap was between them and that kind of monster. This is going to be such a headache. Robin sighed with a faint smile. If this had been before the Enies Lobby incident, she would have absolutely stopped Luffy from doing something so reckless. Yo ho ho ho, that's our captain for you. But just the thought of facing a Marine Admiral makes my heart race. Oh wait, I don't have a heart. Brook was still joking around with Chopper and Kobe, his light-hearted attitude undeterred by any situation, a result of his 50 years living in solitude. Wah. We're doomed this time, we're definitely going to die. Usopp clung to Frankie's leg, sobbing uncontrollably. Their opponent was a Marine Admiral, why did they have to fight someone as monstrously powerful as that? TCH. You idiots really leave me no choice. If we're going to die, then we'll die together. Left with no better option, Bonnie reluctantly accepted Kid and Luffy's decision. She summoned her crew and instructed them to spread out across the island to find other strong pirates. If they didn't want to be picked off one by the Marines, they needed to form an alliance quickly. Whether it was easier to escape alone or with 5 other supernovas as backup, the answer was obvious. Kid's crew also followed Killer's orders to find reinforcements, even if it just meant gathering more cannon fodder to increase their survival chances. Count me in for this alliance, captains. Trafalgar Law leaped down from the rooftop of a nearby building. Before anyone could see him land, he was already standing on the ground. Although Law typically avoided such reckless actions, he saw this as a rare opportunity. If joining this temporary pirate alliance meant he could gain allies to help him deal with Doflamingo in the future, it was worth taking the risk. Trafalgar Law, captain of the Heart Pirates. Nicknamed the Surgeon of Death, bounty, 200 million berries. Before Kid could ask, Killer spoke up to introduce Law, emphasizing his bounty. While a high bounty didn't always equate to strength, someone worth 200 million berries was certainly no pushover. You're in. Just 1 or 2 more strong ones, and we'll be ready. Kid said eagerly. He had previously encountered a Marine Vice Admiral and, honestly, found them unimpressive. If not for Killer's warnings to keep a low profile, Kid would have already added that Vice Admiral to his list of victories. Using that Vice Admiral as a benchmark, Kid felt confident that Marine Admirals, while stronger, couldn't be overwhelmingly so. Pirates are inherently rebellious, and the supernovas, as the cream of the crop among the new generation, wouldn't dare face a Marine Admiral alone. But with someone leading the charge and nearly half of the supernovas already gathered, the rest were more willing to join in and see just how strong an admiral truly was. Scratchman Apo, captain of the on-air pirates, bounty, 198 million berries. Basil Hawkins, captain of the Hawkins pirates, bounty, 249 million berries. X-Drake, captain of the Drake pirates, bounty, 222 million berries. Capone Beach, captain of the Fire Tank pirates, bounty, 138 million berries. Urage, captain of the Fallen Monk pirates, bounty, 108 million berries. Initially, many came because of the pressure from the Marine Admiral. But with the majority of supernovas now gathered in one place, even those who wanted to flee on their own found themselves forced to join. Pirates, after all, are paradoxical, simultaneously indifferent to and fiercely protective of their pride. They wouldn't hesitate to betray an ally, but they also couldn't bear being branded cowards unwilling to fight a powerful foe. As more supernovas and some daring pirates on the Sabaody archipelago gathered, even the usually cautious Killer started feeling a glimmer of confidence. With so many powerful fighters here, even a Marine Admiral will have a tough time dealing with us. Killer's excitement grew. If they could manage to repel a Marine Admiral before even entering the New World, it would be a monumental achievement for the Kid Pirates. Degree. Chapter 43, Power of an Admiral. Even someone as cautious as Killer couldn't help but feel this way, let alone the other ambitious supernovas. Aside from a few eccentric individuals like Luffy, many of these ambitious pirates began to entertain the idea of maintaining this supernova alliance beyond this battle. With 11 supernovas boasting bounties over 100 million berries and 9 capable pirate crews supporting them, even the warlords of the sea would think twice before confronting such a force. If they could carry this momentum into the New World, it might not take long before the balance among the 4 emperors was shaken. Ha 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 ha. A Marine Admiral. What's the big deal? They're nothing to be afraid of. Seeing how even the distant Marines, observing the formidable supernova alliance, didn't dare launch an attack, Usopp started feeling confident again. You're amazing, Usopp. Chopper, ever gullible, was once again completely convinced by Usopp's tales of his 80 million subordinates, temporarily forgetting the terror of facing a Marine Admiral. Meanwhile, aboard a warship stationed just outside the Sabaody archipelago, Admiral Kizaru had not yet made a move after finishing a call via Den Den Mushi. Admiral Kizaru, St. Rosward has called to ask why you haven't eliminated the criminals who attacked the Celestial Dragons yet. A Marine, responsible for coordinating with the Navy branch on the Sabaody archipelago, approached to report. Of course, Rosward's actual words were far less polite. Tell him, I got the message. Kizaru took a leisurely sip of coffee, frowning slightly. It's never quite right unless it's his own ship. How hard is it to brew a proper cup of coffee? Don't they know Admiral Kizaru needs double cream and triple sugar in his coffee? Admiral Kizaru, Fleet Admiral Sengoku has also called, urging you to act quickly. The supernovas on the island are gathering and seem to be preparing to unite against the Navy. Standing nearby, Nami acted perfectly demure, addressing Kizaru respectfully and standing behind him like a charming secretary. Oh. Well, isn't that perfect? I can catch them all in one sweep. Kizaru yawned, silently grumbling to himself. He'd already been going easy on them. If the Straw Hats couldn't escape despite that, they'd have no one to blame but themselves. Admiral Kizaru, Fleet Admiral Sengoku has called again, urging you to act immediately. Nami couldn't help but remind him, knowing that even if Kizaru had his grievances with the Celestial Dragons, it wouldn't do for him to be too blatant about it. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku was under considerable pressure. If Kizaru delayed any longer, it might force Sengoku to step in personally. Ah, fine. I'll take care of it, just for little Nami's sake. Make sure to inform Sentomaru to seal off all coding ports. Not a single pirate should escape. Moments ago, Kizaru had seemed like an unmotivated slacker, but now he transformed into a serious and diligent admiral of the Navy. Timing it roughly with Bartholomew Kuma's expected arrival, Kizaru leapt effortlessly onto the barrel of a naval cannon. Fire! The warship captain, barely holding back his impatience, quickly gave the order. Nearly everyone in Marineford knew of Kizaru's unique mode of transportation. Standing on the cannonball, Kizaru shot toward the Sabaody archipelago with incredible speed. His observation haki quickly scanned and locked onto the area on the island where the strongest individuals had gathered. Oh my, how terrifying, so many powerful folks gathered in one place. Kizaru's figure dissolved into streaks of glowing light. While he intended to hold back when dealing with the Straw Hat pirates, for Dragon's sake, the same didn't apply to the other supernovas. For the sake of appeasing the Celestial Dragons, he needed to capture a few noteworthy figures. Otherwise, Fleet Admiral Sengoku would undoubtedly lose his temper. He's here. When a yellow flash lit up the sky, some of the pirates in the temporary supernova alliance spotted it immediately. Perfect timing. Magnetic string. Kid unleashed his massive mechanical arm once again, punching fiercely toward the yellow flash in the sky. The arm, constructed from countless pieces of scrap metal, had been strengthened with magnetic force. It was powerful enough to obliterate the barricades the Marines used to block streets and even destroy entire naval ships, their armor offering little resistance. Boom. In the next instant, a dazzling flash of light burst in the air. All anyone could see was a figure emerging from the glow, launching a devastating kick at Kid's mechanical arm. The once mighty arm didn't last even a second. The violent explosion shattered it instantly, scattering metal fragments in all directions like a hurricane. Caught off guard, the surrounding pirates fell like wheat before a scythe, collapsing en masse in the blink of an eye. Kid. Killer let out an enraged roar, watching as a blood-soaked figure emerged from the cloud of smoke left by the explosion. Kid's right arm was unnaturally twisted, and it was clear he had been the one to take the first strike from Kizaru. Gone was Kid's earlier confidence and arrogance. His face was now a mix of fury and disbelief. This shouldn't have happened. The gap in strength was far too large. One single attack had left him critically injured. The other supernovas present widened their eyes in terror. Among them, Kid had the highest bounty. Even if his strength wasn't definitively the greatest, few would dare to claim they could surpass him. But against an admiral of the Navy, he hadn't even been able to withstand a single blow. It was too absurd to believe. Damn it. It's Kizaru. Bonnie couldn't help but curse. She had never believed that these fools could truly take on a Navy admiral. The difference between a normal person and a monster of that level was something no number of allies could hope to overcome. Earlier, she had at least hoped that the arriving admiral would be a Kainu or a Kiji. With so many high-profile targets here, even a Kainu couldn't instantly eliminate everyone, which might give her a chance to escape. But against Kizaru, there was no such hope. If they couldn't win, then running wasn't an option either. And they most certainly fell into the can't-win category. What are you all standing around for? Room, amputate. Of course, not everyone shared Bonnie's single-minded focus on escaping. Most of the supernovas weren't about to let Kizaru's opening strike crush their fighting spirit. At the very least, Law refused to fall here. He hadn't even had his chance to take revenge on Doflamingo yet. Gum Battle Axe. Luffy quickly joined the fray. It was a bit disappointing that the Ice Guy hadn't shown up, but it didn't matter, Kizaru was just another enemy to defeat. Scratch Bomb Slash. Demonic Aspect. Castle Explosion. 36-pound Phoenix. The other supernovas launched their own attacks, each unleashing their full strength. At that moment, the battle truly began. Degree. Chapter 44, Overwhelming Power. A barrage of attacks rained down on Kizaru in midair almost simultaneously. Among the supernovas, none were weaklings, and with such a ferocious offensive, even a Sea King wouldn't stand a chance. Did we get him? Zoro had unleashed a flying slash at a level far beyond his norm, cutting through the explosion smoke and aiming directly at Kizaru. If their opponent were a swordsman or someone less terrifying, Zoro would never have joined in an ambush like this. But the memory of their helplessness against Aokiji still haunted him. Even though Zoro felt he had grown significantly since then, he couldn't deny that teaming up was their only viable option. He still couldn't fathom how they could ever defeat Aokiji, but with so many gathered here, some as strong as him, if not stronger, even Zoro admitted that anyone facing this onslaught would struggle to survive. Phew. Heh, admirals aren't so tough after all. Capone Beej, puffing on a cigar, smirked dismissively. Nothing can withstand bullets. And if it can, well, that's why we have cannons. Don't be so quick to assume. This level of attack. Drake, watching Kizaru engulfed by the supernova's combined offensive, remained calm and composed. As a former rear admiral, Drake had the clearest understanding of what admirals were capable of. Even someone like Jewelry Bonnie, who knew admirals were monstrously powerful, didn't fully grasp the extent of their strength compared to Drake. No big deal. We can dish out 100 of those attacks, no problem. Apo flailed around enthusiastically, already impatient to experience the thrill of defeating an admiral. Defeat probability, 100%. Death probability, 60%. Escape success rate, 10%. In his massive strawman form, Basil Hawkins silently recalled the results of his earlier divination. Even Bonnie, fully aware of how terrifying admirals were, still held onto a glimmer of hope. But Hawkins had already foreseen the likeliest outcome of this battle. Yet, he couldn't help but question, was an admiral's strength really so overwhelming? With 11 supernovas and their 9 pirate crews combined, this alliance could easily conquer any marine base. But their chances against Kizaru? 0. Well, that was close, almost got me there. Really, just barely. Kizaru's calm and smiling figure emerged unscathed from the dissipating smoke, which he had lightly blown away with a mere burst of energy. His casual gaze scanned over the supernovas, pausing momentarily on Nico, Robin and Bonnie before landing on Luffy. Though Kizaru had resolved to hold back, he couldn't afford to make it too obvious. He couldn't let Luffy leave Sabaody unscathed, at least not without a scratch or two. After all, Luffy's notorious resilience ensured he'd survive no matter how harsh the beating. And if he pushed too hard? Who knows, maybe he'd end up triggering that infamous sun god transformation. This guy is just like that ice guy from before, I can't even touch him. Luffy glared at Kizaru angrily. If there was one thing he hated, it was opponents he couldn't even land a hit on. All 3 admirals are Logia-type devil fruit users, someone explained. Against a Logia, normal attacks are completely ineffective. Bonnie finally gave up hope. She had initially held onto a sliver of optimism, thinking that with so many supernovas present, perhaps a miracle could happen. But now it was clear she had been too naive. The pirates, who had been brimming with confidence moments ago, were now horrified. How could they possibly fight an enemy completely immune to their attacks? Oh dear, you've discovered my little secret, huh? Well, there's no helping it now. Kizaru spoke in a mockingly serious tone. Originally, I planned to send you all to Impel down, but since you've uncovered my secret, I guess I'll have to silence you instead. Drake's eye twitched in the crowd. This was his first time dealing directly with the infamous Admiral Kizaru, and the man's reputation for eccentricity was proving to be well earned. The ability of Logia users to transform into their respective elements wasn't exactly a secret. But given Kizaru's notoriously erratic behavior, Drake hesitated over whether to reveal his identity as a former Marine. If he didn't, and Kizaru casually took him out, it would be a truly unjust end. Unlike the other admirals, who would likely recognize him, there was no guarantee with Kizaru. Everyone in Marine headquarters knew that Kizaru was famously inattentive. It was said he didn't even know where his own flagship was stationed. Every time he went out to sea, he would just hop onto any random Marine ship at the port, leaving the unfortunate sailors stuck at whatever branch they were dropped off at for months on end. Damn it. There's no such thing as an invincible person. Castle, full size, The Godfather. Capone Beach bit off the end of his cigar and angrily threw it to the ground as his body began to swell and transform. In seconds, he turned into a massive fortress-like structure towering dozens of meters high. Cannons emerged from within the castle, and his men aimed them at Kizaru, who stood motionless in place. Fire. A barrage of artillery erupted, filling the air with deafening blasts. In terms of concentrated firepower, Capone Beach alone could rival an entire Marine fleet. Boom. 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 The area where Kizaru stood was consumed by fire and smoke. But if viewed from another angle, one could see Kizaru casually raising a hand in front of him. An invisible barrier, reinforced by his armament hockey, effortlessly blocked every shell and explosion. For someone like Kizaru, this level of hockey exertion was barely even taxing. Hey! Use that! Having witnessed Kizaru's immunity to conventional attacks, Capone Beach shouted another order. In response, his subordinates hauled out crates marked with skull and crossbones symbols. Poison gas shells. Perfect. I didn't expect Beach to have such a trick up his sleeve. As expected of gang. As the dark green gas billowed upward from the shell's impact, many pirates cheered, their spirits renewed. If they could repel, or even kill, Kizaru with the gas, it would be the ideal outcome. Yasakani no Magatama. However, just as the gas began to spread, Kizaru suddenly appeared at the side of the fortress. Calmly extending his hand, he unleashed a barrage of light projectiles. In the blink of an eye, Capone Beach's castle was riddled with holes. Unable to maintain his transformation, Beach reverted to his normal form. Countless bodies of his subordinates and piles of weapons spilled out of him. Capone Beach collapsed face first onto the ground, his expression frozen in confusion. Even in death, he hadn't understood what had happened. Degree. Chapter 45, Despair. Gang. Only a few of Capone Beach's crew who hadn't entered the castle survived. However, witnessing their captain fall to an admiral left these pirates utterly terrified. It was a one-hit kill. Kizaru had eliminated a supernova with a bounty of 138 million berries in a single attack. Along with Beach, the fire tank pirates were nearly wiped out. This kind of monster. I'm not fighting him. No. Don't kill me. Spare me. I'll quit being a pirate. In an instant, dozens of pirates panicked and scrambled to flee, ignoring their captains who hadn't yet given orders. Well, if I let you all run away, it'd be quite troublesome for me. Kizaru snapped his fingers. A wave of invisible conquerors' hockey spread out, precisely targeting the fleeing pirates. Before they could escape the plaza, they suddenly collapsed mid-run. This bizarre sight terrified many pirates so much they wet themselves on the spot. Unaware that those fleeing were only knocked unconscious by conquerors' hockey, the remaining pirates assumed Kizaru had killed them all with just a snap of his fingers. First, he heavily injured Kid with one strike. Then, he killed Capone Beach in a single blow. In the eyes of these pirates, Kizaru's menace had grown to demonic proportions. So scary, so scary, so scary. Usopp, Chopper, and Kobe huddled together, trembling. To them, powerhouses like Kid and Beach, who were previously thought to be invincible, were completely outmatched by Kizaru. And then there was that strange ability to down dozens of people with a snap of his fingers. It utterly crushed the trio's will to fight. Hey, curly brows, did you catch how that guy was moving just now? Zoro untied the bandana from his arm. Kizaru clearly intended to wipe them all out. If there was no chance to escape, then the only choice left was to fight to the death. No. That guy's way faster than the CP9 agents at Eni's lobby. I couldn't track his movements at all. Sanji, momentarily ignoring Zoro's irritating nickname, tried to light a cigarette but froze as he noticed his hands trembling slightly. For a chef, such trembling was almost unforgivable. It was only then that Sanji realized the immense pressure Kizaru was putting on him. Admiral Kizaru is a Logia user who ate the glint fruit, Robin explained in a low voice. In theory, his attack speed is the fastest in the world. You could think of him as a stronger version of that god from Skypiea. Robin had gathered this intel earlier, listening in with her powers while the crowd talked. Large gatherings like this were perfect for her to collect information. Well, that's definitely trouble. Zoro gritted his teeth, vividly recalling the helplessness he felt against Enel. If it hadn't been for Luffy's rubber powers countering the rumble fruit, the Straw Hats' journey might have ended on Skypiea. But where could they find another rubber fruit now? Besides, Kizaru wasn't just relying on his devil fruit powers like Enel. Baba, this is really bad, really bad. There's no way we can fight an admiral. Apu's eyes darted around as he seemed to calculate the odds of escaping. But no matter how he imagined it, there was no way past Kizaru. After all, who could outrun light itself? Sir, what should we do now? The pirates of the on-air pirates crew looked ready to cry. Not every crew followed the elite model like the Straw Hat pirates. For them, with their weaker strength, even if Kizaru didn't pursue them seriously, they'd likely never escape the Sabaody archipelago. What else can we do? Find your own opportunities to escape. If enough people scatter and run at the same time, even a Marine Admiral can't stop everyone instantly. Drake's heart pounded as he tried to analyze the situation. He was fairly certain Kizaru didn't recognize his identity. This had its pros and cons. The upside was that Drake wouldn't have to worry about Kizaru's poor acting accidentally exposing him. The downside was that, in an all-out fight, he might be crushed by Kizaru without the Admiral even realizing it. What Drake didn't know was that Kizaru had recognized his identity from the start, he just didn't bother to approach him. As for why Kizaru didn't focus on Drake, it boiled down to his selective attention. Kizaru was only interested in beautiful women. If it were Tashigi undercover instead, Kizaru's gaze would have been fixed on them from start to finish. Similar thoughts were running through many minds, though Drake's hesitation stemmed from not wanting to expose himself, while others were simply too scared to face Kizaru. Would you like to surrender? If you save me the trouble, I might consider sending you all to Impel down. After all, there's no risk of you leaking information there. Kizaru spoke lazily, his words making countless pirates hesitate. Being sent to Impel down was better than dying meaninglessly. There was always the chance to plot an escape during transport. Will you really send us to Impel down? Someone in the crowd dared to ask. The pirates' morale hit rock bottom. Of course, it's true. I'll count to 3. Drop your weapons, and you'll live. Otherwise, you'll die here. 3. Kizaru raised 3 fingers. The pirates collectively swallowed nervously, but none immediately surrendered. Kizaru didn't rush. He simply lowered 1 finger and slowly counted down. 2. The sound of weapons clattering to the ground broke the tense silence. Soon, the noise of various weapons hitting the floor echoed throughout the area. Some especially cowardly pirates had already dropped to their knees, terrified that hesitating even a second longer would make them targets. 1. Enough already. Kizaru and Luffy's voices overlapped as the latter's sharp yet resolute haki burst forth, sweeping across the plaza. Though this fledgling conqueror's haki wasn't strong enough to stun most people present, it was enough to jolt the frightened pirates out of their daze. I'm the man who will become Pirate King. There's no way I'll fall here. To become the Pirate King, you have to fight for it. If you abandon your dreams and can't keep moving forward, then what's the difference between that and dying? Luffy shouted at Kizaru with unwavering conviction. His fiery determination reignited the courage in the hearts of the pirates who had faltered under Kizaru's overwhelming presence. Degree. A/N, it's a new week once again, pour out your power stones for a bonus chapter tomorrow. Chapter 46, Bonnie's ability. Yeah, if surrendering and being sent to Impel down is no different than dying here, then what's the point? The pirates who were ready to give up began to muster the courage to fight back. Even the supernovas, who had been focused solely on escaping, were inspired by Luffy's words and reconsidered their options. For someone to become a supernova, their willpower couldn't be too weak. All they needed was a reason to stay and keep fighting. As Kizaru watched the pirates' nearly broken morale rise rapidly before his eyes, he couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Luffy's ability to embody the indomitable cockroach spirit worked because he had a cockroach's luck. No matter how much he was beaten down, he wouldn't die. No matter how strong his opponent was, he could drag the fight on until he won. You can call him one of the most plot-armored guy in fiction. But these useless fools. What right did they have to act like they didn't need to fear an admiral? Yasakani no Magatama. Kizaru casually raised his hand again. For him, this level of attack was about as easy as a basic strike. Even though there were 8 supernova pirate crews and a crowd of random pirates totaling nearly 1,000 people, plus the hundreds from the fire tank pirates that Kizaru had nearly wiped out, it still wasn't enough to force him to get serious. Second gear. The moment Kizaru raised his hand, Luffy's entire body turned red, emitting large amounts of steam. Special attack, Pepper Star. Hiding among the crowd, Usopp surprisingly summoned his courage and fired a critical shot at Kizaru. Kizaru casually tilted his head to dodge the attack. However, to his slight surprise, he realized that Straw Hat Luffy had disappeared from view. Gomu Gomu no Jet Pistol. Before Kizaru could activate his observation haki, Luffy appeared and launched a direct attack. In his second gear state, Luffy's speed and destructive power had significantly increased. His movements even carried a hint of the Navy's Soru technique. So scary. Kizaru stepped back half a step, narrowly avoiding the trajectory of Luffy's punch. However, without mastering either form of haki, Luffy's strength was clearly insufficient. Even with Kizaru intentionally holding back, Luffy's attacks couldn't pose any real threat. Gomu Gomu no Jet Gatling Gun. Missing his first strike, Luffy immediately pursued with a relentless barrage of attacks, showing his innate inability to give up. This ends now. Unfortunately, this kind of persistent, reckless fighting style was completely useless against Kizaru. Before Luffy could drag Kizaru into the close combat scenarios he excelled at, a slender but powerful finger had already appeared in front of his forehead. Bang! Kizaru flicked his finger, and Luffy's entire body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Three-sword style, Bold Demon Brave Claw. Fortunately, Luffy wasn't fighting alone. Just as he was sent flying, Zoro charged forward with his swords at the ready. The famed blades Shusue, Wado Ikemanji, and Sandai Katetsu struck in unison, focusing all their destructive power into a single explosive thrust. Clang! But to Zoro's astonishment, Kizaru simply raised a single finger, halting the full power of his three-sword strike at its peak. With his fingertip coated in jet-black armament haki, Kizaru effortlessly blocked the combined might of Zoro's three legendary blades. No matter how much force Zoro applied, he couldn't move an inch further. The strength he had honed through years of relentless training seemed utterly meaningless in the face of Kizaru's overwhelming power. This reality was hard for Zoro to accept. Prepare to die. Urage swung his enormous pillar-like weapon down at Kizaru's head. From another angle, Hawkins, in his massive strawman form, slashed with two crescent-shaped scythes aimed at Kizaru's neck and waist. Meanwhile, Sanji descended from above with a flaming kick, black leg ignited in fire. This was an all-out, multi-pronged assault. My, how terrifying. Even in the face of what seemed like a coordinated finishing move, Kizaru's expression remained completely unchanged. Boom. The moment the words left his lips, an immense surge of energy erupted from Kizaru, radiating outward like a storm. If Orochimaru from the Naruto world had witnessed this scene, he would likely have been left speechless. Only someone with Kizaru's level of physical strength and mastery could recklessly unleash such a powerful burst of energy. Urage, Hawkins, and Sanji were all instantly blasted away by the shockwave. Zoro, however, managed to hold his ground against the initial explosion, gritting his teeth to withstand the pressure. Unfortunately for him, Kizaru simply chuckled softly. Boom. The second surge of energy, several times stronger than the first, blasted Zoro clean out of the plaza. Room. At that moment, Law, who had been waiting for the right opportunity, finally made his move. His rapidly expanding spatial field encompassed even Kizaru. Interesting. Kizaru watched the scene unfold with a calm indifference. While the Op no Mi was a powerful fruit, it wasn't omnipotent. Even if Kizaru stood completely still, Law's abilities wouldn't be able to move even a single strand of his hair. But the next moment, Kizaru's brow raised ever so slightly. These supernovas had managed to surprise him. Slaughterhouse. Law activated his powers at full strength, but instead of targeting Kizaru directly, he swapped places with Jewelry Bonnie, placing her right beside him. Got you. Bonnie instantly appeared behind Kizaru, her hand pressing against his thigh. Captain Bonnie's ability can turn enemies into children. This is it, we've won. We're saved. That's why she's a supernova. Under Bonnie's touch, Kizaru's form quickly shrank, transforming into a handsome boy with rosy cheeks in the blink of an eye. However, just as Bonnie prepared to push her ability further to shrink him even more, she realized her hand couldn't penetrate the layer of jet-black armament haki that now covered Kizaru's body. Hurry. My ability won't hold him for long. Without wasting time, Bonnie swiftly retreated, leaving the battlefield to the other pirates. Despite Kizaru now resembling a 10-year-old boy, the overwhelming sense of danger he exuded hadn't diminished in the slightest. As a supernova, Bonnie had no delusions about the situation. She wasn't about to underestimate Kizaru simply because he now looked like a child. Ha ha ha. The one who will claim the head of a Marine Admiral is me. Move it, idiots. Don't get in my way. Nobody's stealing this from me. The pirates who had been terrified and on the verge of surrender earlier now surged forward with renewed vigor, brandishing their weapons and rushing in unison. Even Zoro found himself inadvertently pushed to the back by the mob. My, how unfortunate, Kizaru said with feigned regret, shaking his head as if lamenting his predicament. Then, ever so leisurely, he raised his hand. Degree. A/N, Stonius for more. Chapter 47, Rayleigh. Get down. Seeing the scene unfold, Bonnie suddenly realized something and shouted to the pirates charging at Kizaru. But it's hard to persuade someone destined to die. The pirates, eager to claim the head of a Marine admiral, ignored Bonnie's warning, too consumed by their greed to pay her any attention. Only Zoro, pushed to the back of the crowd, seemed to sense the danger. He didn't rush forward with the others but instead followed Bonnie's advice and dropped to the ground. Though he got stepped on a few times after dropping down, it was nothing compared to what came next. Yasukani no Magatama. Even in his shrunken state, Kizaru's strength had hardly diminished. Perhaps it was because he'd grown too lazy to fully utilize his potential in recent years, or maybe the enhancements from his devil fruit powers remained intact even in his smaller form. The moment an endless barrage of light beams erupted, even the most ferocious pirates were scared out of their wits. Wasn't he supposed to have turned into a child? Why is a child Marine admiral still this terrifying? Pew. 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 Countless beams of light pierced through the bodies of the pirates. Many couldn't even scream before they collapsed like stalks of wheat swept down by the wind, falling in large swaths. With just a single attack, hundreds of pirates were killed. A wide fan-shaped area in front of Kizaru was littered with corpses, and the blood flowing from them formed thin streams on the ground. Zoro. I'm going to send you flying. Luffy, unaware that Zoro had already taken cover, was overcome with rage, assuming Zoro was among the fallen pirates. In his fury, Luffy charged at Kizaru recklessly, paying no mind to the fact that the Marine Admiral had just decimated a horde of pirates. Heh, the boy to whom red-haired Shanks entrusted his arm and hat, your journey ends here. Ama no Murakumo. Triggered by his observation haki, the now youthful Kizaru chuckled lightly as he drew a radiant sword of light from thin air with his right hand. The next instant, the ground beneath Kizaru's feet shattered with a loud boom. As he transformed into a blur, hurtling toward Luffy. Just as Kizaru's blade seemed poised to sever Luffy's head, a white-haired figure finally stepped out from the shadows, unable to hold back any longer. Clang! The sharp clash of sword against blade reverberated, and an explosive burst of sword pressure erupted from Kizaru and the newcomer. The heavily paved plaza was reduced to rubble, leaving a massive crater dozens of meters wide. Luffy himself was blown back over 100 meters by the force of the clash. Fortunately, thanks to his rubber-like body and remarkable endurance, he emerged relatively unscathed. For an ordinary person, such a tumble would have resulted in shattered bones and torn muscles at best. Well, well. It's been a long time, hasn't it? The right hand of the Pirate King, Dark King Rayleigh. The youthful Kizaru narrowed his eyes slightly. Even when facing a formidable opponent like Rayleigh, his right hand holding the radiant light sword remained steady as a rock. What? Dark King Rayleigh. The legendary right hand of the Pirate King. This is great. With Rayleigh here, we might actually have a chance to escape. The surviving pirates couldn't help but cheer. They had been utterly terrified by Kizaru. In just a few short minutes since the battle began, nearly half of them had been wiped out by him. Even among the supernovas, one had died, and another was gravely injured. And to think that Akainu was supposed to be the most ruthless among the three admirals. Haha, I'm just an old man passing through. Admiral Kizaru, I'd appreciate it if you could show some mercy. The white-haired man, wearing glasses, lifted his head and revealed a hearty smile. If you're retired, don't get involved in things like this. Honestly, I have a pretty good temper. If it were Sakazuki, he wouldn't let this slide. Kizaru offered his earnest advice. Although he had deliberately lured Rayleigh out, his suggestion did carry some sincerity. If Akainu were Fleet Admiral instead of Sengoku, things wouldn't be so civil. Unfortunately for Kizaru, Rayleigh wasn't the kind of man to heed such warnings. Instead, hearing Kizaru's words, he seemed even more intrigued, his gaze examining the youthful figure before him. Well, it seems Admiral Kizaru is getting younger as the years go by. Fascinating. If there's a secret to this, how about sharing it with me? Rayleigh chuckled as he spoke. Though the two were exchanging words in a seemingly light-hearted manner, their blades remained locked in a fierce struggle. The sheer pressure from their clashing weapons filled the air, forcing the ground beneath them to cave under the intensity. So strong. Zoro, crawling out from a pile of bodies, looked on with shining eyes at the duel between two of the world's top fighters. If the situation weren't so dire, Zoro would have loved to jump into the fray, though whether he'd get thoroughly beaten afterward was another matter. Hey, what's going on now? Is Dark King Rayleigh here to help us? Frankie couldn't help scratching his head. In battles of this magnitude, the weaker ones, those without enough strength, were practically useless. The next part of this fight is beyond our reach. It's time to figure out how to retreat. Robin spoke as she activated her powers, causing small mouths to grow on Luffy and Zoro's bodies, quietly urging them to fall back and prepare for an escape. They had already proven their courage to fight for their dreams. There was no need to die here. That wouldn't be chasing their dreams, it would be suicide. As the clash between Kizaru and Rayleigh intensified, countless streaks of black lightning exploded around them. Even though Rayleigh had been retired for over a decade, his aura as a top-tier powerhouse remained undiminished. In fact, his conqueror's haki seemed even stronger than before, a testament to his indomitable spirit. However, while conqueror's haki could grow stronger with a person's spirit, Rayleigh's physical strength had stagnated over the years and even begun to decline. Looks like I've won. Kizaru narrowed his eyes, a slight smirk forming on his lips. In a clash between top-tier fighters, even the slightest difference could be magnified infinitely, let alone the fact that Rayleigh was already past his prime. That's not certain yet. Rayleigh's smile didn't falter. Recognizing his shortcomings, Rayleigh chose not to stubbornly continue their deadlock. With a sudden surge of strength, he forced Kizaru back. Not particularly eager to fight to the death, Kizaru didn't push the issue either. In a flash, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows, their swords clashing repeatedly. However, for fighters of their caliber, such exchanges weren't even considered a warm-up. Hey, you're still the same as ever. From just a few exchanges, Rayleigh realized Kizaru was holding back again. Since that was the case, he saw no point in fighting to the bitter end either. Do the job you're paid for. Sengoku's never raised my salary, so I'm helpless here. Kizaru spoke in his usual laid-back tone. After all, no one present could tell he was pulling punches. To the onlookers, the two top-tier fighters seemed locked in a life-or-death struggle, evenly matched. Degree. Chapter 48, Escape. So fast. This is the power of a true swordsman. Zoro watched with uncontainable excitement, so much so that he didn't even catch what Robin's message had said. Though the swordplay of Rayleigh and Kizaru seemed somewhat lacking in power to him, Zoro knew that two masters of their caliber couldn't both be holding back. The issue must have been his inability to fully comprehend their level of skill. Stop spacing out. Get ready to run. Luffy extended his arm from a distance, grabbing Zoro by the shoulder to pull him away from the edges of the battlefield between the two great swordsmen. While Luffy had never been afraid to face powerful opponents, that didn't mean he was blindly reckless. Knowing there was still a significant gap between himself and an admiral, it would be foolish to keep fighting. Even an idiot wouldn't make such a dumb decision. Ah. My swords. Zoro barely managed to hold onto his three blades. If they had slipped from his grasp for such a ridiculous reason, it would have been a disgrace to any swordsman. Ha ha ha. I thought I was done for, but Usopp's luck is unbeatable. Usopp is amazing. Stop wasting time and run already. As the Straw Hat crew began their retreat, the remaining pirates also didn't dare linger. Who knew how long Dark King Rayleigh could hold off Kizaru? If they didn't seize the chance to escape now, what were they waiting for? Aren't you going to chase them? They're not even trying to hide it. Rayleigh, who had been planning to slip away soon himself, found the situation puzzling. He had only stepped in to stall Kizaru for a bit, mainly out of respect for Shanks and to help the Straw Hat Kid. He had no intention of clashing with the Navy in earnest. He figured that once Kizaru pursued the fleeing pirates, he'd use the opportunity to make his exit. Over the years, he and the Navy had developed a mutual understanding, neither side would trouble the other over minor incidents. After all, Rayleigh was still a top-tier fighter. And though he was alone now, his status as the former first mate of the Roger pirates meant he could easily rally some old crewmates if needed. If he then invoked Roger's name, the resulting chaos wouldn't quite match that of a Yonko, but it would still cause the Navy plenty of headaches. Of course, such measures were last resorts. Rayleigh preferred not to create unnecessary trouble that didn't benefit him either. What surprised him now, however, was Kizaru's inaction. Instead of chasing the fleeing pirates, Kizaru stood motionless. Could it be that he was actually targeting Rayleigh instead? Chase them? Why bother? I'm being held back by the right-hand man of the Pirate King. My opponent is Dark King Rayleigh, and I've been turned into a child thanks to the Supernova's trickery. You can't blame me for circumstances beyond my control, right? Kizaru's tone was as lazy as ever. As he grew more accustomed to his youthful body, his combat strength steadily returned to its peak. Kizaru could even sense that, if he wanted to, he could effortlessly negate the transformation effect caused by Bonnie's devil fruit. However, the feeling of youth was quite enjoyable. Even though Kizaru had been continuously growing stronger over the years, there was something nostalgic and refreshing about regaining his younger form. He couldn't be bothered to dispel the devil fruit's effect, it didn't cause any tangible harm, after all. Classic you. Rayleigh couldn't hold back a smirk, almost laughing aloud. This response was quintessentially Kizaru, exactly in line with his usual laid-back demeanor. Since it seemed the Navy wasn't specifically targeting him, Rayleigh didn't mind helping Kizaru maintain appearances. At worst, he could go into hiding for a few months afterward. Judging by Kizaru's attitude, the Navy likely wouldn't pursue the matter too seriously. Although I'm not chasing them, those kids might not get far. Kizaru quickly guessed what Rayleigh was thinking. Seeing the old man's relaxed, almost amused attitude annoyed him slightly. After all, he was still a Navy admiral and couldn't stand Rayleigh treating the Navy as a joke. Of course, taking things seriously wasn't really his style. A bit of half-hearted effort was enough to keep up appearances. Help! A monster. A monster. It's Bartholomew Kuma. There's a warlord of the sea ahead. So many Bartholomew Kumas. The Straw Hat crew hadn't even managed to reach the Thousand Sunny when they realized the path to the port was blocked. Pirates who had run ahead were now fleeing back in panic, tripping over themselves as if some unspeakable horror were chasing them. What's going on? Is the path blocked? Should we find another route or charge straight through? Zoro gripped the hilt of his swords, itching for action. After witnessing the clash between the two great swordsmen, he felt like he'd gained a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. He was eager for an opponent to test his newfound insights. It won't be easy to break through. Robin spoke, her voice tinged with unease. Using her flower fruit abilities to scout ahead, she had glimpsed a scene that stretched the limits of her understanding. Bartholomew Kuma. 2 rows of towering, hulking figures, 12 identical Kuma-like bodies, completely blocked the only path to the port. Their sheer size and overwhelming presence were enough to crush any hope of escape. Could someone explain when the warlord of the sea learned how to replicate himself? And why there were a dozen of them now? How could anyone possibly get past this? What the heck is that? Usopp scrambled up to a tree branch with his telescope, only to tumble down in terror after seeing what lay ahead. Thankfully, Chopper quickly transformed into his human form to catch him. Up to now, the Straw Hat crew had already encountered over half of the 7 warlords of the sea. They had even defeated more than one. But whether it was Crocodile or Gecko Moria, each battle had pushed the crew to the brink of destruction. And now, 12 versions of Bartholomew Kuma appeared at once. Even if they weren't as powerful as the original, the sheer number alone was suffocating. Damn it. We'll charge. Frankie's declaration was abruptly cut off as a laser beam streaked past him, punching holes clean through several unfortunate pirates nearby. Seeing the carnage, Frankie swallowed the rest of his words. His modified body could shrug off ordinary attacks, but a laser capable of vaporizing flesh and bone. That was well beyond what he could endure. Isn't that the technique used by that Navy admiral? Kobe stared at the smoldering corpses in horror. Once upon a time, he had dreamed of becoming a Marine. But after being saved by Luffy and sticking around to help his reckless savior in Zoro, the perpetual wanderer, Kobe had found himself roped into the Straw Hat crew's adventures. Before he knew it, he was on the Navy's wanted list, serving as the Straw Hat's navigator and bidding farewell to his childhood dream of joining the Marines. Fall back for now. It's obvious the Navy has planned for this. If we try to force our way through, who knows what worse dangers lie ahead. Sanji lit another cigarette, his face grim. Their only hope now was to gamble that the Navy lacked the manpower to completely eliminate all the pirates in the Sabaody archipelago. The pirates' forces had scattered in their attempts to flee, but if they could regroup and launch a coordinated breakthrough, their chances of success would increase significantly. Of course, this plan hinged on one critical condition: the legendary Dark King Rayleigh had to keep Kizaru occupied. If Kizaru was free to act, it wouldn't matter how many pirates banded together, they'd all be slaughtered. Then we'll fall back. Luffy made the call without hesitation. Even though their escape routes were blocked, he showed no hint of despair or fear. Degree. Chapter 49, Plan. Luffy's unshakable determination quickly spread to his crewmates and even the panicked pirates around them. The reputation of Straw Hat Luffy among pirates was already high, and under the leadership of the Straw Hat pirates, the once disoriented pirates began following Luffy's lead, retreating alongside him. Hey, why are all of you running away? Stop, you idiots. A rotund figure in a red belly band emerged, yelling angrily at the fleeing pirates. If they all ran, how was he supposed to test the combat capabilities of the pacifista? But the more Sentomaru shouted, the faster the pirates fled, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Bunch of useless cowards. Nami boss. What? No, I wasn't cursing you. Sentomaru pulled out a den mushi and called Nami. According to their earlier strategy, he was tasked with blocking anyone trying to escape to the port, while Nami led another 12 pacifista to encircle the remaining pirates. Aha, got it, I'll head there right now. Sentomaru nodded repeatedly at the den mushi. Nami boss was the kind of woman who even had Admiral Kizaru wrapped around her finger. If it were anyone else giving him orders, Sentomaru might not have been so cooperative. Back at the plaza, Rayleigh and Kizaru continued clashing with their swords, the sound of steel ringing out again and again. Suddenly, Rayleigh noticed that the pirates who had managed to escape earlier were now running back toward the plaza. There was no way they were returning to fight alongside him. Piecing this together with Kizaru's earlier remarks, it was clear that the Navy had planned this ambush well in advance. You're not actually serious about this, are you? Rayleigh's mouth twitched. This didn't align with the Kizaru he knew. Even though Rayleigh had been retired for more than a decade, he still remembered the younger Kizaru from his time as a marine prodigy. Unlike Akainu and Akiji, who had been promoted to admirals in more recent years, Kizaru had grown up in the same era as Sengoku and Garp, honing his skills as a prodigy of his time. Over the years, Rayleigh had encountered Kizaru on numerous occasions. While Kizaru's strength was undoubtedly formidable, his character and work ethic left much to be desired. If not for his undeniable power, there was no way he could have climbed to the rank of admiral. But now, this seemingly coordinated effort to round up all the pirates in one fell swoop. This had the meticulous planning of Tsuru or even Sengoku written all over it. What do you mean? I'm a marine admiral who despises evil. Kizaru declared righteously, even adding more force to his strikes as he sparred with Rayleigh. It certainly looked more like a real fight now, though it was clear that he was still holding back. Rayleigh suddenly felt a headache coming on. Kizaru's subtext was painfully obvious: if he was acting, then Rayleigh had to play along. Otherwise, if they broke the charade, things would get serious, and then it'd be every man for himself. A few decades ago, Rayleigh wouldn't have cared about the threats from Kizaru. But now, even at his peak, Rayleigh wasn't sure he could take on Kizaru. It was baffling how Kizaru, despite not being particularly diligent, seemed to be on the verge of surpassing this level. Even if they were both pretending for the time being, Rayleigh couldn't shake the feeling of being under pressure, much like when he faced Whitebeard. It was almost ridiculous. You're back too. The port is blocked off too. What do we do now? The Navy's everywhere, there's no way out. We're done for, we're really going to die. The pirates, who had been pushed back to the plaza, looked around in confusion. Upon closer inspection, they realized they had all been driven back. The Navy had sealed off all exits. Apu and Drake had tried to force their way through together, only to be driven off by 12 Kuma. Soon, 24 Kuma appeared around the plaza, surrounding the pirates on all sides. At this point, both Kizaru and Rayleigh paused, aware that the Navy's objective wasn't to deal with Rayleigh directly. Even though Kizaru was stronger, capturing Rayleigh wasn't an easy task. Of course, if Kizaru was willing to use his stand ability, defeating or even capturing Rayleigh would only be a matter of time. But if Kizaru made a move on Rayleigh, he would have to face Shanks, along with the remaining members of the Roger pirates who had gone into hiding. Even after Roger's death, no one dared underestimate those who had once sailed under his flag. With Rayleigh as vice-captain, the remnants of the Roger pirates were not weaker than the Yonko-level pirate crews. But the main reason Kizaru hesitated was simple: even if he captured Rayleigh, Admiral Sengoku wouldn't give him a pay raise. Kizaru had no reason to stir up trouble for himself. Damn straw hat. If I can't escape, I'll never forgive you. Bonnie was nearly furious to the point of exploding. They, a mere group of supernovas, had no business getting caught up with an admiral and the Navy's secret weapons. Most of the pirates were still puzzled as to why there were so many Kuma, but Bonnie knew they weren't real. This situation is really bad. We'll probably be killed by those Kuma's attacks. I hope they aim well. If we don't die in one hit, we'll just have to endure the second one. Robin calmly said these terrifying words, causing Usopp, Kobe, and Chopper, the trio of cowards, to tremble in fear. Straw Hat, we're ready to team up and break out. Are you in? Law, carrying his sword, walked over. Behind him were Drake, Apo, and the injured kid. Hawkins and Urich seemed to have refused their proposal. After experiencing the despair of being crushed by Kizaru, the supernovas had realized that they were not as strong as they had imagined. Even if they teamed up, they wouldn't be able to fight against someone like Kizaru. It might be better to scatter, making themselves smaller targets, and maybe have a better chance of escaping. Ah, count me in. Luffy said seriously for once. Although he didn't think there was anything wrong with hitting the celestial dragons, he couldn't deny that it was because of him that his crew had fallen into this dangerous situation. So, no matter what, he would make sure to get the Straw Hat pirates out of Sabaody Archipelago. He was even willing to fight against an admiral if necessary. Rayleigh should be able to hold off Kizaru. We need to choose a direction to break through the Navy's encirclement while Kizaru can't make a move. Law whispered. With so many pirates, it would be impossible to take them all, too slow and too obvious a target. Drake and Apu were only planning to take their closest crew members, and the Straw Hat pirates weren't too large in number. Only Kid wanted to bring everyone from the Kid pirates, though he and Killer had promised to cover the rear. Although Kid had been heavily injured by Kizaru's strike, his performance didn't seem all that bad. Considering Capone Beach and the fire tank pirates were instantly wiped out by Kizaru, and all these supernovas combined were being toyed with by him, it seemed that Kid's performance wasn't too shabby. Wait, if Rayleigh can't hold off Kizaru? Frankie couldn't help but speak up. Law's plan sounded too dependent on the Pirate King's right-hand man. If Kizaru freed up his hands, everyone here would have only one way out, a dead end. Degree. Chapter 50, Glimmer of Hope. We're all dead, whether we run or not, it doesn't matter, Law said expressionlessly. He didn't want to die, at least not before taking down Doflamingo and avenging Rosinante. He couldn't die yet. I'm going to be the Pirate King. I won't die in a place like this. Luffy said with determination, then extended his fist toward his temporary allies. Bah. Although I have some objections about you wanting to be the Pirate King, I don't want to die in a place like this either. Apu extended his fist to meet Luffy's. As a long-armed tribe member, his arms were much longer than those of ordinary people. I have reasons not to die here. Drake extended his fist and tapped it lightly. This might be his chance to fully integrate into the pirate group. Same here. Law calmly extended his fist as well. Compared to their previous loose supernova alliance, this new temporary alliance formed out of necessity to survive was clearly much more valuable. Meanwhile, after Nami and Sentomaru arrived with the pacifistas, Kizaru also chose to give up continuing his act with Rayleigh. Although little Nami probably couldn't tell, Sentomaru had quite a good eye for things. If he accidentally noticed that Kizaru was holding back, the consequences would be disastrous. After all, this guy was known as the tightest-lipped man in the world. Any secret he knew would soon be known by the whole world. Kizaru, what's going on with you? Nami looked at Kizaru, who now appeared as a handsome teen version, and her face was filled with confusion. Could someone explain to her why, in less than half an hour, Kizaru had gone from appearing to be at least in his 20s to now looking no older than 12 or 13? If it weren't for his trademark handsome face and his usual unreserved way of approaching her, Nami might have thought she'd mistaken him for someone else. Oh, I was ambushed by a supernova and turned into a child, almost got killed by Rayleigh the Dark King. Kizaru spoke with a tone that suggested he was still somewhat shaken by the experience. He was clearly acting like he was about to throw himself into Nami's arms for comfort, if it weren't for Sentomaru being there. Boss, have you gotten weaker now? Sentomaru exclaimed excitedly, his greedy eyes locked onto Kizaru's forehead, seemingly fantasizing about what it would feel like to punch him in the head. He had always claimed to be the strongest defensive man in the world, and it was thanks to Kizaru and Garp's brutal punches that he earned that title. Originally, Sentomaru had never expected to get his revenge in his lifetime, after all. Garp and Kizaru were too vicious. But now, it seemed like an opportunity had arrived. Yeah, I've gotten weaker. Want to try? Kizaru glanced at Sentomaru. This annoying little bitch really needed a good beating. However, even Vice Admiral Garp couldn't fix this habit of his, so it seemed like there was no saving him. Perhaps they could use him as a shield during the War of the Best and see if Whitebeard could teach him a lesson. Sure. Sentomaru eagerly nodded, his face full of excitement. All right, once we deal with these pirates, I'll let you try. Kizaru gritted his teeth and spoke slowly. Nami could testify that Sentomaru was just itching for a fight. It just so happened that he had gotten a lot stronger recently, thanks to his ability and some work with his stand. Let Sentomaru experience it for himself. Good. It's a deal, boss. Sentomaru said cheerfully, completely unaware of Nami's facepalm nearby. Let's take care of these supernovas first, then I'll hold off Rayleigh, and the rest is up to you and the pacifistas. Kizaru muttered to himself. Calculating the time, Kuma should have already arrived by now, so why wasn't he here yet? If Kuma didn't show up soon, even Kizaru wouldn't be able to hold off Rayleigh for much longer without exposing himself. The remaining supernovas wouldn't be able to handle the Sentomaru and the 24 pacifistas. Moreover, outside the Sabaody archipelago, the main Navy fleet had already arrived. In preparation for the War of the Best, the Navy had mobilized elite forces from various branches, making it nearly impossible for anyone to escape the archipelago. Without Kuma sending the Straw Hat pirates flying, even if Luffy had 9 lives, there was no way he could break out of the Navy's encirclement. No problem. Leave it to me, boss. Sentomaru loudly slapped his chest. He had either been guarding Dr. Vegapunk or getting beaten by Kizaru and Garp for a long time, so he was itching for a chance to beat up some weaklings. Be careful, Nami. Those supernovas are no pushovers either. Kizaru patted Nami's head, irritated by Sentomaru's thick-headedness. He had almost instinctively thrown a punch, but fortunately, he reacted in time and was clever enough to hold back. Otherwise, he might never get to climb into Nami's bed again. Dr. Vegapunk gave me a lot of good stuff, and I'm just waiting for someone to be my target. Nami looked at Kizaru suspiciously. He usually never patted her head like that. Was this some sort of special hint? All right, then. Kizaru casually drew his sword ready to go another round with Rayleigh. But just then, a heavy figure suddenly dropped from the sky, landing near Kizaru and his group. It was none other than one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma. Before Kizaru could speak, Kuma pulled out a den mushi, and the voice of Admiral Sengoku, sounding somewhat urgent, came through. Kizaru, the celestial dragons were attacked on island number 1. Go immediately to assist. Though the voice sounded strange, it was undoubtedly Sengoku's. But Rayleigh is still here, and if I don't act, the Straw Hat Pirates, who attacked the Celestial Dragons, might escape. Kizaru raised an eyebrow, casting a deep glance at Kuma before slowly replying. Leave Rayleigh to Kuma. You're the fastest, go and assist immediately. Sengoku's voice became more angry, and even Nami felt that something was off. Considering Sengoku's usual demeanor, it was hard to believe he would say something like that. Understood. Nami, come here. Kizaru waved to Nami, signaling her to come over. Kuma had clearly given up, and although Kizaru didn't believe the Revolutionary Army would harm Nami, considering the pirates around them, it was best not to be too careless. As for Sentomaru? As long as Rayleigh and Kuma didn't make a move, there was no way this thick-headed fool could be taken down. After all, he had been certified as the ultimate meat shield by both Kizaru and Garp. Degree. Chapter 51, Tony Stark. There's something wrong with Kuma. Nami, who was being carried by Kizaru in a princess carry, suddenly spoke up. However, while speaking, her eyes were fixed on Kizaru, clearly realizing that it wasn't just Kuma who was a problem. Oh. What's the issue? Kizaru casually floated through the air with his Shuinpa, heading towards Island 1 without any urgency. The pacifistas, equipped with battlefield recording capabilities, could prove that he was an innocent party deceived by Kuma. Indeed, those who were intelligent and familiar with Kizaru, like Nami or Rear Admiral Tsuru, could tell something was off. But with Kizaru's power and status, such suspicions had no effect on him. You know it yourself. Nami muttered softly. Since Kizaru didn't want to explain, she didn't press further. When Kizaru arrived at Island 1, he indeed didn't find the celestial dragons who had supposedly been attacked. The Roswald family, who had been beaten up by Luffy, had already been sent back to Marie Joy's. Even with an admiral present, no one dared to bet that a second Luffy wouldn't appear in Sabaody Archipelago. Speaking of which, it seems like it's almost time. Let's find a place for afternoon tea. Kizaru suddenly raised an eyebrow and smiled at Nami. Now. Then let's go to the Sabaody Archipelago Navy branch. I remember the cafeteria there has some signature snacks for afternoon tea. Nami instinctively rubbed her flat stomach. She hadn't had a chance to eat lunch due to Kizaru's constant delays. She wasn't like Kizaru, who could go days without food without any issues. Although she had received training from Gion, Nami wasn't significantly stronger than an average person. Sure. Kizaru nodded and quickly changed direction, heading towards the Navy branch of the Sabaody Archipelago. At the same time, part of his attention shifted to the chat group in his mind. Just now, he seemed to have received a message. Tony Stark, hello, is anyone there? I'm Tony Stark, would someone be willing to help me send an email to Stark Industries? Kobayashi, wow. Is that the silent newcomer from before? AI Hybra, I thought you were dead, since you haven't said anything for so long. Random person who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, me, Iron Man, send money. Tony Stark, hey. Don't be like that, guys. I really need your help right now, I'm not joking. I've been kidnapped by terrorists, and I urgently need rescue. Random person who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, huh? You don't know Iron Man? Looks like it's the newbie Stark from the first movie. Don't worry, you won't die. Tony Stark, N.O. I don't want to be here for another second. $100 million. I swear, anyone who can rescue me will get $100 million. Random person who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, damn. Money is great, I could try, but I can only guarantee I can break you out, can't promise you won't get shot to pieces. Random person who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh at Kizaru, are you interested? AI Hybrid Fubuki, want to give it a try. $100 million, and you could buy 100 sets of all the bags ever released by Fendi and Prada combined. Fubuki, what's USD? The money from his world wouldn't even work in ours, right? AI Hybrid, so what? We can buy stuff in his world, maybe even get better designer bags. Tony Stark, if you two ladies can rescue me, I'll give you every bag in the world. Random person who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, just a heads up, the terrorists who kidnapped Iron Man aren't your typical ones. From what I know about Hell Blizzard, she's likely going to go for self-preservation, not necessarily able to save Iron Man. Random person who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, although the Ten Rings gang is weak, they're still capable of going up against S.H.I.E.L.D. and superheroes, as one of the world's most powerful terrorist organizations. Underestimating them could lead to Fubuki's own tragic end. AI Hybrid, in that case, forget it, it's too dangerous. Also, next time you advise someone, try speaking like a normal person. Tony Stark, wait. Don't do that. How about you just help me send an email to Stark Industries? Kobayashi, I'm afraid not, Mr. Stark. Haven't you realized yet? We're not in the same world as you. To be precise, every person in this group is from a different world. Random person who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh. The premise of helping you send an email is to first go to your world. But based on the experience of Kizaru, the only one who has traveled across worlds, we just end up appearing next to you. AI Hybra, maybe we can bring a satellite phone to your world, but that won't work. Our satellite phones probably can't connect to your world's signal. Random person who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh. Unless you gain the ability to protect yourself, we can't help you leave. But if you can protect yourself, you should be able to escape on your own. Tony Stark, oh, this joke is not funny at all. Those terrorists are forcing me to make weapons for them, and if I don't comply, they'll kill me. Random person who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh. Ah. I suddenly realize there might be too many geniuses in this group. By the way, is Mr. Kizaru not available right now? Random person who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh. Let's try someone else. At Orochimaru, Sir Orochimaru, there's a tech empire here making an Iron Man suit out of scrap metal. Would you be interested in exchanging ideas? Orochimaru, the ninja world war just ended, and the new Hokage doesn't have much free time. However, Tony Kuin could consider visiting Konoha. Random person who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh. Wow. As expected from Sir Orochimaru. If it's inconvenient to go rescue him, we could let Iron Man come to our world. That way, he would temporarily regain his freedom. Tony Stark, oh, no, thank you for the kind offer, but I'd still like to return to Stark Industries first. Random person who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh. Huh? Why? If you think it's unsafe to go to Orochimaru's place because they're at war, you could go to someone else's world. AI Hybra, idiot. He's just been kidnapped. You want him to go to some other strange place? No normal person would agree to that. Who knows if the person inviting him is just another group of kidnappers? Degree. Chapter 52, Rescue. Random person who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh. Ah. I really don't mean any harm. Kizaru, what are you guys talking about? Oh, it seems like a newcomer has appeared. At the Navy branch in Sabo Archipelago, Kizaru, back to his normal self, directly took over the branch commander's office. On the office's enormous balcony, he and Nami were leisurely enjoying their afternoon tea. The specialty snacks Nami mentioned were indeed quite delicious. Once his new ship was finished, Kizaru planned to have the branch's chefs move to the ship. Random person who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh. Does Kizaru have time to go rescue someone? Tony Stark, this kind-hearted gentleman, are you saying that Kizaru has the ability to rescue me? Random person who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh. Of course. Kizaru is our group's ace. The undisputed strongest fighter. Tony Stark, hey. Mr. Kizaru, would you be interested in earning some extra cash? If you can get me back to New York alive, I'll pay you $100 million immediately. Kizaru, let me think. Sure, I've pretty much finished my work, so it wouldn't hurt to spend some time in another world. Random person who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh. By the way, what was Kizaru doing earlier? You didn't reply when I tagged you. Kizaru, nothing much. A celestial dragon was attacked, and I was ordered to clear the area. Random person who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh. Holy crap. Was it in the Sabo Archipelago? Is the Straw Hat Pirates still alive? Kizaru, I'm not sure, I was called away halfway through. When I left, the Straw Hat Pirates were still alive. But why are you so concerned about them? Kizaru, while enjoying the specialty snacks, casually asked to maintain his native persona. Though this persona didn't seem to have much use at the moment, Kizaru didn't mind keeping it up. I'll be gone for a while. If Admiral Sengoku or anyone else looks for me, remember to cover for me, Nami. Kizaru thought for a moment and decided it was safer to inform Nami first. After all, he knew that time in the Jojo world flowed much faster than in the pirate world. If the time flow in Tony Stark's world was similar or slower than in the pirate world, Kizaru, as a Navy admiral, disappearing for too long wouldn't be a good thing. Even though Nami would certainly help him cover, Kizaru decided to mention it, considering her feelings. Got it. Be sure to come back quickly. Nami gave Kizaru a suspicious glance. She was about to say something when she suddenly remembered Kizaru and Bartholomew Kuma's odd behavior earlier. After being by Kizaru's side for years, only someone as clueless as Sentomaru wouldn't notice something strange about Kizaru. But since Kizaru didn't want to explain, there had to be a reason. The only thing Nami could do was cover for him. Love you, Nami. Kizaru smiled, kissed Nami on the cheek, and then vanished in a flash of light. Random person who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, because Luffy is the main character. Ahem, but with Kizaru here, I'm definitely on the Navy's side. Tony Stark, hey, kind gentleman, there's still a poor guy here who's been kidnapped and is waiting for rescue. Can't you rescue me first and then chat? Kizaru, don't rush, send me an invitation first. If you don't tag me, I can't come to you. Tony Stark, honestly, you could have told me about this earlier. What was I supposed to do again? Oh, I have to say, the UI design of this chat group is absolutely terrible. Ding. Tony Stark has issued a specific task, inviting a Kizaru to enter his world. Do you accept? Accept/decline. In the Marvel world, Tony Stark, having found a reason to excuse himself to avoid the terrorist surveillance, anxiously waited. He wasn't sure how long it would take for someone from the chat group to arrive. If there was too much noise, the terrorists might be alerted, and that would cause trouble. But just then, Tony Stark saw a flash of light before him, and a little giant, about 3 meters tall, appeared right in front of him. Usually, even a person over 2 meters tall would appear too long and thin, but this little giant had a proportionally well-balanced physique. His overly handsome face also made Stark feel oddly uncomfortable. Hey, you just showed up like this. No weapons or tools of any kind. Tony Stark nervously scanned Kizaru. This guy looked like he could fight, but no matter how tough he was, he wouldn't survive a terrorist's rifle fire. I don't need weapons. I rarely use them. By the way, why did you drag me to a place like this? It's not exactly the best spot for a chat. Kizaru pinched his nose and spoke grumpily. If it weren't for the fact that they were both in the same chat group, Kizaru would have kicked him with a light-speed kick just for being so annoying. This couldn't be helped. When I get back to New York, I'll book the most expensive restaurant as compensation. How's that sound? Tony Stark spoke helplessly, knowing he had no other choice in this situation. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Kizaru, not wanting to waste any more time in the restroom, was about to leave when Tony Stark stopped him. Wait. What are you going to do? Tony was horrified. If the terrorists found out, he would probably be beaten up at most, but Kizaru, the kind guy who came to rescue him, would definitely be dead. Of course, I'm leaving here. Kizaru raised his hand toward the ceiling, and before Tony could figure out what he was going to do, an endless burst of light exploded at that moment. By the time Tony came to his senses, Kizaru was already lifting him and jumping into the air. Looking down from the sky, the underground base below had a huge hole in it. The terrifying power of that strike had directly penetrated the base. If that was all, it would have been equivalent to a high-yield underground bomb, but what was truly terrifying was that the rock layers and solid steel-reinforced concrete were all directly evaporated in the face of the penetrating light. Laser weapon. Oh my god. How did you do that? Tony's eyes gleamed as he stared at Kizaru, even forgetting that he was currently being held up in the air by him. Kizaru, while using his light step, lightly tapped the air with his toes, creating small air bursts to stabilize himself in midair. Degree. Chapter 53, Trolling. Tony Stark's company is the U.S. military's largest arms supplier, so upon seeing such a remarkable laser weapon, Tony's instinctive reaction was to understand its capabilities. Is this how you did it? So, are we leaving now, or should I help you take out those kidnappers while we're at it? Kizaru suddenly thought of something. If Stark were easily rescued like this, would he still change his mind and become the Iron Man he eventually became? But soon, Kizaru discarded this thought. Whether Tony became Iron Man was none of his business, he wasn't Howard Stark. Help me kill those bastards. Tony touched the device on his chest that was keeping him alive. Dr. Ensign had used an electromagnet to extract the shrapnel from his body. Otherwise, he'd already be on his way to heaven to meet Howard. Of course, this was Tony's personal wish. Considering his status as an arms dealer, a one-way ticket to hell would likely be waiting for him after his death. All right then. Kizaru's palm lit up again as he aimed it at the ground. At that moment, the terrorists in the underground base were still poking their heads out near the massive hole in the ceiling, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just happened. Seeing this, Tony felt a sense of satisfaction. As the largest arms supplier for the U.S. military, Tony Stark was no soft-hearted person. Especially when facing terrorists who nearly killed him and even forced him to build weapons for them. If it weren't for Ensign. Ensign. Wait. Stop. Ensign. Ensign is still down there. Tony almost panicked and hurriedly shouted. Ensign was his lifesaver. If he died just because of one of his commands, Tony would regret it for the rest of his life. You're such a hassle. Do you want me to kill them or not? Kizaru grumbled, but inwardly, he was laughing. Even Iron Man could be this naive at times. Help me rescue Ensign too. Without him, I'd already be dead. Tony still knew how to show gratitude, and the time he spent with Ensign had made him appreciate the doctor more. I only promised to rescue you, not to save someone else. Kizaru's observation hockey spread out quietly, quickly locking onto the doctor. In the underground base. At this moment, Dr. Ensign hadn't yet realized what was happening. Like the terrorists in the base, he stood there dumbfounded, staring at the massive hole in the ceiling above. This scene was almost beyond human comprehension. Aside from the terrorists standing directly under the hole, the entire underground base had no casualties. I'll give you another 100 million. Plus the 100 million you already helped me with, that's 200 million. You'll be a billionaire everyone's chasing after. Tony spoke without hesitation. If it were anyone else, even Einstein himself wouldn't think he was worth $100 million. In countries like Afghanistan, a human life might be worth less than $100. And in Africa, 100 million could fund over 100 coups in more than half the countries on the continent. Even for Stark Industries, $100 million wasn't just lying around ready to be spent. Especially considering Tony had been missing for so long, and he already owed Kizaru $100 million. Sounds tempting, but I'm not really interested in too much money. Forget about the 100 million. If I help you save Ethan, how about you dress up as a bunny girl and do a pole dance? Recalling the bizarre incident where he was summoned into the bathroom by Tony, Kizaru bluntly made a shocking suggestion to Tony. What do you want to do? Let me make it clear, I don't discriminate against, whatever that is, but I'd rather die than bend that way. Tony stammered. Although he was known as a playboy, Tony had always been very specific about his tastes. He only liked beautiful women and had zero interest in anything else. I'd suggest you take a piss and look in the mirror. If you don't want to dance, let Pepper do it, Kizaru retorted harshly. If it weren't for being in the same chat group, in the pirate world, anyone daring to question Kizaru's sexual orientation would instantly find themselves thrown into the ladyboy kingdom for some education. In your dreams. It's just pole dancing. I'll do it. Tony retorted, frustrated. For a moment, he tried to resist his conscience, but shame couldn't overcome his sense of duty. Dressing up as a bunny girl and dancing on a pole was embarrassing, but if doing so meant saving Ethan, then it was better than watching him die. Good, it's settled then. Kizaru said before releasing his grip and, amidst Tony's screams, transformed into light and dashed into the underground base. Afterward, Kizaru picked up Einstein and floated upwards, catching the falling Tony. Why panic? With me around, you definitely won't die from a fall. Kizaru held both men suspended in midair. Despite being about 3 meters tall, carrying both Tony and Ethan seemed natural to Kizaru, like an adult carrying 2 elementary school kids. Damn. I'm not a superhero like you. Normal people would be scared. Tony angrily complained. They had only just met, but there was no longer any sense of awkwardness between Tony and Kizaru. Tony. What's going on? Who is this? Dr. Einstein, still shaken by the experience of being lifted into the air, asked. Tony knew from the start that Kizaru had come to rescue him. Although he was somewhat cautious, he had some understanding of the situation. Poor Dr. Einstein had no idea whether Kizaru was a friend or foe and was now hanging in the air. If Kizaru let go, he'd fall to his doom. Despite the terrifying situation, Dr. Einstein managed to calmly ask about Kizaru's identity, showing his remarkable composure. Hello, Dr. Einstein. I'm Kizaru. I was invited by Mr. Tony Stark to rescue you, Kizaru said with a serious expression. At this moment, he truly appeared as the heroic partner to fight evil, radiating an aura of righteousness. Anyone who saw him wouldn't have imagined that just moments ago, he had been the one forcing Tony to dress as a bunny girl and do a pole dance. Now, can we get to it? Help me take out those damn terrorists. Tony ground his teeth and demanded, though it was unclear whether he was holding a grudge against the terrorists who had kidnapped him or the bastard who had made him promise to dance like a bunny girl. Degree. Chapter 54, Transportation. No problem. Kizaru said with a smile, and after a brief moment, he gently lowered both of them to the ground. At the site where the underground base once stood, only a massive cylindrical crater remained. Everything in the underground base, including the terrorists, had completely disappeared in the boundless light. Ugh. Tony subconsciously swallowed as he stared at the giant crater ahead. He quietly dismissed the thought of trying to back out of the deal. Tony, where did you find this helper of yours? Dr. Einstein asked, still in shock. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Kizaru effortlessly destroying the underground base with a single strike, he would have believed that a nuclear bomb had caused the destruction. In a chat, it's a secret. A secret. Tony replied seriously. At this point, he realized that the dimensional chat group that had suddenly appeared in his mind wasn't as simple as just some superpowers. Just a random member from the group, like Kizaru, could easily be an overwhelmingly powerful force. Tony had no doubt that Kizaru had the ability to wipe out any country on Earth. Even if his Iron Man suit was fully functional, facing someone like Kizaru would be utterly pointless. I see. No, I don't know anything. Dr. Einstein nodded, then quickly shook his head. He was just an innocent hostage who had no idea what was happening and was simply rescued. Don't keep staring, trust me, I leave no survivors. How long are you planning to keep watching? Kizaru said impatiently. He didn't come to another world just to sightsee in the wilderness. Besides, what was there to see in the barren desert? Let's go then. As long as we find the nearest US military base, we can leave this damn place. Tony said, eager to leave. He needed wine and steak to fill his stomach, and he longed for the comfort of a celebrity supermodel to soothe his wounded heart. I overheard those terrorists talking before. If we head west for a few dozen kilometers, there's a village. Once we get there, we'll be able to confirm our location. Dr. Inson said, equally eager to leave. The feeling of freedom was so wonderful, and he just wanted to go home. West, right. Kizaru nodded and was about to lift the two of them again. At his speed, traveling a few dozen kilometers would only take a few minutes, though he was considering Tony and Dr. Ethan's endurance. Otherwise, Kizaru could just turn into light and cover the distance in less than a second. Wait. You're not going to carry us there, are you? Tony quickly dodged Kizaru's hand. He did not want to be lifted and flown across a few dozen kilometers. What else? You want to walk? Kizaru spread his hands. Even if Tony was willing, he didn't want to slowly walk the distance. Are you not an alien? You have laser weapons, don't you have some kind of portable transport? Tony had every reason to suspect that Kizaru just wanted to see him make a fool of himself. If the situation were reversed, he wouldn't mind carrying this guy for a few dozen kilometers. Unfortunately, the prototype of the Iron Man suit, along with the underground base, was destroyed by Kizaru, so he didn't have a better option at the moment. Dr. Inson, standing by, silently whistled, pretending he hadn't heard anything. Aliens, laser weapons, what a nice day it is today. I never said I'm an alien. Well, in a way, I am an alien. Kizaru suddenly realized that in the pirate world, the place he came from was also a planet. He wondered if it was possible that it was in the same universe as Marvel's Earth. Unfortunately, Kizaru wasn't an alien who arrived on Earth in a spaceship. Since Tony didn't want to be carried, Kizaru thought of the only option left, ask the chat group. Kizaru, does anyone have a vehicle? It needs to fit 3 people, well, 2 will do. Random person who wants to latch onto Luo phone, what's going on? Has Kizaru already rescued Stark? Kizaru, yep, now I'm just wondering how to travel. This guy doesn't want to be carried. Random person who wants to latch onto Luo phone, if I had a car, I'd lend it to you guys, but I'm just a broke person. Kobayashi, well, if it's just 2 people. I still have the bike I used when I was in school. Kizaru, a bike. Fubuki, I can lend you my car, as long as you promise not to break it. AI Hybra, your car is probably only suitable for driving in the city, right? What about the road conditions where they are? Kobayashi, I remember Fubuki-san's car is a long luxury sedan. Kizaru, that won't work, this place is all desert, if it really comes down to it, I guess we'll have to let them ride a bike. Orochimaru, I can lend them a snake. Tony and Dr. Inson eagerly waited for Kizaru's transportation, even though Dr. Inson, who knew nothing, was extremely curious about the alien's vehicle. Could it be a spaceship? Or perhaps an anti-gravity flying vehicle? Maybe even a teleportation device? If Tony were more familiar with the chat group, he'd probably check it to see what Kizaru had said. After a while, Kizaru pulled out a pair of sunglasses from his pocket. Let's go. Kizaru put on the sunglasses, saying that the sun was pretty glaring. Where's the vehicle? Tony looked around, seeing nothing. Was it some sort of invisible flying machine? It's right behind you. Kizaru barely held back his laughter. Tony and Dr. Ethan instinctively turned around, and in front of them was a giant snake flicking its forked tongue. The giant snake was over 40 meters long, coiled on the ground like a small mountain, with a head larger than the front of a large truck. Orochimaru had put some thought into this, summoning a supposedly mild-tempered giant snake, knowing that Tony and Dr. Inson were ordinary humans. Dr. Inson immediately fainted on the spot. Anyone would have reacted the same way seeing such a massive creature appear behind them. Tony's face was incredibly stiff, his neck moving like a rusted machine as he slowly turned to look at Kizaru. Ahem, as you can see, this snake will be our transportation. It was kindly lent to us by the 4th Hokage, Orochimaru from Konoha. Don't forget to thank him in the chat group later. Kizaru said with a serious face. He had other options, but he had no hesitation in picking this snake. Degree. Chapter 55, Stark's offers. Are you sure it won't just swallow us whole? Tony's voice was slightly hoarse, though he managed to maintain his composure. Truly worthy of the name Iron Man. That is, if you ignored how his legs were trembling slightly, probably just because he'd been standing too long, right? I don't eat humans, Lord Kizaru. Lord Orochimaru instructed me to follow your orders. The massive snake suddenly spoke, its voice surprisingly soft and childlike, resembling that of a young girl. The contrast between its terrifying appearance and gentle voice was strikingly jarring. The snake, it can talk. Tony couldn't help but exclaim. By this point, though, he'd figured out that if Kizaru wanted to harm them, he and Insen would have been long gone. What's so strange about that? Over in Orochimaru's world, even frogs and slugs can talk. If you ever visit my world, you might even see skeletons that can talk. Kizaru gently placed Tony and Insen onto the snake's head. Thankfully, Orochimaru had thought ahead. The snake's head had a crest-like structure that made it easier for them to sit without fear of falling off. Hey, isn't there a slightly more normal mode of transportation? Tony couldn't help but complain. His heart was still racing, and if he had a heart condition, he might have already dropped dead. Oh, there is. There's also a pink women's bicycle you could take turns riding, Kizaru chuckled. He was half tempted to suggest it just to see Iron Man riding a pink bike. The snake glided across the ground with incredible speed. Within 10 minutes, they could already see smoke rising from a village at the foot of a distant mountain. Miss Feathered Serpent, are you interested in a well-paying job? How does $50,000 a month sound? If that's not enough, we can negotiate. In the short time they'd been traveling, Tony had completely overcome his initial fear of the snake and was now enthusiastically trying to recruit it. You had to admit, Tony had a good eye for talent. No luxury sports car could compare to the flair of riding a 40-meter-long snake. What's more, the snake, named Feathered Serpent, was incredibly capable. Its scales could withstand close-range automatic rifle fire. Its strength could easily flip a main battle tank. Even its speed rivaled that of most sports cars. In a pinch, Feathered Serpent could even burrow underground to escape, as long as the ground wasn't solid rock or thick concrete. It wasn't just an impressive ride but also an exceptional bodyguard. $50,000 a month. Tony wouldn't even flinch if the price were several times higher. What's a job? The snake from Ryuchi Cave tilted its head with interest, curious after listening to Tony's enthusiastic pitch. Despite its massive size, Feathered Serpent was actually a juvenile snake, born in Ryuchi Cave. Its mental age was roughly equivalent to a 6- or 7-year-old human child. It didn't understand much of what Tony said, but it found the chatter of the two-legged creature amusing. Ahem. A job means I'll give you money or other benefits, and in return, you'll follow my orders. Tony didn't feel the slightest guilt about simplifying the concept of a job for a child. He was fully focused on recruiting the snake as his bodyguard and ride. For someone like Tony, who thrived on attention, riding a giant snake into a crowd would be far more exhilarating than publicly declaring, I am Iron Man. No, Lord Orochimaru explicitly ordered me to follow only Lord Kizaru's instructions, Feathered Serpent replied without hesitation, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Hey, miss, it's the 21st century now. Blind obedience is so outdated. You have the right to decide your own future. Unwilling to give up, Tony tried instilling some idea of independence and equality into Feathered Serpent. It was ironic, given that Tony was the textbook definition of a chauvinist who often discarded women like used napkins. Yet here he was, suddenly acting like a champion of progressive ideals. Ahem. Tony, just a friendly reminder, Orochimaru is the 4th Hokage of Konoha Village. Konoha just won the 3rd Great Ninja War against 4 equally powerful adversaries after several years of conflict. Kizaru, who had been watching Tony's failed attempts to recruit Feathered Serpent with amusement, decided it was time to drop some context. A village leader. Chief. Mr. Kizaru, do you know how many senators and congressmen receive donations from Stark Industries? In South America, even a president would need to submit a request weeks in advance to meet one of my regional managers, Tony scoffed. Though currently stranded and without even a car, Tony firmly believed that once he returned to civilization, he would again become a VIP welcomed by global leaders. Puppet presidents like Afghanistan's didn't even qualify to shine his shoes. Konoha has over 10,000 ninjas. Kizaru replied, his tone as unhurried as ever. Pfft. The US military has over 1 million active troops. It's the most powerful fighting force on Earth. Tony sneered. As the primary weapons supplier to the US military, he had every reason to look down on what sounded like a glorified militia. Sure, the idea of a village fielding 10,000 fighters was impressive, but Afghanistan had a military of over 100,000 when its government fell. 10,000. Child's play. Most ninjas are highly trained killing machines. Kizaru continued calmly, unfazed by Tony's scoffing. This time, Tony didn't even bother responding. After all, even a 3-year-old wielding Stark Industries weapons could become a killing machine. The weakest of them are called genin. Any genin who's been through a war could, with a little training and some basic knowledge of firearms, completely wipe out the group of terrorists who kidnapped you, using assassination techniques alone. Kizaru didn't even finish speaking before Tony's face turned pale. Over 10,000 assassins, each as lethal as the top-tier killers. What kind of nightmarish organization was this? Their enemies had to be aliens, right? Oh. Right. The ninja world was technically alien to Earth. Never mind. The elite among them are called Jonin. The weakest Jonin could easily take out dozens of genin. And the strongest Jonin, like Orochimaru, could casually annihilate a few small countries if there's no superhero around to stop them. Kizaru delivered this bombshell with a casual smile. Sitting atop Feathered Serpent's head, Tony was now calculating his chances of simply running away. Degree. Chapter 56, Pool Party. Oh, by the way, as far as I know, Konoha Village also has a technique called Edo Tensei. You can think of it as turning people into zombies with their memories intact. In theory, they could kill a target, resurrect them, and kill them again. Infinitely repeating the process. Kizaru said this in a lazy tone. Of course, Konoha Village and Orochimaru weren't deranged enough to actually do something like that. But as a weapons dealer, Tony couldn't help but shiver at the mere thought of such a possibility. Ahem, Lady Feathered Serpent, I was just joking earlier. Loyalty to Lord Orochimaru, is actually an excellent choice. Loyalty is the most admirable virtue. Tony explained to Feathered Serpent with utmost sincerity, completely abandoning his talk of freedom and equality. From now on, he decided he was an Orochimaru fan. Anyone who badmouthed Orochimaru was basically an enemy of Stark Industries. Oh. Tony, what just happened? I think I saw a snake. Dr. Inson, waking up from his fainting spell, groggily rubbed his eyes. At his age, the trauma of being a hostage to terrorists had already left him physically fragile. The sight of a 40-meter-long giant serpent earlier hadn't outright killed him, but it was only thanks to his impressive mental resilience. Before Tony could explain, Inson, realizing the strange scenery around him, instinctively glanced down. The moment he saw that they were riding on a massive serpent's head, he let out a scream and promptly fainted again. Hey! Inson. Oh, this is bad. Sorry, I don't mean you, Lady Feathered Serpent, Tony muttered, frustrated that he hadn't stopped Inson from looking down in time. To be fair, discovering a 40-meter-long snake behind you or realizing you were riding one's head would test anyone's nerves. Unfortunately for Inson, he seemed especially sensitive to snakes, unlike Tony, who conveniently forgot how he had been trembling just moments earlier when he first encountered Feathered Serpent. We've arrived. Up ahead is a village with people living in it. Delivering you here should count as completing the mission, right? Kizaru spoke casually, feeling that he had already collected plenty of Tony's embarrassing moments to tease him with later. He was ready to say his goodbyes. As for the promised $100 million, honestly, Kizaru didn't care much about it. Although he often complained about Fleet Admiral Sengoku not giving him a raise, the truth was that after taking Guild Tesoro as a subordinate and looting half of Skypiea, Kizaru had no shortage of money. Enel's struggle to gather enough gold to build his ship was mostly thanks to Kizaru clearing out Skypiea's treasures. In comparison, $100 million was nothing. It wasn't even a drop in the bucket compared to the gold from Skypiea or Tesoro's fortune. Kizaru's main reason for coming here was purely to collect dirt on Tony for future entertainment. Hey! Wait. Those terrorists who kidnapped me were clearly no pushovers. If you just leave us like this, Inson and I could very well end up back in their hands. Tony, still traumatized by his recent ordeal, couldn't help but overreact. Even though the chances of something like that happening again were almost zero, he wasn't willing to risk even the smallest possibility. Don't tell me you want me to escort you all the way back to New York? Kizaru asked, raising an eyebrow. Kizaru raised an eyebrow slightly. He was a dignified admiral of the Navy. How could he have so much free time to waste? Do me a favor, and I'll invite you to experience a Stark-style pool party later. I guarantee you won't regret it. Tony winked and grinned at Kizaru, trying his best to convince him to stay and help. Ahem, don't get me wrong. I'm just helping out because we're both in the same chat group. Kizaru cleared his throat and thought it over. Leaving Tony and Inson in the middle of this godforsaken place did seem a bit dangerous. As the saying goes, when you help someone, help them to the end. Besides, there wasn't much going on in the pirate world for him at the moment, so he might as well stick around and explore this Marvel world a little. Don't worry, I get it. Tony was overjoyed, looking at Kizaru with newfound camaraderie, clearly feeling a deep sense of connection with a fellow kindred spirit. Hee hee. We've reached the destination. Thanks a lot, Feathered Serpent. You can head back now. Kizaru grabbed Tony and Inson, jumping down from the giant serpent's head. Ahead of them lay an ordinary human village. Being part of the justice camp for so many years, Kizaru was mindful not to scare innocent civilians unnecessarily. As you command, Lord Kizaru. Feathered Serpent nodded politely. Despite the brief time they had spent together, both Tony and Inson had developed a great impression of this well-mannered serpent. Lady Feathered Serpent, is there anything you like to eat or anything you enjoy? I'll find a way to send it to you later. Tony spoke with genuine regret. He truly wanted Feathered Serpent to work for him, but the thought of Orochimaru and Konoha village was just too intimidating. I like meat, especially beef. Feathered Serpent lowered its massive head and whispered softly in Tony's ear. Unfortunately, due to its size, even its whisper made Tony's ears buzz and his head ring. Don't worry, as much beef as you want. I'll buy the largest ranch in the US and send every single cow there straight to you. Tony replied without hesitation. Purchasing the largest ranch in America wasn't a big deal for Stark Industries. In fact, if managed properly, it could even be profitable, like selling the farm's produce at exorbitant prices to the US military. Compared to his $3,000 coffee mugs, even $100 per pound beef would be a steal. I'll look forward to it. Lord Kizaru, Mr. Tony, I'll be heading back now. Feathered Serpent nodded politely again before vanishing into a cloud of smoke, disappearing into thin air. Thanks to the chat group's power, even though it was in another world, a summoned beast like Feathered Serpent could instantly return to Ryuchi Cave. Otherwise, if there had been no way back, Feathered Serpent might have had to stay and work for Tony after all. Alright, let's go. As long as we find a working phone or a computer with internet access, someone will come to pick us up in no time. Tony's confidence wasn't misplaced. As the US military's top weapons supplier, he could even directly contact the commander of US forces in Afghanistan if needed. The trio's arrival caused quite a commotion in the village. Tony and Ensign, as typical Westerners, weren't too shocking. The villagers had already seen their fair share of arrogant American soldiers. But Kizaru, standing at an intimidating 3 meters tall, was a different story. Many villagers thought he was some kind of demon. The timid ones immediately prostrated themselves in fear, while the bolder ones somehow managed to produce various firearms, ready to physically exorcise him. In the end, after some friendly communication from Kizaru, the villagers cooperatively handed over a smartphone with internet access. Degree. Chapter 57, SHIELD. As Tony had boasted, once he contacted Stark Industries, it didn't take long for the nearest US military base to dispatch an armed helicopter to pick him up. And considering Kizaru's height, they sent a large helicopter capable of transporting armored vehicles. The base commander clearly wanted to curry favor with Tony, but Tony, eager to return home, directly ordered the pilot to take him to the airport so he could board his private jet back to the US. Finally, I'm leaving this godforsaken place. Hello, Pepper, it's Tony. Yes, I'm on my way back to New York. Don't worry, the only thing you need to do now is call the party company and tell them I need the most extravagant pool party ever. Just like we've done before. Tony couldn't wait to make his calls, starting with his ever-reliable assistant, Pepper Potts, followed by Stark Industries' top executives and those annoying folks at the Pentagon. There was still much to do, such as dealing with the plummeting stock price of Stark Industries and the loss of many contracts caused by his disappearance. The former wasn't a huge issue. Stark Industries was essentially a family business, and for a genius like Tony, fixing the stock price was as simple as releasing a few pieces of good news. The real trouble was the lost contracts. While Tony had already decided, thanks to Ensign's advice, to stop manufacturing weapons, many of the cancelled orders were for legitimate industrial products. Still, none of this could dampen Tony's spirits. He even had time to brag to Kizaru about his escapades, claiming he could handle 3 women in one night. The veteran of pleasure districts, Kizaru, merely smiled without saying a word. Even someone like Nami, who looked like a fragile porcelain doll in Kizaru's eyes, was far from the physical capabilities of ordinary people in the Marvel Universe. If Tony, with his frail physique, ended up in the hands of those wild women, he probably wouldn't last 2 rounds. What Kizaru didn't know was that while he was accompanying Tony back to the US, all information about him had already been delivered to a certain bald man with one eye. Tony wasn't just the US military's top weapons supplier, he was also the son of Howard Stark, one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. Anything unusual involving Tony was of interest to Nick Fury, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. When Fury first heard about Tony's disappearance, he was already preparing to rescue him. However, before he could act, he received news that Tony had been saved, and by a mysterious 3-meter-tall man. 3 meters tall. The first thing Nick Fury thought of was either a cyborg or an alien. As S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director, he was no stranger to either. But the appearance of an unknown cyborg or alien around Tony Stark was something worth serious attention. What was his goal? Tony Stark? Stark Industries? Or Howard Stark, the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Notify Agent Romanoff to come over, Nick Fury instructed Phil Coulson after a moment of thought. Even if it was just out of respect for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s founder, Fury needed to uncover the identity of the man accompanying Tony Stark. Given Fury's understanding of Tony, the best candidate for this job was Agent Natasha Romanoff. While Fury was preparing to dispatch someone to investigate Kizaru's background, Kizaru himself was at one of Stark Industries' villas, experiencing the pool party that Tony had so enthusiastically recommended. "Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome my new friend, Kizaru." Wearing a Hawaiian shirt and swim trunks, Tony stood at the highest point of the pool and shouted to the crowd. Surrounding the pool were countless glamorous poolside women and various celebrities and business moguls invited to the party. As Tony's voice faded, Kizaru, also dressed in a Hawaiian shirt and swim trunks, stepped out of the villa. His towering 3-meter height stunned everyone present. Even the typically bold poolside women, who would normally swarm any guest of honor, hesitated, not because Kizaru wasn't attractive, but because his 3-meter frame was intimidating in a world where most people didn't even reach 2 meters. Wow, he's so tall. Is it even possible for someone to grow that tall? Hey, aren't you going to try your luck? He's Stark's new friend. No way, he looks terrifying. You'd get skewered. Although the party's music didn't stop, Kizaru's appearance caused a momentary silence in the crowd, followed by hushed whispers. "This man saved my life from those damn terrorists," Tony announced loudly, his tone playful yet sincere. "While the friendship between us is priceless, I can't let him leave without some kind of gesture. So here's a welcome gift for Kizaru, now that he's here in New York." As a seasoned party animal and a renowned playboy across New York and the entire United States, Tony was well prepared for situations like this where the atmosphere grew a little cold. With a clap of his hands, 6 servers rolled out a series of luggage racks covered by black cloth, bringing them to Kizaru and gesturing for him to unveil the wrapping of his gift himself. Already guessing what it might be, Kizaru obligingly lifted the cloth, revealing stacks upon stacks of cash filling one of the luggage racks to the brim. There were 6 luggage racks in total, each carrying over 100 kilograms of cash, adding up to a total of 1,050 kilograms. $100 million. The moment this mountain of cash appeared, everyone except Tony and Kizaru collectively held their breath. Even wealthy businessmen with net worths over $100 million had rarely, if ever, seen this much cash in one place. The sight left the poolside women breathless, and even the celebrities invited to the party were no exception. "What's that? You think a 3-meter-tall giant looks intimidating?" Well, with $100 million on the table, the poolside women didn't care if he was 3 meters tall or 3 meters long. They were fearless. Kizaru. The women swarmed around Kizaru at lightning speed, each one desperate to attach themselves to him. "In addition, I'm personally offering 5% of Stark Industries shares and officially hiring Kizaru as Stark Industries security consultant." Seeing even the women who had been surrounding him begin to flock to Kizaru, Tony remained unbothered and casually dropped another bombshell announcement. This declaration sent the entire party into a frenzy. A 5% stake in Stark Industries was enough to make Kizaru the largest individual shareholder after Tony himself. Degree. Chapter 58, Natasha's Dilemma. Surrounded by a throng of poolside women, Kizaru handled the situation with effortless ease. While these women couldn't compare to Stussy, the queen of pleasure districts, or even the top courtesans back in his world, they had their own unique charm, being bold, uninhibited, and numerous. Even Kizaru witnessed a few new tricks he had never encountered before. Moreover, Kizaru was well versed in social dynamics. Since it was Tony's money being spent, he splurged the $100 million without a shred of guilt. The pool party continued for 7 consecutive days. Women came and went in waves, and everyone seemed to enjoy themselves, except for one person, Tony's long-suffering secretary, Pepper Potts. "Tony, how much longer are you planning to mess around like this?" Pepper barged in, dragging along her new assistant. It wasn't the pool parties that annoyed her, she had long since grown accustomed to Tony's playboy antics. But ignoring Stark Industries' mountain of work for an entire week, that was something she couldn't tolerate. Tony wasn't just Stark Industries' CEO, he was also the brain behind its R&D. Without him, the company might not grind to a complete halt, but it would certainly feel the strain. Oh, Pepper. What's up?" Tony greeted her drunkenly, slurring his words. A pink lampshade, left behind by some poolside girl, sat perched atop his head. Even the special arc reactor in his chest, which he initially took great care to keep hidden, was now fully exposed. "There's a mountain of work at the office waiting for you." Pepper, visibly frustrated, helped the drunken Tony to his feet, ignoring the smell of alcohol clinging to him. Meanwhile, her new assistant stole a glance toward the far side of the pool. There stood the 3-meter-tall giant, Kizaru, handing out cash to a group of eager women. 7 days of partying had left even the seasoned Tony looking haggard, yet Kizaru still appeared full of energy. "Don't rush, everyone gets a share." "Oh, you're Lily, right? An old friend now. Not bad last night. I'll give you an 80. Kizaru scribbled 80 on a slip of paper, handed it to the blonde, and casually gave her a playful pat. The blonde, thrilled with her score, leaned in for a kiss before happily heading off to collect her $800,000 reward from one of the servers. "Kizaru, don't forget about me. A redhead nearby, clearly envious, clung to Kizaru's arm and playfully begged for attention. "Marianne, was it? Your performance wasn't great last night. But since it's your first time, I'll give you a 75. Kizaru scratched his chin, scribbled 75 on another slip, and handed it to her. Despite the lower score, Marianne seemed satisfied. Watching this unfold, Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but smirk slightly. She felt confident that someone like Kizaru wouldn't be too hard to deal with. Once Pepper managed to drag Tony off to clean up, Natasha adjusted her outfit slightly, lowering the neckline just enough, and let out a soft laugh as she approached Kizaru. "Kizaru." Natasha decided to introduce herself under the guise of Pepper's new assistant. For now, her priority was to investigate Kizaru's background without blowing her cover. Stark Industries wasn't her only target, revealing S.H.I.E.L.'s involvement prematurely could complicate things. What's your name again?" "Ah, never mind, not important," Kizaru replied lazily, giving her a once-over. "I was about to leave, but I think you're worth staying for a few more hours. Come on, let's not waste time." What Natasha didn't expect was that Kizaru didn't even bother to learn her identity before pulling her along after just one glance, leading her straight toward his room. In her line of work, Natasha had encountered plenty of lecherous targets. But even someone like Tony Stark wasn't as blunt as Kizaru. As a top-tier agent, Natasha kept her composure and didn't act rashly, avoiding exposing her true identity. Instead, she realized this could be a prime opportunity to dig deeper into Kizaru's background. So, she allowed herself to be led into his room. "How about taking a shower first?" Natasha bit her lip and gave him an unusually seductive smile. Normally, she wouldn't resort to such tactics so quickly. However, Kizaru seemed less complicated to deal with than she had initially thought. Even if things escalated, she was confident in her ability to extricate herself. This made it easier to play the part of a gold digger cozying up to him. Sure, why not? Like I said, you're worth it, Kizaru chuckled, wrapping an arm around her waist as they entered the room, taking advantage of the situation as he spoke. Once Kizaru disappeared into the bathroom, Natasha sat on the edge of the large bed with a sweet smile, watching him leave. But as soon as the door closed, her smile vanished, replaced with a cold determination. She immediately began searching the room. Kizaru had been staying in this luxurious suite for the past 7 days. Anything he had brought with him would likely be stored here. If she wanted to uncover his identity, thoroughly searching the room was a solid plan. Her first stop was the wardrobe. She ran her fingers over the Navy uniform and Admiral's coat hanging there. The material was unlike anything she'd ever encountered, extremely durable yet flexible. The garments, which resembled military uniforms, had been clearly modified multiple times. Even Natasha, with her trained eye, could see the adjustments were designed to optimize combat functionality. Quietly, she used her spy tools to record the details of the clothing before moving on. However, Natasha quickly grew frustrated. Despite combing through the room, she found nothing that could offer a clue about Kizaru's origins. Not even a stray hair. Given what she knew about Kizaru so far, Natasha highly doubted that someone who had spent 7 days cycling through over 100 poolside women was obsessive enough to clean up every strand of hair. It seemed far more likely that his body was unique. If he was a cyborg or an alien, this might explain why his hair, or any other biological material, was nowhere to be found. Left with no better options, Natasha decided to collect some similarly colored hairs from the room and store them in a small vial. Then, she begrudgingly turned to the trash can, hoping to find discarded raincoats as DNA samples. What the? This pervert doesn't even use protection. After sifting through the trash and finding nothing but tissues, Natasha couldn't help but curse out loud. Extracting any trace of Kizaru's DNA was proving to be a near impossible task. Degree. Chapter 59, Black Widow. Feeling helpless, Natasha heard movement coming from the bathroom and hastily stuffed a few tissue bundles into a sealed vacuum bag. She then restored the trash can to its original state, ensuring that nothing looked out of place to avoid arousing suspicion. As she carefully hid the small vial and vacuum bag, Kizaru stepped out of the bathroom, now dressed in a fresh robe. "Kizaru, I just remembered I have an urgent matter to take care of." Natasha smiled as she prepared to leave. She wasn't in a rush to go all in, at the very least, she needed to figure out whether he was a cyborg or an alien. "Oh. What kind of urgent matter could be so indispensable without you?" Kizaru raised an eyebrow, stepping forward to block the door, effectively cutting off her exit. He didn't care what this woman was plotting, but to come and go as she pleased. That was a bit too disrespectful. "Kizaru, I'm Miss Pepper's personal assistant." Natasha spoke as if reminding him of something important. Northwest matter how close Kizaru was to Tony Stark, he couldn't completely disregard Pepper Potts' influence, could he? "Oh. And then what?" Kizaru chuckled as he cornered Natasha against the wall, tilting her chin upward with a playful smirk. This forced Natasha to look up at him, her face radiating a unique allure that, while not exceptionally beautiful, had its own charm. And then, MMPH. Pinned against the wall by Kizaru, Natasha initially wore a sweet smile. Then, in one swift motion, she grabbed his bathrobe for leverage and delivered a sharp knee strike toward his groin. With her level of skill, this blow was enough to leave any man with a lifetime of trauma. But what Natasha didn't expect was that this tried-and-true move hit a wall this time, literally. A muffled cry of pain followed, but it wasn't from Kizaru. Instead, Natasha clutched her own knee, doubling over in agony, nearly unable to speak. She had used 60% of her strength for the strike, convinced that Kizaru wasn't an ordinary human. Against any other man, this blow would have been devastating, possibly even prompting them to consider a surgical vacation in Thailand. But Kizaru wasn't any other man. Natasha's assumptions had led her to use more force than usual, yet it seemed to have backfired spectacularly. "Are you okay?" Kizaru kindly reached out to help Natasha up. He hadn't intended to hurt her, but his reflexes had instinctively coated his groin in armament hockey. Fortunately, Natasha had felt something off at the last second and pulled back some of her strength. Otherwise, her knee might have ended up with a comminuted fracture. "Thank you, ah." Forcing a professional smile through the intense pain, Natasha barely managed to lift her head. Just as Kizaru smiled and said, "You're welcome," Natasha sprang into action again, this time aiming a powerful elbow strike at his stomach. "Sigh, why do you even bother?" Watching Natasha once again collapse to the floor, clutching her elbow in pain after striking what felt like solid steel, Kizaru couldn't help but feel exasperated. This time, he hadn't even used armament hockey, opting instead for the Navy's Tekai, iron body, technique. If Natasha hadn't gone all out, she wouldn't have hurt herself so much. "I think my arm might be broken." Squatting on the floor, Natasha bit her lip and looked up with a pitifully aggrieved expression. Kizaru's lips twitched. It was his first time dealing with someone this persistent. Thankfully, he specialized in handling stubborn types. "Let me take a look for you." Crouching down, Kizaru pretended to inspect Natasha's arm. Of course, with his sharp observational skills, he could tell at a glance that her elbow was fine. After all, Natasha was a highly trained special agent. Even though her physical abilities were still within the bounds of normal human limits, she couldn't be compared to ordinary people. "Hiya." As Kizaru examined her arm, Natasha gritted her teeth and suddenly headbutted him with all her might, aiming for his forehead. Betting on her pride as Black Widow, she refused to believe that Kizaru's head could be as tough as his stomach or other parts. Thud. Kizaru stood there, a dark expression on his face, watching Natasha roll her eyes and faint. He couldn't blame her for being hard-headed, but this clumsy display from the famous Black Widow left him struggling to keep his composure. What a dilemma. "I'm not the kind of guy to take advantage of someone, but I still need to collect some interest." Kizaru tossed the unconscious Natasha onto the large bed in the room. Then, with a mischievous grin, he picked up the marker he had used for scoring earlier and drew a turtle on Natasha's face. Admiring his artistic handiwork for a moment, he finally changed back into his usual outfit and returned to the One Piece world. On the Sabaody archipelago, Rear Admiral Lorraine, the commander of the Navy branch, was enjoying breakfast in her office. When he looked up, he suddenly saw none other than Admiral Kizaru standing before him. Admiral Kizaru. Rear Admiral Lorraine quickly stood up, saluting Kizaru nervously. Why had Admiral Kizaru returned so suddenly and silently appeared in his office? Could it be that news of his embezzling pirate bounty money or selling second-hand military weapons had reached headquarters? "Where's, Nami?" Kizaru immediately noticed Lorraine's unease but didn't seem to care. After all, expecting every Marine to embody pure justice was too idealistic. "Major Nami returned to headquarters 3 days ago. Before leaving, she asked me to remind you to head back to headquarters as soon as you finished handling the Science Division's matters." Rear Admiral Lorraine answered promptly, relieved to find that Kizaru wasn't here to investigate him. Though Lorraine had his own connections, if Kizaru decided to deal with him, even his backers wouldn't be able to shield him unless Fleet Admiral Sengoku himself intervened. "Oh, the Science Division business. Got it," Kizaru nodded, preparing to leave. The Navy Science Division was a unique branch separate from headquarters, initially established to support Dr. Vegapunk. Even Sengoku, due to potential conflicts of interest, rarely involved himself in their affairs. It wasn't surprising that Nami used the Science Division as an excuse for Kizaru's absence. By the way, how long did Nami stay at this branch? Kizaru paused as another thought crossed his mind and turned to ask Lorraine. If he were to revisit Tony Stark's world, it would help to understand the time flow differences between the two worlds, especially since he'd found someone like-minded over there. Major Nami. She only stayed for about half a day before receiving a call from headquarters and leaving. Lorraine answered honestly. At this point, he just wanted to send the Admiral off as quickly as possible. Degree. Chapter 60, Hassle. Half a day. So that's roughly 4 days in total. A time flow difference of about 2 to 1, huh? Not bad, I can take 1 day off here and spend 2 days over there for some fun. Kizaru suddenly realized another feature of the group chat, the different time flow rates between worlds. This meant he could potentially multiply his limited slacking off time several times over. Rear Admiral Lorraine, having no clue what Kizaru was mumbling about, didn't dare ask. Despite being just 2 ranks lower than Kizaru, a mere branch admiral could hardly hold his head high in front of an admiral. Rear Admiral Lorraine, the buyer introduced by the Don Quixote family. Just as Kizaru was about to leave, Lorraine's adjutant burst through the office door, looking excited, only for his smile to freeze the moment he noticed the admiral. X3. The office fell into an awkward silence. The adjutant glanced at the panicked Rear Admiral Lorraine, then at Kizaru, who looked mildly annoyed. Suddenly, the adjutant realized something critical. Why was Kizaru here? Could it be that news of the Shamboard Naval Branch's embezzlement of pirate bounties, or worse, their dealings in second-hand weaponry, had been exposed? While the adjutant was still panicking, he caught an angry glare from Rear Admiral Lorraine, a look sharp enough to pierce through him. It seemed like Lorraine wanted to devour him whole. Recalling the fate of previous adjutants who were scapegoated by Lorraine, the current adjutant, also Lorraine's brother-in-law, made a bold decision, to sacrifice him for the greater good. Lorraine, who had almost succeeded in sending Kizaru on his way, felt his head spinning. His brother-in-law had the worst timing, barging in right as a plague god was in the office. If it weren't for the formidable Tiger at home, his wife, Lorraine would have kicked this fool all the way to a branch in the East Blue. Afraid the adjutant might spill something incriminating, Lorraine shot him a sharp look, warning him to keep his mouth shut. The last time Vice Admiral Garp visited, this same fool assumed Garp was on their side and blurted out all the wrong things. The awkward silence lasted less than half a minute. Kizaru, after some thought, decided to ignore the mess entirely. The world government had existed for 800 years, which also meant the Navy had been around for just as long. Over time, the Navy had accumulated not only strength but also decay and corruption. Expecting every Marine to uphold justice was wishful thinking. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku couldn't change this. Much of the Navy's corruption stemmed from the world government and the celestial dragons themselves. Asking the Navy to overthrow the world government was nothing short of a fantasy. Admiral Kizaru. I want to report Rear Admiral Lorraine for trafficking weapons, embezzling bounty funds, and organizing slave trades. Just as Kizaru was about to leave, Lorraine's brother-in-law adjutant suddenly stepped forward, declaring in a righteous tone. The faint relief Lorraine had been feeling evaporated instantly. Meanwhile, Kizaru's lips twitched. For a moment, silence fell over the office once more. You there, are you sure you want to report Rear Admiral Lorraine? Kizaru asked, his tone carrying an almost amused indifference. Kizaru sighed and asked, clearly troubled. He really didn't want to deal with this mess. Who knew which current or former high-ranking naval officer might be backing Rear Admiral Lorraine? It could even be a senior official of the world government or one of the celestial dragons. It wasn't that Kizaru couldn't handle these people, it was just that dealing with it would undoubtedly be troublesome. Even worse, Kizaru had practically never handled these sorts of scandals before. If it were a Kainu or a Kiji addressing corrupt naval officers, it would seem normal. But any action Kizaru took might be seen as coming directly from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. After all, among the Navy's upper ranks, it was an established fact that only Sengoku could push Admiral Kizaru into action. Yes. Rear Admiral Lorraine, as the branch commander, has been colluding with pirates to traffic weapons. I've wanted to report him for a long time. The adjutant didn't hesitate, seizing the opportunity to speak. If he was going to be made a scapegoat, he'd rather strike first. What a hassle. Kizaru couldn't help but rub his temples. He genuinely didn't want to get involved in this mess, but now that the report had been made right in front of him, ignoring it would only doom the whistleblower. Although, truthfully, the adjutant didn't strike Kizaru as a particularly upright individual either. Still, as someone carrying the banner of justice, Kizaru couldn't just judge a book by its cover. Admiral Kizaru, I'm innocent. Rear Admiral Lorraine was utterly panicked. He admitted that back when he was trying to marry that tiger of a wife, he might have resorted to some questionable methods. But this didn't justify his brother-in-law stabbing him in the back. After all, it was this very fool who had introduced him to his now wife in the first place. Thinking back on it, Lorraine regretted everything. How could he have let himself be blinded by beauty and failed to see the tiger's true nature? Trying desperately to salvage the situation, Lorraine reasoned that his brother-in-law hadn't been his adjutant for long and likely didn't have much evidence to back his claims. As long as he could get through this situation with Admiral Kizaru, Rear Admiral Lorraine believed he could rely on his backing to survive the aftermath. I'm innocent too. Fine. As a Navy Headquarters Admiral, I hereby announce that Rear Admiral Lorraine is suspended pending investigation. The duties of the Navy branch at Sabaody Archipelago will temporarily be handled by his second-in-command. Ah, who is your deputy again? Kizaru scratched his head, sounding irritated as he asked. It's Captain Blaine. Lorraine's heart sank into despair as he responded. He had worked so hard to push that old nuisance Blaine out of the branch, and now everything was ruined. Blaine had served at the Sabaody Archipelago for years, and his seniority even surpassed Kizaru's. It was impossible to hide anything from him. Previously, Lorraine could suppress Blaine by leveraging his position. But now, with Kizaru's backing, Blaine could probably investigate every detail, down to the color of Lorraine's underwear. Then notify Captain Blaine to come over. And don't try any tricks. Kizaru plopped down in Lorraine's chair, clearly annoyed as he gave the order. Though Kizaru rarely handled corrupt naval officers directly, he was well versed in the necessary procedures. While waiting for Captain Blaine to arrive, Kizaru, bored out of his mind, shifted his attention to the chat group. Speaking of which, Tony's much-hyped pool party wasn't an exaggeration. A 7-day pool party had been enough to keep Kizaru from even checking the group once. Wants to hug Luo Feng's leg, ugh. I failed the advanced warrior assessment. I feel awful. Kobayashi, don't feel bad, Random-san. Pat's head, image. AI Hybera, what happened? Didn't you say that after eating that, what was it, ape fruit, you became really strong? Is there something wrong with that fruit? Degree. Chapter 61, Newcomer. Wants to hug Luo Feng's leg, it's Diamond Giant Ape. Not just some monkey. The transformation from the devil fruit is definitely strong. I estimate that in that form, I could be at an entry-level war general's strength. Wants to hug Luo Feng's leg, but I wanted to keep my transformation ability as a trump card. Plus, as a Zoan-type user, my base physique has improved. I wanted to see if I could pass the assessment without transforming. Zhang Sanfeng, young friend, do not be discouraged. Remember the virtue of perseverance. As heaven moves vigorously, so should a gentleman strive unceasingly. Wants to hug Luo Feng's leg, ugh, thank you for the wisdom, master. Tony Stark, wow, folks, your favorite and most charming Mr. Stark is back. Wants to hug Luo Feng's leg, oh, it's you. By the way, Kizaru hasn't shown up in a while either. Tony Stark, you mean Kizaru? That guy left without even telling me. Fubuki, at Tony Stark the bag is nice, but please don't put your signed photos inside. AI Hybera, wait, what signed photos? Did that guy seriously put his own autographed pictures in the bag? Fubuki, you didn't check. This is the first time I've met someone so narcissistic. AI Hybera, no, I was in class when I got the package. Then a bunch of idiots dragged me into a detective game. Tony Stark, why? Come on, didn't you all notice how incredibly charming I am? Wants to hug Luo Feng's leg, ahem. Rich. Definitely. But as for charm, that's subjective. Tony, you're from 3D, don't compete with 2D characters in looks. AI Hybera, just a friendly reminder, while my actual age and mental maturity are fully adult, my current body is still that of an elementary schooler. Messing with minors is a crime. Tony Stark, no way are you an elementary schooler. You can't fool me, little Tony never lies. It tells me you're at least 18, and that you've got a great figure. Kizaru, at Tony Stark sorry, man. You were still passed out when I left. By the way, the pool party was fantastic. Next time, I'll invite you to a parade on Pleasure Street. Wants to hug Luo Feng's leg, holy. Kizaru-sama. Clings to leg and won't let go. JPG. Wants to hug Luo Feng's leg, boss, I want in on the pool party too. And I definitely want to visit Pleasure Street. Please, take me along. AI Hybera, a bunch of perverts. Tony Stark, I'm really looking forward to it. Women from another world, huh? By the way, are they all, like, 2 or 3 meters tall like you? Kizaru, no, most people are about the same height as you. Of course, there are special cases, like the Tontata tribe and the giants. Tony Stark, whoa, like Lilliput and Brobdingnag from Gulliver's Travels. AI Hybera, I've never seen Kizaru's world, but it's obvious that's not the case. Gulliver's Travels didn't have anything as magical as devil fruits. Tony Stark, sounds exciting. Once my Iron Man suit is finished, I have to visit your world. Ding. Welcome, Esteth, to the Dimensional Chat group. Just as everyone was chatting, a large notification suddenly popped up in the chat. Meanwhile, in another world. Inside a fortress standing tall amidst a frozen wasteland, a breathtaking woman named Esteth sat atop an ice throne, resting her chin on one hand. Her gaze, cold and emotionless, lingered on the strange object that had suddenly appeared before her. She had long, sky-blue hair cascading down to her knees and wore a pure white military mini-dress paired with thigh-high boots. Despite the freezing climate, she showed no signs of discomfort. What is this? Are you trying to resist? Estetha's tone was indifferent. Kneeling before her, or rather, groveling at her feet, were the officers of the former northern fortress. Due to uprisings among the northern tribes, the Empire had dispatched Esteth to suppress the rebellion. Upon her arrival, she had mercilessly executed a group of incompetent officers who had failed to subdue the enemy. Before she could fully take control of the remaining personnel, a strange floating box had appeared in front of her. Given that she had just executed several fortress officers, Esteth had every reason to suspect that this was some kind of desperate trick from those still unwilling to submit. To think that even after witnessing her power and methods, someone still had the audacity to resist. Far from being angered, Esteth found herself intrigued. She was eager to discipline the culprit, preferably with a whip and a variety of torture devices. Mercy, General. We won't disobey you again. Please don't kill me. The surviving officers saw the smile on Estetha's face and nearly wet themselves in fear, frantically kowtowing on the ground. In less than a day, they had been completely terrified by this newly arrived Imperial General. No matter their background, past achievements, or even if they had once served under Esteth herself, she executed them all without hesitation. Some officers had attempted to resist, but in front of General Esteth, all struggles were utterly futile. Dozens of renowned northern swordsmen and mercenaries were defeated in an instant. Even hundreds of fully armed elite soldiers were easily crushed. The more they resisted, the deeper they sank into absolute despair. Esteth almost hoped they would struggle more, it made their suffering all the more enjoyable. General Esteth, what do you mean? Noticing that her expression was becoming increasingly impatient, the officers trembled even more. One of them, a man named Liver, finally sensed that something was off and cautiously spoke. Liver, once an imperial general himself, had fallen from grace after offending a high-ranking minister. After being rescued by Esteth, he became her most loyal subordinate. Now, he served as one of her 3 beasts, wielding the taiga known as Water Dragon's possession, Black Marlin. Can't you see it? This thing right here. Esteth raised an eyebrow, showing slight interest when her subordinates all denied seeing anything unusual. Kobayashi, hello. Welcome, newcomer. This is the Dimensional Chat Group. You can try sending a message, whether by voice, text, or even just thinking it. Tony Stark, huh, so this is what it looked like when I joined. AI Hybera, you didn't say a word when you joined. We all thought you died or something. Fubuki, Hybera-chan, don't talk to a creep who has weird thoughts about little girls. Tony Stark, I told you, there's no way she's actually a kid. Random guy who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, holy crap. Esteth. AI Hybera, as expected of police dogmen, you identified the newcomer fast. Degree. Chapter 62, Esteth. Kobayashi, newcomer, do you mind introducing yourself? Or maybe random guy can do it for you. Oh, right, I'm Kobayashi, just an ordinary office worker. AI Hybera, another newcomer who doesn't like to talk. Or did something happen to them the moment they joined, just like that creep with a thing for little girls? Random guy who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, at Esteth-sama, do you mind if I introduce you to everyone? Fubuki, you little, why didn't you show this kind of respect when I joined? Random guy who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, humph. Of course, I treat big shots differently from weaklings. A big shot could slap me to death. Can you? AI Hybera, TSK, as expected from a police dog. Already licking boots, huh? Kizaru, you guys chat, I've got something to take care of. Kizaru had originally planned to greet the newcomer, after all, this time, it was truly a formidable one. Aside from lacking Logia abilities, Esteth was basically a copy of Akiji. And considering she had a trump card that could freeze time itself, if the 2 ice users fought, it was hard to say who would win. But before Kizaru could waste any more time in the chat, the captain he called, who had been sent out to patrol the seas, returned. Upon hearing that Admiral Kizaru was investigating Rear Admiral Lauren's crimes, this veteran captain became extremely excited. Without even waiting for Kizaru to ask, he dumped all the evidence he had collected over the years. At first, Lauren tried to argue his innocence. But when confronted with ironclad proof, he had no choice but to accept the mountain of charges that would land him and Impel down. Even though Kizaru handled everything as swiftly as possible, the entire process still took several hours. He was a bit disappointed about missing his chance to greet the newcomer, until he reopened the chat and saw someone had mentioned him. Esteth, I just want to know, who is the strongest here? Kobayashi, Esteth-san, are you very interested in fighting? AI Hybera, if you want to know who the strongest is, ask police dog over there, at random guy who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh. Orochimaru, heh, another newcomer, Tony Stark, oh, but fighting isn't the only fun thing in life. How about a romantic candlelit dinner instead? What do you think, beautiful lady? Esteth, if you can defeat me, then you can do whatever you want to me. Tony Stark, hey, I like your attitude. Once my Iron Man suit is finished, I wouldn't mind playing with you a little. Random guy who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh. If we're talking about raw strength, Kizaru and Orochimaru are probably the strongest in the group. Or maybe we should include Toru from Kobayashi's house. Random guy who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh. Tony, I strongly suggest you calm down. Estef's combat power is a bit over the top. There's no way you'd be able to beat her right now. Tony Stark, oh yeah. And how would you know? You haven't even seen the full power of my Iron Man suit. Random guy who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh. Well, Estef's ability can freeze the entire empire. And considering the empire's real-world equivalent, you could think of it as her being able to cover most of the United States in ice. Tony Stark, ahem. I was just joking. Please don't take that seriously. Esteth, you seem to know quite a lot about me. Akane Ga Kill World. Esteth narrowed her eyes slightly. This so-called chat group was turning out to be quite interesting. She had never revealed the full extent of her power to anyone. Yet this so-called random guy seemed to know her inside and out. And from his tone, it was clear that the group contained people who, at least in his eyes, could rival her strength. If it were anyone else making such claims, she would have dismissed them as foolish underestimation. But this guy clearly knew what he was talking about. Interesting. Esteth smirked, sending a shiver down the spines of the fortress officers. None of them wanted to attract the attention of their ruthless general. Random guy who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'm just a weakling. Please don't take an interest in me. Kobayashi, Esteth-san, don't misunderstand. Random guy just knows a lot, but he himself is actually really weak. Fubuki, that loudmouth is kind of annoying, but he doesn't mean any harm. Newcomer, are you interested in trading gift bags? Random guy who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh. Well. I mean, I'm not that weak. Esteth, at Orochimaru, are you the strongest person here? Orochimaru, unfortunately, I'm probably not the opponent you're looking for. Esteth, I don't care who it is, someone fight me. If you lose, you become my slave. Of course, if I lose, the same applies to me. Fubuki, hey. That's way too rude. AI Hibara, ugh, another self-centered lunatic. What a headache. Jotaro Kujo, I refuse. Esteth, then come and defeat me. Don't tell me you people don't even have the courage to fight. Kobayashi, that's a bit much. Can't we all just talk like normal people? Esteth, I have no interest in dealing with weaklings. If you're too scared to fight me, then you're only fit to follow my orders. Tony Stark, hey, little Tony tells me you're gorgeous, but I've never met a woman with such a horrible personality. Esteth, are you volunteering to fight? I'll even let you all take me on at once if you'd like. AI Hibara, hey, police dog, is this woman a villain or something? Her personality is seriously rotten. Random guy who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh. At Kizaru, wanna give it a shot. You're probably the only one here who can take her on. Kizaru, I just stepped away for a bit, and now you're all arguing. Esteth, so you're the strongest one here. Kizaru, oh, I think I understand what's going on now. Esteth-san, don't you want to reconsider? We're all from different worlds, so even if you win, does it really mean anything? Esteth, not bad. At least you're not running away like the others. Very well. You'll be my opponent. Since you have the guts to fight, I'll try to go easy on you, I won't kill you. Random guy who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh. Kizaru-san, are you really going to fight her? Can we get a live stream? Kobayashi, yeah. Let's stream it. Kizaru-san, turn on the stream. Fubuki, I also want to see if Police Dog's so-called strongest fighter is really as powerful as he claims. Orochimaru, hey. A live stream duel. If no one objects, I wouldn't mind preparing a little prize for the winner. Esteth, fine. How are we doing this? Should I come to your world? Degree. Chapter 63, Spar. Even through the chat group, Kizaru could feel Esteth's eagerness to fight. But after glancing at his surroundings, he quickly decided against it. He didn't exactly want to turn the marine base in Sabaody Archipelago into a pile of rubble. Kizaru, this place isn't really suited for a fight. What about your side? If you've got enough space to go all out, send me an invite. You can find the option in the group menu. Esteth, sure. Do you have any preferences for the battlefield? Need me to provide you with weapons or equipment? Kizaru, whatever works for me. Just don't pick a location with too many civilians. Kobayashi, whoa, it's really happening. At random guy who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, based on what you know about the newbie, does Kizaru stand a chance? Fubuki, don't forget to start the live stream. I even cleared my schedule and got rid of all distractions. I have to see if this so-called strongest fighter is as impressive as you claim. Random guy who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, hard to say. It's not that I'm afraid of offending anyone, but Estef's strength is just that ridiculous. AI Hybera, wow. For once, you're not acting like a know-it-all. Tony Stark, damn. If only my Iron Man suit was ready, I'd love to be there in person to watch. Kizaru, no worries, I'll stream it so everyone can watch. Before Kizaru could even finish his sentence, a notification popped up in the chat. Ding. Estef has issued a special mission, invitation for Kizaru to enter her world. Accept. Accept/decline. Well, I'll leave the rest to you, I need to get back to Marineford soon. Patting the captain on the shoulder, Kizaru dismissed the enthusiastic officer before slipping away to an empty area. Then, without hesitation, he accepted Estef's invitation. In an instant, the scenery around him blurred, and when his vision cleared, he found himself standing in the middle of a vast, snow-covered wasteland. Across from him stood a strikingly beautiful woman with long, icy blue hair and a chillingly confident expression. A little farther back, 3 individuals, clearly her subordinates, observed from a distance, while beyond them loomed a fortress, standing tall amidst the frozen landscape. Kizaru. Estef stared in slight amazement at the men who had suddenly appeared before her. She had seen plenty of large soldiers in the military, but a 3-meter-tall giant like Kizaru? That was unheard of. What really thrilled her, though, was the overwhelming sense of danger he gave off. That exhilarating feeling, the same one she had experienced when battling deadly danger beasts, was something she hadn't felt at all since becoming a Taiga user. Ah, that's me. Hold on a sec, I'll start the live stream first. Kizaru casually raised a hand, stopping Estef before she could immediately jump into battle. If they started fighting right away, he might not get the chance to set up the stream properly. Not bad. You look pretty strong. Estef sized him up with an approving nod. That so-called dimensional chat group had definitely brought her an unexpected surprise. If each group member represented a powerful figure from their own world, just how many strong opponents were out there for her to fight? Even the thought of it made her heart race with excitement. But before anything else, she had to defeat this man first, since he seemed to be the strongest one in the chat group. I guess I'm decent, shouldn't embarrass everyone too much. Oh, found it. Kizaru replied nonchalantly, quickly navigating through the chat group interface. With some guidance from Orochimaru, who had previously tested the live stream function, he figured out how to start the broadcast. Ding. Kizaru has started a live stream and invited everyone to watch. Accept. Accept/decline. Random guy who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, first. Kobayashi, wah. Damn, you beat me to it. AI Hybera, seriously. You're not kids anymore, stop acting so childish. Fubuki, The battlefield is in a snowy area. Looks freezing. Tony Stark, wow. This place looks like a cross between Siberia and Antarctica. Do people even live in conditions like this? Orochimaru, heh. An interesting world, indeed. There might be something here that piques my curiosity. The moment the stream went live, everyone in the chat immediately flooded in. Apparently, no matter what world they were from, people loved watching a good fight. Alright, all set. Hey there, everyone, can you all see me? Kizaru adjusted his stance and camera angle before waving toward the chat, acknowledging his eager audience. Random guy who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, got it, Kizaru. No matter how many times I see this, it still feels ridiculous. Kizaru is both handsome and insanely strong, how are the rest of us supposed to live like this? Tony Stark, unbelievable. A world where someone is almost as handsome as me and ridiculously powerful. God really wasn't playing fair when he made you. Random guy who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, Tony. Being honest is a good quality, you know. Kobayashi, too bad Kizaru-san is so tall. If he came to my world, he'd definitely be super popular with the girls. AI Hybera, 3 meters is a bit intimidating, but at least his proportions are decent. Once you get used to it, it's not that bad. Fubuki, He doesn't look that strong, though. Jotaro Kujo, good luck. Just a heads up, my ability is ice manipulation. In this kind of environment, I have the advantage. Estef opened her palm, conjuring a solid chunk of ice the size of a fist out of thin air. If you think that's unfair, I can take us somewhere without ice. But that would take a while. Nah, it's fine, Kizaru shrugged lazily. One of my colleagues also uses ice. As long as you don't think I have an unfair advantage, I don't mind. Then let's start. Estef arched an eyebrow, her sleek, athletic frame shifting smoothly into motion, like a predator stretching before the hunt. All right. The moment Kizaru spoke, Estetha's boots slammed against the frozen ground. Crack. The solid ice beneath them shattered instantly. Countless razor-sharp ice pillars erupted from the ground, rising like tidal waves, surging toward Kizaru from all directions. Yasakani no Magatama. Kizaru lifted his hand and unleashed a relentless barrage of glowing light bullets, shattering the incoming ice spikes into shards. But Esteth was gone. Sensing danger through his observation haki, Kizaru's gaze snapped upward. There. A colossal ice spike, over 100 meters in diameter, was plummeting from the sky. Crashing down at full force. Run. The three beasts, Estetha's elite subordinates, immediately bolted from the battlefield, stumbling over themselves in panic. None of them had ever seen their commander this fired up before. That one attack alone could devastate several kilometers of land. Anyone too slow to escape would be completely annihilated. Degree. Chapter 64, Kizaru vs. Esteth. Whoosh. The massive ice spike plummeted from the sky with a piercing shriek, its sheer size and weight, tens of millions of tons, enough to obliterate anything beneath it. This is just ridiculous. Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Kizaru scratched his head with mild annoyance before reaching into thin air, pulling forth a massive, radiant sword of pure light. As a Logia-type devil fruit user, Kizaru was immune to physical attacks. But simply dodging over and over again. That would be far too boring. Kobayashi, wa. This is insane. Tony Stark, damn it, am I still dreaming? Random guy who wants to hug Luofeng's thigh, terrifying. AI Hybera, oi. Is this really necessary? Fubuki, S-Class. That woman is definitely S-Class. At the moment the battle erupted, the group chat was still buzzing with casual banter. But when Estetha's colossal ice spike descended, everyone watching the live stream fell into stunned silence. Even through a screen, the sheer overwhelming pressure was palpable. This level of power was simply beyond what a normal human should be capable of. Yata no Kagami, shattering light slash. With a single motion, Kizaru swung his luminous sword. And in the blink of an eye, hundreds of slashes tore through the sky. Blinding streaks of light illuminated the heavens, severing the colossal ice pillar mid-fall, shattering it into millions of smaller fragments before it could even reach the ground. Instead of a single apocalyptic impact, the ice splintered into a widespread cascade, raining down over a massive area, but without the devastating force of before. Boom. 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 Shattered ice chunks hammered the once flawless frozen landscape, leaving deep craters and sending up a thick, white mist. Shards scattered in all directions, sharp, jagged remnants of what had once been an unstoppable force. GUH. What the hell is that guy? The three beasts, Estetha's elite subordinates, had barely managed to escape the destruction. And now they could only stare in utter disbelief. Someone was actually matching their commander. As the icy mist slowly cleared, Esteth stood atop a towering ice pillar, gazing down at her opponent with undisguised excitement. Kizaru, on the other hand, hadn't even moved from his original position. The area directly around him remained untouched, a stark contrast to the devastated battlefield surrounding him. Not bad. Esteth smirked, rolling her shoulders. Looks like I can finally cut loose a little. Kizaru adjusted his sunglasses. Then, with his usual lazy drawl, he muttered. Scary. You're as strong as a monster. Kizaru surveyed the battlefield, his gaze drifting over the shattered ice and the frost-covered landscape. He couldn't help but marvel. Warm-up's about done, huh? You're ready, aren't you? Esteth flashed a grin, placing her hand on the hilt of her sword, her eyes fixed on Kizaru's radiant sword without blinking. So that was just the warm-up, huh? Fine. But don't look at me like that, with those eyes. Come on. Kizaru clicked his tongue in annoyance, casually gesturing with a finger for Esteth to come forward. The towering ice pillar exploded with a resounding crack, and in the next instant, Estetha's figure vanished from its top. Clang. A lightning-fast thrust was countered by Kizaru, who met it with an equally swift jab of his own. The solidified light sword clashed against Estetha's rapier, and their figures blurred as they disappeared again. After several exchanges, Esteth came to a realization. Kizaru's speed surpassed her own, she would need to find a way to slow him down if she hoped to gain the upper hand. Ice Storm. With a flick of her wrist, Esteth unleashed her ability, summoning a vortex of icy winds. A massive ice tornado twisted into existence, enveloping both Kizaru and Esteth within its eye. The biting cold and increasing wind pressure drastically impeded any movement. In this environment, even the most skilled fighters would struggle to act efficiently. But to Esteth's surprise, despite the extreme conditions, Kizaru's speed remained unaffected. If anything, he seemed to be speeding up. The wind's so strong, it's messing up my hair. Kizaru complained mildly, though his tone was filled with the same laziness as always. The wind pressure from the storm intensified, and the ice shards embedded within the storm acted like razor-sharp daggers. Even Esteth had to cover herself with a thin layer of hardened ice to protect herself from the shards. Yet Kizaru treated the blizzard as if it were nothing. His speed easily allowed him to evade the storm's reach, his figure swiftly moving in and out of the dangerous winds. At the moment their blades clashed once more, Esteth took the opportunity to lash out with an incredibly fast spinning kick. Esteth was flawless, whether it was in swordsmanship or hand-to-hand combat, her abilities were unmatched. Kizaru, however, paid no mind. He simply raised his arm, blocking the kick effortlessly, before retaliating with a whip-like kick of his own. Smack! What surprised Kizaru slightly was that Esteth, who had been instinctively avoiding direct confrontation with him, had actually taken the hit head-on without hesitation, despite the potential for injury. She then used the opportunity to create some distance. Esteth raised her hand to signal for a temporary ceasefire, and the ice tornado surrounding the battlefield quickly dissipated. What was that just now? It was as though the intense clash they had just endured never happened. Esteth asked with a serious expression. You mean, this? Kizaru thought for a moment, then wrapped his palm in a layer of nearly solidified hockey and displayed it for Esteth to see. Armament hockey provides a significant boost for a strong fighter, and when two combatants are nearly equal in strength, the one who masters this technique often holds a considerable advantage. Moreover, Kizaru's power was beyond Esteth's, so the effects were unmistakable. However, Esteth's quick awareness of the abnormality was somewhat unexpected for Kizaru. If this woman weren't bound by the world's limits, she would undoubtedly have the potential to challenge the strongest. This. Esteth lightly leapt toward Kizaru, landing in front of him. She didn't seem to care that just a moment ago they were in the middle of a fight. Instead, she moved closer to carefully observe the hockey around Kizaru's hand. She even reached out and grasped his hand, eager to experience this mysterious power firsthand. Kizaru didn't mind her holding his hand. After all, he knew he wasn't at a disadvantage. The elevated perspective was perfect for admiring Esteth's flawless figure. I get it now. Esteth's eyes sparkled with understanding, and she quickly manifested her own hockey in her hand. Without any formal instruction, she instinctively learned how to harden the hockey and even use it to wrap around objects. Impressive. Kizaru raised an eyebrow slightly, unable to stop himself from offering his praise. Degree. Chapter 65, Esteth's talent. Esteth mastering hockey didn't come as a surprise to him. After all, both he and the warriors of the Kuja Island were able to easily learn how to refine chakra. In some ways, armament hockey was even easier to learn than chakra because it didn't require the integration of mental energy. As long as one's physical body was adequate, mastering it would be quick. Esteth's physical condition was obviously up to standard. While she was still quite a bit behind Kizaru and the top-tier fighters of the pirate world, she far surpassed the minimum requirement needed to master Conqueror's hockey. However, for her to have learned it in such a short time could only be attributed to her flawless talent. That's quite a nice power. Shall we continue? Esteth raised her head, and her gaze toward Kizaru shifted from curiosity to excitement, then from excitement to greed. It was hard to find a worthy opponent, and even harder to find a powerful one. To find one so powerful that she could also learn something new from them was practically unheard of. Ait. As soon as Kizaru spoke, the ice beneath Esteth's feet exploded with a loud crash. A special-grade dangerous species with its massive jaws open leaped out, trying to swallow both Kizaru and Esteth whole. Clang. However, neither Esteth nor Kizaru paid any attention to the special-grade dangerous species. Their blades collided once more, and the violent sword pressure expanded recklessly in all directions. In an instant, the special-grade dangerous species that had been rampaging across the ice field, as well as the surrounding several hundred meters of ice, were torn apart. With Esteth now mastering hockey, her combat power had clearly reached a whole new level. No longer needing to avoid a direct confrontation with Kizaru like before, Esteth fully unleashed her power, and the display of her combat ability even made Kizaru take notice. Icebergs the size of mountains occasionally fell from the sky, while the ground was filled with countless ice spikes. The raging sword pressure shattered the ice, which was as hard as steel. Flashing lights created countless craters on the ice field. At this moment, the chat group was full of astonished onlookers. Even those who were familiar with Kizaru and Esteth couldn't have imagined that their battle would be this spectacular. Fubuki, are these two monsters or something? AI Hybera, they're like human-shaped natural disasters. A passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's leg, sigh, when will I ever become this strong? Orochimaru, this level of power is indeed quite impressive. Tony Stark, damn, I need to revise my Iron Man suit designs. I have to upgrade everything. Kobayashi, this is like watching a monster movie. The ice storm raging on the battlefield never ceased, with the biting cold wind cutting through everything within the storm's range like a blade, relentlessly tearing at anything in its path. Even Esteth, in such an environment, couldn't avoid being affected. Her military uniform was constantly being torn by the wind, with rips appearing on it here and there. If not for her mastery of the hockey, including the hardening and wrapping skills, Esteth would have been unable to maintain such a fierce ice storm. However, despite this, Esteth, filled with fighting spirit, showed no sign of halting her assault. She continued to launch increasingly ferocious attacks against Kizaru. Clang. 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 Clink. The first to give way was actually Esteth's sword. The weapon that had once accompanied her on countless battles shattered into two pieces after repeated collisions. Esteth discarded the broken sword without a second thought and immediately launched a physical attack on Kizaru. Paper Arts, Doppelganger. Kizaru didn't rely on his elemental powers to overpower Esteth. Instead, he engaged her in hand-to-hand combat, mirroring her actions precisely. His form transformed into numerous afterimages as Kizaru dodged Esteth's rapid series of attacks. Then, utilizing his observation haki, he seized upon an opening in Esteth's defenses. But just as Kizaru was preparing to take advantage of the opening and overwhelm her, Esteth, the Snow Queen, flashed a cunning smile as her scheme succeeded. Freeze. Mokbotemo. Esteth's voice rang out sharply, and an incredibly terrifying extreme cold descended in that instant. In the blink of an eye, everything around Esteth, everything in her vicinity, even the fabric of spacetime, was frozen to absolute zero. This technique, which was supposed to be developed years later, was now unleashed by Esteth ahead of time. However, at this moment, the spacetime she could freeze was only for a split second. Moreover, throughout the earlier battles, Esteth had vaguely sensed that Kizaru seemed to predict her movements. After learning hockey, she became even more convinced that Kizaru possessed some other ability. After all, armament hockey was completely a power of the body, but a true powerhouse couldn't rely solely on their physical strength. Therefore, she knew she had to activate her ability at the moment Kizaru was unable to react, only then could she hope to defeat him. Bang. The instant time and space were frozen, Esteth felt as though victory was already in her grasp. But just at that moment, she sensed something was wrong. Before she could instinctively defend herself, an invisible fist sent her flying. After fighting for so long, Esteth had already exhausted much of her stamina, and learning hockey only further drained her energy. The technique of freezing time and space placed a huge burden on Esteth's body, and when the punch hit her, she didn't even have the energy left to attempt a defense with her hockey. A crushing punch sent Esteth flying nearly 100 meters, shattering countless ice spikes and carving a deep trench across the icy surface before she finally came to a stop. Had it been anyone else, they would have been dead without a doubt. Fortunately, Esteth's physical body was strong, and with a layer of transparent hardened ice covering her skin, she didn't suffer any fatal injuries. Even so, her military uniform was in tatters, and her once-attached military cap had flown off somewhere. Blood now stained her face. That was dangerous. To think you could master the ability to freeze time and space. I almost lost. As the frozen time and space quickly returned to normal, Kizaru, unhurried, walked toward Esteth, his stand, the Flash, floating behind him. At that moment, the Flash was proudly hovering in midair, having just crossed the frozen time-space at lightning speed to send Esteth flying. Every time Kizaru saw his stand, he had the urge to facepalm. Why did his stand look like such an arrogant little brat? Clearly, he was famous for being kind-hearted. Oh, pirates and celestial dragons don't count as humans, so being kind-hearted isn't a problem. Degree. Chapter 66, A Slave's Duty. Fubuki, what's going on? Has the battle been decided? Kobayashi, Looks like Kizaru-san won. Random guy who wants to hug Luofeng's thigh, what the hell? What just happened? How did Lord Kizaru win? Esteth's ultimate move can freeze time and space. Jotaro Kujo, Kizaru-san has become a stand user. And that ability just now. Was it the world? Orochimaru, the ability to freeze time. Now that's unexpected. AI Hybera, freezing time. The other worlds are way too dangerous. Random guy who wants to hug Luofeng's thigh, your world has no right to complain about danger. AI Hybera, shut up. Or I'll put you in a locked room. After defeating Esteth, Kizaru still had time to glance at the chat room messages. Oh, you mean that? That's just my awakened stand ability. Kizaru spoke casually. Using his stand to defeat Esteth was simply the most convenient option. If he had fully unleashed his stand speed force, Esteth would have lost in an instant. Of course, this wasn't because Esteth was weak. Now that she had mastered armament hockey, she definitely possessed combat strength on the level of an admiral. It was just that Kizaru was too strong, making her seem a bit fragile in comparison. Random guy who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, ugh, I'm so jealous. I want a badass stand too. Kobayashi, is this the stand from Jojo that random guy uploaded earlier? Kizaru-san has one now too. AI Hybra, I'm suddenly curious about what his stand looks like. If it can break through time-freezing abilities, don't tell me it's Zawarudo. Jotaro Kujo, no, from the very start, Kizaru-san. Never mind. Fubuki, damn it. Don't leave us hanging like that. Jotaro Kujo, yar days. Such a pain. In the Jojo world, Jotaro, who had rarely interacted in the chat room, had considered warning everyone that awakening a stand wasn't without risk. With bad luck, it could even result in death. But then he realized, unless he actively invited someone, they wouldn't be able to enter his world and obtain a stand arrow. So, there wasn't really a need for a warning, was there? Well, mostly, he just didn't feel like explaining. It was too much trouble. The only thing that concerned him was the 2 stand arrows Kizaru had taken. But Jotaro trusted that Kizaru wouldn't use them recklessly. Orochimaru, at Kizaru, if it's not too much trouble, could you collect some tissue samples from that giant beast earlier? Kobayashi, oh yeah, I almost forgot. There was some huge creature that popped out of the ground, right? Fubuki, that monster was at least disaster-level tiger. But compared to those 2 monsters. AI Hybra, that police dog guy once said Kizaru ranks at least 2nd place among S-class heroes in your world, right? Are all S-class heroes this strong? Fubuki, I'm not sure about that. I don't know much about Blast, the number 1 S-class hero. And my sister definitely wouldn't stand a chance against these 2 monsters. Random guy who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, this is insane. Lord Kizaru is already so strong, and he's still getting even stronger. AI Hybra, idiot, have you never heard of the Matthew effect? The strong get stronger, and the weak get weaker. Random guy who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, no clue. I barely got into college, I don't understand double PhD theories. Tony Stark, damn it. With current technology, there's no way to design an Iron Man suit that surpasses their power. With the battle temporarily over, Kizaru waved at the chat room viewers. Well, that's it for now. Gotta go. We'll chat later. Since what was about to happen next wasn't exactly child-friendly, he ended the live stream. AI Hybra was literally a kid, so, not suitable for children, seemed like a fair reason. Kizaru walked over to his death, looking down at her battered form. His stand's abilities grew alongside him, and with the Flash's current power, it could destroy Jotaro's Star Platinum in a single punch. Though he hadn't used his full strength, his death had still taken a devastating hit. Suddenly, his death sat up in the massive trench left by the impact, shaking her head to clear her thoughts. Then, without hesitation, she straightened up and stood tall, completely unconcerned about her tattered uniform barely covering her body. You win. From now on, I'm your slave. Her voice was lighthearted, as if she didn't care about the consequences of her declaration. Kizaru blinked in disbelief. Are you serious? That whole bet was just a joke. I don't make a habit of turning people into slaves. Sure, he wasn't exactly a saint, but he wasn't low enough to start keeping slaves. If he was that kind of person, Hancock would never have fallen for him. No, a deal's a deal. I'm your slave now, Esteth insisted. But once I'm strong enough, I'll challenge you again. After all, it's normal for slaves to rebel against their masters, isn't it? Rather than looking discouraged by her defeat, her eyes burned with an even sharper fighting spirit. The battle had only fueled her excitement. What the hell? Kizaru's expression twitched. Pink-haired girls were already known for being crazy, but apparently blue-haired ones weren't any better. This woman was clearly using the situation as an excuse to stick around. She claimed to be his slave, but in reality, she was just setting herself up to challenge him over and over again. And the worst part? This deal was completely one-sided. Kizaru had always been the one taking advantage of others, but now he was the one being exploited. Esteth continued, even though I'll keep challenging you, until then, you can make me do anything a slave should do. I can fight for you, defeat your enemies, earn you honor and money in the arena, or even hunt dangerous beasts for you. She hesitated slightly, clearly aware of how shameless she sounded. But the chance to have a powerful rival was too good to pass up, so she didn't care. There was no way she was backing down now. Kizaru sighed, rubbing his temples. Fine, if that's how you want it, I won't stop you. But you did forget one important duty of a slave. Before Esteth could process his words, Kizaru stepped forward, cupped her face in his hands, and kissed her. Time passed. As the ice storms finally settled and the battlefield quieted, Esteth's 3 beasts cautiously returned, having retreated to the northern fortress earlier. They found their commander standing there, disheveled but alive. Lady Esteth, are you all right? Liver, the leader of the 3 beasts, spoke carefully. Degree. A/N, you thought there were lemons. Dream on, lol. On another note, the next chapters onwards will be double the word count of the past chapters, so yeah, cheers. Give me stones as well. Chapter 67, Revolutionary Army's Plan. Draped in a justice cape, Est stood still, absent-mindedly touching her lips. Her cheeks were flushed, and she hadn't even registered what Liver had just said. After a long pause, she finally came back to her senses, tightening the cape around her shoulders before turning to face her three beasts. Liver, I want to date that man. A faint smile appeared on her face, and in that instant, it was as if 100 flowers had bloomed. Yes, Lady Est. Huh. Liver instinctively responded with his usual seriousness. But midway through, he began doubting his own ears, his expression freezing in utter disbelief. Niao and Daidara, standing beside him, nearly dropped their jaws to the ground. After all these years following his death, they had witnessed countless shocking moments. But this was completely unprecedented. The three beasts simply couldn't comprehend how their death had any connection to something as trivial as romance. They were so stunned that their minds went blank. Does any of you know how to date someone? Est glanced at her subordinates, her gaze first landing on Liver. But after only a moment, she shook her head. Liver was obviously too old-fashioned and rigid, there was no way he'd know anything about love. Daidara was out of the question too, his brain was filled with nothing but muscles and axes. That left only one option. Esteth's piercing gaze locked onto Niao. It couldn't be helped, if there was anyone in the three beasts who looked like they might know about romance, it was the feminine-looking Niao. Niao was completely dumbfounded. How the hell was he supposed to know anything about dating? Meanwhile, after collecting his interest from Est, Kizaru returned to the One Piece world. Ace's execution date was drawing near. No matter how confident he was, he couldn't afford to keep wandering around aimlessly. But before returning to Marine headquarters, there was someone he needed to meet. Hachu. Kizaru suddenly sneezed. Weird. Is Nami or Hancock thinking about me? Maybe even Guion. Nah, it can't be Stussy, right? He rubbed his nose, looking toward Marineford with suspicion. Little did he know, the person currently thinking about him was someone he had only met once, Monkey D. Luffy. Sabo, I'm starving. Luffy slumped over the side of a small boat, whining dramatically as if he were on the verge of death. After being sent flying by Kuma at Sabaody Archipelago, he had landed at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, where he was nearly mistaken for an intruder and thrown in jail. Fortunately, Dragon had just returned with Sabo. Thus, a heartwarming brotherly reunion took place, during which Luffy also learned the truth about Kuma. Just as Luffy was relieved to hear that his crew was safe, Marineford made a global announcement: Porgas D. Ace's execution date had been set. Luffy had been focusing on learning armament hockey, but the moment he heard the news, he immediately wanted to set sail. However, Dragon stopped him. Due to Kizaru's butterfly effect, Dragon had already been considering intervening at Marineford. But for security reasons, this wasn't something he could tell Luffy. Unfortunately, Luffy had never been the type to listen to other people's plans. Even Garp's Fist of Love couldn't stop him, so there was no way he'd listen to a father he barely even knew. So, on a dark and stormy night, Luffy stole a ship and set sail. By the time Dragon realized it, it was already too late. Not long after, Fishman Hack delivered a letter to Dragon, a note left behind by Sabo before he departed. With his memories fully restored, Sabo had made the exact same decision as Luffy. He would set sail and follow his brother to Marineford. Just hold on a little longer. I told you we don't have much food on board. You need to ration it. Sabo sat on the deck, using his metal pipe as a makeshift fishing rod. His voice carried a mix of exasperation and fondness. But training that Wu-Base Shokathing makes me super hungry. It's like, I'm so starving. Luffy clenched his fists, trying to release armament hockey just as Sabo had taught him. He strained for over a minute. And then flopped back down onto the boat, utterly exhausted. It's called armament hockey. Don't rush it, take your time. Sabo adjusted his hat with a gentle smile. He genuinely enjoyed looking after Luffy. And because of that, he would never let Ace die. Ace was his brother too. If I learn armament hockey, I can finally punch that damn Marine Admiral, right? Luffy's voice brimmed with anticipation. He hadn't forgotten how Akiji and Kizaru had completely outclassed him. He wasn't the type to hold grudges. But if he got the chance, he definitely wouldn't mind knocking them both into next week. Mastering armament hockey is just the bare minimum to fight a Logia user. But if you actually want to beat a Marine Admiral, well, you'll need a few more years of training. Sabo sighed. Luffy was still too inexperienced. Still, anyone who bullied his little brother, even an admiral, would have to answer for it. No doubt about it. That guy was crazy strong. Luffy reminisced about Kizaru's overwhelming power and couldn't help but nod. Throughout his journey, Luffy had encountered countless powerful enemies. But only 2 Marine admirals had ever given him the overwhelming sense of absolute defeat. Even if he learned armament hockey now, he wasn't confident he could take down those 2 bastards. That's why we have to train harder. After we rescue Ace, the 3 of us will team up and beat the hell out of the Marine admirals. Sabo grinned, though in reality, he wasn't too sure himself. But if it was to save Ace, he'd gladly risk his life. Yeah. We'll send the admirals flying. But I'm still starving. Luffy cheered excitedly but immediately clutched his stomach, slumping back onto the railing. Hey. I got a bite. Wait, Luffy. You have to cook it first. The brothers' laughter echoed across the sea. Neither of them noticed the massive warship silently trailing behind them. Unlike the Navy, the Revolutionary Army wasn't overflowing with resources. However, aside from their base in the Grand Line, they had been secretly expanding their forces across the 4 seas. Right now, aboard the large ship following Luffy and Sabo, the highest-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army had gathered. Dragon, the supreme commander, stood at the helm, gazing toward the east blue. Behind him stood the 4 army commanders, each leading a division stationed in different regions of the world. Eastern Army Commander, Bello Betty, Bounty, 457 million berries, pump fruit user, able to inspire and strengthen allies. Western Army Commander, Morley, Bounty, 293 million berries, push fruit user, capable of manipulating the earth itself. Southern Army Commander, Lindbergh, Bounty, 316 million berries, a mink and skilled inventor specializing in weaponry. Northern Army Commander, Karasu, Bounty, 400 million berries, soot fruit user, a Logia-type ability. Originally, Emporio Ivankov, the commander overseeing the Grand Line, would have been here too. But at this moment, the king of the Okamas was still biding his time in Impel Down, waiting for the right moment to rise when Dragon launched the Revolutionary Army's rebellion. Dragon-san, why didn't you tell Sabo the truth? Koala hesitated before cautiously asking the question that had been bothering her. At their current speed, by the time they reach Impel Down, Fire Fist Ace might have already been transferred to Marine Ford. To her, a direct confrontation with the Marines seemed like a reckless gamble. Not because she was afraid of dying, rather, she didn't want the Revolutionary Army to waste the forces they had painstakingly built over the years. If rescuing Ace was the goal, then the smartest move would be to use the Revolutionary Army's warships to launch a surprise attack on Impel Down. If they could break in before Ace was moved, they could save him without having to fight the Marines head-on. But instead, Dragon had chosen to follow behind Sabo and Luffy without warning them, moving at a leisurely pace toward Impel Down. Koala wasn't the best navigator, but even she could estimate when Sabo and Luffy would arrive. By then, Ace would have at most 3 days left before his execution. Worse yet, he might already be in Marine Ford. When the Revolutionary Army first received inside information, Ace hadn't even been imprisoned in Impel Down yet. They had more than enough time to intercept him. Our goal isn't just Fire Fist Ace, little koala. Betty took a long drag from her cigarette, exhaling a series of perfectly connected smoke rings. Her appearance wasn't conventionally beautiful. She wore a red top hat, a red sleeveless jacket, and nothing underneath. Her exposed waistline and perfectly shaped curves gave her the air of someone who belonged in Pleasure Town rather than a battlefield. But anyone who underestimated the highest bounty commander of the Revolutionary Army would suffer severe consequences. Our real plan is to break into Impel Down and liberate the prisoners. If we join forces with Whitebeard's crew and the criminals inside the prison, then we'll have a real chance against the Marines. Do we really need to go that far? That's the Whitebeard pirates we're talking about. Koala's eyes widened. Ever since Fisher Tiger had died at the hands of the Marines, Koala had seen them as nothing more than the lapdogs of the Celestial Dragons. To her, the Navy was corrupt and evil, an enemy that the Revolutionary Army was destined to crush beneath their feet. So hearing Betty describe the Marines as such a formidable force was hard to accept. Idiot. Betty bit down on her cigarette filter in frustration. Don't underestimate the Navy. They're not some useless, corrupt royal lackeys. For hundreds of years, the true rulers of the sea have been the Marines. Especially the admirals. Each and every one of them is a monster. Betty's face darkened as memories resurfaced. She once faced off against Admiral Sakazuki. Her entire ship was wiped out. She had spent countless nights waking up from nightmares, visions of that magma demon. If she hadn't eaten the pump fruit, allowing her to self-regulate her emotions, she might never have recovered. No, they're not just monsters. They're monsters among monsters. But our mission as revolutionaries is to defeat those monsters and free the people. Southern Army Commander Lindbergh laughed, his voice full of excitement. He knew exactly how strong their enemy was. But even so, he wasn't afraid. He was thrilled. It was as if he couldn't wait for the fight to begin. Stay focused, we carry the hopes of the people. Karasu muttered in his usual barely audible tone. But no one could understand him. What did he say? Lindbergh scratched his furry ears. As a mink, he had once had the best hearing in the Revolutionary Army. But after years of experimenting with explosives and machines, his hearing had worsened to the point where even a normal human could hear better than him. Hashtag and hashtag UN and @ hashtag and hashtag at. Karasu became flustered when he realized no one could hear him. His already soft voice somehow became even quieter. And with his mask muffling the sound, nobody had a clue what he was trying to say. Monsters, huh? The Marines are really that terrifying. Koala swallowed nervously. She had never seen the commanders this serious before. The Revolutionary Army had faced countless enemies, but never had they looked this tense. Even Betty, who was usually fearless, seemed uneasy. For someone as inexperienced as Koala, it was a terrifying realization. There's no need to fear them. The admirals are strong, but they're not invincible. Besides, the Marines aren't as united as you think. Dragon spoke in a deep voice. On the surface, the world government and the Navy seem overwhelmingly powerful. The so-called 4 emperors of the New World are merely 4 top-tier fighters, while the Navy alone has at least 5 individuals who can rival them in strength. Not to mention the presence of former Admiral Zephyr and Vice Admiral Tsuru, whose strength is not far behind. Even without considering the existence of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Navy remains the most dominant force on the seas. If not for Roger single-handedly igniting the Great Pirate Era, diverting so much of the Navy's manpower and resources, no one can say what the world would look like today. Yet, for all its strength, the Navy is not without weaknesses, conflicts between hawks and doves, tensions between the world government and the Navy's own sense of justice, divisions between headquarters and branches, between the 4 seas and the Grand Line, and even within the Grand Line itself between Paradise and the New World. If the Revolutionary Army can find the right angle, it may be possible to shake, or even topple, this giant. As long as we remain steadfast in our fight for the common people, victory will come. For the innocent. Dragon's voice rang with unshakable conviction. Perhaps, in the beginning, he had taken this path because of Kizaru's influence. But now, revolution had become the belief that kept him moving forward. Whether it was the Navy or the world government, neither could stop Dragon from advancing. For the innocent. Victory is ours. Long live the Revolutionary Army. Every soldier who had followed Dragon this far was a warrior of unwavering resolve. Even Koala, when faced with a true choice, would not hesitate to walk the right path. Kizaru, I will prove to you that this world is still worth saving, and the path you once chose was not wrong. Dragon silently gazed in the direction of Marine Ford, looking forward to the day he would meet Kizaru again. Degree. A/N, 2.3k words. Chapter 68, Guion. Achu. Strange. Kizaru rubbed his nose, a wary expression on his face. Could it be that Marine Ford had already set up a grand tribunal to interrogate him? Was it because Fleet Admiral Sengoku had discovered the falsified maintenance expenses he reported last time? Or had Guion found out about his little trip to the pleasure district the time before? Kizaru, I'll be leaving the next phase of this to you and the doctor. Kuma gave Kizaru a slightly puzzled look, but given his personality, he wouldn't ask about it directly. The person Kizaru had come to see in the pirate world was indeed Kuma. Secretly sending off the Straw Hat crew was not without consequences. Sengoku was simply too busy preparing for the Summit War to deal with Kuma for now. Once the war was over, Kuma would almost certainly be stripped of his warlord title. Have you really thought this through? Dr. Vegapunk's technology is indeed extraordinary, but you know his personality. Once he decides your body no longer has research value, he might not keep his promise. Kizaru nodded but still couldn't help but voice his concerns. To gain and maintain his position as a warlord, Kuma had voluntarily accepted Dr. Vegapunk's research and modifications. Over the years, the Revolutionary Army had used Kuma's status to grow stronger, but Kuma's body had been pushed to its limits after countless modifications. Vegapunk was a genius with boundless curiosity and a relentless drive for invention. He wanted to create an unprecedented human weapon using Kuma's body. To gain more power and obtain Vegapunk's technology, Kuma was willing to risk losing his sense of self and agreed to the final stage of modification. According to their agreement, even if Kuma lost himself in the process, he would still receive some of Vegapunk's technological blueprints. However, such an agreement had no binding force. In other words, if Vegapunk broke his promise, neither Kuma nor the Revolutionary Army could do anything about it. My body is already reaching its limit. Even if I refuse the modification, I don't have much time left. Kuma unzipped his coat, revealing a body that had undergone so many surgeries that its original form was barely recognizable. His expression remained calm. Death did not scare him. The only thing Kuma cared about was how much his death would be worth. I understand. Since Vegapunk made you a promise, he will definitely keep it. Kizaru was silent for a moment before turning away. As a Navy officer, he had no real standing to say such things. But for Kuma's sake, if Vegapunk ever tried to break their agreement, Kizaru would make sure it was honored. Kuma silently bowed to Kizaru's retreating figure before turning and walking away as well. The two of them walked in opposite directions, knowing full well that this was likely their final meeting. Kizaru would return to Marineford and continue his role as an admiral. Kuma, on the other hand, would head to the secret base of the Science Division to undergo his final transformation under Vegapunk. Feeling a bit down, Kizaru couldn't be bothered to take a slow ride back by warship. Instead, he turned into a flash of light and instantly returned to Marineford. After all, his movements were always a mystery. Even if Fleet Admiral Sengoku grew suspicious, Kizaru could easily come up with an excuse. The construction is coming along nicely. As soon as Kizaru returned to Marineford, he noticed the newly built fortifications around the harbor and outer plaza. To minimize naval casualties, Sengoku had gone to great lengths to turn Marineford into a fortress bristling with defenses. The sheer density of coastal artillery and the patrolling fleets beyond Marineford's waters made it clear that any attacking force would suffer dearly. If Whitebeard's crew wanted to break into Marineford's plaza, they'd have to shed 3 layers of skin first. Even if they managed to enter the bay, they would only be walking into the Navy's trap. Simply put, if everything went according to Sengoku's plan, even if all 4 emperors joined forces, they would crash against this impenetrable fortress and be left in ruins. Unfortunately, the Navy's top brass had their own agendas, some turned a blind eye, some played their own games, and Vice Admiral Garp outright dragged his feet. The only one who truly went all in was Sakazuki, the overachiever. To make matters worse, Whitebeard took an unconventional approach, using coded ships to launch a surprise attack from beneath the sea. This maneuver instantly nullified at least 60% of Sengoku's carefully laid defenses. The painstakingly built fortifications and artillery were rendered useless, ultimately leading to the Navy's failure in the Summit War. But Fleet Admiral Sengoku didn't really have much to complain about. After all, he wasn't exactly giving it his all either. Throughout the whole battle, all he did was transform once and land a massive palm strike on Luffy, yet he ended up panting harder than Sakazuki, the poor guy who got smashed into the ground by Whitebeard. Admiral Kizaru. Admiral. Admiral. The Marines in the plaza quickly spotted Kizaru and saluted him with the utmost respect. Despite Kizaru's reputation for slacking off, he was actually the most popular among the 3 admirals among the lower-ranking Marines. After all, Akainu's personality made it impossible for him to be well-liked, and Kazan was even lazier than Kizaru when he wanted to be. Kizaru, on the other hand, was approachable, friendly, and willing to chat with regular soldiers. Plus, he was undeniably handsome, which only added to his appeal. "Oh, you've all been working hard. Keep up the good work." Kizaru waved with a lazy smile, prompting cheers from the Marines. Many of the Marines present were elite soldiers transferred from various branch bases, and this was their first time seeing a Navy admiral in person. They had always imagined admirals as untouchable figures towering above them, so they never expected Kizaru to casually greet them like this. One by one, the Marines grew more excited, calling their comrades over in an attempt to get a closer look at Admiral Kizaru. Seeing the growing crowd, Kizaru decided it was best not to linger in the plaza. If Sengoku noticed the commotion, he'd probably drag him off to do some actual work. Those who arrived late and missed the chance to see Kizaru in person were still thrilled just by hearing others talk about it. Admiral Kizaru looked at us. Just the thought of it filled them with energy, making them work even harder. Some were even eager to finish the next few days' worth of tasks in a single day. Meanwhile, Kizaru, having gracefully slipped away, soon arrived at his office. However, when he tried to open the door, he found that it was locked from the inside. Could it be? Kizaru raised an eyebrow, a delighted smile forming on his face. Without knocking, he transformed into light, slipping through the corridor window and onto the office balcony, silently making his way toward the luxurious bathroom. If any of those Marines who idolized Admiral Kizaru saw this, their image of him would be utterly shattered. Surprise. Kizaru eagerly pushed open the bathroom door, only for his smile to freeze on his face. Just as he expected, little Nami was indeed in the bathtub. But standing under the shower was another person. Gion. His fiancée. Gion, who usually tied her hair in a long braid, had her wet hair cascading down her back. Her flawless, bare body glistened under the running water, her long legs drawing Kizaru's eyes before he could stop himself. For a moment, Gion didn't react. She even stupidly greeted Kizaru. "Don't look." Halfway through her greeting, Gion suddenly snapped back to reality. Her fair face instantly turned crimson as she reflexively grabbed her sword Kenpyra from beside her and slashed at Kizaru in one swift motion. Despite appearing bold and uninhibited, often showing off her long legs and even tattooing a spider design on them, Gion was actually quite shy. Even in front of her fiancé, Kizaru, she struggled to completely let go, let alone allow him to see her like this. Wah. Take it easy. Kizaru was startled. Gion might only be an admiral candidate, but back when he was courting her, Kizaru had spent plenty of time training with her and helping her refine her techniques. Now, she was just a step away from being a top-tier powerhouse. If she were to unleash a full-powered slash in her embarrassed fury, she could very well slice Marineford in half. Fortunately, Kizaru's reflexes saved him. At the speed of light, he drew his aim no Murakumo sword, blocking Gion's strike just in time. Get out. Gion regretted attacking the moment she swung, not because she was worried about hurting Kizaru, but because she feared the noise would attract attention. If someone barged in to investigate, how was she supposed to explain this? Seeing that Kizaru had blocked her strike, Gion hurriedly pulled back, grabbed a bath towel, and wrapped it around herself. With an aggrieved expression, she shoved Kizaru out of the bathroom. Gion, are you okay? When Gion unsheathed her sword just now, Nami had been so frightened that she shrank into the oversized bathtub, blowing bubbles in panic. For a moment, she thought Gion was planning to uphold justice by eliminating them on the spot. Fortunately, she quickly remembered Gion's personality and relaxed. It's fine. He was bound to see me sooner or later anyway. I overreacted. Blushing, Gion sat back down in the bathtub. Despite appearing far more mature than Nami on the outside, her reaction to Kizaru made her seem more like a shy young girl. Meanwhile, in his office, Kizaru sat around idly, absent-mindedly playing with his den mushi. The bathroom's soundproofing was too good, he couldn't even hear the water running. But just knowing that little Nami and Gion were bathing inside together made it impossible for him to sit still. Calm down. Gion will cut you. Kizaru did his best to suppress his excitement. Getting himself slashed for no reason would be far too unfortunate. Under his indomitable human spirit, his restlessness finally settled. After finishing their bath, Gion and Nami emerged, both wrapped in bathrobes. Ironically, despite being Kizaru's official fiancé, Gion instinctively shrank behind Nami, as if she were too nervous to meet Kizaru's gaze. Gion, what do you want to drink? Nami was already used to this. There were probably few mistresses in the world who had it as good as she did. Not only had she earned the official wife's approval, but she and Gion had even become close friends who could talk about anything. Just some oolong tea. Gion chose the seat farthest from Kizaru, sneaking glances at him out of the corner of her eye. But before she knew it, he had moved to sit right next to her. With a startled yelp, she found herself lifted onto his lap. Why did you suddenly return to headquarters? Where's Old Man Zephyr? Ignoring Gion's weak struggles, Kizaru kissed her cheek, causing her to go completely limp in his arms. As an admiral candidate, Gion had always been stationed with Zephyr, assisting with the Naval Academy's affairs. In Kizaru's memory, she hadn't been present during the Marineford War. Zephyr-sensei took leave to visit his hometown. Gion, who had just been flustered, suddenly became downcast. Hearing this, Kizaru couldn't help but sigh. Thanks to his intervention, Zephyr hadn't lost his students or his arm. But even before meeting Kizaru, the former admiral, renowned for his no-kill policy, had already lost his family. Kizaru never agreed with Sakazuki's extreme, indiscriminate brand of justice. Yet he also couldn't fully accept Zephyr's philosophy of never taking a life. Sure, exceptions like Luffy existed, but most pirates were not good people. Maybe they had been victims of oppression before setting sail, but once they chose the path of piracy, inflicting suffering upon others in turn, they became irredeemable criminals. Every year, Zephyr would return to his hometown to spend time at his family's graves. And you? Did Fleet Admiral Sengoku send you here for the war? Kizaru tried to shift the conversation, hoping to lift Gion's spirits. If, at first, he had pursued Gion purely because of her pretty face and long legs. After everything they'd been through together, he had genuinely fallen for this shy woman. Of course, love was love, but giving up Nami, Hancock, Stussy, or the ladies of the red light district? Absolutely not. Kizaru was that kind of shameless womanizer. But honestly, I also wanted to see just how strong Whitebeard really is. Gion instinctively reached for her sword hilt. Despite her bashful nature, she was a born warrior at heart. If not, Kizaru wouldn't have had such an easy time winning her over in the first place. The long legs now obediently sitting in his lap had been hard-earned through countless sparring sessions. Ah. Fleet Admiral Sengoku really is cautious, huh? Kizaru's mouth twitched. The lineup was already absurd. The Fleet Admiral. The hero of the Marines. The 3 admirals. Vice Admiral Tsuru. 12 Vice Admirals from headquarters. 8 Vice Admirals from the Giant Squad. The Science Combat Unit. 100,000 elite Marines. And on top of that, the Warlords of the Sea. Degree. Chapter 69, Impending War. Such a force could easily sweep through the New World, yet Fleet Admiral Sengoku was using it just to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. Things about my Fleet Admiral being ridiculously strong yet overly cautious. Oh, and now there's also Gion. The Whitebeard pirates might really be doomed this time. Gion, your oolong tea. Nami placed the tea and a cold drink on the table, then shot Kizaru a look of disdain. That damn scumbag was charming another girl again. How did such a great woman like Gion end up in his hands? Thank you, Nami. Gion smiled sweetly. She had long known about the relationship between Kizaru and Nami, but she saw no issue with it. To Gion, Nami was like a little sister, and Kizaru was the man she loved. Being together like this wasn't so bad. Besides, Gion had no idea how to take care of Kizaru, having Nami handle it for her was actually quite convenient. No need to thank me. Didn't you already acknowledge me as your little sister? Nami, for once, showed a ladylike demeanor. She only acted this gentle and considerate in front of Gion. Their relationship was so good that, at times, even Kizaru felt like the outsider, as if Nami and Gion were the actual couple. Kizaru, why do I feel like you've gotten even stronger? Just as Kizaru was silently grumbling, Gion, sipping her oolong tea, suddenly turned to him, eyeing him curiously. In her impression, her fiancé had always been incredibly strong, but hardworking was never a word associated with him. Only Zephyr had ever mentioned that Kizaru had once been a training fanatic long ago. But at some point, he fell in with the wrong crowd and became the lazy bum he was today. Every time Zephyr brought it up, he was filled with regret. The stronger Kizaru became, the more Zephyr lamented the wasted potential. If Kizaru could reach such heights while slacking off, his talent was clearly terrifying. If he had trained as relentlessly as Sakazuki, he might have already surpassed the limits of their generation. Ah, that's because I've been training hard. Every bit of strength I've gained is the result of my sweat and toil. Kizaru coughed awkwardly. His Requiem form ability was too overpowered, just basking in sunlight made him stronger. To be honest, even he wasn't sure how powerful he had become at this point. I want to fight you and see for myself. Gion's large, bright eyes shone with determination. Her goal had always been to catch up to, or even surpass, Kizaru. But he was simply too strong. No matter how hard she trained, she had never once defeated him. Every time she felt she had closed the gap, she would face him again, only to find that the distance had grown even wider. Still, she wasn't discouraged. On the contrary, she was genuinely happy for Kizaru and more determined than ever to keep up with him. There's no need for that. Fighting isn't a good look for a lady. Kizaru had just fought his death. Though the battle wasn't exhausting, he really wasn't in the mood for another fight so soon. He wasn't some battle junkie. And Gion wasn't the rear admiral he had first met, she was now only a step away from being a top-tier powerhouse. Even though Kizaru was still a level above her, he wasn't completely confident he could hold back properly in a fight. If he got carried away and one of his flying slashes slipped past her guard, Marine headquarters might end up needing emergency repairs. We are Marines. Gion said seriously. Despite being a woman, she had an unusually strong battle-hungry nature. If Sengoku hadn't assigned her to oversee Marine training programs, she might have already gone to the New World to challenge top-tier fighters. Fine. But let's keep it controlled this time, okay? Last time, you got so into it that you forgot who I was. Kizaru flicked Gion's forehead in annoyance. She might be gorgeous, but when she fought, she had absolutely no mercy. If Kizaru weren't as strong as he was, he'd have been diced into pieces by now. Then let's go to our usual spot. I've developed a new sword technique, I'll show you. Gion could barely contain her excitement. She wanted to fight Kizaru with everything she had. As she sat in Kizaru's lap, she could feel the overwhelming sense of power radiating from him. It had been a long time since she last experienced this feeling. The last time was when she had faced Big Mom at sea, before she became a Marine Vice Admiral. But if she fought Big Mom again now, she wouldn't feel that same pressure. She still wouldn't be a match for Big Mom, but she wouldn't be defeated so easily either. Just how strong had Kizaru become? Gion tilted her head, glancing at Kizaru as he lazily sipped his cold drink. She shook her head, trying to dismiss the impossible thought in her mind. Even if Kizaru had been training, he couldn't have surpassed the limit that Zephyr once described as the ceiling. That overwhelming pressure she felt earlier was probably just an illusion. Now that she was pressing against him, she couldn't sense it anymore. Brrr. Just as Kizaru resigned himself to his fate, ready to take Gion to the training grounds, the den mushi on the table rang. Hold on. Let me see who's calling. Moshi, this is Kizaru. As expected, it was the ruler of Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Come to my office. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's voice carried a trace of exhaustion. Although the initial cause of the Paramount War had nothing to do with the Navy, once they took on Ace, a dangerous burden, Sengoku had no choice but to exhaust himself preparing for the imminent battle. In the original timeline, he had nearly succeeded but ultimately failed. Even though Whitebeard was killed, his final words only served to push the great pirate era to new heights. Perhaps this was one of the main reasons why Sengoku's hair turned completely white so soon after stepping down as Fleet Admiral. Well, looks like there won't be a fight now. Kizaru shrugged at Gion. Not having to spar with her was a relief, but if Sengoku was looking for him, it definitely meant trouble. As the true rulers of these seas, the Navy was a vast organization, with over 100 branches, thousands of warships, and over 1 million personnel. Managing such an enormous force required an astronomical amount of administrative work. Even for an experienced fleet admiral like Sengoku, handling such an overwhelming workload was mentally and physically draining. Come in. Just as he approved a branch's request for additional funding, a knock came at the door. Without looking up, Sengoku called out. Fleet Admiral, Gion reporting for duty. Unlike Kizaru, who casually plopped himself down on the sofa, Gion, now in her justice coat, stood straight and saluted. You've worked hard. Take a seat. Sengoku nodded at her, not minding Kizaru's somewhat impolite behavior. Despite Kizaru still holding the rank of Admiral, he had emerged during Sengoku and Garp's era. In a way, they were of the same generation. In fact, for a time, the prodigious Kizaru had even held a higher rank than Sengoku. That was until Kizaru realized that no matter how hard he worked, it wouldn't change much. Accepting this, he fully embraced his laid-back philosophy and became the undisputed leader of the slacker faction, allowing Sengoku to surpass him in rank. This history was one of the reasons why Sengoku tolerated Kizaru's antics. They weren't just colleagues from the same era, Kizaru's sheer strength also made him invaluable. No one would believe that a genius who reached admiral-level power before the age of 30 had remained stagnant for over 20 years. After seating Gion, Sengoku turned his gaze toward Kizaru. The admiral made himself right at home, lounging in a single-seat sofa and calling for his aide to bring refreshments, right in front of Sengoku. Well, he wasn't completely overstepping. He only ordered some drinks and snacks. The only people who could get away with this kind of behavior in Sengoku's office were Vice Admiral Garp and Kizaru. Please wait a moment. Sengoku's aide, long accustomed to such scenes, dutifully went to prepare the requested tea and refreshments. Ahem. Kizaru, you handled the Sabaody incident well. St. Rosward has decided to donate a special fund to headquarters. Your ship modification project can be completed using this funding. Sengoku knew Kizaru's habits all too well. Start with a little reward, and he'd be much easier to deal with afterward. Kizaru raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed he had underestimated Vegapunk's enthusiasm for modifying Kuma. Of course, to keep so many Marines quiet, Vegapunk must have paid a hefty price. And as expected, a certain little thief had likely taken her cut. Just as Kizaru knew Nami all too well, the girl behind him discreetly tapped his shoulder 3 times. It meant she had only pocketed 30%, the remaining 70% was still safe in the private stash she managed for him. There's no need to modify my ship for now. Headquarters' budget is already tight. It'd be better to donate this fund to the Retired Marines Association as a pension. Kizaru spoke righteously. Who would waste money fixing up a 20-year-old ship? He had already planned to send his vessel straight to the front lines during the war. If the Whitebeard pirates sank it, he'd finally have an excuse to get a brand new, top-of-the-line warship. As for his crew, anyone who had followed Kizaru for this long had certainly been influenced by his slacker philosophy. But even so, their survival skills were top tier. Vice Admiral Strawberry has completed the Warlord recruitment mission and returned to headquarters. Sengoku shot Kizaru an annoyed look, misinterpreting his refusal as an attempt to negotiate. Instead of arguing, he simply played another card he had prepared. Kizaru's little stunt, pushing the Warlord recruitment mission onto Strawberry, hadn't gone unnoticed. Sengoku had simply chosen not to confront him about it. If he really wanted to make things difficult, he could. That must have been tough. I'll be sure to personally thank Vice Admiral Strawberry later. Even Kizaru felt a little embarrassed at this point. He had really put Strawberry through the ringer. If it had been one of his own subordinates, that would have been fine. They wouldn't dare complain anyway. But Strawberry was under Sakazuki's command. While Sakazuki probably didn't care about something this trivial, Kizaru was still the face of the slacker faction, he couldn't act completely indifferent. As of now, all warlords, including Mihawk, Kuma, Moria, Doflamingo, and Hancock, have agreed to the summons. The only exceptions are Crocodile, who has already been stripped of his title, and Jinbe, who has refused the mandatory draft. Sengoku didn't bother dwelling on Kizaru's usual antics. At this point, he had grown numb to them. Rather than waste time holding Kizaru accountable, it was better to use the situation to pressure him into doing more work. What exactly do you want me to do? Kizaru scratched his head. He hadn't dealt with Jinbe much before. If it were a mermaid lady, he might have been interested. But a giant blue fishman? No, thanks. Still, he had once interacted with Fisher Tiger. Even though Tiger had been dead for years, it didn't feel right to bully one of his people. Send him to Impel down first. We'll decide his fate after the war. Degree. Chapter 70, Jinbe. Send him to Impel down first. We'll decide his fate after the war. Sengoku sighed. The situation was complicated. While Fishman Island wanted to align with the Navy and the world government, the Navy often needed their cooperation in return. Jinbe, as a warlord, was the crucial bridge between the two. His unique status made it impossible for the Navy to simply remove him like they had with Crocodile. However, refusing a mandatory summons was a serious offense. To make matters worse, Jinbe was trying to mediate between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates, even advocating for Ace's release. Did he, or Fishman Island, for that matter, really think they had the authority to negotiate between the Navy and pirates? What's even more ridiculous is that they expect the Navy to release Ace, with the Whitebeard pirates and Fishman Island willing to pay an appropriate price in return. Leaving aside the fact that the Navy's true objective is to eliminate the Whitebeard pirates, even if that weren't the case, they would never accept a ransom from pirates. That would be a direct insult to the Navy. I see. Should I make a trip to Fishman Island? Kizaru shrugged. The former members of the Seven Warlords were certainly powerful pirates, but when facing a serious Marine Admiral, they were nothing more than a bit of extra trouble to deal with. Of course, there were exceptions, like Mihawk and Hancock. The former could even hold his own against an admiral, while the latter, though slightly weaker, wasn't someone that could be taken down easily. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since he visited Fishman Island. He wondered if the mermaid lady still remembered him. If he had known back then, he would have spared Arlong's life. After all, at the time, Arlong hadn't yet killed Belmere. At most, he was just a remnant of the Sun Pirates. So much time had passed. Had Shirley cooled down yet? Or was she still holding a grudge over him taking out Arlong? No need. That guy is already on his way to Marineford. Before Jinbe reaches headquarters, he must be captured. Fleet Admiral Sengoku spoke sternly. He could not allow any instability before the war began. All right, then. I assume the warship is ready. Since things had already been decided, Kizaru had no choice but to go along with it. He could only apologize to Old Tiger once again. Then again, he had already apologized once when he took down Arlong, so another time wouldn't make much of a difference. Yes, Strawberry's ship is ready. Once Jinbe is captured, he'll be responsible for escorting him. You must return to headquarters as soon as possible. After some thought, Sengoku decided to compensate Strawberry a little, considering it as cleaning up after Kizaru. All right, fine. Strawberry's a pretty decent guy. But do I really have to return immediately after completing the mission? Kizaru rubbed his chin. Sengoku kept emphasizing his immediate return, which irked him a little. Was he the type to use missions as an excuse to slack off, wandering around aimlessly and refusing to return until he had his fill? Sengoku silently stared at Kizaru, his meaning crystal clear. If he still didn't understand Kizaru's nature after all these years, then he had no business being Fleet Admiral. What a hassle. Let's go, little Nami. Time to get to work again. Kizaru grumbled as he got up. He had originally planned to use this as an excuse to visit Fishman Island and see if Shirley had calmed down. Too bad Sengoku had already anticipated his move. Looked like he'd have to wait until the war was over before finding another way to check on those scantily clad mermaid ladies. Why yes. Nami cautiously followed behind Kizaru, replaying the conversation between him and Sengoku in her mind, unable to help but shudder. That was one of the infamous Seven Warlords, and yet, with just a few words from Kizaru and Sengoku, he was about to be sent to Impel down. Even though she had been with Kizaru for several years now, it was only at this moment that Nami truly realized what the Navy, and Marine Admirals, meant in this world. At Marineford's naval port, Vice Admiral Strawberry, still wrapped in several bandages, let out a sigh. As a firm believer in Admiral Sakazuki's philosophy, he had always upheld strict discipline. But the moment he heard he would be executing a mission alongside Admiral Kizaru, his wounds started aching again. To convince Mihawk, he had to spar with that sword-obsessed monster for days. To welcome the Pirate Empress, he had almost been turned to stone by that unpredictable woman. To persuade Doflamingo, he had to. After all the trouble he had gone through to complete the Seven Warlords' conscription and return to headquarters, a well-meaning colleague finally told him. The conscription of the Seven Warlords had originally been assigned to Admiral Kizaru by Sengoku. For a brief moment, the usually cold and reserved Vice Admiral Strawberry nearly burst into tears. He wanted to confront Kizaru and demand why he had thrown him under the bus. Every wound on his body, every ounce of suffering he had endured, was all because of Kizaru. But that impulse lasted only a second before he ruthlessly suppressed it. As a veteran Marine, Strawberry knew far more than the younger recruits who had joined in recent years. For example, those same recruits who often complained that Admiral Kizaru was too lazy had no idea that he had once been even more ruthless than Sakazuki. Back then, his extermination of entire nations had even alarmed the world government. Who could have guessed that, years later, the once bloodthirsty monster would become the ultimate slacker, basking in the sun and taking it easy? It was fine to complain about him in private, but to say anything to Kizaru's face? Not even 3 lifetimes worth of courage would be enough for that. Well, what was done was done. People had to move forward. Even Admiral Akainu had been tricked by Kizaru before, so who was he to complain? Just as Strawberry was about to mentally convince himself to let it go, he received a new order from Sengoku. He was to accompany Admiral Kizaru in capturing Jinbe, one of the 7 warlords, and escort him to Impel down. The moment he received the order, Strawberry was dumbfounded. Admiral Kizaru? The 7 warlords? If Strawberry had known what PTSD was, he would have realized that he was probably already suffering from it, post-traumatic stress disorder caused by Kizaru and the 7 warlords. Vice Admiral Strawberry. Vice Admiral Strawberry. Sir. By the time Kizaru arrived at the port with Nami, Strawberry still hadn't recovered from his emotional breakdown. Seeing Admiral Kizaru appear, Strawberry's subordinates had no choice but to try and snap their commander out of it. Vice Admiral Strawberry, what's going on here? Nami recognized the headquarters Vice Admiral with the exceptionally long forehead and mustache. Some people might forget his name, but anyone who had seen that mustache would never forget it. This kind of looks like Sage mode. Kizaru rubbed his chin, sounding uncertain. Don't make jokes. Nami puffed up her cheeks and glared at Kizaru. He could be cool when he wanted to, but most of the time, he was just completely unreliable. How could you wrong me like this, little Nami? Kizaru put on a wounded expression. He had made a serious guess, wasn't this blank, hollow-eyed look, as if nothing in the world mattered anymore, exactly what Sage mode was. Admiral Kizaru. Snapping back to reality, Strawberry instinctively rubbed his eyes and then, with the determination of a man marching to his doom, saluted Kizaru. Are the supplies on the ship ready? Kizaru didn't care about Strawberry's emotional state. It was rare for Gion to be back at headquarters, and he wanted to have a good chat with her. If he was lucky, maybe he could even enjoy a moment of bliss with both Nami and Gion. Wouldn't that be delightful? Yes. Everything was prepared as soon as we received the order. Strawberry quickly responded, afraid that Kizaru might notice what he had just been thinking. Then let's head out. If we don't stop Jinbe, Fleet Admiral Sengoku is going to be very upset. Kizaru yawned and boarded Strawberry's fleet flagship with Nami. Although Jinbe's approximate location was already known, stopping him in the vast ocean wasn't something that could be left to chance. A couple of Navy ships wouldn't be enough to guarantee success. Fortunately, the Navy headquarters had no shortage of ships and soldiers at the moment. Elite Marines from various branches were arriving by the hour, and Marine Ford had already gathered over 50,000 troops and more than 300 warships of all sizes. Not only did they know which route Jinbe was taking, but if necessary, the Navy had the capability to completely seal off the waters around Marine Ford. A few days earlier, the world government and the Navy had publicly announced the impending execution of Fire Fist Ace, making global headlines. Even Fishman Island, 10,000 meters under the sea, had received the news. The Navy wanted the entire world to know. Not only to lure the Whitebeard pirates into their trap but also to capture the attention of the world and remind all those lawless pirates that the true rulers of the sea had always been the Navy. Even so-called pirate emperors or the bloodline of the pirate king himself, before the overwhelming might of the Navy, they were nothing more than defeated criminals. Boss Jinbe, maybe we should just forget about this. There's still time to turn back. The Ryugu Kingdom soldiers accompanying Jinbe to Marine headquarters couldn't help but try to dissuade him. Refusing the Navy's mandatory summons was already a serious offense, yet Boss Jinbe still intended to go to Marine Ford and convince them to abandon Fire Fist Ace's execution. Even the fishmen who trusted Jinbe the most didn't believe he had any chance of success. No need to persuade me further. Pops Whitebeard has done a great favor for Fishman Island, I can't just stand by and watch him fall into the Navy's trap. To repay his kindness, I'll gladly risk my life if that's what it takes. Standing firmly on the deck, Jinbe spoke with unwavering resolve. He knew full well that the Navy had mobilized such a massive force and wouldn't be swayed by a few words. But over the years, Fishman Island had relied on the Whitebeard pirates' flag to protect them from pirates and slave traders. This was a debt they couldn't ignore. Yet, at the same time, Fishman Island couldn't afford to offend the Navy or the world government either. With no other options, Jinbe had no choice but to gamble on this slim possibility. If he could convince the Navy to cancel Ace's execution, there was still a chance to prevent a disaster. Boss Jinbe, up ahead is Marine Headquarters waters. A fishman lookout shouted excitedly from the crow's nest. They didn't fully understand Jinbe's intentions, all they could do was follow his orders to the best of their ability. Good. Jinbe exhaled slightly in relief. As a warlord of the sea, his refusal to comply with the draft was already an act of betrayal. It was almost certain that a Navy force had already been dispatched to capture him. If he wanted to reach Fleet Admiral Sengoku and persuade him to halt Ace's execution, he would have to take the Navy by surprise. As long as he could set foot on Marineford. Damn. Boss Jinbe. Navy warship spotted ahead. There are warships to port and behind us too. We're surrounded. Jinbe barely had time to relax before Navy flags appeared on the horizon. Moments later, warships emerged from both flanks and their rear, completing the encirclement without the fishmen even realizing it. Much appreciated. Pass my thanks to Morgans when you return. Kizaru spoke to a news bird perched on the railing. Back when Morgans was just an ordinary journalist, Kizaru had funded him, allowing the World Economy newspaper to take off earlier than expected. Even now, Kizaru still held a 30% stake in Morgans' newspaper company. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to invest more, Morgan simply had a strong sense of control and refused to let anyone interfere with his business. If it weren't for the exclusive scoops Kizaru occasionally provided, Morgans wouldn't have even tolerated that 30% stake. But in the end, the investment was well worth it. Aside from earning a handsome annual dividend, Kizaru and those around him could rely on the news birds for assistance whenever needed. These birds, scattered across every sea, were the best spies and operatives, capable of tracking down any target Kizaru wanted. Caw. Caw. The news coup squawked at Kizaru. They weren't working for free, if he wanted their help, he needed to pay up. Otherwise, they'd go on strike next time, even if he was a major shareholder. Relax, relax. Here's 50,000 berries for overtime, plus another 50,000 as a bonus. Kizaru generously handed over double the usual fee. These little guys were extremely petty, if they weren't paid properly, getting them to cooperate next time would be a nightmare. Caw. The news crew checked the bills and, satisfied, let out a call that signaled their willingness to continue working together in the future. Meanwhile, the moment the fishmen realized they were surrounded, they fell into a panic. Sure, there were some fools among them, like Arlong and Hody Jones, who had deluded themselves into believing that fishmen were the strongest race. But most of them weren't that naive. Even back when Fisher Tiger founded the Sun Pirates, they had been relentlessly hunted by the Navy, forced to flee for their lives. Fishman Island simply wasn't strong enough to stand against the Navy. Boss Jinbe, what do we do now? The fishmen anxiously looked to Jinbe. They didn't want to become enemies of the Navy, but if it was for Boss Jinbe, they were prepared to fight to the death. This ship belongs to Ryugu Kingdom, and you are its soldiers. As long as I don't resist, the Navy won't trouble you. Jinbe's voice was steady. He had already prepared himself for this outcome before setting sail. The only regret was that he wouldn't be able to meet Fleet Admiral Sengoku and attempt to change his mind. Degree. Chapter 71, Sneaky Peeky Like. Under Jinbe's orders, the fishmen voluntarily surrendered, lowering their sails and waiting for the Navy warships to approach. Well, if it isn't the Knight of the Sea Jinbe. Refusing the mandatory summons and sneaking near Marineford, planning to attack the headquarters, are we? Standing at the bow of the warship, Kizaru gazed down at Jinbe's small vessel, casually throwing accusations at the warlord with a small smirk. He could understand Jinbe's desire to protect his people and Fishman Island, but preaching peaceful coexistence with humans while allowing anti-human sentiment to spread unchecked on Fishman Island. No matter the circumstances, that was pretty hypocritical. Of course, from Jinbe's perspective, he was in a tough spot. How could he possibly harm his own people for the sake of humans? But Kizaru was human. He could comprehend Jinbe's dilemma, but he couldn't truly sympathize. As Kizaru would put it, if you don't sit on the same side, how can you have a fair conversation? That's not my intention. I came to speak with Fleet Admiral Sengoku. You all go back. Tell King Neptune he doesn't need to worry. Jinbe spoke solemnly, giving final instructions to his crew before stepping onto the Navy warship without waiting for their response. Too bad. Fleet Admiral Sengoku doesn't want to see you. In fact, he's planning to send you straight to Impel down. Kizaru sighed, sounding somewhat annoyed. To be honest, he admired Jinbe's sense of loyalty. But because of that loyalty, Kizaru had to personally deal with this mess, which was a hassle he didn't appreciate. Why? Why is the Navy targeting Pops? Jinbe was silent for a moment before finally voicing his frustration. The Navy knew Whitebeard would never abandon a crew member. Yet they still chose to publicly execute Ace, making it clear that their true target was the Whitebeard pirates. But in Jinbe's eyes, Whitebeard wasn't just a benefactor of Fishman Island, he was a man of honor, a great pirate who upheld his own sense of justice. Even if the Navy wanted to eliminate pirates, Whitebeard wasn't the one they should be going after. All pirates deserve to die. There's no need for further explanation. Vice Admiral Strawberry spoke coldly. He had no sympathy for fishmen, especially fishmen pirates. After all, he was the one who led the attack that gravely wounded Fisher Tiger, the former captain of the Sun Pirates, when he was trying to return Koala to her homeland. It's you. Jinbe's expression darkened with rage. To fishmen, most humans looked the same, but Strawberry's distinctively long head made him instantly recognizable. This bastard was the one who killed Brother Tiger. Humph, filthy fishman. Strawberry snorted disdainfully. Back when Jinbe was still a warlord of the sea, he had to exercise restraint. But now that Fleet Admiral Sengoku had ordered Jinbe to be sent to Impel down, there was no longer any need to hold back. You're asking for death. 7,000 tile roundhouse kick. Even someone as composed as Jinbe couldn't endure Strawberry's provocation. The death of Fisher Tiger was an eternal scar in the hearts of all fishmen. Blinded by rage, the whale shark fishman twisted his body and launched a powerful roundhouse kick directly at Strawberry's head. Boom. Jinbe's sudden attack caught Strawberry off guard. In that brief moment, as despair flickered in Strawberry's eyes, a golden light flashed. Kizaru's leg struck first, sending Jinbe's massive body flying and crashing into the ship's artillery deck. The sheer impact shook the entire warship, though it quickly stabilized thanks to its sturdy construction. Don't act like I'm not here. I am an admiral, after all. Kizaru shook his head lazily. Trying to attack a vice admiral right in front of him. That was a blatant disrespect to the Navy. Even an admiral can't do whatever they want. Jinbe gritted his teeth and stood back up. The kick wasn't too heavy. Kizaru was careful not to use excessive force, as he didn't want to accidentally sink the ship. Fishmen naturally possessed superior durability compared to regular humans. And as a warlord of the sea, Jinbe wouldn't go down from a single kick. Ah, that line sounds familiar. Kizaru nearly responded instinctively, sorry, but admirals can do whatever they want. But before he could say it, Jinbe took a deep breath, eyes burning with determination. I wish to challenge Admiral Kizaru. If I win by some miracle, allow me to meet Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Jinbe's declaration startled the sailors on board. A mere pirate dares challenge Admiral Kizaru. Vice Admiral Strawberry gritted his teeth, already clutching the hilt of his sword. As soon as Admiral Kizaru gave the order, he and the other Marines would swarm in and eliminate this insolent pirate. To the Navy, the warlord system itself was a disgrace, an arrangement that forced them to turn a blind eye to legal pirates. Now that Jinbe had defied the world government's mandatory summons, attacked a vice admiral, and insulted an admiral, his status as a warlord was already forfeit. This was the perfect chance to take him down. And if they succeeded, considering Crocodile had already been imprisoned in Impel down, that would mean 2 warlords down. With only 5 left, maybe, just maybe, the warlord system could finally be abolished. That thought excited Strawberry. If he could witness the downfall of the warlord system in his lifetime, then dying at sea wouldn't be a regret. You're serious? I don't go easy on pirates, you know. Kizaru said lazily. In truth, he didn't hold any particular grudge against Jinbe. But duty was duty. And let's be real, Jinbe was no match for him. Fishman karate. Jinbe wasted no time, immediately assuming his combat stance. But before he could even make a move, a golden light flashed before his eyes. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the deck beneath Jinbe's feet shattered as Kizaru's kick sent him crashing straight through the floor, plummeting into the ship's lower decks. Oops. Looks like I might have overdone it. My bad, Strawberry, I think I just broke your ship. Kizaru scratched his head. The boost from his stand had been stronger than expected. If the warship's deck hadn't been sturdy enough, that kick might have gone straight through an ordinary ship's hull. Even so, the reinforced warship now had a gaping 4 to 5 meter wide hole in the deck. Jinbe had been sent crashing through the second floor, landing all the way down in the ship's bottom level. And no problem. Strawberry swallowed hard. It wasn't his first time witnessing an admiral's strength, but seeing a warlord of the sea nearly one-shot was still terrifying. Is he dead? Nami couldn't help but ask. Even though Belmere had survived thanks to Kizaru, the cat burglar held long-standing grudges. Because of Arlong, she had zero goodwill toward fishmen. No matter how honorable Jinbe seemed, to Nami, he was just another fishman, and she hated them all. Not yet, you know. As soon as Kizaru spoke, Jinbe, covered in blood, leapt out of the hole, a spherical mass of water forming in his palm. Fishman karate, ultimate technique, Biraken. With a mighty thrust, Jinbe unleashed a high-pressure blast of seawater, compressed to its absolute limit, straight at Kizaru. This attack wasn't just fast and powerful, it was also especially lethal against devil fruit users due to seawater's natural counter-effect. Ah, that's a bit naive, don't you think? Kizaru remained completely calm, extending his palm forward. Jinbe's eyes widened in disbelief. A moment later, an invisible force erupted from Kizaru's hand. It was haki. Kizaru's armament haki spread out, forming an impenetrable barrier that completely neutralized the water blast before it could even touch him. To use haki like this, as an absolute defense, was incredibly wasteful. Even top-tier fighters couldn't sustain such high-level armament haki indefinitely. But Kizaru didn't care. In a way, his stamina was limitless. His former weakness, his physical endurance, had been pushed beyond human limits after absorbing so much sunlight through his stand ability. Even someone like Kaido, whose body was monstrous even before his devil fruit awakening, now lagged behind Kizaru in sheer endurance. At this point, the only unknown factor that Kizaru had to be wary of was Imu. Fishman Karate, Ultimate Technique, Demon Brick Fist. Realizing that ranged attacks were useless, Jinbe had no choice but to engage in close combat. His right fist was now coated in dense armament haki. If this punch landed, even top-tier fighters would take serious damage. But Shining Dragon Punch. Kizaru didn't even try to dodge. Despite wielding one of the most evasive devil fruits in the world, he chose to meet Jinbe's attack head-on. Their fists collided, Jinbe's haki-clad punch versus Kizaru's glowing, light-infused fist. A violent shockwave exploded outward, flattening the ship's sails and forcing the marine soldiers to dive for cover against the gust. Only Nami, standing behind Kizaru, remained completely untouched, even taking a moment to mentally calculate the repair costs for the ship. But the clash lasted for only a brief moment. Jinbe, unable to withstand Kizaru's overwhelming force, was blasted away, crashing into the warship's cannon turret and leaving a massive dent in the steel structure. The entire warship shook from the impact. If Vice Admiral Strawberry's flagship hadn't been built with top-tier materials, it might have sunk right then and there. Ugh. Jinbe tried to speak, but the moment he opened his mouth, blood gushed out. Even with his fishman endurance, after taking multiple direct attacks from Kizaru, his body was finally reaching its limit. Looks like that settled. Well then, I'll leave the rest to you. Kizaru patted off imaginary dust from his clothes before signaling the Marines to shackle Jinbe with seastone chains. Even though Jinbe wasn't a devil fruit user, seastone was incredibly strong, far tougher than ordinary steel chains. A regular metal lock wouldn't be enough to restrain a former warlord of the sea. Thank you for your hard work, Admiral Kizaru. Vice Admiral Strawberry bowed respectfully. Taking down a warlord this easily. Kizaru's power was simply beyond comprehension. Make sure to be careful while transporting him. I'll be heading back to headquarters. Kizaru patted Strawberry's shoulder before boarding another warship, taking Nami with him. Lock the prisoner in the lower deck. Fleet, set course for Impel down. Strawberry watched as Kizaru's ship departed before turning back and giving his orders. Transporting a high-profile prisoner like Jinbe wasn't a small task. Especially when he was one of the 7 warlords. If Strawberry had still been a rear admiral, successfully summoning and capturing a warlord would have been enough to earn him a promotion to vice admiral. But now, as a vice admiral, the question remained. Could this capture contribute to the end of the warlord system entirely? Yes, sir. The marine soldiers were ecstatic. Aside from the sheer terror of watching Admiral Kizaru in action, praying he wouldn't accidentally sink their ship, this mission had been nothing short of a free victory. With Jinbe secured and en route to Impel down, Vice Admiral Strawberry and his men were ready to claim their credit. But at that very moment, the great underwater prison was about to receive some very unwelcome visitors. All right. Ace is locked up in there, right? Luffy clenched his fists in excitement as he stared at the massive fortress rising from the sea. Idiot. If you want to save him, stay calm. Thankfully, Sabo grabbed him before he could charge in blindly. Even just outside Impel down, there were multiple warships patrolling the area. If not for the dense fog and the small size of their vessel, neither Luffy nor Sabo would have made it this far undetected. But even having reached the prison's perimeter, getting inside was an entirely different challenge. Watchtowers covered every inch of the fortress, Marines patrolled the waters, and the prison interior was filled with elite jailers. If it were just Sabo alone, he might have had a chance, but with Luffy, that was hell mode difficulty. But Ace is waiting for us to rescue him. Luffy, naturally, was impatient. The fact that he hadn't already rushed in was a miracle. Still, no matter how anxious Luffy got, Sabo held him in place. For over half an hour, Sabo studied the guards, before finally making a decision. All right. Let's try it. Follow me. Degree. Chapter 72, Tony Stark's Shenanigans. All right. Let's try it. Follow me. Sabo wanted to see Ace too, and waiting any longer risked being spotted anyway. Might as well gamble on infiltration. His plan was simple. Disguise themselves as Marines and sneak inside. Through careful observation, Sabo had noticed the patrol shift schedule. Warships didn't patrol constantly, they rotated shifts at fixed times. Every so often, a returning patrol ship would dock at Impel Down, making it their best chance to blend in. Luffy, just hang on a bit longer. We're almost there. Sabo floated in the water, carrying Luffy on his back. He was waiting for a marine warship to get close enough to latch onto it unnoticed. Ugh. I feel so weak. Luffy lay limp, barely able to move. For a devil fruit user, seawater was just as deadly as sea stone. Normally, even half submersion would drain his strength, but right now, most of his body was submerged. If not for Sabo holding him up, Luffy would have sunk like a rock. Here it comes. Sabo shifted position, timing it perfectly. Nobody would ever suspect that. Just outside the gates of Impel Down, floating in the ocean, were two dangerous infiltrators. The warship passed through the gates, docking at the fortress. Neither the prison guards nor the marines aboard noticed anything strange. After all, Impel Down's defenses were designed to keep prisoners from escaping, not to stop people from breaking in. Because who would be stupid enough to sneak into the world's most secure prison? Yet, at that exact moment, just beyond the prison waters, a fleet of Revolutionary Army ships was standing by. Dragon-san, my marker just moved. The Chief of Staff has successfully infiltrated Impel Down. The voice came from Vicente, a revolutionary officer and user of the mark fruit. His ability allowed him to place marks on objects or people, tracking their exact location and status. Can you still sense Ivankov? Dragon remained calm, showing no emotion. Even though the two people breaking into the world's deadliest prison were his only son and his chosen successor. No problem. I can sense both Ivankov and Inazuma. Vicente nodded. The revolutionaries had been infiltrating Impel Down for years. It wasn't just a prison for criminals, it also held dissidents, rebels, and anyone who defied the world government. In secret, Ivankov had established level 5.5, turning it into a hidden revolutionary base within the prison itself. Their original plan had been to stay hidden until the revolution rose in full force, using an inside uprising to weaken the prison from within. But with Marineford War looming, Dragon saw a better opportunity. If the revolutionaries and Whitebeard both attacked at once, even if they failed to defeat the Navy, they could still send a message to the world. The age of the world government's absolute rule was ending. Even if they couldn't save Ace, just participating in the battle would rally support for their cause. Prepare to move. Wait for Ivankov's signal, then storm Impel Down. Dragon took a deep breath. This attack would decide the future of the revolution. Even his ties to Admiral Kizaru weren't enough to make him share this plan. Not because he doubted Kizaru's loyalty, but because the risk was simply too great. One leak, one mistake, and the entire revolutionary movement could collapse. Meanwhile, Kizaru, sailing back to Marine headquarters, was completely unaware that Dragon was about to attack Impel Down. Otherwise, he definitely would have warned Vice Admiral Strawberry. Because Strawberry's luck was just that bad. If this world wasn't so full of freakishly tough people, he probably wouldn't have survived this long. TCH. Being too strong has its downsides, too. Aboard his warship, Kizaru, lounging in the captain's quarters, holding a sleeping Nami, sighed. With no way to burn off energy, he had no choice but to entertain himself. Bored, he opened the group chat to see what kind of bullshit his fellow members were now up to. Fubuki, I have a variety of branded bags and outfits for sale, along with some exclusive Hero Association gear. Here's the price list if anyone's interested. Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, I don't think I have anything valuable to trade. Anyone need a beat someone up service? Kobayashi. Toru asked me to sell her shed dragon scales and, a large amount of dragon dung. Discount for bulk orders. Only on the dung, dragon scales are limited. Hybra AI, too bad I don't have the right research equipment, or I'd consider buying some dragon dung for scientific study. Orochimaru. Heh. If you're interested, Hybra, I can provide the equipment, and even hire you to conduct the research for me. Borsellino. Yo. Why is the chat so lively? What's this talk about, trade goods? Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, Admiral Kizaru. It's Tony, he wants to set up a currency system in the group to make trading resources across worlds easier. Tony Stark, hey, long time no talk, Borsellino. Come take a look at your favorite genius billionaire's latest masterpiece. Tony Stark uploads, Dimensional Chat Group Currency Exchange, version 3. Curious, Borsellino downloads the document, along with versions 1 and 2, to see what kind of nonsense Tony is cooking up this time. Tony argued that barter trade was too primitive and inconvenient. Aside from big shots like Borsellino and Orochimaru, most group members didn't even qualify to participate in major trades. This resulted in valuable resources going to waste and members in need struggling to get what they wanted. Thus, Tony proposed the creation of a universal currency, dimensional credits, DCs. Each participant would receive 100 DCs per month. Tony himself would guarantee that 1 DC equals $10,000 in his world. Members could earn more DCs by selling unique resources from their worlds. DCs could then be used to buy resources from other worlds. Of course, there were challenges. If everyone joined, Tony would need to spend $9 million per month to back the system. As more members joined, the cost would increase, potentially bankrupting Stark Industries. However, if the system ran smoothly, Tony, as the issuer, would profit immensely. More importantly, anyone joining this system would owe Tony a favor, a strategic advantage in future crises. For example, if he ever got kidnapped by terrorists again, getting help would be much easier. Borsellino. Not bad. Count me in. Half of the issued DCs go to me. I'll back them with gold. 50 DCs can be exchanged for 10 kilograms of gold from me. Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, whoa. Big boss move. Hybera AI, 10 kilograms per person. That's almost a ton of gold per year. Kobayashi. 1 ton. Tony Stark. Wow, that's insane. Borsellino. No big deal. A few years ago, I happened to meet a guy who called himself a god on an island in the sky. After a friendly chat, he gifted me a golden ship. Hybera AI. Friendly chat, huh? Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, holy crap. That's Enel, right? You got the arc maxim. Big boss. Fubuki, island in the sky. Like, an actual floating island. Borsellino, more or less. Once this war is over, I'll do a livestream tour of Sky Island for you guys. Orochimaru, If I can directly exchange DCs for gold, I'll need to start stockpiling. Esteth, master, I need gold as well. Hybera AI, what? Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, wait. Esteth is calling Kizaru, master. Esteth, correct. I lost to master in combat. From now on, I am his slave. Kobayashi. That doesn't sound great. Esteth-san, Borsellino-san is a good person, he wouldn't force you into slavery, right? Esteth. Losing means becoming a slave. The strong rule the weak, this is natural. At Borsellino, can you send me some gold? I need to reward my troops before we conquer the northern tribes. Borsellino. Of course. I'll send 1 ton of gold over first. Is that enough? Esteth. More than enough. Master, is there anything you want? Imperial relics. Or perhaps, my body. Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, damn, I'm jealous. Hybera AI. Kobayashi. Stop flirting in the group. Spare a thought for us single people. Tony Stark. Hey, single ladies are always welcome to chat with me. Hybera AI. Hello, FBI. Yes, I'd like to report a dangerous Lilicon. Please arrest him immediately. Tony Stark. Hey, I was joking. No need to take it so seriously. Orochimaru. That's enough for now. If anyone needs to trade or request missions, just at me. Orochimaru uploads current exchangeable resources and mission services in Konoha. Borsellino was the first to check out Orochimaru's uploaded list. As Konoha's 4th Hokage, Orochimaru had plenty of high-value resources to offer. Most notably, he was completely fine with spreading chakra training methods. The basic chakra refinement technique cost just 1 DC, making it cheap enough that almost everyone would be tempted to try. Once someone mastered chakra refinement, they'd naturally want more powerful jutsu, which meant they'd keep coming back to exchange more DCs. Most ninjutsu cost between 10 to 99 DCs, advanced and forbidden jutsu cost 100 plus DCs. He even offered body modifications and Kekkei Genkai implants, for a price. And for those too lazy to train, they could simply hire summon beasts from Ryuchi Cave to fight for them. Had it not been for the dimensional chat restrictions, preventing regular Konoha ninjas from traveling to other worlds, Orochimaru would have probably monopolized the group's mercenary missions. If Sengoku, the Marine Fleet Admiral, ever discovered this group, he might have even hired Konoha ninjas for the Marineford War. Hybera AI. That's so cheap. Can I exchange right now? Tony Stark. Of course. The dimensional credit system is officially active. Kobayashi-san has agreed to act as our temporary financial officer, you can check your DC balance with her. Tony Stark. Physical DC tokens are being manufactured. Shouldn't take long to distribute. Kobayashi. Alright. Hello, everyone. As of today, I'm the temporary DC finance manager. Currently, everyone except Old Man Zhang and Jotaro has joined the system. Your starting balance is 100 DCs, that's this month's allowance. Want more DCs? Then submit your world's tradable resources ASAP. By the way, Toru's shed dragon scales cost 10 DCs per piece, and 10 kilograms of dragon dung costs 1 DC. Orochimaru. Can biological samples be traded? If you can provide live dragon specimens, I'm willing to pay a high price. Kobayashi. Ahaha, sorry, no. Toru doesn't mind, but I think that's crossing the line, so it's a no-go. Hibara AI. At Orochimaru. I'd like to exchange for Chakra Refinement Technique, Shadow Clone Jutsu, several medical ninjutsu from the list. If possible, some ninja blood samples. Orochimaru. That will be 100 DCs. If you're interested, I could also hire you for my research projects. Hibara AI. I accept, but I reserve the right to refuse unethical experiments. Orochimaru. Hey, deal. Kobayashi. Okay. Transaction recorded. Hibara minus 100 DCs, Orochimaru plus 100 DCs. Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, at Hibara AI poison-tongued girl, let me remind you, chakra refinement depends on spiritual and physical energy. If you're frail, you won't be able to refine much chakra. Degree. Chapter 73, Trades. Hibara AI, I already know that. You big dumb dog. Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, not going to argue with a poison-tongued girl. Tony Stark. Hey, folks, don't rush to exchange just yet. The genius Stark also has plenty of great stuff to offer. Tony Stark uploads Stark Industries exchangeable goods list. If Orochimaru's list represented the ninja world specialties, then Tony's list was a full-fledged military arsenal. From state-of-the-art fighter jets, tanks, and artillery to rifles, landmines, and rocket launchers, if it belonged on a battlefield, it was on the list. Due to Kizaru's interference, and the fact that Dr. Einstein was still alive, this world's Tony Stark never had his "I am Iron Man" revelation and never gave up arms dealing. Instead, he was still immensely proud of Stark Industries' weapons, and the descriptions in his list were practically dripping with arrogance. Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, damn, even Iron Man suits are up for exchange. But 3,000 DCs. That'll take forever to save up. Hibara AI, hello, police. Yes, I'd like to report an arms-dealing lolicon. Kobayashi, that's terrifying. I can't believe Tony-san is actually a weapons dealer. Fubuki, I'll exchange for a few rocket launchers first, to strengthen the Fubuki group. At Orochimaru, would you be interested in buying monster corpses? Orochimaru, if they're strong or interesting, then yes. Kizaru, You guys sure made your lists fast. I still need to think about what's worth selling. Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, no need to rush, everyone. Wait for the big shots to finalize their lists, then pick what suits you best. Tony Stark. Haha, I'll expand my list later. At Kizaru, my dear friend, how about ordering an advanced battleship? Kizaru. Maybe when I become Fleet Admiral. Tony Stark. Okay. You own shares in Stark Industries, so don't forget to support your own people when the time comes. Esteth. Anyone interested in slaves? I have the finest northern barbarians, great for labor or gladiator training. Kobayashi. Whoa. Esteth-san, that's way too scary. Hibara AI. Now that's a blatant villain statement. Fubuki. A truly lawless individual. Orochimaru. High-quality slaves, huh? If you have physically strong ones, reserve a batch for me. I'm opening new research projects and need test subjects. Kizaru. Let's leave it here for now. I'll add more items later. Kizaru uploads exchangeable goods list. Too lazy to do it himself, he leaves the entire task to Nami, only changing the buyers from chat group members to world government nobles. Nami, who had been pretending to sleep, perks up immediately at the mention of money. Excited, she starts filling out the form, and before long, she hands Kizaru a fully packed exchange list. After converting berries to dimensional coins, Kizaru uploads the list to the group's shared space. Seeing the notification pop up, Fubuki from One Punch Man is the first to download it. Even though she's constantly arguing with that random passerby, she has to admit, he's actually useful. That big-mouthed idiot not only recognizes everyone in the chat, but he also casually leaks important info. Devil fruits. The moment she opens the list, Fubuki's full attention is locked onto the first item. Random Zoan-type devil fruit, 1000 DCs. Enhances physical abilities and grants an animal transformation ability. Limited to 1 per person. 1000 DCs. If she had nothing to sell and relied only on the monthly allowance, it would take at least 10 months to afford one. Even so, Fubuki finds the price insanely cheap, especially after watching that random passerby transform into a golden-furred giant ape, his combat strength skyrocketing tenfold. Before eating the devil fruit, he was just a B-class hero level, but after becoming an ability user, he instantly ranked among the top A-class heroes. In her world, this kind of power would drive people insane. If all of Fubuki group had a devil fruit, they could finally break free from their B-class king status. Even if they couldn't get 1 per person, just having 1 or 2 more A-class heroes would be a huge boost. Fubuki's heart starts racing, but 1000 DCs is still out of reach. Damn it. Even if I sell my bags and car, it's still not enough. After calculating her total assets, Fubuki realized that even at Tony Stark's base exchange rate, where 1 DC equals $10,000 in his Marvel world, the entire Fubuki group's wealth didn't even reach 500 DCs. And as for Kizaru's base price, she couldn't even trade herself for 100 kilograms of gold. Like Fubuki, most group members immediately downloaded Kizaru's list. Even Zhang Sanfeng, who rarely showed up, and Jotaro Kujo, who barely spoke, both downloaded a copy. The list included devil fruits, legendary swords, Den Den Mushi, Scipion dials, Vivre cards, Rokushiki techniques, and countless rare creatures. More importantly, Kizaru had drastically reduced the prices for most items, though with strict quantity limits, making it clear this was a special perk for group members. Tony Stark. Wow. Are the dinosaurs on the list real? Like the kind from Jurassic Park that scream and eat people? Kizaru. They should be. My subordinates found them on an island called Little Garden. Tony Stark. That's amazing. I'll take 1 pair of each, no, 2 pairs. I'm building a real-life Jurassic Park. With limitless wealth, Tony immediately started placing orders. After all, he and Kizaru co-owned the rights to issue dimensional coins. As long as they kept its base value stable, they could print as much as they wanted. In fact, the more they spent, the better. Expanding the DC economy meant they could trade even larger quantities of goods. Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, holy crap. Being rich is awesome. I just checked, a single T-Rex costs so much. That means the total cost is Hybra AI, 67,300 DCs. And you're so slow at basic math. No wonder you're a big dumb dog. Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, lies. You poison-tongued girl, don't push it, I was just lazy. Hybra AI. Oh. Then should I give you a warm-up problem? How about a simple integral inequality? Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh. Ha. Boring. Even if you were a sentient calculator, you still wouldn't beat me in a fight. Fubuki. You'll have to get through me first if you want to bully AI-chan. Kobayashi. Ahem. Passerby-san, Hybra-chan is just a kid, you should let her win. Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh. Damn it. That poison-tongued brat teamed up against me. Tony Stark. Hey, ladies, can you pause the roast session for a second? Building Jurassic Park is Stark's childhood dream. Kizaru. That's fine. The dinosaurs are just prey for giants on Little Garden anyway, but catching that many will take some time. Tony Stark. Wait. Giants. Dear friend, are giants for sale too? I wouldn't mind hiring a couple as bodyguards. Kizaru, unfortunately, no. The righteous navy doesn't deal in the slave trade. And giants can't travel between worlds like feathered serpents can. Tony Stark. Ah. That's a shame. No rush on the dinosaurs, I'll need time to build the park first. Wouldn't want my little cuties running wild. Tony Stark. Seriously, what could be cooler than designing my own Jurassic Park? Esteth. You like big beasts. I can sell you some danger beasts. Not sure about super danger beasts, but special grade and level 1 ones are easy to catch. Tony Stark. Danger beasts. Are they like monsters? Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, pretty much. I highly suggest not buying them. Compared to special grade and super danger beasts, dinosaurs are basically snacks. Esteth. I was hunting level 1 danger beasts alone when I was 7. Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, ahem. That's you, queen, most people have weak little arms and legs. They really shouldn't mess with danger beasts. Esteth, humph. But Northern Fortress only has slaves and danger beasts to trade. And Orochimaru is the only one willing to buy slaves. I need dimensional coins. Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, why not sell Imperial arms? Most of them are pretty powerful, except a few duds. Est death. Where am I supposed to find extra Imperial arms? All the ones I have already belong to their users, I can't just take them back. Kizaru. If you really need DCs, I'll just give you some. I did just sell Tony a batch of dinosaurs. You can have all the DCs from that deal. Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, damn. Kizaru-senpai, do you need a leg hair accessory? Please consider me. Est death. Thank you, master. Kizaru. Cough. You're welcome. Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, EW. Couples who flex get wrecked. Kizaru. Est death. I'll kill you. Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, wah. Big bosses, it was just a joke. Zhang Sanfeng. Passerby, friends. Next month marks my 100th birthday. If you're free, why not stop by for a drink? Kobayashi, wow. Grandpa, you're already 100. Hibara AI. Idiot. He's 99, not 100. Zhang Sanfeng was a famous Taoist priest in ancient times, there are even legends about him achieving immortality. Kobayashi. Still, that's amazing. I've never met a 99-year-old before. Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh. I'm free. Absolutely free. Master Zhang, save me a spot, I'll definitely be there for your birthday. Kobayashi. Me too. I want to celebrate Grandpa's birthday. Hibara AI. Count me in as well. I've got nothing better to do. Fubuki. If AI-chan's going, then so am I. Tony Stark. Oh, a 99th birthday banquet. Sounds fantastic. How could Stark miss such a grand occasion? Kizaru. If so many people are coming, why don't we all go celebrate together? Kizaru stroked his chin as an idea formed in his mind. He had traveled across dimensions, encountering countless familiar faces. But an in-person gathering with people from different worlds. Now that sounded interesting. Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, brilliant idea, Kizaru-senpai. Let's organize it properly, our first ever dimensional chat group meetup. Hibara AI. But with so many people traveling together. Is it safe? Grandpa's world doesn't have dinosaurs or danger beasts, right? Fubuki. Don't worry, AI-chan. I'll protect you. Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, what's there to fear? With Kizaru, Est death, and Orochimaru around. Even Godzilla would think twice before picking a fight. Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, wait a sec. 99th birthday. Master Zhang. This is the Heavenly Sword and Dragon Saber world, isn't it? Zhang Sanfeng, This old Taoist isn't sure. But there are legends about the Heavenly Sword and Dragon Saber. Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, then this must be that world. Master Zhang, do you have a disciple named Zhang Tuishan? Zhang Sanfeng. Indeed. But my wayward disciple has been missing for years. Little friend. Do you know his whereabouts? In the Heavenly Sword and Dragon Saber world, Zhang Sanfeng, who had been meditating, abruptly stood up. Among his 7 disciples, Zhang Tuishan had the greatest potential, a true scholar and warrior. He had even considered Tuishan as his successor. But then Tuishan vanished without a trace. For 10 years, no news. Likely dead. Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, I do know. But it's not exactly good news, degree. Chapter 74, a date. Hibara AI. Stop beating around the bush. Can't you see how worried the master is? Idiot dog. Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, I'm not stalling. I just don't remember everything clearly. It's been years since I watched it. Let me think. Zhang Sanfeng. No rush. Take your time, little friend. Whenever you recall something. This old Taoist will listen. Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, first off, your disciple isn't dead. He's on an island, married. And has a son named Zhang Wuji. Hibara AI, you even remember his kid's name. Ugh, whatever. Just keep going. Zhang Sanfeng, knowing that Tuishan is alive and well, this old Taoist is relieved. Do you recall where this island is? Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, I think it's called Ice and Fire Island. But don't worry, Master Zhang. When your birthday comes, Zhang Tuishan will return with his family. Kobayashi, huh? Isn't that a good thing? Grandpa's long-lost disciple coming back just in time for his birthday. Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh. The problem is, Zhang Zuishan disappeared with Xie Sun, a public enemy of the martial world. Zhang Sanfeng, you mean Zuishan is connected to Xie Sun? Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh. It's a long story. Let me just upload the plot instead. Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh uploaded. Heavenly Sword and Dragon Saber, incomplete. The dimensional chat group automatically translated the content. Even foreigners like Hybera AI and Tony Stark could understand. Even Esteth, who had zero interest in dramas, could read it. But Esteth, who only cared about battles, didn't bother. After a few glances, she lost interest. Instead, she turned her focus to the trade list. After all, Kizaru had just given her over 67,000 DCs, enough to buy powerful weapons and arm her army. Esteth pampered her soldiers to an extreme degree. She even distributed imperial rewards among her troops. But in return, she demanded absolute loyalty. Even if she ordered them to die, they weren't allowed to hesitate. Luxury brands, cars, useless junk. Dragon scales. Could be used for armor, but there are only 19. Too few. Wait, this guy's a weapons dealer. Machine guns, tanks, rocket launchers. Yes. Sitting on her frozen throne. Esthetha's chilling smile spread across her face. She couldn't wait to see these modern weapons rain down on the barbarians of the north. Hybera AI. So that's what Shinran's world is like. Wait. Why is it incomplete? Where's the rest? I want to see Zhang Wuji become the Ming cult leader. Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh. That's all I know. I watched it as a kid with my dad. I'm a modern web novel and anime fan. Not a wuxia expert. Hybera AI. Useless. Big dumb dog. Zhang Sanfeng. So that's how it is. Ah, this truly pains my heart. Fubuki, Zhang Zuishan felt guilty for what happened to his senior brother Yu Daiyan. And to protect his master and sect from getting dragged in, he ultimately chose suicide. Kobayashi, Fubuki-san, stop talking. The old man will be really sad. Zhang Sanfeng, I lost my composure. My disciple was foolish. Forgive this old man for making a spectacle of himself. Kizaru, Master Zhang, no need to be sad. Since we already know what will happen in the future, we have plenty of room to change everything. Zhang Sanfeng, what you say is true. Even if I am useless, I will not fail to protect my disciples. Esteth, HM. Are we going to war? Count me in. AI Hybera, but Zhang Zuishan's suicide wasn't just about not wanting to implicate his sect. The main reason was that he felt guilty toward his senior brother and couldn't bring himself to harm his wife, right? Zhang Sanfeng, if Daiyan knew Zuishan would take things so hard, he would never have let him walk down such a path. Kizaru, But Zhang Zuishan's wife isn't exactly the root cause, right? If someone could heal Yu Daiyan, then Zhang Zuishan wouldn't need to kill himself out of guilt. Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh. Kizaru-sama, do you have a way? Kizaru, I have some connections with the Tontata Kingdom's king. Their princess ate the heal fruit, so she can heal any injury, no matter how severe. Kobayashi, that's amazing. As expected of Kizaru-san. Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh. Kizaru-sama is awesome. Fubuki, but can people outside of the dimensional chat group travel to other worlds? Kizaru, it's not a big problem. The heal fruit can produce something called healing dandelions. Even full body paralysis can be cured with just a few of them. Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh. And as for the martial arts Zhang Sanfeng's disciple lost, if worst comes to worst, Master Zhang, have you considered giving Yu Daiyan a devil fruit? It could be a good option. Orochimaru, hey. If healing doesn't work, we can always try human modification. Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh. Orochimaru-sama, maybe hold back a little. I don't think normal people can handle such cutting-edge modifications. AI Hybera, your worlds have some seriously weird abilities. Is there one that can turn me back into an adult? Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh. Oh. Now that you mention it, I think there actually is. AI Hybera, don't tell me it's from your world. Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh. No, it's from Kizaru-sama's world. There's a female pirate named Bonnie who can turn adults into children and children into adults. Kizaru, oh, the big eater Bonnie. I ran into her on Sabaody Archipelago not long ago. But if you just want to turn back into an adult, there's no need to go through all that trouble. Kizaru, Zephyr-sensei's disciple, Ein, ate the age fruit. She can alter a person's age just by touching them. AI Hybera, no side effects. So as long as she touches me, I'll return to adulthood. Kizaru, there shouldn't be any. AI Hybera, understood. I need Miss Ain's help. What's the price? Kizaru, let me think. Got it. Once you recover, go on a date with me. Kobayashi. Fubuki. Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh. Tony Stark, ha ha ha. That's my best friend right there. AI Hybera, deal. But the date has to be in my world. Yours is way too dangerous. Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, don't let beauty blind you, Kizaru-sama. The Queen of Sarcasm's world is ridiculously dangerous. Even random passersby might be murderers. AI Hybera, idiot. Do you really think an ordinary person could threaten him? Fubuki, AI-chan, calm down. Don't agree to weird conditions so easily. Meanwhile, in the One Punch Man world, Hellish Blizzard was feeling really anxious. Back when she first joined the chat, she and AI Hybera used to bicker a lot. But after discovering their shared interests, they quickly became inseparable, true besties, not just some fake, plastic friendship. Now, watching AI Hybera practically sell herself, Fubuki couldn't just stand by. Even though Kizaru did look cool during his last livestream, no matter how good the packaging was, the guy was still a total perv. Wait. A perv? Fubuki bit her lip, stood up, and walked to the full-length mirror in her room, gazing at her own elegant and curvaceous reflection. Could it be possible that she could use a certain perv's weakness to her advantage? AI Hybera, what are you all so worried about? A date is just dinner and a movie. It's not like a high-ranking Navy admiral who upholds justice would try anything against a little girl like me, right? Kizaru, I hate people who force others the most. How could I possibly do something so disgraceful? Kobayashi, oh, right. I almost forgot Kizaru-san is a righteous marine. AI Hybera, at Kizaru, when can I come to your world to return to normal? Kizaru, it'll probably take some time. There's a major event happening soon on my end, there's a chance Marineford itself could be destroyed. You should wait until after it's over. Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, whoa, whoa. Marineford War. Kizaru-sama, don't tell me the Marineford War is about to start. Is the Navy really going to execute Ace? Kizaru, Marineford War, huh? That's a fitting name. A showdown between the strongest pirate crew and Marine headquarters, it's definitely a war of the highest level. Esteth, Master, do you need me to join the battle? Tony Stark, whoa, I'm sure you wouldn't mind making some advanced weapon purchases before the war breaks out, right? Kobayashi, that sounds terrifying. A war like this will probably take a lot of lives. Kizaru, more or less. Marine HQ is deploying 100,000 elite soldiers. Based on our estimates, the Whitebeard pirates will likely gather around 40,000 to 60,000 pirates. Kizaru, of course, that's just a cautious estimate. Realistically, the Whitebeard pirates probably don't have that many fighters. AI Hybera, why don't you just ask the dumb dog? Isn't he always bragging about knowing everything? Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, that's too much, you sharp-tongued woman. Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, honestly, I don't know the exact numbers either. Some experts online say the main Whitebeard crew has only a few thousand members, but with all their allied pirate groups, they should have at least tens of thousands, right? AI Hybera, that was a whole lot of pointless talking. Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, objection. Kizaru, alright, no need to argue about it. No matter how many people the Whitebeard pirates have, the Navy has the upper hand. Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, heh, that's assuming you and Akiji aren't going easy on them. Kobayashi, what do you mean? Is Kizaru-san slacking off? In the Dragon Maid world, Kobayashi scratched her head instinctively. In her mind, even if Kizaru-san wasn't the type to be obsessed with justice, he was still unquestionably on the side of righteousness. An organization like the Whitebeard Pirates, which sounded like the obvious villains, should be within Kizaru's jurisdiction. There's no way he'd go easy on them, right? But Passerby-san's intel was famously accurate. Though Kobayashi thought AI Hybera's police dog nickname for him was a bit mean, when she thought about it, it was actually quite fitting. Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, wait. Maybe I'm wrong. The Kizaru I know and Kizaru-sama here could be totally different people. I shouldn't just assume that he's the same as the parallel universe Kizaru. Kobayashi, HM. A parallel world version of Kizaru-san. Now I'm really curious about what he's like. AI Hybera, I'd like to know too. Fubuki, yeah, I'm pretty curious. Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, you guys are really curious, huh? Alright, I'll tell you, the parallel world Kizaru is a total poor. Kizaru, cough. Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, poor, perfectly dignified and awe-inspiring man. A true hero. Wise and mighty. Magnificently powerful. Powerful beyond measure. Basically, he's just ridiculously cool. So cool that weaklings like me don't stand a chance. Kizaru, oh, I see. As expected of my parallel self. Kobayashi, Passerby-san, you just lost all your dignity. AI Hibara, got it. I'll wait until after the war to come over. Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, Kizaru-sama, when the Marineford War starts, would you mind streaming it live? Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, this is a battle involving over 100,000 people and literal gods clashing. It'd be a shame to miss it. AI Hibara, Kizaru is a Navy Admiral. You expect him to be fighting powerful enemies and live streaming at the same time. Kobayashi, that does seem a bit unreasonable, Passerby-san. Kizaru, it's no big deal. The Navy has an overwhelming advantage, so streaming it isn't a problem. Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, that's the spirit. This battle is 800,000 versus 600,000. The advantage is ours. Kobayashi, huh? What do you mean? Didn't Kizaru-san say it's only around 100,000 on both sides? AI Hibara, who knows what nonsense the dumb dog is on about now. Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, sigh, I really miss my old meme-loving group members. Back in the One Piece world, Kizaru's mouth twitched. Several times, he had considered giving Passerby some trouble. But since he had been keeping the secret that he was actually a transmigrator, he could only silently keep score of this debt for later. Tony Stark, at Zhang Sanfeng at Jotaro Kujo, you two are the only ones left in the chat who haven't joined the dimensional currency system. Care to reconsider? Degree. Chapter 75, Assault on Impel Down, Part 1. Jotaro Kujo, this is such a hassle. Tony Stark, alright, now there's only. Oh. Zhang Sanfeng joined too. That means, from now on, this group will officially use dimensional currency. Esteth, at Tony Stark, I need these weapons. When can they be delivered? Esteth uploaded a shopping list. Tony Stark, whoa, this is a big order. Please hold on, Stark Industries will complete the delivery within 3 business days. Kobayashi, huh? Esteth-san, are you going to war too? That's a lot of weapons. AI Hibara, what a terrifying woman. Orochimaru, you could consider hiring Manda for battle. Its destructive power is quite impressive, and the required sacrifices aren't too excessive. Esteth, a snake. The temperature near the northern fortress is extremely low, with constant snowfall. Normal snakes would freeze into ice blocks in no time. Orochimaru, hey, Manda isn't an ordinary snake. You should give it a try. Summoning it costs only 100 dimensional coins, and if you can't provide a sacrifice, an additional 200 will do. Esteth, I'll think about it later. But if it's too weak and dies in battle or freezes to death, that's not my problem. Orochimaru, that's fine. Esteth, I hope this Manda of yours won't disappoint me. Kobayashi, Kizaru-san is heading into the Marineford War, Esteth-san is fighting against the northern tribes, and Grandpa Zhang Sanfeng is protecting his disciple. Why is everyone suddenly going to war? It feels like your worlds are all so dangerous. Fubuki, that's normal. Even I have to fight monsters regularly. A peaceful world like yours and AI-chan's is actually extremely rare. AI Hibara, objection. Even in my world, all sorts of criminals appear frequently. Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, ha ha ha. Sharp-tongued girl, you finally admit it. The Detective Conan world is insanely dangerous. Especially Conan, he's basically the Grim Reaper reincarnated. AI Hibara, hey, you idiot dog. Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, sharp-tongued girl. AI Hibara, idiot dog. Seeing AI Hibara and Passerby arguing, Kizaru didn't step in to stop them. Instead, he added fuel to the fire. If they weren't communicating through the chat group, those two might have already started throwing punches. Meanwhile, as Kizaru sailed back to Marineford on a battleship, Sabo and Luffy, who had infiltrated Impel Down, successfully made it to the first level above the sea. Interestingly, the massive fortress standing on the ocean's surface was only a small part of Impel Down. Like the tip of an iceberg, the real deep-sea prison lay beneath the waves, with 6 levels hidden underwater. Hoo-hoo. I finally got my strength back. Ace. Wearing a marine uniform, Luffy excitedly raised his hand. But before he could shout Ace's name, Sabo clamped a hand over his mouth. You idiot. Don't expose our identity so soon. Sabo was exasperated. In most other places, even a marine branch, he and Luffy could simply storm their way through. But among all organizations, the Revolutionary Army knew more about Impel Down than anyone except the world government and the Marines. Long before Golden Lion Shiki was imprisoned here, the Revolutionary Army's Western commander, Morley, had already escaped from this so-called world's strongest prison. Not only that, Morley had carved out an extra level 5.5 between level 5 and level 6, a hidden space that later became Ivankov's Nukama land. Over the years, as the Revolutionary Army infiltrated further, Impel Down had practically turned into a recruitment ground for them. Many prisoners sent here by the world government or Marines had ultimately joined the revolutionaries. That's exactly why Sabo understood just how heavily guarded this place was. Even if he and Luffy worked together, breaking through the layers of security to reach Eternal Hell, where Ace was likely being held, would be incredibly difficult. I want Ace to know we're here to save him. If Ace sees that you're alive, Sabo, he'll definitely be happy. Luffy spoke impatiently. That's just how he was, no matter how dangerous Sabo said Impel Down was, he wouldn't care. The monkey family was like that. Their grandfather Garp, even as an ordinary marine, had dared to team up with Roger to challenge the pirate king of that era, Rox. Their father, Dragon, was even crazier, directly declaring war on the world government itself. Compared to them, Luffy was actually mild. We're here to rescue him. At the very least, we can't get discovered before we find Ace. If they realize our target is him, they might move him before we even get there. Sabo explained seriously. These were hard-earned lessons from countless Revolutionary Army rescues. I get it. So we can't make any noise, and we can't let the Marines see us. Luffy nodded, unusually obedient in front of Sabo. He was still simple-minded, but for Ace's sake, he was doing his best to restrain himself. Of course, trying didn't always mean succeeding. That's right. We have to sneak in and... Sabo gave a satisfied smile, only to be cut off by a sudden, violent tremor beneath their feet. The entire Impel Down prison shook violently. Moments later, the sound of cannon fire erupted from the ocean's surface. Boom. The impenetrable walls of Impel Down are breached. A massive explosion tore through the fortress-like walls of Impel Down, leaving a gaping hole. A colossal ship, one that Sabo instantly recognized, charged through the opening. Mr. Dragon. Sabo was completely stunned. Before he could react, a series of familiar figures emerged on the deck of the ship, leaving him utterly speechless. East Army Commander Bello Betty, West Army Commander Morley, South Army Commander Lindbergh, and North Army Commander Karasu. The entire leadership of the Revolutionary Army had arrived. If the world government and the Marines managed to eliminate this group, the Revolutionary Army would cease to exist. Don't just stand there. Weren't you here to rescue Fire Fist Ace? Bello Betty leaped off the ship, carrying her flag, while Revolutionary Army soldiers poured out behind her, launching a direct assault on the prison. Betty, what are you guys doing here? Luffy, grinning as always, greeted Bello Betty as if her presence was nothing unusual. Obviously, we have comrades to rescue too. Bello Betty adjusted her hat and smiled at Luffy. Thanks to Dragon, Luffy had an almost maxed-out favorability rating among Revolutionary Army members. Charge. Breakthrough. Long live the Revolutionary Army. Under the command of their leaders, the Revolutionary Army soldiers easily overran the Navy and jailer defenses, storming into the first underground level of the prison. Meanwhile, deep in level 5.5 of Nukama land, the Okama king, Ivankov, and his deputy, Inazuma, had led their forces into level 5, the freezing hell. They had already slain the demon wolves and freed the prisoners locked in that frigid wasteland. If you want freedom, charge with us. Crush those damn jailers and escape from this deep-sea prison. Ivankov's booming voice echoed through the icy halls. At first glance, these prisoners seemed harmless. But to be imprisoned in level 5 meant they were all dangerous pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million berries. The mere mention of freedom made their breaths quicken, an incredibly dangerous thing in the freezing hell, where even a slight waste of body heat could lead to death. Not to mention, the relentless demon wolves were always lurking, ready to tear apart anyone too weak to resist. Still, not all prisoners were eager to follow Ivankov. Many hoped to let others take the risks while they waited for a better chance to escape. You better think carefully. This is your one and only chance to break out of Impel Down. If we fail, do you really think the jailers will believe you weren't trying to escape? Inazuma, still in his female form, spoke calmly. The opportunistic prisoners tensed up. No one knew better than they did how heavily guarded Impel Down was. If they didn't escape in large enough numbers, there was no way they'd overpower the jailers. Especially with Magellan, the prison warden, still lurking. That monster was every prisoner's worst nightmare. We'll go with you. Count me in. I've had enough of this hell. Even if I die, I'm taking some of them with me. Realizing their predicament, the prisoners quickly became restless. Some had been in the freezing hell for nearly a decade. Those who had been here longer were either frozen to death or torn apart by wolves. Everyone had had enough of this endless nightmare. Ivankov ordered his followers to distribute food and fuel, helping the prisoners regain as much strength as possible. Even pirates with bounties over 100 million couldn't avoid growing weaker in this brutal environment. If they wanted them to fight effectively, they needed to recover first. Luckily, the freezing hell was the only level without surveillance den mushy. It was simply too cold for them to survive. That meant that, for now, the jailers were unaware of what was happening. Lord Ivankov, the explosives are ready. An Okama wearing goggles waved excitedly. Ever since they built these bombs, they had been waiting for the perfect moment to set them off. Excellent. Detonate them. Ivankov flashed a huge grin and gave a thumbs up. Although Nukama Land had secret tunnels leading to other levels, the Revolutionary Army's goal was to recruit as many prisoners as possible. They needed their combat power. At the same time, they wanted to keep the truly dangerous criminals under control, preventing them from escaping and wreaking havoc on innocent civilians. Because of that, Ivankov couldn't just take the tunnels. They had to fight their way up, level by level. Fortunately, he had already sent out a signal. As soon as they moved, the Revolutionary Army outside would launch a coordinated attack on Impel Down, creating an opportunity to break out. Okay. Get ready, world government. This bomb is the very embodiment of freedom. The goggle-wearing Okama slammed the detonator. In the next moment. Boom. A violent explosion rocked the entire prison. A massive tunnel was blasted open between level 5, freezing hell, and level 4, blazing hell. Go. Okamas carrying ropes quickly scaled through the new passage into level 4 and began tossing ropes down to speed up the prisoners' escape. As the explosion echoed through the prison, the deafening sound of sirens filled the air. The jailers, still clueless about what was happening, panicked. By the time they realized something was wrong with level 4, the prisoners from level 5 had already flooded in. Shit. Get Warden Magellan on the line. We already did. He's not answering. We're screwed. Magellan's probably suffering from another diarrhea attack. The prison guards in the surveillance room were in complete disarray. They desperately tried to contact their superiors, only to discover that all communication lines had been cut. By the time someone thought to deliver the message in person, the first underground level of Impel Down was already on the verge of collapse. You guys, stop getting in my way. I'm here to save Ace. Luffy charged at the front, knocking down Marines and jailers alike with ease. Even the fearsome beast guard Brutchery, a creature that struck terror into the hearts of prisoners, couldn't stop him. Not when Sabo was right behind him. If Luffy couldn't defeat an opponent fast enough, Sabo stepped in immediately and took them down. Dragon Claw Fist. With a single strike, Sabo crushed Brutchery's massive axe. Then, with one swift kick, he sent the beast flying. Sabo, you're amazing. Luffy was thrilled. While he had to give it his all to defeat the monstrous jailers, Sabo dispatched them effortlessly. Luffy couldn't help but feel envious. If only I were as strong as Sabo. I could rescue Ace even faster. Don't worry. It won't take long before you're as strong as me, or even stronger, Luffy. Sabo smiled confidently. He knew better than anyone how much potential Luffy and Ace possessed. Degree. Chapter 76, Assault on Impel Down, Part 2. Meanwhile, the Revolutionary Army and the escaped prisoners launched a two-pronged assault. From above, the Revolutionary Army forced their way downward into Impel Down. From below, more and more freed prisoners flooded upward, overwhelming the jailers. Vice Warden Hannibal and Chief Guard Sudichan fought desperately, but it was a losing battle. The combined forces of the revolutionaries and the prisoners were simply too overwhelming. The guards were forced to abandon the second underground level, retreating to level 3, Starvation Hell, where they concentrated all their forces. They had no choice. If the Revolutionary Army and the prisoners joined forces completely, the consequences would be catastrophic. Many of the criminals in level 5 were among the most dangerous pirates in history. Even one of them escaping could lead to unimaginable disasters. Damn it. We're losing ground fast. Where the hell is Warden Magellan? Hannibal was sweating profusely, pacing like a panicked rat. Using their advantageous terrain and numbers, the guards barely managed to hold the level 3 passage. But the relentless attacks from above and below were too much. Their hastily built barricades wouldn't last long. We need to reach the warden. He's the only one who can stop this prison break. In Impel Down's environment, Magellan is invincible. Sudichan gritted her teeth, glaring at the level 4 passage. The prisoners never stopped attacking, constantly hammering at the defenses. Her first thought was to rush to Magellan's office on level 4, but the reality was. That meant breaking through an army of prisoners, then running across open ground while being swarmed from all sides. After a single moment of consideration, Sudichan abandoned the idea. Sure, she looked impressive when torturing prisoners. But if she got caught by the criminals from level 5, she'd be in big trouble. She didn't want to be part of Admiral Kizaru's Happy Mother's Day joke next year. Are you kidding me? What the hell is Magellan doing? He hasn't noticed all this chaos. Hannibal rejected the risky plan outright. Even though they had lost most of the prison, at least they had gathered their forces in one place. If they played their cards right, they could hold level 3 for a long time. Once the Marine reinforcements arrived, they could launch a counterattack and wipe out the Revolutionary Army. That victory alone would be enough to make Hannibal the next warden. But that was only if they could hold this level. If they split up now, their chances of survival would plummet. We won't last long. The kitchen and food stores are all on level 4. Deputy Head Jailer Domino spoke calmly. To make matters worse, the prisoners had already taken control of that level. The level 5 prisoners had been starving and freezing for years. In their current weakened state, the guards could just barely fend them off. But if the prisoners got their hands on food and fully recovered, the guards wouldn't stand a chance. Our only hope is that Warden Magellan figures out what's going on soon. Sudi-chan gritted her teeth and whipped the wall in frustration. Once they recaptured the prisoners, she would make sure they suffered horribly for this humiliation. Damn it. How did they manage to cut off every single communication line at the same time? She couldn't believe it. The security in Impel Down was supposed to be impenetrable. How did the prisoners and the revolutionaries execute such a perfectly timed sabotage? About that. Jailer Beast Leader Saldeth spoke hesitantly, as if afraid to say it out loud. Warden Magellan drank too much poison tea this afternoon. He's probably still dealing with the after effects. Saldeth lowered his voice, wary of demoralizing the guards. After all, Magellan, the mighty warden of Impel Down, was currently stuck on the toilet. The poisonous effects of his own devil fruit made it impossible for him to eat without poisoning his food. It wouldn't kill him, of course. But it did mean he spent 10 hours a day suffering from chronic diarrhea. At best, Magellan could only work for 4 hours a day. Not because he was lazy, but because the rest of his time was spent on the toilet. TCH. Useless. Hannibal grumbled under his breath. If he were warden, he wouldn't let the revolutionaries break into the world's most secure prison. He wouldn't only work 4 hours a day. And he definitely wouldn't be sitting on a toilet while Impel Down collapsed around him. Boom. Just as he finished complaining, a deafening explosion shook the entire prison. Just as Hannibal was grumbling to himself, a loud crash suddenly came from the 4th underground level, as if some massive creature had slammed into the wall. The warden. It must be Warden Magellan. He's fighting the escaping prisoners. Domino froze for a moment but quickly snapped back to her senses and shouted excitedly. To the prisoners of Impel Down, Magellan was an unbeatable monster. But to the guards, he was their most reliable guardian, at least when he wasn't suffering from diarrhea. Hearing that, the morale of the prison guards skyrocketed. Even the injured guards who had been carried to the back line showed joyful smiles. A few minutes earlier, holding a roll of toilet paper, Magellan trudged out of the restroom with difficulty. No matter how strong his body was, after 2 hours of non-stop diarrhea, even he was on the verge of collapse. Sigh. Next time I see Kizaru, I need to ask him for some healing dandelions. If this keeps up, it's going to kill me. Magellan let out a long sigh, filling his office with a faint purple toxic mist. If anyone walked in without a gas mask at that moment, they'd be carried out the next second. Seeing this, Magellan almost felt depressed. He wanted to get along with his guards, just like when Kazaru last visited. But his body wouldn't allow it. Even if the guards wore gas masks, staying too close to him still put them at risk of poisoning. Who locked my office door from the outside? Magellan reached for the door but found it had been locked from the outside. Recalling the strange tremors from earlier, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. No way. Bang. With one powerful kick, Magellan shattered the office door. The moment he stepped out, radiating pure killing intent, the faces of the nearby prisoners turned pale with fear. Magellan. That monster is out. Go notify Ivankov. Even if they hadn't personally suffered under Magellan's wrath, every prisoner in level 5 had seen what he was capable of. So what if they were infamous pirates with bounties over 100 million? Unless their bodies were freakishly immune to deadly poison, fighting Magellan meant one thing: death. Warden Magellan. Unfortunately, not far away, a severely injured guard weakly reached out toward Magellan with a trembling hand. When the prisoners from level 5 had stormed level 4, some guards had tried to run for help. But they had been too slow. Before one of them could reach Magellan's office, he was ambushed by the Nukama army, beaten down, and used as a punching bag by the escaped prisoners. Thanks to his sheer willpower, he had barely clung to life, just long enough to see Magellan emerge, before finally taking his last breath. You bastards. You all deserve to die. Magellan's eyes burned with fury as he watched his beloved subordinate perish before his very eyes. His rage erupted like a volcano. Shit. Run. Run. We should fight him. For freedom. Even though Magellan was feared throughout Impel Down, with freedom so close, the hardened criminals of level 5 weren't about to back down. Before, they had been too weak from starvation to put up a fight. But after taking control of the kitchen and food storage in level 4's blazing hell, they had eaten their fill. With their strength restored, why should they be afraid of Magellan? Fueled by that mindset, while most prisoners turned to flee, a significant number of ruthless ones chose to charge straight at Magellan. Venom Dragon. Blinded by rage, Magellan showed no mercy. Under normal circumstances, when suppressing riots, he would try to keep the prisoners alive. After all, these criminals hadn't been sentenced to death, and as their warden, he had no right to execute them. He had even locked up Shiryu, the sadistic chief guard, for repeatedly murdering prisoners despite warnings. But now, after witnessing the death of his loyal subordinate, Magellan no longer cared about consequences. Even if it meant going against his principles. Even if he would be punished later. He would slaughter these scum and avenge his men. 3 massive, black-purple venomous dragons erupted from Magellan's body, surging forward at terrifying speed to tear through the charging prisoners. Get behind me. Wall Fortress. At that moment, a large, square-headed prisoner stepped forward. A Paramecia-type devil fruit user with a bounty of 200 million berries, he possessed the wall fruit, allowing him to turn himself or any object he touched into an indestructible wall. His defense was so powerful that even a marine battleship's main cannon couldn't scratch him. Back when the Marines captured him, 2 vice admirals had to spend over 2 weeks exhausting his stamina before they could subdue him. His body quickly transformed into a thick, impenetrable wall, sealing off the passageway. Not even Magellan, drenched in deadly poison, could get past him to attack the other prisoners. The 3 venomous dragons crashed into the massive wall, splattering into a pool of toxic liquid upon impact. Haha. Nice one. Wait for Master Ivankov to arrive, then we'll take down Magellan together. Magellan isn't so tough after all. The once nervous prisoners erupted into cheers. They had mustered the courage to fight Magellan for their freedom, but if they could avoid battle altogether, even better. Most pirates were selfish. Why risk their lives fighting a monster like him for someone else's sake? But before they could celebrate for long, the massive wall in front of them began to tremble violently. Cracks formed as debris and gravel fell from its surface, losing its once impenetrable appearance. Hey! What the hell are you doing? Stop moving. The poison gas is seeping through the cracks. Stand firm. Aren't you always bragging about being the ultimate defense? The pirates' cheers were cut short. In their terrified gazes, a massive, agonized face appeared on the wall's surface. Ow, ow, ow. It hurt so much. The wall fruit user howled in pain. Even when he had been bombarded by marine vice admirals and blasted by countless cannon shells, he had never screamed like this. Don't mess with us. You're a wall, why the hell can you feel pain? The prisoners shouted in near panic. Whatever little courage they had built up was crumbling, and their fear of Magellan surged back stronger than ever. Wah! The wall fruit user couldn't endure any longer. He reverted to his human form and collapsed to the ground. His entire back was covered in a thick layer of venom. The highly corrosive poison had melted through his clothes and flesh, exposing his stark white spine and ribs, his internal organs now stained a deep blackish purple. I'll slaughter every last one of you scum. Dripping with deadly venom, Magellan strode forward. Every drop of poison that fell from his body corroded the stone floor, leaving behind gaping holes. Monster. Someone among the prisoners screamed, and that was all it took. Panic erupted. Every single prisoner turned and fled, abandoning any thought of fighting Magellan. The sheer terror of his all-consuming poison shattered their resolve. Even the most ruthless of pirates, who had taken countless lives without hesitation, were left trembling after witnessing their comrade's body nearly dissolve. You're all going to die. Venom gas bomb. Magellan took a deep breath. His chest expanded massively before he exhaled a colorless gas sphere, which shot toward the fleeing prisoners at terrifying speed. The gas bomb was packed with concentrated poison. Even inhaling a single whiff was lethal. Worse still, Magellan could detonate it at will, delivering a second fatal attack to any survivors. Get down. Death wink. Just as Magellan was about to wipe them all out, a loud voice echoed from the end of the passageway. Ivankov had arrived. Without waiting for every prisoner to react, Ivankov unleashed his attack. With a rapid, exaggerated blink, he fired a powerful shockwave. The blast collided head-on with the venom gas bomb in the tunnel. Boom. A massive explosion rocked all of Level 4's blazing hell. Even the prisoners and guards locked in combat elsewhere froze in shock, momentarily pausing their battles to figure out what had just happened. The prisoners who had ducked in time felt something heavy slam into their backs, nearly making them cough up blood. Then, an intense burning sensation spread across their skin. Flames and shockwaves filled the entire passageway, and even in his rage, Magellan was forced to halt his pursuit. "Everyone, follow me." Ivankov understood Magellan's power all too well. In a one-on-one fight, he wasn't too afraid of the warden. But in Impel Down, a sealed environment, Magellan's venom fruit was practically unstoppable. Unless they could get their hands on an antidote, no matter how many prisoners fought him, they were simply throwing their lives away. Their only chance of defeating this monster was to regroup with the Revolutionary Army and launch a coordinated assault. Degree. Chapter 77, Vivian. As both sides realized that Magellan, the chief warden of Impel Down, had arrived, the battle in the corridors surrounding Level 3, Starvation Hell, became even more intense. The prisoners, desperate to escape, fought with reckless abandon. If some had previously hesitated to risk their lives for freedom, now they had no choice. If they didn't fight, they would die. Despite the prison guards' desperate resistance, even Vice Warden Hannibal personally stepping into battle couldn't stop the crazed assault of the escaping prisoners. Before long, the criminals from Level 4, blazing hell, poured into Level 3, while on the other side, the Revolutionary Army, led by Luffy and Sabo, broke through the final defenses and stormed into Level 3 from Level 2. The decisive blow that shattered the guards' last defensive line came from Morley, the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Western forces. The first giant to ever escape from Impel Down, Morley used his Devil Fruit abilities to suddenly appear behind the guards' defenses, launching a pincer attack that completely crushed Impel Down's last line of defense. With no other options, Hannibal was forced to retreat with the surviving guards, barely holding onto the outer areas of Level 3, desperately waiting for Magellan and reinforcements to arrive. Given the distance between Impel Down and Marine headquarters, the Navy's main fleet could reach the prison in no more than a day. However, what Hannibal didn't know was that when the Revolutionary Army made their move, Dragon himself had personally struck down the patrolling Navy warships in record time. Being a former Marine, Dragon knew their tactics inside and out. He didn't even give the patrol fleet a chance to send out a distress signal before wiping them out. Meanwhile, inside Impel Down, the elusive Nukama had swiftly cut off all internal communication lines, and even the Den Mushi were jammed by Horn Den Mushi, preventing any calls for help from reaching Marine headquarters. "Ace. I'm here to save you." Luffy was about to dash toward the Level 4 entrance when he was suddenly yanked back by Ivankov, who had just arrived. "You idiot. You can't go down there, Magellan is coming up soon." "Wait, who the hell is this kid?" Ivankov turned his gaze to Sabo, puzzled. As far as he knew, the only people in Impel Down right now were either prison guards, criminals, or members of the Revolutionary Army. But this reckless-looking kid didn't fit any of those categories. "He's Luffy, my little brother, and Dragon's son." Sabo grinned as he held down Luffy's hat, keeping the reckless idiot from charging ahead. Though Sabo had never personally witnessed Magellan's strength, he knew enough about Ivankov's power. Even this veteran revolutionary didn't dare to fight Magellan head-on. It wasn't hard to imagine that Luffy stood no chance against that monster. Sabo believed in Luffy's potential, but that didn't mean he would blindly let him charge into battles he had no business fighting yet. "Oh. I didn't know you had a little brother, and he's also Dragon's Dragon's son." Ivankov's jaw nearly hit the floor as he jumped 3 feet into the air, staring at Luffy in absolute shock. He simply couldn't imagine a man like Dragon getting married and having children. But standing right in front of him was a full-grown Luffy, proving that it really happened. Meanwhile, outside Impel Down, a badly damaged Marine warship was sailing toward the prison. What the hell is going on? Where's the patrol fleet? Those bastards actually dared to slack off in a place this important. Vice Admiral Strawberry cursed angrily. Under normal circumstances, they should have encountered at least 3 patrol ships by now. But with Impel Down's silhouette already in sight, there wasn't a single patrol ship in the area. "Vice Admiral Strawberry. We can't contact Impel Down either." A Marine officer rushed over in a panic. Their mission was to escort Jinbe, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, to Level 6, Eternal Hell. Even in Impel Down, a prisoner of Jinbe's caliber had to be handled with extreme caution. Yet, no matter how many times they tried to call, Impel Down wasn't responding, as if the entire prison had suddenly gone silent. What the hell are those idiots doing? Once we return to Marine headquarters, I'm reporting every last one of them to Fleet Admiral Sengoku for their incompetence. Strawberry let out a muffled grunt. He had once served under Kizaru, but ultimately became a staunch follower of Akainu instead. The reason was simple: Strawberry's personality was almost a carbon copy of Akainu's. He never cared whether his actions offended others. Of course, Kizaru didn't care either, but the problem was that Kizaru was too laid back. Even if he knew someone had made a mistake, as long as it wasn't too excessive, he wouldn't bother to intervene. "After we deliver Jinbe to Impel Down, assemble the shipwrights as soon as possible to repair the hull and deck. If we hurry, we might still make it in time for Fire Fist Ace's execution." Strawberry instructed his vice admiral. His beloved flagship had almost been torn apart by Kizaru and Jinbe's battle. Fortunately, the Navy's technology was among the best, and this level of damage could be fully repaired in less than 2 days. Yes, sir. The vice admiral responded without hesitation. To serve under Vice Admiral Strawberry, one's personality had to be somewhat similar to his. However, at the thought of a potential battle against the Whitebeard pirates, even the Vice Admiral felt a surge of excitement. Vice Admiral Strawberry. We spotted floating debris, possibly from a marine warship, up ahead. At that moment, a marine lookout sounded the alarm. Strawberry, who had keen eyesight, quickly saw a broken section of a ship's railing floating on the water's surface. Stay on high alert. Strawberry frowned. The defensive forces at Impel Down were stronger than most marine bases. Under normal circumstances, no pirate would dare attack a Navy warship in this area. However, to be safe, he ordered all hands to remain vigilant. Luckily, aside from that one piece of railing, no other unusual debris was found. Maybe it just fell into the sea by accident. The Vice Admiral rubbed his chin thoughtfully. This kind of thing wasn't uncommon at sea. After all, marine warships endured constant exposure to wind, sun, and salt water, making the wood prone to decay. Without proper maintenance, even a brand new ship could suffer random structural failures. Losing a piece of railing mid-sailing wasn't particularly strange. Maybe. Strawberry nodded slightly, accepting the explanation. Still, his dissatisfaction with Impel Down's stationed Marines grew stronger. He was already considering how to report their incompetence to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. They couldn't keep letting these slackers run wild. This was Impel Down, the great undersea prison. If something went wrong, the consequences could be irreversible. But then, when Impel Down's outer walls came into view, revealing a massive breach, Strawberry immediately realized something was very wrong. Damn it. Enemy attack. Impel Down is under siege. Send an urgent report to Marine Headquarters, now. Vice Admiral Strawberry was furious. Even during Golden Lion Shiki's legendary escape, it was just one man slipping out. If Impel Down were to fall completely, the worst criminals in the world would be unleashed upon the seas. The consequences would be catastrophic. Sir. We can't contact headquarters. The enemy is using large horn Den Mushi to jam our signals. The Vice Admiral reported in panic. Just who were these attackers? Even Golden Lion Shiki, who had once raided Marine Headquarters, had to cut off his own legs just to escape Impel Down. The comparison might not be entirely fair, but it was enough to illustrate how terrifying Impel Down's defenses were supposed to be. Yet now, Impel Down had been breached. Not only was this an organized, premeditated attack, but the assailant's strength was off the charts. For Impel Down's defenses to fail so completely, just how terrifying were these enemies? Humph. Land the ship. Prepare for battle. Strawberry let out a cold snort. He knew the enemy was incredibly dangerous, but as a Marine, his duty to justice wouldn't allow him to retreat. His Vice Admiral hesitated, wanting to advise caution, but he didn't know what to say. In the end, he just gritted his teeth and ordered a Marine to stay behind, desperately trying to use a Den Mushi to contact Marine Headquarters. At that very moment, Marine Headquarters was completely unaware of Impel Down's crisis. Meanwhile, Kizaru had just arrived back at Marine Ford with Nami. The port was packed with freshly arrived elite Marines from various bases. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's plan was to assemble 100,000 elite Marines, not just to overwhelm the Whitebeard pirates with superior numbers, but also to send a message to the world. He wanted to remind all pirates of the Navy's absolute might. Whoa. I've never seen Marine Ford this crowded before. Nami couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Even counting the Navy families who lived in Marine Ford, the total population of the island was only around 40 to 50,000. Even more Marines will arrive over the next 2 days. By the time of the execution, we'll have 100,000 Marines gathered here. Kizaru remarked casually. Marine Ford didn't have the capacity to house that many people, so most of the incoming forces were stationed at nearby Marine bases or aboard warships. They would only arrive 2 days before the execution. 100,000. Nami's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly imagine such a grand spectacle. Well, the world government approved a special budget for this execution, so Fleet Admiral Sengoku is more than happy to make a big show of it. Kizaru chuckled. As someone who had come up through the ranks alongside Sengoku, he knew him all too well. Sengoku might appear calm and composed, but his philosophy was one of absolute authority and justice. In some ways, he was even more hardline than a kainu. If necessary, he would stand up to the Gorosei, 5 elders, even at the cost of his position as Fleet Admiral. Suddenly. Look over there. Whoa, they're huge. GG giants. A wave of commotion spread through the port as countless eyes turned toward the sea. A fleet of extra-large marine warships was approaching the harbor, but what truly caught everyone's attention was the towering figures seated on their decks. Marine vice admirals, of the giant race. Each one stood at an average height of nearly 20 meters, making them as imposing as mountains, even while seated. Those born and raised in Marineford had seen giant marines before, some had even served under them in battle. However, for the many branch marines, giants were the stuff of legend. Seeing so many massive figures in person, even those who had been nervous about facing the Whitebeard pirates felt a surprising sense of relief. That was the power of sheer size, it created both pressure and security. Even though Kizaru could easily take down a giant with one hand, for ordinary marines and pirates, the psychological impact of a giant vice admiral was far greater than that of a Logia admiral. Ugh, those big guys are here too, huh? Kizaru scratched his head, already thinking about making a quiet escape with Nami. Unfortunately, at 3 meters tall, he was already too conspicuous in a crowd of regular marines. An eagle-eyed giant spotted him almost immediately. Hey yo! A female giant, with golden shoulder-length hair, suddenly leaped off a warship, covering a distance of over 100 meters before crashing down onto Marineford's dock. Her warship nearly capsized from the force of her takeoff, its bow dipping 2/3 underwater before stabilizing. Run! Sensing trouble, Kizaru attempted to slip into the crowd, but it was too late. The female giant vice admiral closed the distance in just 2 strides and blocked his escape. Ha ha ha. Long time no see, Boss Borsellino. The giantess wore a pink dress shirt with a striped tie, her style casual yet oddly confident. Her curvaceous figure was exactly what Kizaru would normally appreciate, if not for the fact that she was 20 meters tall. No matter how confident he was in his small Borsellino, there were some gaps even he couldn't overcome. A/N, LOL. Remember your rank, Vivian. Call me Admiral. Kizaru groaned in frustration. Who would have thought that the once naive little girl he recruited would turn into this rowdy giant troublemaker? Decades ago, in an effort to recruit giant warriors and strengthen ties with Elbaf, the Navy had enlisted several giant marines through Carmel's connections. These giants were placed under willing vice admirals for Marineford. At the time, a newly promoted Kizaru had picked out a seemingly clueless giant girl, not caring much about her combat abilities, as long as she looked good on his ship. But to his misfortune, in just a few years, Vivian had fully assimilated into his crew's corrupt habits. Of course, Kizaru would never admit that he played any part in her development. Degree. Chapter 78, Chatterbox. Ah, what's the big deal? Come here, give me a kiss. Vivian grinned mischievously, stretching out her massive hand toward Kizaru. A cold sweat ran down his back. If he let her grab him like a doll and plant a giant wet kiss on him, his dignity as an admiral would be utterly destroyed. Stop messing around. Kizaru barked in a rare moment of seriousness, slapping her hand away before she could snatch him up. For once, the ageless admiral wasn't smiling. He, relax, it was just a joke. Vivian giggled, backing off slightly. Here, let me introduce you to my new little sister. She bounded off toward one of the newly arrived warships, leaving Kizaru rubbing his temples in exasperation. Some days, he seriously wished he could travel back in time and punch his younger self. Why had he flirted with her in the first place? Kizaru-san. A sharp voice called out from behind him. Kizaru flinched. Whenever Nami was angry, she always used that tone, and his full name. She had long since accepted that he was a certified scumbag, but the idea of him flirting with a giant was beyond even her expectations. Kizaru coughed awkwardly. Ahem. Vivian was just my subordinate back in the day. That's just her personality. I swear, I never made a move on her. Kizaru spoke with an air of righteousness, but unfortunately, using the same tricks too often made them ineffective. Not only was Nami immune to his antics, but even someone as naive as Hancock had seen through him before. Before Nami could even open her mouth, however, Vivian came dragging along a grumpy-looking female giant, dressed in a super short cheapao and a fur cape. Hey, Boss Kizaru, this kid here is Geltz, from the warrior village of Elbaf. Vivian patted Geltz on the shoulder. The newcomer was half a head shorter than Vivian, but still terrifyingly huge compared to normal humans. Even at 3 meters tall, Kizaru barely reached Geltz's knees. I already told you, I haven't agreed to join the Navy yet. Geltz looked down at the tiny Kizaru with a hint of disdain. As a warrior of Elbaf, the world's strongest country, her pride was practically visible. Even though she knew Kizaru was stronger, Geltz refused to bow her head so easily. Bang. Unfortunately for her, Vivian wasn't one to spoil brats. She smacked Geltz on the head with a flick of her finger, so hard that Nami flinched in terror. If Nami had been on the receiving end of that hit, she probably wouldn't have survived. OW, what the hell was that for? Geltz's eyes welled up with tears, but she only dared to glare at Vivian. Even though they were about the same age, Vivian was undoubtedly one of the strongest giant vice admirals in the Navy. With her mastery of both types of hockey, she was a force to be reckoned with. Even if she weren't a giant, only Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral candidates Gion and Tokicake could consistently beat her. Even in Elbaf, Vivian was renowned as a warrior. At one point, the king of Elbaf even considered having Prince Loki marry her, a move that would have solidified ties between the giants and the world government. The Navy and the government had been thrilled at the possibility. After all, trading one giant vice admiral for an alliance with Elbaf was an amazing deal. Who could have expected the whole thing to fall apart because Vivian outright refused? Had it not been for Kizaru's protection, she would have definitely been punished for rejecting such a golden opportunity. If you don't like it, fight back. Vivian sneered. The warrior culture of Elbaf was simple and direct. If you had a problem, you settled it with violence. I'll kill you. Geltz was so furious that her chest trembled, and without hesitation, she swung her massive battle axe straight at Vivian. Hey, bring it on. Vivian laughed wildly, completely ignoring the fact that they were in Marineford, and clashed with Geltz using her massive odachi. The watching Marines panicked and fled in every direction. A falling giant could crush dozens of people under sheer weight alone. Clang. Vivian's odachi clashed with Geltz's battle axe, creating a deafening metallic screech that sent several Marines sprawling just from the shockwave. It was obvious that Vivian wasn't taking this seriously. If she had, she wouldn't have even needed armament hockey. Her raw strength and technique alone were enough to crush Geltz. I'm not losing to you. Geltz's face turned red as she pushed back with all her might. TCH, what a naive little brat. Vivian cackled, completely ignoring the fact that she wasn't much older herself. She was just about to put Geltz in her place when. That's enough, if you two keep this up, I'm gonna get mad. Kizaru sighed, rubbing his temples in frustration. Ever since rejecting Prince Loki's proposal, Vivian had been doing whatever she wanted. With Kizaru shielding her, neither the Navy nor the world government could punish her outright, but they certainly weren't happy with her attitude. As a result, she had completely given up on being a proper Marine, becoming the second biggest slacker in the Navy, right behind Kizaru himself. This wasn't even the first time she had picked a fight in Marineford. If she weren't so ridiculously strong, and if she weren't the unofficial leader of the giant vice admirals, Fleet Admiral Sengoku wouldn't have bothered calling her back to Marine headquarters. Roger that. Hey, Geltz, did you hear that Boss Kizaru's getting mad? No more fighting. Vivian grinned playfully and stepped forward, effortlessly snatching Geltz's battle axe away with her bare hands. Furious, Geltz tried to retaliate with a punch, only for Vivian to grab her wrist and twist it backward. Forced to turn around in the direction of the twist, Geltz could do nothing but glare at Vivian over her shoulder in frustration. I just don't know what to do with you. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. Kizaru shook his head. Finally, the two meatheads had stopped fighting any longer, and things would have gotten out of hand. Oh boss, I want a hamburger steak. Vivian cheered, trailing behind Kizaru like an oversized little girl. Now free, Geltz didn't dare provoke Vivian any further. Elbaf's giants were violent, but they weren't idiots. She knew she couldn't win against Vivian, and she wasn't foolish enough to ask for another beating. Still, she quietly marked this down in her mental ledger. One day, she'd get her revenge on that damn woman. Meanwhile, Nami, who was walking beside Kizaru, shot an equally unhappy look at Vivian. It wasn't uncommon for women to have rivalries, and in a way, this was another kind of competition. Back when she met Gion, they had hit it off instantly. If Gion hadn't already been Vice Admiral Tsuru's sworn sister, Nami would have probably made her an honorary big sister on the spot. But with Vivian, Nami found herself disliking her more and more. Her hair was annoyingly long, but not long enough. Pick a side already. She could have at least cut it short, but no, she had to keep it at that irritating in-between length. And the worst part, she had the audacity to have hair that was the exact shade of gold that Nami loved. It pissed her off. From head to toe, from clothes to shoes, from personality to the way she spoke, everything about Vivian got under Nami's skin. Luckily, Kizaru had been walking fast from the start, as if he had no interest in talking to Vivian at all. Nami had to jog just to keep up, but for once, she didn't mind. That was, until she realized why Kizaru was walking so fast. Boss, is it true that HQ is really going to war with the Whitebeard pirates? Boss, what does Fire Fist Ace look like? Boss. I'm so sorry, Sentomaru. I'll never call you a chatterbox again. Nami wanted nothing more than to cover her ears and block out Vivian's non-stop chatter. She had thought Sentomaru was the biggest loudmouth in the Navy, but compared to Vivian, he was practically a stoic, mysterious man of few words. And the worst part, Vivian wasn't just a chatterbox, she was an aggressively friendly one. After a while, when she realized Kizaru was ignoring her, she shifted her focus to Nami. Nami, how long have you been following the boss? Nami, why do you smell like oranges? Nami. Expressionless, Nami quickened her pace, but against a giant's long strides, her little short legs were useless. Even if she ran so fast her feet sparked against the ground, there was no escaping Vivian. Is she a den mushy in disguise? On the verge of tears, Nami decided to copy Kizaru. She emptied her mind, pretending not to hear a thing. Sure enough, after getting bored, Vivian turned her attention to Geltz, who was reluctantly trailing behind. Just as Nami was about to enjoy watching Geltz suffer, she froze in horror. Geltz was, actually keeping up. The two of them were chatting away like old friends. They were both chatterboxes. As the endless stream of blah 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 filled the air behind her, Nami's soul nearly left her body. For the first time in her life, she was absolutely certain there was no way she could allow Vivian to stay by Kizaru's side. One Vivian was already unbearable. If she stayed, it'd be a buy one get one free deal with Geltz included. Who the hell could survive that? Ack. Lost in her misery, Nami suddenly smacked into Kizaru's back. For some reason, he had come to a stop. Not far ahead, in the middle of the plaza, workers were busy constructing the execution platform. At this rate, it would be finished in a day or two. What's wrong? Nami waited for a moment, then couldn't help but ask. What is it? She glanced in the direction Kizaru was looking. Aside from the unfinished execution platform, there was nothing noteworthy. It's nothing. Let's go report to Fleet Admiral Sengoku first. Kizaru shook his head. He had a decent relationship with Garp, and thinking about how, in a few days, Garp would have to stand beneath the execution platform and watch Ace be put to death, it left a bitter taste in his mouth. But when Kizaru stepped into Sengoku's office and saw Garp sitting there, the old Navy hero was as carefree as ever, as if he wasn't bothered by Ace's impending execution at all. Ah. Now that Vivian is back, you're in for a headache, Kizaru. Garp laughed gleefully from his spot on the couch, clearly recalling the lasting impression Vivian's chatterbox nature had left on him. Yeah, and I still have to take her out for a meal later. You want to come? Kizaru replied sourly. If he had known Vivian would return this soon, he would have taken his sweet time escorting Jinbei to Impel down before coming back. But no way in hell. Don't even think about dragging me into this mess. Garp stuffed a handful of popcorn into his mouth and glared at Kizaru. He didn't mind chatting with the younger generation, but not with Vivian. Absolutely not. The last time Kizaru had tricked him into taking Vivian on his ship for a short voyage, he had nightmares for a week. Every night, he dreamed of 100 Vivians surrounding him, all talking non-stop. It was pure torture. What's so bad about a lively young girl? Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had been resting with her eyes closed, spoke calmly. At that, both Kizaru and Garp instinctively shut their mouths. Compared to Tsuru's infamous lectures, Vivian's chatter was nothing. Even someone like Doflamingo, a born criminal, couldn't withstand Tsuru's lectures. They were practically a mental attack. If you two have so much free time to chat, why don't you help me with some paperwork? Sengoku tapped his desk, grabbing a document and casually feeding it to his pet goat. Within seconds, the paper was gone. The weather's nice today. I think Dalmatian just got back. How about a trip to the hot springs tonight? Kizaru pretended not to hear Sengoku's suggestion and instead turned to Garp. Asking him to do paperwork was wishful thinking. If you two don't have any actual business here, get out. Stop getting in my way. Sengoku slammed his desk in frustration. If these two idiots were even a little more diligent, his job as Fleet Admiral wouldn't be half as exhausting. Kicked out of the office, Kizaru took the two female giants to the Navy mess hall for dinner. Although called a mess hall, the dining area reserved for high-ranking officers was far from ordinary. To accommodate the two giants, as well as several of Kizaru's fellow slackers, he had no choice but to book the entire place. 60 chefs took turns cooking for over 2 hours just to feed the two giant women and a group of famously big eaters from Marine headquarters. The last time we all drank together like this was for Instructor Zephyr's birthday, wasn't it? Dalmatian mused. Among the vice admirals present, aside from him, there were Comer, Maynard, and Bastille. With the addition of Vivian, the sole female giant vice admiral, this group made up most of Kizaru's so-called slacker faction. Unlike the traditional Hawk and Dove factions, which had clear ideological goals, Kizaru's faction was more of a loose collective of people who followed his lead. Even Kizaru's fiancée, Guion, wasn't considered part of it. Interestingly, most giant vice admirals, including Guion, didn't officially belong to any faction, they were their own separate force. Vivian, however, was the exception. Degree. Chapter 79, Assault on Impel Down, Part 3. And then, because Maynard got drunk and started acting crazy, we all got kicked out by Instructor Zephyr. Vice Admiral Comer, despite being bald, had an oddly thick patch of hair at the back of his head. He spoke in an exasperated tone, holding a cup of coffee milk. Due to personal reasons, he never drank alcohol. You can't blame me entirely. It was Bastile's terrible singing that woke up Instructor Zephyr. Maynard protested, though he didn't deny he had some responsibility. Humph. Bastile, wearing his perforated bullhorn mask, let out a grunt. Even at a party, he showed no intention of removing his mask. All right, let's not argue. It's rare to have time to relax together. How about we hit the hot springs after dinner? Kizaru scratched his head, playing the peacemaker. One reason he never officially expanded the slacker faction was that he preferred staying under the radar. The other was that managing relationships was a hassle. Even with just a few members, they were always bickering. He had no idea how Sakazuki and Kazan managed to keep their Hawk and Dove factions so united. Ah, now that you mention it, I haven't soaked in a hot spring in years. Been too busy chasing pirates. Dalmatian stretched. Aside from Bastile, most members of the Slacker faction were the type to clock in, follow orders, and do their jobs. Ironically, this meant they were assigned even more tasks. But that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, people like Kizaru, who tried to slack off even during work hours, were the minority. The more missions they completed, the more achievements they could earn. Wasn't Garp supposed to join us? I was hoping to get his autograph. For my subordinates, of course. Maynard, being the youngest vice admiral present, had a closer relationship with his subordinates compared to the others. He's probably not in the best mood. Here, have a drink. Kizaru knew exactly why Garp was upset. Ace's execution was weighing on him. The old Marine hero truly saw Ace as his grandson. Though, if Roger were still alive and found out Garp was stealing his son, he might just explode in rage. Hiccup. Marine food is so good. Gertz, holding a giant skewer of roasted meat, took a bite and pulled, instantly devouring what had taken a chef half an hour to prepare. Of course. If you want to eat like this all the time, join the Marines. Come on, boss, let's drink. Vivian raised her massive cup, made specifically for giants, and slammed it down in front of Kizaru with a loud thud. Looking at the enormous cup, big enough to be used as a bathtub, maybe even big enough for Guion and Hancock to soak in together, Kizaru rolled his eyes. He wasn't like Garp, who could eat and drink like a giant. But before he could refuse, Sengoku's adjutant suddenly burst into the room. Admiral Kizaru. Impel Down has been attacked by the Revolutionary Army. Chief Warden Magellan is severely injured and unconscious, and an estimated 60% of the prisoners have escaped from the underwater prison. The adjutant still had a look of panic on his face. For the Marines, this was nothing short of a nightmare. Not only did it mean that 10 years' worth of effort had been nearly wiped out, but even worse, countless criminals with deep hatred for the Marines were now on the loose. No one could predict the chaos they would unleash. The only small silver lining was that, at least for the next year, the Marines wouldn't have to worry about their budget. No matter how wary the world government was of the Navy, they wouldn't dare cut funding in the face of thousands of escaped convicts. With such a major crisis unfolding, the Slacker faction's gathering had to end immediately. A few hours earlier, the furious Chief Warden Magellan charged into Level 3 of Impel Down, the starvation hell, his entire body emitting thick, poisonous smoke. Staring at the floor littered with dead prison guards, the normally strict and stoic Magellan was consumed by an unprecedented rage. I will make sure you all die here. Venom Abyss. A massive cloud of deadly poison spread from Magellan, corroding everything in its path. Stone and metal alike dissolved into piles of mush under its toxic assault. Within mere seconds, the corridors were engulfed in Magellan's poisonous mist, which surged toward the Revolutionary Army and the escaping prisoners like a tidal wave. Faced with the endless poison, even Ivankov had no choice but to retreat while dragging Luffy by the collar, terrified of making the slightest contact with the toxic gas. Why are we running? Before Luffy could finish his sentence, he saw a prisoner who had lagged behind due to an injured leg get swallowed by the poison. In an instant, the man's prison uniform and flesh melted away completely. Only a pile of bones remained, which crumbled to dust the moment they hit the ground. Even his skeleton had been corroded beyond recognition. Luffy gulped. He wasn't afraid of dying, but this kind of death, being melted away into nothing, was downright terrifying. You're not getting away. Venom Demon, Hell's Judgment. Behind Magellan, a towering crimson skeletal giant, made entirely of venom, took shape. This was his ultimate poison. Anything it touched would be infected and gradually dissolve into nothingness. Any person struck by it would suffer a slow, inescapable death. The venomous giant reached out with a massive hand toward Ivankov and Luffy. Ivankov immediately tried to flee with Luffy in tow, only to realize. I can't move. Damn it, when did this happen? Straw Hat Boy, run. Unbeknownst to Ivankov, Magellan had been releasing a weaker, colorless, odorless toxin the entire time. Ivankov had inhaled just enough for paralysis to set in, rendering him unable to move. Though Ivankov could cure himself, there was no time. Magellan's poisonous grip was closing in fast. Dragon Claw Fist, Dragon's Breath. Just as Ivankov and Luffy were about to be caught by Magellan's venom demon, a cloaked figure arrived just in time. Dragon, with fingers curled like claws, gathered a raging storm in his palm and struck directly. The storm took the shape of a dragon's claw, smashing apart the venom demon's hand, while the resulting wind pressure forced the surrounding poison cloud back. Fufufu. Saved, saved. That scared me to death, Dragon. Ivankov patted his chest in relief. He wasn't particularly afraid of dying himself, but he couldn't afford to let Dragon's son die here. Besides, the dawn of the Revolutionary Army was right before them. If he were to die now, he'd never be able to rest in peace. The world's most dangerous criminal. Revolutionary Dragon. So this was all the work of the Revolutionary Army. Magellan, furious, exhaled lethal poison with every word. Even without attacking, anyone who stepped within 5 meters of him would be instantly killed by the toxic fumes. The world government upholds its corrupt rule by imprisoning anyone who might threaten their power, even innocent civilians. Even if the Revolutionary Army didn't stand up against them, someone else eventually would. Compared to the towering Magellan and his colossal venom demon, Dragon seemed small. But at that moment, to the onlookers, his presence loomed even larger than Magellan's. Ridiculous. Are you saying these pirates are innocent civilians? Magellan shouted in fury, spitting venomous droplets onto the stone floor, which immediately corroded into large pits. Whether they are innocent or not is something we will determine later. If you're willing to step aside, I can guarantee the safety of you and your men. As Dragon spoke, he raised a hand. Almost immediately, Revolutionary Army soldiers appeared, escorting captured Impel down guards, including Deputy Warden Hannibal. With the prison guards trapped between the Revolutionary Army and the escaping prisoners, all of them had become hostages. Magellan, burning with rage, felt as if a bucket of cold water had just been dumped on him. He wanted to fight to the death but hesitated, knowing his subordinates were at risk. Seeing this, Dragon let out a subtle sigh of relief. Magellan's strength, while not yet at the level of the strongest fighters in the world, was still formidable. If they were forced into a battle, even Dragon wasn't certain of victory. After all, Impel Down's closed environment was practically built for Magellan's abilities. Even if Dragon won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. What the hell are you thinking, Magellan? You're the chief warden of Impel Down. If these damned pirates escape, do you know how many innocent civilians will suffer? Why are you hesitating? Despite being severely injured, Hannibal suddenly lifted his head, screaming with all his remaining strength. His face was battered and swollen, his eyes barely able to open, but his voice rang loud and clear. Damn! Bello Betty, sensing trouble, delivered a swift chop to the back of Hannibal's neck, knocking him unconscious. But it was too late. Hannibal's words had struck a nerve. With bloodshot eyes, Magellan's body surged with a fresh wave of venom. His venom demon grew even larger before charging toward the biggest cluster of escaping prisoners. The battle reignited. Venom hell. Magellan, who usually restrained his own poison to avoid unnecessary casualties, unleashed everything at once. A tidal wave of toxic mist erupted in all directions. Though this kind of widespread attack wouldn't be much of a threat to powerful enemies like Dragon, there were very few people in Impel Down capable of surviving it. Everyone, get out. Dragon Claw Fist, Tornado. Dragon crossed his arms before him, then forcefully swung them apart, unleashing a rapidly expanding tornado. In an instant, it sucked in the vast poison cloud. Seeing this, Magellan only sneered and continued spewing venom. The tornado, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of poison, rapidly turned a deep crimson, then darkened into a congealed, blood-like red. Dragon's expression changed. The tornado had managed to contain the poison, but the toxic mist hadn't disappeared. If they were in an open area, he could have dispersed the poison with the wind. But in a closed space like Impel Down, doing so would only spread the toxin, making things even worse. Dragon. Over here. Western Army Commander Morley plunged his giant fork into the ground, shifting the very floor beneath them like flowing water. The once flat floor quickly rose into waves. Ivankov's right-hand man, Inazuma, transformed his hands into massive scissors and, with a swift snip, cut the ground itself. The detached section of floor lifted into the air like a thick carpet. Fufufu. Nukama Kenpo, Dream Strike. Ivankov leaped high into the air and unleashed a flurry of high-speed hand chops, adjusting the cutout floor section to the perfect angle before letting it fall back down, forming a massive, open-mouthed bag. Dragon Claw Fist, Dragon King's Breath. Dragon timed his attack perfectly, using the windstorm to push the tornado and all the poison directly into the makeshift pouch. Amazing. Luffy's eyes sparkled in awe. Their teamwork was incredible. Without needing to exchange a single word, everyone instinctively knew what to do. He couldn't wait to try something like this with his own crew. Next time, he'd test out their synergy with Zoro and Sanji. Dragon. Marines have entered level 1. At that moment, Koala rushed in with an urgent report. The Revolutionary Army's forces were limited, and they had left too few men on the lower floors. If the Marines blocked their escape route, the situation would become dire. Luffy. Come with me. Sabo called out to Luffy. In this battle, Luffy wasn't strong enough to be of help to Dragon. Plus, he lacked the deep camaraderie and experience the revolutionary commanders had in working together. If he stayed, he'd only slow them down. Okay. Luffy still wanted to save Ace first, but when he heard Sabo's command, he instinctively followed him. As Vice Admiral Strawberry led the Marines into level 1 of Impel Down, the scene before him made his blood boil. Most of the prisoners were still locked up, but all the prison guards had been thrown into empty cells. Meanwhile, Revolutionary Army soldiers stood watch over them. The revolutionaries planned to take full control of the prison before screening out and freeing those deemed less evil. Eliminate them. Strawberry didn't hesitate. Even though his wounds hadn't fully healed, he immediately drew his twin swords, ready to fight. Gomu Gomu no pistol. Before he could attack, a rubbery fist stretched toward him at high speed. Strawberry barely had time to raise his swords in defense. The impact sent him stumbling several steps backward. Vice Admiral Strawberry, huh? Koalas told me quite a bit about you. Sabo smirked as he stepped forward. Seeing Strawberry was a relief, he had been worried an admiral might show up. Any one of them would have been a massive problem. Your Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff Sabo. Bounty, 602 million berries. The second most dangerous man after Dragon. Strawberry's expression turned grim. This situation couldn't get any worse. The Revolutionary Army was attacking Impel Down. And if Sabo was here, then there was a very real chance Dragon was here too. Degree. Chapter 80, Assault on Impel Down, Part 4. 600 million. Luffy's eyes widened. Sabo. That's awesome. His own bounty was only 300 million, Sabo's was more than double that. What Luffy didn't know was that after attacking the celestial dragons at Sabaody, his bounty had already jumped to 500 million berries. Worse, enraged celestial dragons had secretly placed a black market bounty on Luffy's head, offering an astronomical sum. Considering the gap in strength between Sabo and Luffy, the fact that Luffy's bounty was so close to Sabo's was ridiculous. Haha, 600 million isn't a big deal. Sabo tipped his hat, trying to sound casual. But since Luffy was the one praising him, he couldn't help feeling a little proud. Strawberry's second-in-command swallowed hard. Their opponents were a 300 million berry pirate and a 600 million berry revolutionary. To be honest, he didn't think the Vice Admiral could handle even one of them. And the most terrifying factor? The world's most dangerous criminal, Dragon, could appear at any moment. For a brief moment, the officer wanted to suggest retreating until Marine headquarters sent reinforcements. Is it just you, Vice Admiral? Sabo twirled his metal pipe, grinning. Too bad. You're too late. Humph. Justice may be late, but it never fails to arrive. Strawberry shouted, recalling a quote from Admiral Kizaru. Of course, he had never heard the part Kizaru muttered to himself afterward. Justice that arrives late isn't really justice at all. Let's wrap this up quickly, Luffy. Even though Sabo wasn't worried about Strawberry, he didn't want any unexpected variables in play. But before they could attack, the ground suddenly shook violently beneath them. Rumble. What's going on? Sabo's expression darkened. Strawberry's face lit up with hope. They haven't completely taken over Impel Down. The prison guards are still resisting. Eliminate these criminals. His worst fear had been that Impel Down's guards had already been wiped out. If that were the case, then his single warship's crew wouldn't stand a chance at stopping the Revolutionary Army and the escaping prisoners. But the tremors beneath their feet proved that the guards were still fighting back. If they could hold out just long enough, the guards inside and the Marines outside could launch a pincer attack and crush the revolutionaries. Eliminate them. For justice. Open fire. The Marines charged towards Sabo and Luffy, weapons ready. Dragon's breath. Sabo attacked first, unleashing a massive wave of flames, swallowing the incoming Marines whole. His fists quickly becoming coated in jet black armament hockey as he lightly touched the ground beneath him. Although it was unlikely, he held back a bit to avoid accidentally breaking through the floor. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, boom, the ground shattered, sending a violent tremor through the battlefield. The force of the shockwave knocked the surrounding Marines off their feet as dust and debris spread in all directions. Only Vice Admiral Strawberry managed to leap away in time, dodging the impact. He knew Sabo well enough to shift his focus to Luffy instead. It wasn't just because Luffy had a lower bounty and was relatively weaker, more importantly, Luffy was the notorious criminal who had assaulted the Celestial Dragons. Strawberry himself didn't particularly care for the Celestial Dragons, but protecting them was the Navy's duty, as dictated by the world government. As a Marine, he had no choice but to obey. Dual blade, decapitation. With a flash of silver, Strawberry's twin swords crossed in front of him and slashed toward Luffy's neck. Gomu Gomu no Volcano. Luffy bent backward, dodging the strike. At the same time, he kicked upward with explosive force, sending Strawberry's swords flying. Hey, don't just go after someone's little brother like that. Dragon Claw. Before Strawberry could counterattack, Sabo had already appeared behind him. His fingers curled into a claw as he grabbed onto Strawberry's elongated head. Strawberry let out a pained scream, but Sabo didn't give him a chance to resist. He swung with full force, hurling the Vice Admiral into a prison cell. The impact shattered the iron bars, and Strawberry collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Compared to Sabo, who had earned his place on the stage of true powerhouses, even a veteran Vice Admiral like Strawberry was no match. The tremors continued to shake the prison. However, against an opponent like Dragon, backed by high-ranking revolutionary officers, even the rampaging Magellan was beginning to falter. Deep beneath the sea, in Impel Down's Level 6, Eternal Hell, the relentless quaking finally caught the attention of the inmates. Phew. What the hell is Magellan doing up there? Former head jailer Shiryu stepped toward the bars of his cell, trying to catch a glimpse of any movement in the distant corridors. Technically, Shiryu was supposed to be part of Impel Down's security. However, his habit of murdering prisoners for fun had led Magellan to imprison him in Level 6 instead. Murururu. Could it be a prison break? Not far from Shiryu's cell, a long-nosed woman in heavy seastone shackles let out a sharp laugh. She was Katarina Devon, known as the Crescent Moon Hunter, a mythical Zoan devil fruit user and the most dangerous female pirate ever imprisoned. Hey, Shiryu. Can you tell what's happening? This damn prison isn't going to collapse, is it? If it's about to cave in, hurry up and let us out. Isn't Magellan supposed to follow the rules? Ha ha ha. If someone's really breaking in, I'll make them my new captain. The prisoners were getting restless. But Level 6 security was incredibly tight. Every inmate, devil fruit user or not, was shackled with reinforced seastone cuffs and chains. Even former warlords were reduced to nothing more than ordinary prisoners here. TCH. How boring. In the corner of a cell, a man bound head to toe in chains scoffed. His hands were locked in seastone cuffs, restricting his every movement. It was none other than Crocodile, the sand crocodile. As a rare Logia-type devil fruit user, his restraints were the most severe. After all, Logia users were notoriously difficult to kill. If he ever regained his freedom, even Magellan would struggle to recapture him. Bang. Suddenly, the massive doors of Level 6 were kicked open. Standing in the doorway was none other than Monkey D. Luffy. Ace. I'm here to save you. Luffy yelled excitedly, eager to tell Ace that Sabo was still alive. That voice. Crocodile's eyes snapped open. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Ace. Luffy sprinted past row after row of prison cells, completely ignoring the desperate pleas and shouts from the infamous criminals locked inside. He only stopped when he reached a particular cell, then, stepping back, he peered through the bars. Umph. Never thought I'd see you here, Straw Hat. Crocodile sneered. If only he had a cigar, his words would have carried even more weight. Eh? You're, that guy, right? Luffy's expression grew serious as he racked his brain. He thought hard for a long moment, then finally scratched his head in confusion. Who were you again? You damn brat. My name is Crocodile. Crocodile snapped. This little punk had ruined his carefully laid plans, crushed his dreams, and now had the audacity to pretend not to remember him. If Straw Hat was doing this on purpose, then Crocodile had to admit, he had succeeded in pissing him off. Oh. Right. You're that crocodile bastard. Luffy clapped his hands in realization. Wait. Why are you here? Luffy tilted his head, looking genuinely puzzled. Wasn't this guy working with the Marines? He was something like a 7-something, right? Crocodile was trembling with rage. Did this Straw Hat brat have any self-awareness? Did he seriously not understand why he was here? Originally, Crocodile had considered exchanging a few words with Luffy, but before he could, a voice, one that haunted his nightmares, reached his ears. Straw Hat Boy. Oh. Isn't that Croco Boy? Let me see where I put the key to this cell. With light, almost childlike steps, Emporio Ivankov pranced over to Luffy's side. Upon spotting Crocodile locked behind the bars, his eyes immediately lit up with excitement. The revolutionaries had deliberately chosen not to release the Level 6 prisoners right away, fearing that they wouldn't be able to control these lawless criminals. Only after taking down Magellan with everything they had did they finally begin carefully selecting who could be freed. Crocodile, however, was an exception. Even though he, too, was an unpredictable powerhouse, Ivankov just so happened to hold certain secrets about him. That meant Crocodile's strength could be leveraged. Get lost. I have no interest in getting out of here. Crocodile gritted his teeth. Of all things, Straw Hat had teamed up with Ivankov. That was somehow even more infuriating than Whitebeard. Hee-haw, can you really afford to talk to me like that, Croco boy? Ivankov grinned wickedly, making Crocodile's breathing grow noticeably heavier. Hey, Iva. You know this crocodile bastard. Even someone as dense as Luffy could tell that there was something odd about the way Crocodile and Ivankov interacted. A long time ago, back when this guy was still just a rookie. Ivankov puffed out his chest proudly, placing his hands on his hips. But before he could finish, an enraged crocodile yanked on his chains, making them rattle loudly. Shut up. What the hell are you trying to pull? Crocodile sat up, glaring daggers at Ivankov. Hee-haw, Straw Hat boy, go ahead and let Croco boy out. He'll be useful to us. Ivankov tossed Luffy the key. The surrounding prisoners erupted in excitement, slamming their shackled hands against the bars. Hey. Let us out too. Are you guys pirates? I'll be your underling, just set me free. If you don't let me out, I'll kill you all. Bang. 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 The prisoners pounded against the iron bars, but neither Luffy nor Ivankov paid them any mind. What's going on up there? How did you guys even break into eternal hell? Now free from his chains, Crocodile's expression was complicated. But, under Ivankov's not-so-subtle threat, he had no choice but to begrudgingly cooperate with Straw Hat. We beat up all the guards and walked down here through the passage. Luffy spoke bluntly, without hesitation. The prisoners were stunned. They had assumed Luffy and Ivankov had simply found some hidden weakness in Impel Down security, allowing them to temporarily break out and hide in eternal hell. If they wanted to escape for real, they'd still have to face the prison's elite guards, and that monster of a warden, Magellan. That's why only the truly desperate prisoners were willing to take the risk and follow them. But now, that straw hat-wearing brat was claiming that they had defeated all the guards and simply walked down here. You're joking, right, straw hat brat? What about Magellan? Shiryu growled in disbelief. Of all people, he knew just how terrifying Magellan was inside Impel Down. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that unless a Marine Admiral or one of the Yonko personally stepped in, Shiryu simply couldn't imagine anyone being able to defeat Magellan in this environment. You mean that poison-spewing old guy? Yeah, he got taken down. Luffy adjusted his hat, sounding impatient. He was busy looking for Ace, he didn't have time to chat with these guys. Let me out. Please. I'll do anything. Release me. I'm innocent. Give me the key. I can give you treasure, 1 billion berries. No, 10 billion berries. The prisoners went insane. Freedom was right there. Unlike common pirates, most of them wouldn't survive just a few years in Impel Down, many had already spent decades rotting away in eternal hell. They were one step away from total madness. Consider this a favor, straw hat brat. Now free, Crocodile's emotions were complicated. Luffy had destroyed his dreams, shattered years of careful planning. And yet, it was Luffy who had just pulled him out of this hopeless abyss. Oh, do you know where Ace is being held? Luffy didn't care about the so-called favor. His only focus was finding Ace. But eternal hell was massive. Impel Down's tower-like structure meant that each lower level was far larger than the one above it. Level 6 was so vast that it could even imprison giants like Sanwan Wolf. That meant searching for Ace's cell was going to be an absolute nightmare. Fire Fist Ace. Crocodile removed his prison uniform, slipping back into his black fur coat. As he did, he casually slicked back his hair. You know where Ace is? Luffy asked eagerly. But just as his expectations soared, Crocodile's response crushed them entirely. Degree. Chapter 81, Arriving. Ah, that guy used to be locked up here in eternal hell. But yesterday, or maybe the day before. You know how it is in this godforsaken place, time feels meaningless. Anyway, the Marines came and took Fire Fist Ace away. Crocodile cast a sidelong glance at Luffy, silently speculating about the relationship between Straw Hat and Fire Fist Ace. Ace was the commander of Whitebeard's 2nd Division. Under normal circumstances, he shouldn't have any connection to Luffy, right? What? Where did they take Ace? Luffy's shock quickly turned to fury. He and Sabo had fought their way into Impel Down, defeated the prison guards and Marines alongside their allies, only to now hear from Crocodile that the Navy had already taken Ace away. Who knows? But if they really want to go to war with the Whitebeard pirates, he's probably being taken to Marineford for execution. Crocodile sneered. To him, the Navy was far too arrogant. Whitebeard wasn't some frail old man who could be taken down easily. And then there were the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates. If the Navy thought they could simply wipe out Whitebeard's crew, they might just end up getting their teeth kicked in. Well then, Crocodile Boy, I assume you'll be helping us out. If the Navy really intends to make a move on Whitebeard. Ivankov's expression darkened briefly upon hearing that Ace had been taken away. But a moment later, he flashed his usual cheeky grin and spoke up. Humph. Of course. If anyone is going to take Whitebeard's head, it'll be me. Crocodile lit a cigar, taking a deep drag. There was no way he'd let Whitebeard die at someone else's hands. Iva, I don't have time to waste here, I'm going to Marineford to save Ace. Luffy bolted toward the passageway, but Ivankov quickly blocked his path. Don't rush. We're going to rescue Ace too. The more people we have, the better, right? After some persuasion, Luffy finally stopped. Impulsive as he was, even he knew he couldn't save Ace alone. If there were no allies, he would have gone without hesitation, but now that so many were willing to help, Luffy forced himself to calm down. While the battle in Impel Down was coming to a close, and the Revolutionary Army was temporarily shutting down their transponder snails to contact their allies outside. No one knew that, deep in the cargo hold of a battered, forgotten marine warship, a lone marine was clutching a transponder snail, desperately trying to dial Marineford. And just as the Den Mushi with horns went silent, the call connected. Bang. Fleet Admiral Sengoku slammed his desk so hard it shattered into pieces. The strategic genius of the Marines was furious, so furious that he couldn't even contain his emotions. Impel Down had been raided by the Revolutionary Army. Warden Magellan was gravely injured. The prison's guards had been completely overwhelmed. More than 60% of the prisoners had been broken out and taken by the Revolutionary Army. This was nothing short of a humiliation for the Navy. And it came right as they were preparing to deal with Whitebeard. Even if they managed to defeat the Whitebeard pirates, their reputation would already be in shambles. What's Magellan's condition? Can the guards at least compile a list of the escaped prisoners? Vice Admiral Tsuru spoke up. In front of her, the transponder snail displayed the terrified face of the Marine on the other end, still hiding in the ship's cargo hold. Because of the warship's severe damage, the Revolutionary Army and escaping prisoners had ignored it, assuming it was useless. That's how this Marine managed to survive. Why yes, ma'am. The doctors are treating Warden Magellan, but his injuries are severe. His whole body is still leaking poison, making treatment extremely difficult. As for the escaped prisoners, the number is too high. Deputy Warden Hannibal is unconscious, so we can't get an exact count yet. But based on the prison's records, we estimate that around 60% of the inmates have escaped. The Marine's voice trembled. He had only enlisted 2 years ago, he never imagined he'd experience something like this. What's Vice Admiral Strawberry's condition? Sakazuki had just returned to Marine HQ, his voice as cold and hard as stone. If Sengoku's reaction was anger, then Sakazuki was like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Even through the transponder snail, the Marine on the other end could feel the suffocating heat and pressure. It was scorching, almost burning his face. Our report. Vice Admiral Strawberry has suffered a severe head injury, his skull is fractured. The Marine mustered every ounce of courage just to finish his report. By the time he did, he was drenched in sweat. I'll go myself. Vice Admiral Garp barely had time to finish speaking before Sakazuki cut him off. I'll go instead. I'll send those damn revolutionaries and escaped prisoners straight to the bottom of the sea. Let them taste what it's like to be swallowed by magma. Sakazuki's voice was filled with rage. Vice Admiral Strawberry wasn't just his subordinate, he was a like-minded comrade. Even within the already aggressive Hawk faction of the Marines, few were as extreme as Sakazuki and Strawberry, men who believed that pirates should be eliminated by any means necessary. Strawberry's severe injuries weren't just a slap to the Navy's face, they were a direct insult to Sakazuki himself. Garp hesitated for a moment but ultimately didn't argue. The only reason he had volunteered was because he'd heard that Straw Hat Luffy was involved in the attack on Impel Down. Garp was already destined to lose Ace, he didn't want to lose his other grandson as well. But duty reminded him that he couldn't show favoritism to pirates, even if one of them was his own flesh and blood. Of course, that was easy to say from a distance. If he were to stand face to face with Luffy, Garp wasn't sure if he could truly hold the line. Sakazuki, stand down. Fleet Admiral Sengoku finally spoke after a long silence. To everyone's surprise, he didn't assign the mission to Sakazuki, he turned to the men who had remained quiet the entire time. Kizaru, I want you to go. A major crisis like the attack on Impel Down required a Marine Admiral to take charge. Of course, Vice Admiral Garp or Vice Admiral Tsuru also had the authority to handle it. But what mattered most was how the situation would be handled in a way that minimized damage to the Navy's reputation. With Ace's execution drawing near, the threat of the Whitebeard pirates loomed larger than ever. Opening up a second battlefield against the Revolutionary Army and escaped prisoners was not a wise move. If Sakazuki went after them and failed to catch up, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if he did catch up, it would turn into an all-out battle to the death. Even if the Marines won, they would suffer heavy casualties. Worse still, the damage had already been done, the world would remember that Impel Down had been breached. It wouldn't matter how the Marines retaliated afterward. The only thing that would stick in people's minds was that the world's most secure prison had been broken into. Kizaru, on the other hand, would only take action if he was absolutely certain of success. His top priority would be to restore order at Impel Down as quickly as possible, ensuring that no one else got any bright ideas about attacking the prison. All right, leave it to me. Kizaru scratched his head. To be honest, he was still puzzled about where Kuma had sent Luffy. At first, he had worried that Boa Hancock might take advantage of the situation. But surprisingly, Kuma had sent Luffy straight to Dragon's territory. That move had been unexpected. And now, Dragon himself had led Luffy in an assault on Impel Down. Was this really the same Dragon he knew? Hurry back once you're done. I'm moving up Fire Fist Ace's execution. Sengoku's eyes burned with fury. Once the Marines took down the Whitebeard pirates, their next target would be the Revolutionary Army. I'll wrap things up quickly. Kizaru stood up, preparing to board the fastest available warship to Impel Down. If everything went smoothly, he could arrive before dawn. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I request permission to accompany Admiral Kizaru to Impel Down. At that moment, Vice Admiral Gion stood up and spoke. She wanted to recapture as many escaped prisoners as possible before they could flee too far. If too much time passed, tracking them down would become nearly impossible. Go. Once Impel Down is secured, you won't need to return immediately. You'll be in charge of leading a team to hunt down the escaped prisoners. Sengoku deliberated for a moment before giving the order, though he wasn't entirely happy about it. A Marine Admiral's strength couldn't be wasted on chasing escaped prisoners. But losing one Vice Admiral wouldn't significantly impact the upcoming war. If Gion could capture even a fraction of the escapees, it would be something. Yes, sir. I won't let you down. Gion was overjoyed. Every prisoner recaptured meant hundreds, if not thousands, of innocent civilians saved. Perfect. I'll hitch a ride on your ship. Kizaru patted Gion's head, approving of her decision. As the two left, Sengoku finally allowed himself to exhale. With Kizaru and Gion working together, they should be able to stabilize the situation at Impel Down. Now, he could focus entirely on Whitebeard. Get me a direct line to Mary Geos. I need to speak with the 5 elders. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sengoku decided to be cautious. The Revolutionary Army's sudden move was too suspicious. And with the power of the escaped prisoners added to the mix, they now had enough strength to shake Marineford's foundations. In this situation, Sengoku needed every possible advantage. No matter how many schemes were at play, absolute power would always be the final deciding factor. Impel Down, level. Inside the warden's office, a group of doctors in full-body protective suits and gas masks checked on Magellan's condition at regular intervals. Facing an onslaught from Dragon, Ivankov, Bello Betty, Morley, Lindbergh, and Karasu all at once, Magellan had fought with everything he had. Even in Impel Down, an environment that suited his abilities perfectly, he was still ultimately overwhelmed. Fortunately for him, Dragon hadn't intended to kill him. Instead, Magellan was left critically wounded but alive, with prison guards assigned to tend to him. Both his arms had been shattered, one of them twisted unnaturally. His body was covered in deep gashes, as if sliced apart by countless blades. His usually stern face was now a mangled mess of blood and torn flesh, barely recognizable. By all rights, Magellan shouldn't have been defeated so quickly, even if he wasn't a match for Dragon. But in his near-berserk state, he had thrown himself into battle without regard for his own survival. Though he caused plenty of trouble for the Revolutionary Army, his recklessness nearly cost him his life. How is the warden? Outside the office, a bruised and tattered Suddy stood watch. Most of Impel Down's gas masks had been taken by the revolutionaries due to their own supply shortages. The few remaining masks had to be reserved for the doctors, so Suddy could only wait outside anxiously. Warden Magellan is incredibly resilient. He's out of immediate danger. As long as he receives proper treatment, he should regain consciousness soon. The prison doctor removed his mask, speaking with deep respect. Magellan had served in Impel Down for decades, his conduct and strength unquestionable. He was, without a doubt, the most respected warden in the prison's history. Even the newer staff members looked up to him. That's a relief, as long as he's okay. Suddy and the other guards standing watch let out a collective sigh of relief. If even Magellan had died, they wouldn't have known what to do. Marines incoming. Admiral Kizaru is on his way and will arrive at Impel Down soon. A group of excited guards from Level 1 rushed in with the news. They had finally managed to restore the prison's communication lines, which had been severed by the Revolutionary Army. This is great. Admiral Kizaru himself is coming. Those damn revolutionaries. If they hadn't cut off our signals. The guards, still shaken from their ordeal, cheered while cursing their attackers. Let's go. We should be there to welcome Admiral Kizaru. Domino, regaining her composure, took charge. She hadn't been strong enough to fight to the end and had ended up as a revolutionary army captive. But because of that, she wasn't as severely injured as the others and was still capable of organizing the remaining guards. Under her leadership, the surviving prison staff hurried toward level 1 to greet their reinforcements. Strictly speaking, Impel Down wasn't under direct Marine command. But in a crisis like this, nobody cared about technicalities. Salute. Despite their injuries, the guards stood at attention as Kazaru and Gion stepped off the warship. Oh, no need to be so tense, who's in charge here now? Kazaru's tone was as casual as ever. Sir. Acting Warden, Vice Warden Domino, reporting. Domino stepped forward, doing her best to maintain her composure. As Kizaru took in the sight of the tall, blonde woman before him, his eyes lit up. But before he could make a comment, he felt a sharp, dangerous glare from behind him. Ahem, you've done well. How's Warden Magellan? Degree. Chapter 82, Monsters of Impel Down. Ahem, you've done well. How's Warden Magellan? Kizaru cleared his throat, wisely choosing to hold back any unnecessary remarks. He'd rather not risk a situation where a vice admiral candidate drew her sword on a marine admiral. Sengoku already had enough headaches, no need to add this to the list. Warden Magellan has just stabilized. He's out of immediate danger. Domino felt a weight lift off her shoulders. If Admiral Kizaru was asking about Magellan's condition, then the higher-ups likely weren't planning to blame the warden for the prison break. She had often complained about Magellan's chronic stomach issues and how they tarnished Impel Down's reputation. But when it mattered most, she still respected him. That's good. We should check on him first, don't you think? Kizaru turned to Gion as he spoke. Tracking down the escaped prisoners could wait. First, they needed a proper assessment of who had escaped. Please follow me. Domino quickly led Kizaru and Vice Admiral Gion into the elevator, descending to level 4, blazing hell. Though the prison guards had already done a rough cleanup, the traces of battle still made it clear just how intense the fight had been. Is that? The moment Gion stepped out of the elevator, her gaze landed on a heap of bones. The remains were still coated with a strange, black-purple substance that continued to corrode the bone from within. That's what's left of the prisoners killed by Warden Magellan's poison, Domino explained with a brief glance. Being poisoned by Magellan didn't just mean dying. Unless someone had an inhumanly strong constitution, their body would continue to melt away after death, leaving behind only a pile of bones. That's some terrifying poison. Gion couldn't help but admire Magellan's abilities. She had underestimated him, even if only slightly. To develop the venom fruit to this extent, even she wasn't confident she could defeat Magellan in a direct fight. Admiral Kizaru, we only have one unused gas mask left. After speaking with the doctor attending to Magellan, Domino returned with a single, unopened gas mask. She didn't mind sharing masks with her fellow guards, but there was no way she would offer Kizaru and Gion a used one. Give it to Gion. I don't need it. Kizaru waved his hand dismissively. He and Magellan had known each other for years. Before he joined the dimensional chat group, Kizaru wouldn't have taken such a risk. But ever since obtaining his stand ability, his body had continuously strengthened itself under sunlight. At this point, even he wasn't sure how much his physique had improved. Magellan's poison. Even if Magellan were fully conscious and went all out, Kizaru wouldn't mind taking a bath in it. Admiral Kizaru. Before Domino could stop him, Kizaru had already opened the office door and stepped inside. Lying on the hospital bed, Magellan looked beyond miserable. Even Kizaru, who had expected the worst, couldn't help but click his tongue. Dragon really did a number on him. He inspected Magellan's injuries and frowned, muttering under his breath. Warden Magellan is in horrible shape. Gion, now wearing the gas mask, entered the room as well. She hadn't wanted to wear it, but Domino had insisted. Guess this guy got lucky. These are my last reserves. Kizaru reached into his pocket and pulled out a small cloth pouch. Opening it, he sprinkled tiny white flowers over Magellan's body. Then, something miraculous happened. The flowers melted into his wounds upon contact, and his injuries rapidly began to heal. In just a few moments, wounds that had been pouring blood just moments ago were completely closed. And then, Magellan's eyes slowly opened. Am I dead? His voice was hoarse and dazed, his mind still clouded. You're close, but not quite there yet, Kizaru remarked, patting Magellan's chest. Instinctively, Magellan braced himself for pain, only to realize that he felt nothing. My injuries are gone. Kizaru, Admiral Kizaru. Finally regaining clarity, Magellan leapt off the hospital bed, staring at his body in disbelief. He remembered how Dragon's wind blades had torn his arms apart, how Lindbergh's bombs had shredded his chest. His uniform was still in tatters, yet beneath it, his flesh was completely unscathed. Snapping out of his shock, he immediately saluted. No need for that. Didn't we used to drink together? Kizaru clapped Magellan on the shoulder. Standing at only 3 meters tall, it was a bit of a stretch to reach the nearly 5-meter tall Magellan. Luckily, Magellan was still slightly hunched over from surprise, or things might have gotten awkward. That was years ago. But why are you here, Admiral? Magellan's expression turned nostalgic. After graduating from the Naval Academy, he had been assigned to Impel Down due to his venom fruit. And for nearly 30 years, he had remained here. Back then, it had been Kizaru himself who escorted him to Impel Down. Now, after causing such a massive disaster, it was again Kizaru who had come to clean up the mess. You already know why. But don't worry too much, Fleet Admiral Sengoku isn't that angry. Kizaru reassured him, waving it off as if it wasn't a big deal. After all, the Revolutionary Army is very bad, and Dragon is the most dangerous criminal in the world. Losing to him isn't exactly shameful. Standing behind him, Gion's expression twitched slightly. That was not exactly the truth. In reality, Sengoku was absolutely furious. He was so angry that his lungs were practically exploding. But the problem was, there was no one else to replace Magellan. Gion and Tokicake were strong enough to take over Impel Down, but as admiral candidates, they had more important responsibilities. They couldn't afford to be stationed in a prison for 30 years like Magellan had been. Firing Magellan was easy. Finding a replacement. Now that was impossible. Even so, I cannot shirk my responsibility. Admiral Kizaru, I wish to resign from my position as warden and have Hannibal take my place. Magellan spoke with deep conviction, recalling how he had hesitated when Dragon took hostages, while Hannibal had remained resolute, urging him to act despite being a hostage himself. As for Magellan himself, even though Kizaru claimed that Sengoku wasn't too angry, the fall of Impel Down was an unforgivable failure. Someone had to take responsibility. He was already prepared to take his own life to atone. But before that, he wanted to ensure a smooth transition for the next warden. Ha! You're the warden, you do whatever makes you happy. But have you thought this through? Kizaru's casual tone didn't mask the sharpness of his words. Hannibal doesn't have the strength to handle the warden's duties. Especially now that the Revolutionary Army has set a precedent. If others try to imitate them, what do you expect Hannibal to do? Magellan had clearly entered a self-destructive mindset. His sense of responsibility was so overwhelming that he was willing to die to make up for his failure. If no one talked sense into him, they'd probably hear about his suicide within the day. And that would truly make Sengoku blow a blood vessel. Where on earth would the Marines find another workhorse like Magellan? This. Magellan hesitated. He had been willing to give his life to take responsibility. But if what Kizaru said was true, what would happen to Impel Down after his death? Hannibal had the courage and conviction to be warden, but lacked the strength to handle the position. So, just focus on healing. Wait, your wounds are already healed. Then just focus on living. Don't waste my healing dandelions. That was my last batch. Kizaru smacked Magellan's chest before walking off, leaving him alone to reconsider his plans. Magellan stood there, frowning deeply. Just as he was lost in thought. Admiral Kizaru. The prisoners on level 6 are staging a mass breakout. Warden Magellan. Domino burst into the office, still wearing her gas mask, panic evident in her voice. But mid-sentence, she froze. The man who should have been on death's door was now standing perfectly fine before her. Magellan's towering frame radiated an overwhelming sense of security, just as it always had. Those damned bastards. Magellan's fury erupted, his rage nearly tangible. He had just suffered the pain of watching prisoners escape, sacrificing many of his men in the process. And now, these scum wanted to do it again. Your injuries just healed. Let me handle it. Kizaru casually pressed a hand against Magellan's chest. With just a light push, Magellan found himself unable to move forward. Meanwhile, deep in level 6. Chief Guard Shiryu stood in his uniform, a cigar clenched between his teeth, watching as the prisoners freed more of their kind. A lifeless guard lay at his feet, the very men who had released Shiryu in the first place, swayed by his persuasion. But he had never imagined that Shiryu's first action would be to kill his former subordinate. One by one, towering figures emerged from the depths of eternal hell. The air itself seemed to grow heavier beneath the pressure of these monsters. Crescent Moon Hunter, Katarina Devon, bounty, 360 million berries. Heavy Drinker, Vasco Shot, bounty, 250 million berries. Corrupt King, Avaro Pizarro, Bounty, 430 million berries. BYRNNDY World, Bounty, 500 million berries. Patrick Ledfield, Bounty, 2.63 billion berries. Demon's Heir, Douglas Bullet. At a glance, their bounties might not seem that high. But considering that these were legends from decades past, one could only imagine the true terror they embodied. Even the Revolutionary Army, with Dragon at the helm, couldn't guarantee full control over these monsters. That alone spoke volumes about their true power. Several among them were so terrifying that even Shiryu didn't dare provoke them. If not for the necessity of ensuring a successful escape from Impel Down, he might not have freed them at all. I never expected the infamous Red Count to be locked away in Impel Down. Avaro Pizarro narrowed his eyes, his voice laced with malice. There were always those in this sea who delighted in stirring up trouble, even when it didn't benefit them. Pizarro was precisely that kind of man. With just a seemingly casual remark, he successfully drew the attention of the surrounding criminals, some gazing with curiosity, others with barely concealed hostility. "Spare me your foolish schemes. Such petty tricks are laughable at best." Ledfield responded with undisguised contempt, not even bothering to spare Pizarro a glance. Born with an exceptionally powerful observation haki, Ledfield's abilities had only grown stronger with age, allowing him to effortlessly perceive the thoughts of others. But having seen the depths of human ugliness for so long, he had grown disgusted by it, developing an extreme aversion to people, cultivating his proud and solitary nature. It was precisely because of this that he had always sailed alone, earning him titles such as the Solitary Red and the Lone Lead. Even so, his sheer strength was undeniable. Once, he had stood as an equal alongside Whitebeard and Roger, ranking among the strongest pirates of his era. "So, you're the Solitary Red?" The man who stood alongside Roger. "Killing you would be another step forward on my path to surpassing him." A deep, resonant voice echoed from the shadows. A figure, massive beyond belief, stepped forward. Instantly, those who had been watching with amusement found their expressions shifting. Recognition flashed in their eyes, followed swiftly by unease. The Demon's Heir, Douglas Bullet. A monster who had once walked among the Roger pirates. To understand his power, one only needed to know a simple fact. When he had once stood alone against a Buster Call, both Sengoku and Garp had deemed it necessary to join the fight. In the end, it had taken a former enemy, a pirate who had previously been defeated by Bullet, to take advantage of his exhaustion and land the final blow, ending the battle. If these two monsters clashed here, hardly anyone in this room would survive. Realizing this, the prisoners instinctively began backing away, creating as much distance as possible between them and the looming catastrophe. But just as the tension peaked, "Shut the hell up. If you bastards keep yapping, I'll blow you all to hell." A third figure emerged from the darkness. Degree. Chapter 83, Bullet vs. Kizaru. He wore a horned helmet, though one of the horns had snapped off. His entire body emanated an eerie chill, and his skin had an unnatural bluish-white hue, as if he had just walked out of an ice tomb. Among the hardened criminals of Level 6, Eternal Hell, there were plenty who had seen and experienced much. Yet, at this moment, they exchanged uncertain glances, almost none of them recognized this man. Only Ledfield's eyes narrowed slightly, as if recalling something. "Acting all high and mighty, huh? I used to." A red-bearded criminal spoke up in irritation. Once, he had ruled the New World as a fearsome pirate, but now, barely anyone even acknowledged his presence. Mama. 100 times. Booger Cannon. The helmeted giant dug into his nostrils, retrieving only a small lump of frost instead of mucus. Unfazed, he casually flicked the frozen lump toward the red-bearded man. And then, before anyone could react, the tiny piece of ice rapidly expanded midair, swelling into a table-sized chunk. Crash. The ice crushed the red-bearded man instantly, leaving nothing but a mangled mess of blood and flesh. World Breaker. Burnedy World. Ledfield finally spoke. After witnessing the distinct ability firsthand, he was now certain of the man's identity. Waldo was a pirate from an even earlier era than Ledfield himself. His Moa Moa no Mi allowed him to amplify both the size and speed of himself and anything he touched, by a staggering 100 times. A simple flintlock pistol in his hands outmatched the firepower of a marine battleship's main cannon. If Waldo were to take control of a giant artillery cannon, he could obliterate an entire marine fortress with a single shot. When the Marines first discovered his ability, they had been utterly terrified. They had even deployed CP agents to incite a mutiny among Waldo's crew, just to take him down. Yet now, 30 years later, World looked exactly the same as before. Seeing this, Ledfield couldn't help but feel a surge of envy. He had been imprisoned in eternal hell for over 20 years, and his body was no longer as strong as it once was. Aging tormented him. He wanted his youth back. He wanted to keep living. Gentlemen, some of you may know me, some may not. But none of that matters now. What I do know is that none of you want to rot away in this miserable, lightless prison. Shiryu stepped forward, still clad in his chief warden's uniform, immediately drawing numerous hostile gazes. But he remained unfazed. Aside from the strongest among them, the rest were nothing to him. He wouldn't mind cutting down a few of these weaklings before they escaped Impel down. Murururu. Just get to the point, Shiryu. Everyone here knows you're a heartless bastard. Katarina Devon giggled, unconcerned about offending Shiryu. Among the prisoners, she was one of the strongest, standing just beneath the top-tier monsters. She had no reason to fear him. Fine, I'll get straight to it. Until we break out of Impel down, I expect all of you to hold back. If you want to slaughter each other, do it after we escape. Shiryu exhaled a cloud of smoke, his tone dead serious. At first, he had planned to escape alone. But after learning about that man's arrival, even a ruthless killer like him had to take a gamble, freeing the monsters locked within eternal hell. Ha! Why wait? If we just kill everyone in our way, we'll be free in no time. Bullet grinned savagely. Instantly, numerous hostile eyes turned toward him. But rather than feeling threatened, Douglas Bullet only became more excited. This was perfect. He had just broken out and already found so many powerful opponents. First, he would slaughter them all. Then, he would break free, kill the Marine admirals and emperors alike. And finally, he would become the undisputed strongest, surpassing even Roger. Such arrogance. Leadfield snorted coldly. He could sense the lethal danger emanating from Bullet. But to say this young upstart could kill him. Leadfield found the idea laughable. I don't care about any of this. I just want to get out and blow Marineford to hell. Waldo growled, his voice low and heavy with 30 years of pent-up hatred. The Grand Line's oceans wouldn't be enough to wash away his hatred for the Marines. Ha! Magellan got his ass handed to him. Who's left to stop us now? Ha ha. Before we leave, I'm going to kill Magellan. That girl. The one with the glasses. I remember her, don't any of you dare touch her. She's mine. The level 6 criminals mocked Impel down, laughing as if it were already theirs. Even if Magellan were at full power, he wouldn't have been able to stop this many monsters from breaking out. A bunch of brainless fools. You think just because Magellan is out of the picture, no one is left to stop us? Shiryu clenched his jaw. If he had been 100% confident in escaping alone, he wouldn't have freed these idiots in the first place. Ha! What can the Marines possibly do? Even if Senga. Wait, what? The Fleet Admiral. Back when I was captured, that guy was just an admiral. What? That bastard actually made it to Fleet Admiral. As the conversation spiraled into nonsense, Shiryu rubbed his temples. Idiots. How the hell do you expect to escape Impel down if you're just standing here running your mouths? Finally, he lost his patience and shouted. Shut up. The one they sent is Admiral Kizaru. Silence. Aside from a few prisoners who had been locked away for decades, the rest instantly shut their mouths. Even Leadfield's expression darkened slightly. Only Bullet grinned even wider. Kizaru. Good. That bastard came too, huh? His entire body trembled in excitement. Not caring for Shiryu's words, Bullet roared and charged toward the corridor. His goal. Find Kizaru and kill him in a one-on-one fight. That damn idiot. Shiryu cursed. Bullet was one of the 3 strongest monsters in level 6, yet all he ever thought about was killing. If only the rest of them worked together, they could definitely take down Kizaru. Fine, for now, we follow your plan. Redfield spoke softly. He hated forming alliances. But even the Red Count knew his own limits. He had grown old. After years of imprisonment with no training, his strength had faded. If he faced that marine monster in this state, the outcome wouldn't be pretty. Let me go with you. Magellan pleaded repeatedly, desperate to make Kizaru understand. The prisoners of level 6 weren't just criminals. They were monsters. Even the Revolutionary Army, those damn bastards, had never dared to release the prisoners from the deepest depths of eternal hell. If it were anyone else leading the escape, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. But Shiryu? Magellan knew that man's nature better than anyone. For freedom, Shiryu would hold back nothing. Without a doubt. He would release every last prisoner in level 6. Stay up here and don't cause trouble. Kizaru rejected Magellan without hesitation. I don't have a second healing dandelion to save you. Then, turning to Guion, he added. Keep them here. Don't let anyone come down and get in the way. Kizaru may not show it, but even he would feel a little heartache if Magellan died. This man had worked tirelessly for decades. Like an old ox, silently shouldering the burden of Impel down. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku would feel the loss. Magellan wasn't just strong. He was among the best of those below top-tier powerhouses. But against the monsters of eternal hell, even a top tier might not survive. Understood. Gion nodded. She was itching for a fight, too. But following Kizaru's orders came first. As the Admiral descended alone toward level 5, Magellan instinctively moved to follow. Only for Gion to block his path. Vice Admiral Gion. We can't let Admiral Kizaru face this danger alone. Magellan was frantic. But Gion stood firm at the passageway, refusing to let him pass. This is Kizaru's decision. Unless he revokes the order. You are not going down there. For the Marines, an order from a superior officer was absolute. Even if she wasn't engaged to Kizaru, Gion would still obey the command of a Marine Admiral. As for Magellan's fears about the level 6 prisoners, well, he should remember just how many of them Kizaru had captured himself. Level 5, freezing hell. Kizaru walked through the snow-covered wasteland. His surroundings littered with frozen corpses of criminals. And the torn remains of guard wolves. Due to its unique environment, freezing hell was the only floor of Impel down without surveillance den mushy. So slow. Kizaru muttered. Do they not understand the phrase, speed is crucial in war? He leaned lazily against the entrance to level 4. Waiting for the escapees to come to him. Impel Down's main structure lay deep beneath the ocean. Level 6, in particular, was practically at the sea floor. Unless a devil fruit user had some very special abilities. They had only one way to escape. Through Kizaru. Boom. The blocked passageway exploded. And a hulking figure, inhumanly muscular, charged forward from level 6. A roaring juggernaut, aimed directly at Kizaru. Even from a distance. Kizaru could feel it. He was locked on. Only one. He raised an eyebrow, amused. What, am I not even worth a team effort? The charging figure was unmistakable. Douglas Bullet. A monster in human form. But taking on Kizaru alone. That was a stretch. Yet Bullet thought differently. For 20 years in eternal hell, he had done nothing but train. Pushing his body beyond its limits. Sharpening his haki to perfection. Refining his combat instincts to a razor's edge. He had surpassed his past self. And soon. He would surpass everyone. Marine admirals. Yonko. They were all fated to die by his hands. Kizaru. Bullet's roar shook the frozen wasteland. His fists, wrapped in jet-black armament haki, launched forward like rockets. Target, Kizaru. A near-invincible body. An unbreakable will. A deadly mastery of combat. This was Bullet. The devil's heir. One punch. That's all he needed. Even against an admiral. Even against Kizaru. One punch would end it. He roared. He laughed. In his mind. He had already surpassed Roger. Then. A punch came at him. It looked ordinary. It was simple. But. It was unbelievably powerful. Boom. The moment his fist connected with Bullet's face. That wild, manic grin froze and twisted in a grotesque manner. Before he even realized what had happened, his entire body was sent flying backward at an insane speed. Boom. 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 The speed at which he charged was the same speed at which he was launched back. Barrett's body, honed for over 20 years, was indeed terrifyingly durable. But even so, he crashed through dozens of massive icebergs, carving a deep trench several meters deep in the frozen ground. After skidding for hundreds of meters, he finally came to a stop. Suddenly charging at me like that, so scary. Kizaru casually flicked his wrist, his expression unreadable. It had been a while since he last encountered such a sturdy punching bag. He might have gotten a little carried away with his strength just now. Hope I didn't break him. Impossible. No way. No damn way I'd lose. Lying in the massive crater he had created, Bullet stared blankly at the sky, questioning his entire existence. Then, after several seconds of silence, his furious roar erupted like an explosion. Even from hundreds of meters away, the sheer heat of his rage could be felt clearly. Oh. Still standing, huh? Kizaru raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Unlike a certain bald-headed hero who held back for fun, that punch just now was already at the upper limits of what even a top-tier powerhouse could endure. Even if it were Prime Garp or Whitebeard, they might not have thrown a harder punch than that. And yet, Barrett had tanked it. If nothing else, his defensive capabilities were genuinely monstrous. He hadn't wasted those 2 decades of relentless training in infinite hell. I am the man who will surpass Roger. There is no way I fall here. An overwhelming surge of Conqueror's Haki burst forth. In an instant, Bullet's entire body was coated in a deep purple armament Haki, infused with Conqueror's Haki. Having spent over 20 years in the depths of infinite hell, Bullet had accumulated an insane amount of Haki. His armament Haki didn't just coat his body, it flooded outward like a tsunami, making his earlier self seem like a mere beginner. Compared to him, Virgo, who once prided himself on full-body Haki, wasn't even worth mentioning. Covered entirely in this ultimate defense, Bullet's speed and power soared exponentially. Feeling the unrelenting strength coursing through his body, a feral grin spread across his face. A single setback meant nothing. Degree. Chapter 84, Ultimate Light. He would make Kizaru understand. In the face of his unparalleled brute force, even a Navy Admiral was nothing but a weakling. A mere stepping stone on his path to becoming the strongest. How terrifying. For the first time, Kizaru showed a hint of seriousness. This level of aura. Even among top-tier powerhouses, it was enough to be a genuine threat. The true terrifying aspect of Conqueror's Haki wasn't just the passive suppression of the weak. The real horror lay in its ability to boost a fighter's combat power, far beyond what was normally possible. And the crucial factor that determined its strength. It wasn't talent. It wasn't training. It was the wielder's belief in themselves. The more absolute their self-confidence, the more of a megalomaniac they were, the stronger their Conqueror's Haki became. And right now, Bullet fit all of those conditions. His Conqueror's Haki had reached its peak, a level where even top fighters would instinctively avoid direct confrontation. Fusion, Iceberg Destruction Cannon. With a roar, Bullet shattered a massive iceberg beside him. Chunks of frozen rock, each the size of a house, merged into his arm, forming a colossal gauntlet. His Haki-infused fist pulsed with dark energy as he surged forward. Boom. 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 Each step shattered the ice beneath him. Every time his foot hit the ground, the frozen floor cracked into thousands of web-like fractures. 3/10 power? No, better make it 40%, just to be safe. Kizaru calmly lifted his leg. Divine speed kick. The instant an unfathomably bright light erupted from Kizaru's leg. Bullet's body froze. His observation Haki screamed danger. An instinctive, primal fear surged through him. If that kick landed, he would die. But his resolve did not waver. Eyes wide with battle mania, Bullet unleashed a thunderous roar, swinging his massive ice arm with full force. Boom. A cataclysmic impact shook the entire prison. The walls of Impel Down trembled violently. If the structure weren't so heavily reinforced, the entire underground fortress might have collapsed from the sheer force of their clash. Icebergs that had been frozen for centuries shattered like brittle glass. In an instant, a crater tens of meters deep and over 50 meters wide was blasted into the ground. And at its very edge, Bullet, his body torn and battered, lay embedded in the opposite wall of level 5, completely motionless. Impressive. You're still alive after that. Kizaru mused, tilting his head. In terms of sheer durability, Bullet might actually be one of the toughest opponents he had ever faced. No, wait. After a moment of thought, he muttered. I should probably go and beat up Kaido again. Just to double-check. Kizaru clicked his tongue in admiration. Having an insane amount of armament Haki really was useful. Any normal fighter would have been completely obliterated by that last attack. But Bullet? He had managed to block it, simply by pouring out an absurd amount of Haki. Still. This was the limit. Even for a demon's heir, there was only so much punishment a body could take. Or so Kizaru thought. I haven't lost yet. What happened next genuinely caught Kizaru off guard. The man he assumed was finished. The man who should have been incapable of standing. Broke free from the wall and faced him once more. Seriously? Do you really need to go this far? Kizaru's eyes narrowed slightly. He could tell, Bullet was pushing himself past his absolute limits. 20 years of hellish training had forged his monstrous physique and Haki into something even Kizaru had to acknowledge. Honestly, even if Prime Garp or Whitebeard stood before Bullet right now, the fight would be a toss-up, maybe a 60-40 split at best. But the moment Bullet's unshakable confidence was broken. Even Magellan or Guion might have a chance to defeat him. I'm not done. I have one last move. If I use that, I can win. Bullet dropped to the frozen ground, his body trembling. Then, the entire 5th level of Impel Down began to shake. Mountains of ice collapsed. The unbreakable frozen surface fractured into countless shards. As if pulled by an unseen force, massive chunks of ice rushed toward Bullet's location. Whoa now. This is getting flashy. Kizaru whistled, genuinely impressed. The Grand Line was full of colossal creatures. In comparison, 20-meter-tall giants were nothing. He had seen island-swallowing goldfish, 5,000-meter-long sea kings, and even Zanesha, the walking island. But no matter how many times he witnessed such absurdities, they never failed to amaze him. Ice Titan. The monstrous form finally emerged. A towering colossus of solid ice, at least 200 to 300 meters tall. One of its hands alone was larger than a marine battleship. Its massive, hulking body loomed like an ancient frozen god, a relic from a forgotten age. And there was no doubt. One punch from this thing could flatten an army. This guy just won't quit, huh? Kizaru sighed, rubbing his chin. Barrett was already beyond his limit. And yet, even now, even on the verge of collapse, he was still fighting. Fine. I'll show you my full power. Kizaru's voice dropped, unusually serious. Though, I hope Impel Down is sturdy enough to survive this. He muttered to himself, then reconsidered. 7/10, no, 8/10 power. Barrett, however, heard none of it. At this point, he was barely conscious. His body, his hockey, and his indomitable will. Everything he had built over 2 decades. All of it had been poured into this final attack. Demon God's shattering fist, shockwave. The Ice Titan hurled its gigantic fist straight at Kizaru. At that exact moment, Barrett's body completely broke down. But even as his vision blurred, even as his mind faded, his eyes remained locked on Kizaru, desperate to see him fall. Even Roger never killed an admiral. If he could do it, then wouldn't that mean he had finally surpassed Roger? Ultimate light. Kizaru raised a single finger. A simple, soft whisper. And then, light. Blinding, absolute, all-encompassing light. Endless, blinding light swallowed Impel Down. For a moment, the entire prison seemed to lose its color, reduced to nothing but sheer, absolute radiance. And then, as the brilliance began to fade, the colossal Ice Titan started to collapse. A gaping hole, over 3 meters in diameter, had pierced straight through it. But that wasn't all. Behind that thick layer of ice, behind 2 layers of armament hockey, Barrett was gone. Completely erased. And even more terrifying. If one looked straight up through the hole, they could see the sky. Kizaru's attack had pierced through all 5 levels of Impel Down. From level 5, through level 4, 3, 2, and 1. Through the fortress at the top of the prison. Straight into the open air above the comm belt. Ah, maybe that was a bit much. Kizaru scratched his head, sounding almost bothered. Power growing too fast wasn't always a good thing. In his mind, he had expected this blast to pierce through level 4 at most. But to shoot clean through the entire prison, that was a bit excessive. Still, his observation hockey told him he hadn't injured anyone else. Well, not exactly. Anyone directly hit by that blast wouldn't have been injured. They would have been erased from existence. And a heavily injured bullet was certainly not among the survivors. Level 4, blazing hell. As the overwhelming light finally faded, consciousness slowly returned to those who had been caught in its wake. Was that Kizaru? Gion was the first to react. Her gaze followed the perfectly round hole in the ground. Then, she looked up. Every single floor above them had an identical, precision-cut hole. Even the clouds in the sky had a small, circular gap where the attack had passed through. It wasn't hard to imagine just how powerful that blast had been. Even as a candidate for admiral, Gion had never heard of an attack this absurd. What just happened? Magellan, still recovering from his wounds, groggily opened his eyes. Then, he saw the hole. A hole that cut through almost the entire Impel Down. I must be seeing things. No one knew Impel Down better than Magellan. He had guarded it for decades. He understood its unbreakable architecture. And yet, this hole was real. Someone had actually blasted through the prison. There's no fucking way. Gion, however, simply stared in awe. So this is a Marine Admiral. For a long moment, she stood frozen. But rather than feeling discouraged, a fire ignited in her heart. She had to get stronger. Stronger than 10 times what she was now. Only then could she stand alongside Kizaru. Instead of just watching his back. Magellan, meanwhile, twitched. You've got to be kidding me. If all Marine Admirals were this powerful, then the 4 Emperors would be playing poker in level 6 right now. The remaining guards slowly gathered, murmuring amongst themselves. They had just witnessed the full power of an admiral. And now, They were utterly convinced. A Marine Admiral was invincible. The prisoners of level 6. No matter how dangerous. No matter how monstrous. What could they possibly do against this? Level 6, Eternal Hell. The prisoners had finally come to an agreement. Under the watchful intimidation of the strongest among them, they had set aside their differences. Their first priority was escaping Impel down. Everything else, grudges, ambitions, betrayals, could wait until they were free. That bastard should be fighting the Admiral by now. Shiryu muttered, eyes flickering toward the ceiling. When the noise stops, we rush up together. By this point, he had made his decision. No longer fearing Kizaru's strength. No way. No matter how terrifying Kizaru was. How could one Marine Admiral handle an army of level 6 monsters? Even Douglas Bullet, a man Shiryu already considered dead, had once been a dominant force on the seas. Even if he couldn't defeat Kizaru, he could at least weaken him. Yes. Let Bullet drain Kizaru's stamina. Then Shiryu would strike with the full force of Eternal Hell's worst criminals. That was the plan. That was the... Why is it so quiet? Katarina Devon, the Crescent Moon Hunter, looked up at the passage above them. Ever since Bullet had rushed into battle, the entire prison had been shaking from their fight. Both Bullet and Kizaru were true monsters. Even the thickest walls of Impel Down trembled beneath their power. But now, everything was silent. Too silent. Not even a whisper reached level 6. Even through observation hockey, they felt nothing. Hehehe, hick. Are we finally, hick, fighting? Vasco Shot, the heavy drinker, stumbled forward, his face red with intoxication. The moment he had been freed, he had somehow found several bottles of liquor in a dark corner of the prison. One unfortunate prisoner had tried to take some from him. They were beaten to death with a sake jug. It's dead silent. Move now. Shiryu's expression darkened. He had been hoping Bullet could at least stall Kizaru. Force him to exert himself. But now. It had barely been any time at all, and Bullet was already gone. Some fools still believed Bullet had won. That Kizaru had lost. But Shiryu never had any expectations for him. He knew better. Long before he became Chief Warden, he had seen dozens of infamous pirates. All personally captured by Kizaru. No matter how strong they were. They had all fallen. In fact, at least 1/3 of the prisoners right here in level 6 had been thrown into Impel Down by Kizaru himself. That was why so many criminals were willing to listen to Shiryu. Even with Redfield backing him, it wouldn't have been so easy to convince them all. But their hatred of Kizaru, that was the key. I have a bad feeling about this. A low, gravelly voice broke the tense silence. Patrick Redfield, the legendary Red Count, had already discarded his prison uniform. Now, he stood leaning on his cane-like umbrella, gazing toward level 5. The last time he had felt this uneasy was during his fight with Kong. He had barely defeated the former fleet admiral. And then, Garp arrived. But unlike Redfield, the other prisoners had no such instincts. They had waited too long in the dark. They were impatient. They were hungry. And now, they were ready to run. Degree. Chapter 85 versus the prisoners. Charge. Take down anyone who dares to stop us. I'm going to kill all those damn jailers. Damn Marines. Bet you never thought I'd make it out of this hell alive. The impatient prisoners surged forward, flooding into the passage leading to level 5. If not for the last shred of reason left in them and the fear of each other's strength, they might have started fighting among themselves right there. We don't have any other choice now, do we? Our only hope is that guy wearing him down a bit. Hopefully, he can at least leave him with a little parting gift. Shiryu gripped his sword tightly and followed the group into the passage. The first wave of prisoners soon rushed into level 5, only to be met with a massive ice mountain, built from countless frozen blocks, and a large hole in the ceiling where sunlight poured in. Prisoners who hadn't seen the sun in who knows how long immediately went into a frenzy, completely ignoring Kizaru standing in front of the ice mountain as they charged toward the light. Wow, such enthusiasm. Let me give you all a proper welcome. Yasukani no Magatama. Kizaru casually raised his hand. To ordinary people, the prisoners locked up in level 6 were monsters. But to Kizaru? Maybe Barrett barely qualified. The rest weren't even worth calling small fry. Zing. 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 Countless light bullets pierced through the prisoners' bodies in an instant. Even though Kizaru wasn't particularly serious, a casual attack from him wasn't something these small fry could withstand. In just the blink of an eye, over a dozen prisoners in the front fell. Those behind them either used observation haki to dodge in time or relied on decent armament haki to barely withstand a few shots. A few lucky ones managed to survive. One prisoner, apparently a Zoan-type devil fruit user, transformed into a massive berserk bear, trying to tank the attack head-on. Unfortunately for him, his defense wasn't enough. His Zoan fruit wasn't awakened, meaning he lacked the near-immortal regenerative ability of awakened Zoans. He was simply torn apart, his body riddled with holes. A shame, really. Such a fine pelt. If I had skinned it first and sent it to the auction house in Sabo, it could have fetched a few million berries at least. Kizaru sighed regretfully at the ruined bear carcass. He had reacted too quickly to stop himself. Of course, he could have used his speed to substitute the attack, but a simple pelt wasn't worth the trouble. This guy. As expected of a marine monster. Damn it. Did he get even stronger? The prisoners hesitated, stopping in their tracks. To the common jailers, these escapees from level 6 were ruthless, mass-murdering monsters. But to Kizaru? They were nothing. Ignoring the ones not even worth mentioning, there were only a handful who could provide even the slightest amusement. The rest. Even if they all attacked together, they wouldn't be enough for him to break a sweat. As I thought. Barrett was never your match. Damn it. If only that idiot had listened to me. Shiryu glanced at the completely devastated freezing hell. He had to admit, Barrett was even stronger than he had expected. If that guy had just agreed to work together instead of charging in alone, they might have actually had a shot at taking Kizaru down. Hey, that guy over there with the big chin, what was your name again? Kizaru's gaze landed on Shiryu. Among the bizarrely dressed prisoners, Shiryu, who was still dressed like a proper officer, stood out. Honestly, Kizaru did have some impression of Shiryu. But after decades in this world, remembering a random prison warden wasn't exactly his priority. Shiryu. Shiryu of the Rain. Shiryu wasn't angry that Kizaru had forgotten his name. In fact, he felt relieved. If Kizaru didn't remember him, that meant he hadn't considered him a real threat. Maybe, just maybe, he could use that to slip away unnoticed. Doesn't really matter what your name is. You and this bunch of fish bait better march back to your cells. Killing this many at once is a pain. Kizaru sighed, sounding genuinely annoyed. Impel Down wasn't just a place to imprison notorious pirates. More importantly, it served as a way to restrict the number of devil fruit users in the world. Nearly 2/3 of the prisoners escaping from level 6 were devil fruit users. Since devil fruits reappear randomly in the world after their user dies, if Kizaru wiped them all out, in just a short while, over 100 new devil fruits would start appearing across the seas. If it were just basic Zoan-type fruits, that wouldn't be too concerning. But there were terrifying abilities like the float fruit, the press fruit, and even a fruit similar to Newgate's. As long as their users weren't completely incompetent, these abilities could cause massive trouble for the Marines. Not to mention Logia fruits, or even rarer mythical Zoans. In a way, Impel Down wasn't imprisoning pirates, it was imprisoning devil fruits. You bastard. How dare you look down on us like that? Let's show him what we can do. He can't stop all of us alone. Most of the level 6 prisoners weren't exactly known for their patience. Seeing Kizaru's blatant disregard, they erupted like gunpowder barrels. But after all the shouting, nobody actually stepped forward. The scene turned awkward. They weren't stupid. First, the demon heir Douglas Barrett had been killed without a sound. Then, over a dozen prisoners were slaughtered in seconds. No matter how arrogant they were, they had some self-awareness. Many of them had even been captured by Kizaru himself in the past. Those who had already experienced his power were cowering at the back, too afraid to meet his gaze. Clang. Seeing the hesitation, Shiryu suddenly unsheathed his sword and slashed apart a nearby ice formation. Do you want to rot in a cell for the rest of your lives? Look at that sunlight. Think about the ocean beyond Impel Down. If we kill this monster, nothing can stop us from being free. Shiryu shouted, trying to reignite their fighting spirit. He wasn't about to let their escape fail at the final hurdle. Jurururu. I'm not going back to that rat-infested hellhole. Ahahaha. I want to drink more booze. Like me dying here. Unthinkable, meow. Katarina Devon, Vasco Shot, and Avalo Pizarro stepped forward. With their leadership, the other prisoners began to steady themselves. Kizaru, if you let me go, I'll help you capture all of them. Just as the prisoners were preparing for battle, Redfield suddenly spoke up. While the others were entranced by the sunlight, he had sensed something terrifying through the hole in the ceiling, an overwhelming force that could erase him from existence. Using his extraordinary observation haki, Redfield could even visualize how he would fare against such power, and the result was grim. Have you lost your mind? Why the hell would he let you go? Shiryu was dumbfounded. This was the consequence of being too focused on brute force. If Kizaru were in his place, he'd probably say, "We were ready to die fighting, why are you surrendering first, your majesty?" Redfield was the undisputed leader of the level 6 prisoners. Only World Destroyer Burndy World could match him. Unfortunately, World wasn't exactly sane. All he cared about was blowing up Marineford, not the Marine standing right in front of him. And now their strongest leader was throwing in the towel before the fight even started. The prisoners didn't know how to react. Idiot. Redfield snorted, ignoring Shiryu, and fixed his gaze on Kizaru, waiting for an answer. "You're aloof, Red, right? If I remember correctly, you were the last big shot captured by Fleet Admiral Kong." "Ha. I used to work under Kong, you know. Maybe if you just go back to your cell willingly, I can put in a good word and get you a better living space." Kizaru was momentarily stunned by Redfield's shamelessness. For a split second, he considered taking the deal, let Redfield help capture the others, then arrest him again afterward. Fortunately, what little integrity he had stopped him. "You'll regret this." Redfield's pale face darkened as he gripped his sword. "All together. Kill him." Shiryu cursed and shouted. A red blur shot toward Kizaru's throat at lightning speed. Tenro no Tsurugi. Kizaru drew a lightsaber from the void and slashed straight toward the red figure ahead. Clang. The red figure suddenly halted in midair. Redfield gripped his umbrella sword tightly, exerting force in an attempt to overpower Kizaru. An umbrella sword was not suited for slashing. Even when imbued with armament haki, its primary attack method remained thrusting. But Redfield was proud and arrogant, he didn't believe he would lose in a contest of strength against Kizaru. "You really are an arrogant guy. No wonder Vice Admiral Garp looks down on you, saying you're not worthy of leaving your name in history." The moment their blades clashed, Kizaru saw through Redfield's thoughts and couldn't help but laugh. Leaving aside whether Redfield even had the qualifications to challenge him in strength, the fact that this guy had been imprisoned in level 6 of Impel Down for more than 20 years and still insisted on using an ability he wasn't proficient in, Kizaru found it laughable. Not everyone was like Barrett, who trained relentlessly even while locked away in prison, persisting with courage and determination for over 2 decades. Perhaps Redfield had been determined when he was first thrown into Impel Down, but judging by the sharpness and force of his blade now, it was clear he hadn't lasted long before giving up on himself. Otherwise, no matter how strong Kizaru was, this fight wouldn't have been this easy. Garp just got lucky. If we fought again, I would never fall into his hands. Redfield roared. Being captured and locked away in Impel Down due to exhaustion and defeat was a reality he still couldn't come to terms with. Because of that loss, he was imprisoned in the Great Deep Sea Prison, spending decades in level 6, eternal hell. The pain of defeat, the loss of freedom, the feeling of growing weaker day by day while being powerless to stop it. He had had enough of eternal hell. Even if he died this time, he would break out of Impel Down. Too bad Fleet Admiral Kong has already been promoted to Commander-in-Chief. Otherwise, I'm sure he wouldn't mind giving you another fight. But this time, you wouldn't be his match. Kizaru began exerting more strength. Without even getting serious, he easily overwhelmed Redfield, his lightsaber's blade about to fall upon Redfield's neck. MO, hundredfold, flying dagger. At that moment, a flying dagger shot toward Kizaru. Normally, such a weapon would pose no threat to an admiral, but if it were imbued with armament haki, its speed, power, and even size multiplied 100-fold. Clang. Kizaru kicked Redfield away and swung his lightsaber at the massive flying dagger, which was now the size of a giant siege hammer. Although World had infused it with armament haki, he wasn't even at the level of a swordmaster, let alone a true great swordsman. His haki wasn't as strong as Barrett's either. The dagger shattered into pieces upon impact. Liquor firestorm. Big drinker Vasco Shot took a deep swig of liquor and sprayed it toward Kizaru. The alcohol mist ignited instantly, turning into an intense blaze surging toward him. As the flames surged, an inconspicuous prisoner clapped his hands onto the ground. Spider web bind. There were no weaklings in eternal hell. This one was clearly a Paramecia-type net fruit user who had already awakened his devil fruit. Under his power, both soil and stone transformed into massive nets, descending upon Kizaru from above. Poison scales. Another prisoner, a Zoan-type moth fruit user, transformed into an enormous moth, scattering vibrant, toxic scales into the air. As the poisonous scales descended into the fire, they ignited instantly, further intensifying the flames and completely engulfing Kizaru's location. Did he die? Seeing Kizaru swallowed by the toxic flames, many prisoners showed hopeful expressions. If it had been them ensnared in the net and then consumed by deadly flames, even the strongest among them would have no chance of survival. Idiots. Shiryu couldn't help but curse. These prisoners had been in eternal hell so long that their brains had rotted. Did they really think such a simple method could kill a Marine Admiral? If not for needing their help to escape Impel down, Shiryu wouldn't have wanted to associate with this bunch of fools for even a second. Boom. Before Shiryu could warn them not to lower their guard, the area covered in toxic fire exploded violently. Chaotic air currents, infused with poison and searing flames, burst outward. Prisoners who failed to dodge were caught in the blast, their bodies incinerated before they could even scream. But not everyone was so weak. Shiryu swung his sword in a flurry, blocking everything that flew toward him. Redfield's umbrella sword moved so fast it left afterimages, shattering every incoming flame. World took a deep breath, his chest expanding greatly. Then, using his MOMO fruit, he magnified his exhale 100-fold, transforming it into a powerful gust that blew away the toxic fire. The remaining prisoners also showcased their abilities, some dodging, some blocking with devil fruit powers, while most simply relied on armament hockey to withstand the blast. You guys actually have some tricks up your sleeves. I guess I'll get a bit more serious. Just try not to die too quickly. Degree.